Chapter 162. Target all invading sea beasts and implement a comprehensive offensive. Prior to the onslaught of the sea creatures, Huang Wei considered it merely another ordinary day. As was his custom, he attended to his personal hygiene, partook of a meal, and conducted inspections of the fleet. Suddenly, the lookout vessel emitted a warning, followed by a violent upheaval of the sea, with enormous splashes soaring skyward. A colossal octopus, its tentacles extending over 100 meters, erupted from the depths, its formidable form casting a shadow over the waters, glistening with a viscous sheen. The undersides of its tentacles, as thick as mountain trunks, were adorned with enormous suction cups, each measuring over 10 meters in diameter, bristling with rows of razor-sharp fangs, resembling the gaping maws of abyssal monstrosities. Before Huang Wei could react, one of the lookout vessels was effortlessly crushed by the octopus. Boom! The sea erupted in towering waves, revealing more sea beasts. The first to respond was not Huang Wei, but the dolphins inhabiting the vicinity. These dolphins had claimed the waters surrounding Putuan Mountain as their territory and would not allow other marine leviathans to encroach. Thus, sensing a provocation against their pod, they charged towards the giant octopus. Behind the colossal octopus, a massive lobster, encased in a formidable shell, slowly emerged from the water. This creature boasted a diameter nearing 100 meters, and each movement stirred the sea into a frenzy. The lobster's shell was impervious to the nearby dolphin's attempts to deter it. It casually opened its vast maw and severed a dolphin in twain. In an instant, the sea was stained crimson with blood. Huang Wei hurried back to the command room of the flagship to issue orders to all combat units. Attention all units, target all invading sea beasts, and execute a comprehensive assault. With Huang Wei's command, an array of torpedoes, missiles, and armor-piercing rounds were unleashed from the Iron Leviathan. Amidst the cacophony, missiles, trailing fiery tails, soared towards the sea creatures, while the ship's cannons roared, unleashing a torrent of shells upon the surface of the sea. However, these assaults seemed to inflict little damage upon the formidable sea beasts. A deep-sea crocodile roared as it breached the surface, its body enveloped in jet-black scales, rivaling even the giant ships in size. After enduring several cannon strikes, the enraged crocodile opened its cavernous jaws and unleashed a torrent of searing flames, instantly engulfing a frigate in a fiery inferno. The surface of the sea resounded with the thunderous echoes of artillery, flames illuminating the sky. Simultaneously, enormous bobbit worms emerged from the depths. These colossal creatures resembled centipedes, their bodies 2 meters in girth and extending 40 to 50 meters in length. Their vast mandibles were lined with fangs, and their serrated lower jaws swung menacingly. As their bodies writhed, the segments rubbed against each other, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. On the decks of several destroyers, soldiers operated laser weapons, targeting the smaller sea beasts with sweeping fire. Beams rained down like a torrential downpour, dismembering sea snakes and giant worms measuring only a few meters in length. But soon, even more sea creatures surged forth. The mountain-sized behemoths remained impervious to missiles, rendering conventional firearms utterly ineffective. Provoked, the giant octopus extended its tentacles towards a cruiser, attempting to drag the steel behemoth into the abyss. As the octopus exerted its strength, the cruiser's hull groaned under the immense pressure, emitting a distressing, creaking sound. Electromagnetic cannons struck the monstrous creature, akin to mere tickles. The soldiers, rendered helpless, could only abandon ship in anguish. Once submerged, the waters became the domain of the sea beasts. The sea snakes and giant worms, previously targeted by laser weaponry, turned into the soldiers' nightmares. The howls of the sea beasts intertwined with the soldiers' screams, creating a scene of utter despair. It was not that humanity lacked more potent weaponry. It was simply that such armaments were ill-suited for the current predicament. For instance, nuclear weapons. While these giants may withstand missiles, they would likely not endure the wrath of a nuclear strike. However, such weapons of mass destruction do not discriminate. They would not solely target sea beasts while sparing humans. A direct strike along the coastline would render dozens of kilometers into a desolate wasteland in an instant. In such a scenario, Whether the sea beasts perished was uncertain, but the inhabitants of the island would surely meet their demise first. Faced with this reality, Huang Wei had no choice but to seek assistance from higher authorities. However, after communication, he learned that the nearest transcendent martial artist would not arrive for several hours. Given the current state of battle, how could he sustain for several hours? Just then, Lin Che and his companions plunged down from the mountains. Approaching the coastline, they witnessed the flagship's command chamber being breached by a gigantic bobbit worm. Alarms blared within the command chamber, the shrill sound reverberating as red warning lights flashed frantically along the walls. This colossal bobbit worm was over 3 meters in diameter, its massive mandibles resembling scissors, severing everything in its path. Retreat. Huang Wei issued the command to withdraw, yet he seized an electromagnetic gun from the weapons platform and aimed it at the bobbit worm, pulling the trigger. Boom! Zzz. Blue electricity surged from the gun's muzzle, striking the worm's body with precision. However, the current potent enough to incapacitate an elephant merely delayed the bobbit worm for half a second. Subsequently, the enraged creature twisted its body, its massive head pivoting towards Huang Wei, and it unleashed a torrent of dark green viscous fluid. Huang Wei's pupils constricted sharply as he rolled to the side to evade the onslaught. The viscous substance splattered onto the control panel behind him, instantly corroding a sizable hole in the hardened alloy surface, and acrid smoke began to waft through the air. Sir! 2 guards exchanged glances, swiftly raising their specially designed alloy long knives to strike at the body of the bobbit worm. The blades clashed against the chitinous shell, producing a series of sharp sounds, ultimately leaving only shallow white marks. The bobbit worm swung its body violently, sending the 2 guards flying against the railing near the hatch, their fates uncertain. The command cabin, already cramped, was now dominated by the immense bulk of the bobbit worm. The remaining officers and soldiers were scattered in various corners, helplessly witnessing the monster wreaking havoc. Follow orders, retreat. Huang Wei gripped his electric stun gun tightly, casting a stern gaze at the other officers and soldiers. The bobbit worm seemed to have fixated on Huang Wei, the provocateur, as it slowly arched its body, the muscles in its segments taut, clearly bracing for a lethal strike. Huang Wei inhaled deeply, his eyes scanning the control panel until they landed on the fallen alloy long knife of a guard. The bobbit worm lunged forward suddenly, and Huang Wei swiftly crouched to avoid its razor-sharp teeth, rolling to retrieve the alloy long knife. Having long assumed the role of captain, he had nearly forgotten that he was also a born warrior. As the bobbit worm collided with the alloy cabin, twisting its form, Huang Wei seized the opportunity and swung the knife towards the creature's gaping maw. Boom! Sensing the imminent danger, the bobbit worm immediately closed its mouth, using its formidable teeth to deflect the blade of energy. Squeak! Squeak! The creature emitted a piercing shriek as it charged at Huang Wei once more. Huang Wei calculated his angle and, as the bobbit worm approached, struck down towards its interlocking fangs. Thud! The blade plunged into the cavernous mouth, splattering dark green, viscous fluid. Although Huang Wei managed to evade most of the attack, he was still struck by the viscous substance. The toxin rapidly spread throughout his body, gradually diminishing his ability to move. At this moment, the bobbit worm descended into complete fury, disregarding its surroundings as it violently slammed against the cabin walls, intent on crushing everything within its reach. The entire command cabin trembled violently, as if it might detach from the main ship at any moment. Huang Wei struggled to maintain his balance, clinging desperately to a steel column securing the instruments, his gaze fixed on the rampaging giant worm, his heart heavy with dread. Chapter 82. Such a trivial matter, yet it requires Manager Song to personally make the trip. Despite the fierce flames raging behind him and the relentless sounds of explosions echoing in succession, Lin Che remained composed, advancing steadily. A true man never looks back at explosions. Lin Che silently reminded himself. He still needed to uphold an image of superiority. Displaying an air of confidence should indeed become his standard. To be honest, showing off in public is quite exhilarating. The terror in the eyes of the dying assassin, coupled with the adoration emanating from Song Yu and the others, left Lin Che feeling somewhat euphoric. Ancestors, who are they? To dare pursue a transcendent being at the transcendent stage, ISNT, that practically courting death? Though Zhang Yang had just received a thorough lesson from Lin Che, He couldn't suppress his curiosity in the face of such circumstances. He chuckled to himself, This youthful visage of mine often leads others to underestimate me. I have grown accustomed to it." Lin Che, disinterested in providing explanations, casually concocted an excuse to brush it off. "Indeed, I remember when I first laid eyes on the senior, they were still a student." Song Yu chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Lin Che couldn't help but twitch his lips, eager to declare, "Bingo! Congratulations, you've guessed correctly." Surprised? Amazed? However, he still needed to maintain his facade as Senior Li and could not reveal his true identity. "All right, let us be on our way. It's best we reach Huitong before dusk. Driving at night can be rather bumpy." "Very well, Senior. Please make yourself comfortable. We shall set off at once." Song Qian suddenly pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away. Before the last rays of sunlight faded, Lin Che and his 3 companions arrived at the outskirts of Huitong City. Beneath the towering walls, the city defense troops signaled for the 4 to disembark and verify their identities. "Chu Pharmaceutical? Manager Song. Are you here to conduct a market survey?" Upon seeing Song Yu's identity information, the officer of the city defense troops perked up immediately. In a major city like Xiangzhou, they promptly signed an order with Chu Pharmaceutical. And before long, they would receive their first batch of the Wheel of Destiny. Huitong, being a small town, only learned of such matters through online information. To this day, they had yet to witness the appearance of a potion capable of awakening a second ability. Thus, upon the arrival of the regional manager from Chu Pharmaceutical, the officer's previously stern demeanor softened into flattery. After all, who wouldn't desire advancement? The C-grade talent struggles to break through to the master stage, a feat that can be described as 1 in a million. Most city defense troops across various regions consist of D-grade or C-grade talent warriors at the Transcendent stage. These warriors, having been stuck in the Transcendent stage for quite some time, all aspired to leverage Chu Pharmaceutical's 2 potions to fight for a chance at the Master Realm. Though Chu Pharmaceutical had promised that all production would prioritize military needs, the sheer number of troops was overwhelming. Those who were quicker had already obtained the potion, while others might have to wait a year or more. Not to mention, should they receive the potion early and manage to break through, their status would change profoundly upon becoming innate masters. What a loss it would be if they awaited the potion only to face a wave of beasts and fall tragically. Ordinary soldiers might not exhibit such eagerness, as the potions provided to the military come at a cost. The military must supply certain raw materials to Chu Pharmaceutical, along with a personal contribution of 5 million huaxia coins from each soldier. Only when both conditions are met can one acquire a Wheel of Destiny. For warriors, 5 million might not seem exorbitant, yet not every soldier can afford this. However, for an officer, 5 million huaxia coins is well within his financial capacity. Of course, Chu Pharmaceutical has begun to acquire crystal nuclei, enabling soldiers to earn money swiftly by killing mutated creatures to sell the nuclei. Ultimately, every soldier should awaken a second ability. It is merely a matter of time. Yes, we need to tally the demand for the first batch of potions from Huitong's city defense troops, so the company can allocate resources accordingly, Song Yu replied calmly. Upon receiving a positive response, the officer became even more delighted. You see, such a trivial matter still requires Manager Song to personally make the trip. In fact, this demand statistics could easily be handled by the higher-ups in Xiangzhou, and we could report back after compiling the numbers ourselves. Alas, due to responsibilities, one must be hands-on, Song Yu stated earnestly. In reality, without Lin Che, it was highly probable that the officer's suggestion would have been followed. He could have met with the leaders in Xiangzhou and directly requested that the headquarters issue a notification asking local military officers to compile the demand themselves, thus sparing him the need to travel. Manager Song is truly dedicated. Oh, by the way, look at me, what am I chatting about? Let us hurry and head into the city. Thanks to Song Yu's influence, the officer did not closely examine Lin Che's identity information. Otherwise, he might have had a few more remarks to make. The following morning, Song Yu took Zhang Yang to visit the commander of the Huitong city defense troops, while Song Qian was responsible for driving Lin Che out of the city to inspect Chanyang Mountain. This was certainly not Song Qian's primary duty, yet he was more than willing to assist. In just over 10 kilometers, the two soon arrived at the base of a series of undulating mountains. Lin Che planned to venture into the mountains alone, signaling for Song Qian to wait in place. Nearby, Bai Xiaobai, who had been lounging for quite some time, suddenly grew excited upon hearing that Lin Che was entering the mountains and quickly followed him as they disembarked. Lin Che leapt through the woods, with Bai Xiaobai closely following. It was hard to imagine that a cub barely a month old could match Lin Che's speed. However, upon reflection, as a level 4 mutated tiger, such performance was entirely to be expected. The man and the tiger raced against each other, quickly arriving at the location marked as Chanyang Mountain on the map. Unfortunately, this was not the Chanyang Mountain Lin Che sought. Though the passage of time had altered the vegetation, the overall terrain of the mountain would not differ significantly. The Chanyang mountain Lin Che had seen in his dreams was steep and cloud-kissed. It was in no way comparable to the peak before him. With no other option, Lin Che had to turn back. However, during the return journey, he felt no urgency as he had on the way there. He and Bai Xiaobai hunted leisurely while gradually making their way out of the mountains. The terrain was complex, and the trees were lush. If the mutated beasts did not approach them, Lin Che would find it challenging to notice. Yet Bai Xiaobai was different. As the offspring of the Jungle King, it was born with a natural talent for hunting. Especially within the forest, all kinds of beasts fell within its dietary range. At 7 o'clock, 500 meters away, a mutated wild rabbit. Bai Xiaobai silently reported the coordinates of the prey. Okay, let us encircle it from both sides. Lin Che signaled for Bai Xiaobai to move left, while he himself shifted to the right. Soon after, the pair began to surround the target. As they approached the prey, Bai Xiaobai suddenly unleashed its terrifying ability. A youthful tiger roar resonated through the air, momentarily freezing the mutated wild rabbit, which was roughly the same size as Bai Xiaobai. Just as Lin Che prepared to claim his prize, a mighty roar echoed from nearby. Roar! Lin Che turned to look, his pupils constricting sharply. Level 5 mutated tiger. Ability, wind element control, extremely high threat level. Exhibiting strong malice. How could this be? Lin Che found it incomprehensible that such a high-level mutated beast could appear near the city. In his view, the forest close to the town should have been regularly cleared by the city defense troops, ensuring that no formidable mutated entities remained within. In truth, he was rather presumptuous in this regard. In the city of Xinhai, an extraordinary being and several masters are stationed, ensuring that any higher-level mutated creatures in the vicinity are promptly dealt with. In towns like Huitong, however, the defensive forces are limited. Simply withstanding the tide of beasts is already a remarkable feat, leaving little capacity for regular cleansing of the surrounding mountains and forests. Should anyone spot a high-level mutated creature nearby, it is highly probable that they would report it to the military headquarters in Xiangzhou, awaiting the arrival of a master to eliminate the threat. The lively mutated tiger before them has evidently yet to face the judgment of justice. Chapter 83. The master is wise, his skills unrivaled, invincible in all directions. As Lin Che, a late-stage practitioner of the transformative realm, wielding the heavenly blade breaking the sky technique, he felt confident in his ability to contend with a master at the early stage of the innate realm. Yet, when confronted with a 5th-level mutated tiger, he found himself utterly powerless. He even doubted whether he could pierce the creature's hide, let alone slay it. Moreover, this 5th-level mutated tiger possessed the ability to manipulate wind elements, likely granting it long-range attack capabilities. The territorial instincts of feline mutants are notably strong. This particular tiger must have been drawn to this location by the roar of Bai Xiaobai, arriving to drive away intruders. Run! Lin Che commanded Bai Xiaobai decisively. Immediately, the duo, one human and one tiger, bolted down the mountainside. The 5th-level mutated tiger swiftly followed suit. Lin Che perceived that the creature's speed was almost unreasonable, possibly due to its wind elemental powers. Even with Lin Che exerting nearly all his strength, the distance between them continued to diminish, and it seemed that they were approaching a perilous proximity. The tiger suddenly leaped, closing the gap significantly, and then opened its massive jaws to unleash a ferocious roar. This roar was markedly different from the one before. Accompanying it were several blades of wind that shot forth from the tiger's mouth. Is this cheating? I had always been the one to play tricks on others. Yet today, I find myself bullied by a mutated tiger. Faced with this predicament, Lin Che had no choice but to halt, turning to swing his long knife in an attempt to deflect the wind blades. Fortunately, although the mutated tiger wielded wind abilities, they were evidently a supplementary tactic. Its primary reliance remained on its sharp claws and formidable teeth. After Lin Che successfully blocked the wind blades, several of his chi blades struck the mutated tiger. As he had anticipated, the chi blades of the transformative realm were insufficient to injure the 5th-level creature. After enduring a few of Lin Che's attacks, the tiger lunged at him once more. Oh, Bai Xiaobai expressed its intense dissatisfaction, attempting to use its intimidation ability to disrupt the mutated tiger. However, the 4th-level white tiger's intimidation powers clearly lacked the potency to significantly affect the 5th-level beast. After a moment's hesitation, the mutated tiger raised its claws and struck down towards Lin Che. It was time to demonstrate true skill. Lin Che unexpectedly retracted his long knife and met the tiger's claws with a direct punch. Of course, he did not aim for the sharp claws, but rather targeted the tiger's paw. A long knife might not breach the defenses of a 5th-level creature, but a punch imbued with chi could inflict internal injuries upon the tiger's paw. Bang! Lin Che's fist collided with the tiger's paw. Bang! He was sent flying by the force, crashing into a tree trunk. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Che could only watch as the mutated tiger roared in response. Seemingly bewildered. What is this? How can such a feeble bipedal creature inflict harm upon my paw? Is this reasonable? Evidently. Lin Che had underestimated the ferocity of the 5th-level mutated tiger, while the tiger had similarly underestimated Lin Che's cunning. The two remained locked in a standoff for a moment before Lin Che decided to flee once more. The situation was dire, and the wind was unforgiving. Seeing this, Bai Xiaobai quickly followed Lin Che's lead. The 5th-level mutated tiger, feigning its unwillingness to relent, roared a few times before turning back towards the mountains. However, its steps were clearly uncoordinated, as one of its forepaws seemed hesitant to bear weight. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt. The 5th-level mutated creature possessed a certain degree of intelligence and would not engage in futile endeavors. Since it had been wounded, it recognized the threat to its life. It had come to assert its dominance, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle. With the intruders retreating from its territory, it was not a petty tiger, and this time, it would let the matter rest. Lin Che and Bai Xiaobai ran at full speed until they emerged from the forest and reached the foot of the mountain. That was far too perilous. Fortunately, I outsmarted it, forcing it to withdraw with a single paw strike, preventing it from pursuing us further. Otherwise, today would have spelled our doom. Though their escape was frantic, Lin Che did not forget to salvage his dignity in front of his two pets. The master is wise. His skills unmatched, invincible in all directions. Golden Treasure was quite perceptive. How embarrassing. Bai Xiaobai could hardly agree. What? Are you questioning your senior? Golden Treasure retorted with dissatisfaction. No, Bai Xiaobai responded weakly. Then why do you not support me? Come, learn from me. Golden Treasure persisted, repeating, the master is wise, his skills unmatched. Invincible in all directions. Bai Xiaobai chimed in, the master is wise, his skills unmatched, invincible in, Golden Treasure quipped, you must be a fool. Can inner thoughts really deceive others? What does invincible in even mean? Bai Xiaobai simply buried its head between its paws. The master is wise, his skills unmatched. Invincible in all directions. Golden Treasure responded, yes, that's right. You are indeed teachable. Cough, cough, cough. You truly are a magnificent senior. Despite Lin Che's thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed after Golden Treasure's antics. Regardless, the grievances of today will surely be repaid in the future. Once I break through to the realm of masters, I shall return to this place and slay it. Excellent. The master is mighty. Golden Treasure quickly echoed. Bai Xiaobai hesitated for a moment. The master is mighty. Having finished his grand proclamation, Lin Che felt satisfied and soon returned to the vehicle. Let us depart. This is not the place I seek. He casually closed the car door. Understood, senior. Song Qian did not press further and promptly started the vehicle. At noon, Song Yu finalized the collaboration details with the commander of the Huitong City Defense Forces, declining the banquet and returning to the hotel. By all accounts, local officials' invitations should not be refused, especially in business, where personal relationships matter. Yet, he could not very well bring Lin Che to someone else's banquet, as that would be somewhat overshadowing. Thus, he had to settle for a polite refusal. This Changyang Mountain is not the one I seek. This afternoon, I plan to return to Xiangzhou and take the high-speed train to Chang'an. I extend my gratitude to Manager Song for his hospitality over the past few days. I shall bid you all farewell. Lin Che feigned a farewell. How fortuitous. Senior is returning to Xiangzhou. We are heading back as well, and we can travel together. Song Yu quickly responded. Are we returning? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. The business team just arrived in Huitong, and we haven't even compiled the client demands yet. And now we are leaving? Of course. I have already added Commander Wang as a contact. He will naturally send me the compiled data. Song Yu wore an expression of certainty. Staying here any longer is just a waste of time. It's better to return with the senior. Oh, right. It is indeed time to return. How fortunate that we will be traveling with the senior. Zhang Yang finally grasped Song Yu's intention. In truth, such pleasantries do not withstand scrutiny. Xiangzhou and Huitong are quite distant, with numerous cities of varying sizes to visit along the way. Song Yu insisted on conducting business in Huitong, and before the arrangements were finalized, he rushed back to Xiangzhou. It was evident to any discerning observer that his primary motivation was to facilitate Lin Che, with business discussions merely a secondary consideration. Oh, Manager Song, aren't you going to visit other cities? Lin Che casually inquired. No. I've realized that my efficiency is greatly diminished by making a trip. It's far quicker to have the Xiangzhou military headquarters compile the statistics directly. Song Yu had already devised a plan for the subsequent matters. I shall negotiate directly with the Xiangzhou military headquarters. Given this, I must trouble the three of you once more. Thus, Lin Che successfully managed to hitch a ride again. As they departed the city, the commander of the Huitong City Defense Army personally saw them off, truly giving ample face to the Chu pharmaceutical company. Lin Che sensed that it might not be long before the new Hai Chu family ascended to become the fifth most prominent family in Huaxia. Upon their return to Xiangzhou, the atmosphere among the city defense forces was noticeably more somber. Chapter 84. Cycling to the bar, frugality and indulgence in balance. After leaving the city yesterday, did you encounter 4 Raptor off-road vehicles along the way? For soldiers questioned each of the 4 individuals. No, they all replied in unison. Did you encounter any unusual circumstances? The soldier pressed again. No. They shook their heads repeatedly. What transpired? Song Yu pretended to inquire softly. Since Manager Song hasn't seen anything, there's no need to ask further. We are merely following protocol. The soldier, adhering to a certain principle, refrained from divulging additional information. Upon entering Xiangzhou, the 4 inquired a bit and learned the backstory. It turned out that the leader among those who had pursued Lin Che yesterday was the brother-in-law of the commander of the Xiangzhou City Defense Army. That individual, emboldened by having a colonel as a brother-in-law, had been a notorious troublemaker, a tyrant in Xiangzhou. For reasons unknown, he had led a dozen henchmen out of the city yesterday and met his demise. In light of this, one might say Lin Che inadvertently served the people of Xiangzhou. Indeed, it was laughable that T-brother could hardly achieve great things, resorting to such lowly assassins. Song Yu and the others escorted Lin Che to the Xiangzhou station, accompanying him as he arranged for by Xiaobai's transport. There was no need for such complexity with Huang Jinbao, who could shrink to the size of an ant and travel wherever he pleased. This led to Bai Xiaobai being teased by Huang Jinbao, leaving the young child's heart quite shaken. I wonder when our senior will return. Whenever you have time, please do visit Xiangzhou again, and we shall certainly treat you well. Song Yu had shown Lin Che utmost respect over the past few days, with no impropriety whatsoever. Perhaps you will return to Xinhai in a while. We shall meet again, Lin Che remarked with a knowing smile. Indeed, as the senior says, in life, where do we not encounter each other? Fate will bring us together once more, Zhang Yang quickly chimed in. Lin Che shook his head. This isn't some ancient era. We can simply add each other as contacts and keep in touch anytime. Ahem. Right. Let us add each other as friends. Zhang Yang hastily operated his wristband to add Lin Che. Song Yu and Song Qian followed suit, each adding Lin Che as a friend. Attention, passengers. The G858 train from Xiangzhou to Chang'an is now boarding. Please have your luggage ready and proceed to Gate 3 for ticket inspection. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Che bade farewell to Song Yu and the others and made his way toward the ticket gate. Although it was called ticket inspection, it had been entirely replaced by facial recognition technology, allowing entry simply by scanning one's face. Song Yu and the others watched Lin Che's figure fade into the crowd, filled with sentiment. The senior took the initiative to add us as contacts. Showing no airs of superiority, Zhang Yang observed the new friend on his contact list, unable to suppress a smile. Hearing this, Song Yu shot Zhang Yang a glance. If the senior weren't so approachable, you would have been dealt with long ago. No, brother Song, that's not fair. I was merely ignorant of the truth back then, and the senior wouldn't stoop to my level, Zhang Yang replied, a bit awkwardly, trying to maintain his dignity. Song Yu shook his head. Be careful in the future. Remember that trouble often comes from the mouth. Yes, brother Song is right. Zhang Yang hastily agreed. The distance from Xiangzhou to Chang'an is approximately 1,000 kilometers, with the high-speed train taking nearly 4 hours. They passed through several areas prone to beast tides. Yet no further incidents occurred. Upon arriving in Chang'an, it was already deep into the night. Lin Che retrieved by Xiaobai and found a nearby hotel to settle in, planning to hire a team of martial artists the next day to accompany him to Shinnong town. It wasn't that he feared encountering danger. He had simply grown accustomed to being ferried around. The nearly 200 kilometers from Chang'an to Shinnong town was not a journey he wished to undertake on foot. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, the Chang'an Martial Artists Association's service hall was bustling with activity. Hello. I would like to hire a team of martial artists to take me to Shinnong town. After waiting in line for quite some time, Lin Che finally spoke with the staff. Certainly, sir. What level of martial artist team are you looking to hire? The staff member displayed a professional smile. For Lin Che, any level below master was inconsequential, and he could not afford any above that. Therefore, he was indifferent to the martial artist team's classification. It doesn't matter. As long as they can provide transportation, he replied. Very well, please hold on while I check for you. The staff member nodded. Transportation was the only requirement. There were no restrictions on the martial artist level. Naturally, all team members would at least be at the Chi opening stage, with the most common being those at the transformation stage. The martial artist teams ranged from D to S level, comprising 5 tiers in total. At the team's inception, the Martial Artists Association would evaluate the martial art realms of all members to assign a team level. Should any member break through to a higher realm, or if the team performed exceptionally over a long-term assignment, their rating would be upgraded accordingly. A team composed entirely of Chi opening stage martial artists would inevitably be rated as D level. A team with both Chi opening and transformation stage members would likely be rated C level. Conversely, if a team consisted entirely of transformation stage martial artists, it would typically be classified as B level. Should a team contain even one master, it would receive an A rating, regardless of its recent formation. As for those above the extraordinary level, they rarely appeared in martial artist teams, given their rarity and high demand. Unless a team was established earlier and a member later broke through to become extraordinary, such a team would indeed be rated as the highest S level. Hello, sir. We recommend 2 teams for you. One is a D-level team composed of 7 Chi opening stage martial artists, equipped with 2 off-road vehicles. The staff member explained while scrolling through the holographic interface. The other is a C-level team, consisting of 3 transformation stage martial artists and 3 Chi opening stage martial artists, also equipped with 2 off-road vehicles. Both teams meet your requirement for transportation without any stipulations on martial artist levels. Lin Che remained non-committal. What are the fees? The D-level team charges between 50,000 to 100,000 Huaxia coins per day, while the C-level team charges between 100,000 to 500,000 Huaxia coins, with the specific price depending on task difficulty. The staff member patiently elaborated, without imposing on Lin Che's choice. In that case, I will go with the D-level team. Lin Che nodded, opting for the most economical service despite possessing millions of Huaxia coins. Cycling to the bar, one ought to save where possible and indulge where necessary. Regardless of whether it was a D-level or C-level team, Lin Che was entirely unconcerned with their combat prowess. Thus, there is no need to expend several times the cost to hire a C-grade team. Very well, please hold on a moment. The receptionist nodded and sent a call request to the D-grade team. Ah, my dear Nana, you finally reached out to me. A nonchalant young man appeared on the holographic screen. The receptionist's expression darkened. If you continue to speak in such a manner, I shall recommend this task to another team. The young man quickly suppressed his playful demeanor. No, I was wrong. Please, tell me, what arduous task has compelled you to think of me? It is an escort mission. The receptionist glanced at Lin Che. Mr. Lin, it would be better if you spoke with him yourself. Very well. Lin Che nodded and continued. I require someone to take me to Shinong Town. I am curious about your team's rates. Shinong Town? What business do you have in such a remote place? The young man inquired casually. What I do is none of your concern. Simply inform me of your team's pricing. Lin Che was not inclined to fabricate excuses. Let me think. Our team of 7 charges 70,000 a day, quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Che shook his head decisively. I offer 50,000 a day, requiring just 2 individuals. A vehicle for transport will suffice. In reality, having more people would not be of much assistance. Come now, my friend. One cannot calculate the costs in such a manner. We are a martial arts team, a cohesive unit. How can one hire merely 2 members? The young man's brow furrowed slightly. 50,000 a day, just 2 individuals, and a vehicle. If this is acceptable, we have a deal. If not, I shall seek another team. Lin Che did not afford the young man much time for contemplation. 50,000 was the minimum for the commission, not Lin Che's lower limit. Were it not for the belief that 50,000 was too meager for just one person, he might have even settled for just one. The young man reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, when shall we depart? Now. Lin Che's lips curled into a slight smile. Sunja, the captain of a D-grade martial arts team, at the age of 27, was still merely an enlightened realm warrior, possessing only E-grade talent. His team members were equally of E-grade talent. 7 individuals, all unable to advance to the transcendent realm, had banded together to form this D-grade martial arts team, which they had humorously named the Slime 7. This moniker sounded inherently weak, and in truth, it was. Due to their low levels of cultivation and lack of formidable abilities, they seldom received high-difficulty missions. Naturally, even if a challenging task were presented to them, their enlightened realm cultivation would likely render them incapable of completing it. In fact, not only high-difficulty missions, but even those of minimal challenge were seldom entrusted to them by employers. After all, enlightened realm warriors struggle to protect themselves in the wild. How could they be relied upon to safeguard others? Once in the wilderness, life and death become uncertain, and who would dare to gamble with their own life? Today, after a prolonged hiatus, Sunja finally received a mission notification, yet the employer was rather peculiar. He preferred to spend 50,000 to hire 2 enlightened realm warriors rather than 70,000 for 7. Perhaps in the eyes of this employer, 2 expendables and 7 expendables would make little difference in the outcome of a battle. Sunja was acutely aware of his role. Expendables are expendables, and there is no shame in that. Following the acquisition of crystal cores by Chu Pharmaceuticals throughout Huaxia, warriors gained an additional source of income. Any warrior possessing Transcendent Realm cultivation would seek to hunt mutated beasts in the wild, collecting crystal cores for remuneration. Regrettably, Sun Ce, being only an Enlightened Realm warrior, was ill-suited for such hunting. For the sake of 50,000 Huaxia coins, Sun Ce reluctantly abandoned the principle of 7 men advancing and retreating together, calling on one brother to drive and escort Lin Che out of Chang'an City. Naturally, he did not intend to keep the commission all to themselves. Upon completion of the task, he planned to split the earnings, with each of the 2 participants receiving 10,000, while the remaining 30,000 would be divided among the other 5 members. As the elder brother, one must uphold brotherhood. Mr. Lin, what level of mutated beast is your pet? Sun Ce asked from the passenger seat, glancing back at the white creature resting beside Lin Che. Level 4. Lin Che replied casually. Sun Ce inhaled sharply. The young man driving beside him couldn't help but tremble a bit. The Slime 7 might be able to contend with a level 3 mutated beast, but should they encounter a level 4 in the wild, it would likely lead to their annihilation. Thus, they had never ventured into the wilderness to hunt, as they merely sought to make a living, with no necessity to deliver themselves as prey to the mutated beasts. No wonder Mr. Lin opted to hire just 2 of us, with that mutated beast by his side. Even 10 Enlightened Realm warriors would likely prove inadequate. In Sun Ce's eyes, Lin Che's primary asset was undoubtedly that mutated beast. After all, during the task assignment, he distinctly saw that Lin Che was also an Enlightened Realm warrior. It currently lacks the means to be of assistance, as it requires experience, Lin Che remarked while gently stroking the fur of the white creature. Oh well, the creature expressed its discontent. Silence. Lin Che shot at a glance. The creature immediately fell silent, but couldn't help but grumble internally. I am quite formidable, you know, and please, do not treat me like a mere kitten. Mr. Lin is too modest. A level 4 mutated beast is indeed capable of surpassing some Transcendent Realm warriors. Sun Ce exclaimed, his face alight with envy. The sum he referred to naturally indicated those Transcendent Realm warriors lacking combat experience. If a warrior had survived fierce battles or had navigated through beast tides, they would certainly be able to handle a level 4 mutated beast alone. For instance, Lin Che, even without the Heavenly Blade breaking the sky technique, would still be able to manage a level 4 mutated beast. Dealing with Transcendent Realm warriors might be of no avail. We have already attracted the attention of a master. Lin Che's brows furrowed, the situation exceeding his expectations. How is that possible? Sun Ce exclaimed in disbelief, hastily checking the rearview mirror to glimpse a figure clad in a tight combat suit, donning a black helmet and wielding a long blade, riding a motorcycle and rapidly approaching. Indeed, it is quite unexpected, Lin Che murmured. What shall we do? Sun Ce could not help but inquire. Although he was uncertain how Lin Che had discerned that the individual was a master, it was clear that anyone bold enough to wander alone in the wild must at least be a Transcendent Realm warrior. To Sun Ce, there was little distinction between a Transcendent Realm and a master. He would be unable to contend with either. Lin Che shook his head. Pull over. There is no escaping this. Sun Ce felt utterly bewildered. Having accepted a mere 50,000 a day, he now found himself facing a master warrior. Yet, with no other options available, he had no choice but to comply with Lin Che's instructions. All right, Su, pull over. Understood. Su promptly obeyed Sun Ce's command, slowly steering the vehicle to the side. You two remain in the vehicle. I will assess the situation. Lin Che forced himself to remain calm. Exiting the city will surely lead to ambush, he thought, as if a switch had been flipped within him. The last encounter involved a horde of Transcendent Realm expendables, where he faced them 1 against 18 without hesitation. Yet now, confronting a warrior at the early stage of the innate realm left him feeling apprehensive. Before encountering a level 5 mutated tiger the day before, Lin Che had always believed he could manage any adversary. However, this recent experience had brought a stark realization that he had previously taken matters too lightly. While innate warriors could contend with level 5 mutated creatures, he found himself incapable of breaching the defenses of such beasts. The disparity was glaringly evident. Of course, innate warriors capable of handling level 5 mutated creatures belonged to the relatively stronger cadre. Although Lin Che felt a tinge of nervousness, he was far from being intimidated by the prospect of battle. The protective aura of innate realm warriors may not necessarily surpass the sinews and bones of a 5th-level mutated entity. Whether he would succeed or fail, one must at least attempt it. You certainly possess a bold spirit. Aware that he is being pursued, not only do you refrain from fleeing, but you dare to confront me head-on. The assassin, witnessing Lin Che's initiative to disembark from the vehicle, deftly executed a tailspin with his motorcycle before coming to a halt. As if I could simply escape, Lin Che lamented inwardly. Since you are already cognizant of the situation, do you have any final words before your demise? The assassin stationed himself 10 meters away from Lin Che, exhibiting considerable caution. I wish to know, what price did your employer offer for your services? Despite the perilous circumstances, Lin Che's curiosity remained unscathed. Ha ha, you are quite amusing. Even in dire straits, you still concern yourself with trivialities. The assassin paused momentarily before continuing. 100 million. He stated that this sum was originally intended for you, and since you refused to accept it, allow me to collect it on your behalf. Oh, so it is him. Lin Che realized with sudden clarity. Do you have any last words? The assassin pressed again. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he exhibited no sense of urgency. There is one more question. Lin Che nodded. If a grandmaster were to lose his life for 100 million, would that be deemed worthwhile? The assassin instantly grasped the implications of Lin Che's words, and his fury surged uncontrollably. Arrogance. Since you possess no final words, then prepare to meet your end. Chapter 86. We, the Slime 7 monsters, are renowned for our integrity. Ha ha. Whether it is I who is reckless or you who squanders your life, the truth shall ultimately be revealed in the heat of battle. As he spoke, Lin Che unleashed a technique known as the 1,000-blade breaking sky. Whoosh. Dozens of energy blades erupted from the tip of Lin Che's blade, effectively encircling the assassin. The assassin initially perceived Lin Che as a mere chi-opening realm warrior, but was caught off guard upon witnessing the sudden onslaught of energy blades. Fortunately, as an innate master, he was able to instantaneously summon his protective aura. Thud, 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 thud. The energy blades collided with the protective aura like a drop in the ocean, failing to stir any significant disturbance. Yet, Lin Che's maneuver stirred a tempest within the assassin's heart. You are indeed a master? No. You can unleash energy blades with mere transformation realm cultivation? The assassin erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a fortuitous opportunity. Boy, if you surrender this martial technique, I may spare your life. Humph, do you think I would trust you? Lin Che scoffed disdainfully. Young man, do not mistake my leniency for weakness. The assassin drew his long knife, countering the energy blades Lin Che unleashed, and charged forward with vigor. Clang. Their blades clashed, sending a jolt through Lin Che's arm. At your current level of cultivation, you are unlikely to match me. It would be wise to surrender your martial technique to avoid suffering. The assassin threatened while attacking, intending to kill Lin Che outright. However, upon witnessing Lin Che's martial skills, his strategy shifted. A technique capable of allowing a transformation realm warrior to manifest true energy is worth far more than 100 million. He sought to keep Lin Che alive, to extract the secrets of that martial technique. Clang, clang, clang. As the two clashed repeatedly, Lin Che's grip on his long knife began to falter. Ha ha ha, boy. Stop struggling. It is futile. The assassin, noticing Lin Che's trembling arm, grew increasingly smug. Is that so? I do not believe it. A glint of cunning flashed in Lin Che's eyes. The assassin realized too late that it was already too late to retract his arrogance. Roar. With a fierce tiger's roar. The assassin was momentarily stunned. In that fleeting instant, Lin Che swung his blade and severed the assassin's head. No matter how formidable the master, without a head, death is inevitable. Simultaneously, Lin Che felt a surge of power coursing through him, shattering the bottleneck that had restrained him for months. At long last, he officially ascended to the initial stage of the innate realm, becoming a martial arts grandmaster. An 18-year-old martial arts grandmaster, an unparalleled rarity in Huaxia. In the midst of his exhilaration, Lin Che could not help but feel a pang of fear. The ability to slay the assassin was indeed a stroke of luck. Had the assassin been more cautious, relying on his innate prowess to engage Lin Che from a distance, he would have undoubtedly worn Lin Che down in no time. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Che's martial technique, the assassin succumbed to greed, desiring to capture Lin Che alive. By forsaking the advantage of his innate realm, he chose to engage in close combat with a transformation realm warrior. He had indeed underestimated his opponent. Truly, those who court death often find it. Your fate was sealed. Lin Che turned to Bai Xiaobai. You have earned great merit this time. What reward do you desire? The Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune. Just days prior, Bai Xiaobai had been captivated by the description of the Wheel of Fortune provided by Huang Jinbao and had been unable to shake it from his mind. No problem. Once we finish our current task and return, I shall certainly procure a Wheel of Fortune for you. Lin Che feigned extravagance. In truth, even if Bai Xiaobai hadn't mentioned it, Lin Che intended to prepare a set of potions for it. After all, it was his pet. If he did not pamper it, who would? Moreover, through their telepathic bond, Bai Xiaobai acquiring an additional ability was tantamount to Lin Che himself gaining a new power. What joy that would bring. Lin Che initially contemplated incinerating the assassin's corpse, but reconsidered and began to search the body instead. For being an innate warrior, it was likely that the assassin possessed valuable items. After rummaging for some time, Lin Che ultimately discovered only a black pearl the size of a ping-pong ball and several bank cards that could only be utilized by the holder. Lin Che shook his head, silently stowing away the pearl, and then proceeded to incinerate both the body and the motorcycle on the spot. As for the long knife wielded by the assassin, Lin Che did not waste it this time. He casually picked it up and gifted it to Sun Jia. Those who witness must share in the spoils, but remember, once you accept something, you must maintain confidentiality. Lin Che's tone was stern. Rest assured, we, the Slime 7 monsters, are known for our integrity. We shall never divulge customer privacy. Sun Jia nodded earnestly, making a solemn pledge. What a joke. A grandmaster slaying another grandmaster is not something a mere chi-opening realm warrior like him should dare to discuss. Lin Che nodded slightly. Very well, let us proceed. All right, Tiger. Drive on. Sun Jia urged his younger brother to hasten. Based on the information revealed by the assassin, Lin Che could now confirm that the mastermind behind this assassination attempt was none other than Zheng Jingyin, whom he had repeatedly refused. Previously, it was understandable that Lin Zishuan had known his travel route and orchestrated the pursuit. However, since Zheng Jingyin had been recalled by the Zheng family, how did he learn of Lin Che's whereabouts? Contemplating this, Lin Che glanced at the locator on his right wrist. It appears there are traitors within the organization. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining option, no matter how implausible, is indeed the truth. Someone within the Public Security Bureau has betrayed his location, or to phrase it differently, someone has acquired his real-time location information from the Bureau. Could it be you, Captain Zhao? Lin Che thought of a certain solemn officer in the security division. The vehicle gradually came to a stop, and Lin Che shook off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind as he stepped out of the car. Lin Che looked up, observing the lush pine and cypress branches still adorned with patches of unmelted snow. The contrast of green and white painted a picturesque scene, soothing to the soul. Alas, this mountain was still not the Chanyang mountain he sought. Since I have come this far, Lin Che stepped into the depths of the mountain, with Bai Xiaobai closely following behind. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Jia and Sun Hu promptly disembarked the vehicle to follow suit. Lin Che's primary motivation for venturing into the mountains was to experience firsthand the extent of his enhancement since attaining the Master Realm. The snow in the mountains had yet to melt, and with each step the group took, the snow would crackle beneath their feet. The surface of the snow reflected a cold, white luminescence, causing Lin Che to squint slightly. In such an environment, locating prey seemed increasingly challenging. I'll take the lead. Rest assured I'll accomplish the task. Golden Treasure immediately volunteered. Or perhaps I should go instead. In this snowy expanse, I am virtually invisible. Bai Xiaobai timidly suggested. Humph. Climb a tree to scout. Your vantage point will be superior. Golden Treasure continued to showcase his strengths. Bai Xiaobai retorted, I can do that too. Golden Treasure shot back. How dare you contradict your senior? Bai Xiaobai replied. You two should go together and see who finds the prey first. As the master of slaves, Lin Che revealed his capitalist tendencies. A beam of golden light shot forth from Lin Che's pocket, instantly darting up a nearby large tree. Bai Xiaobai, not one to be outdone, leaped several times and swiftly vanished into the woods. Sun Jia couldn't help but voice his concern. Mr. Lin, will it be all right for it to run around the jungle on its own? What could possibly happen to it? Lin Che shook his head dismissively and continued forward. As the king of the jungle, if Bai Xiaobai could not handle such a situation, what difference would there be between it and a useless creature? It was worth noting that when Lin Che first encountered Bai Xiaobai, it had summoned a horde of beasts. 8 o'clock, 700 meters away. A mutated red fox has been spotted. Golden Treasure soon relayed the reconnaissance results. The red fox stood out starkly against the pristine white backdrop, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Upon hearing this, Lin Che immediately charged toward the direction of the red fox. Upon spotting the target, Lin Che couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Chapter 87. Little Fox, you must learn to be grateful. Level 3 Mutated Red Fox. Ability, Mental Interference. Threat level, relatively low. To his astonishment, it possessed the ability of mental interference. This peculiar power reminded Lin Che of a bygone acquaintance. Regrettably, this red fox was merely a level 3 mutant and had yet to reach its full potential. At this moment, encountering Lin Che signified its impending demise. Even with the formidable power of mental interference, it was unlikely to alter its fate. Suddenly aware of Lin Che's presence, the red fox lifted its gaze to meet his. Their eyes locked, and Lin Che swiftly unleashed a blade of energy. Under normal circumstances, a master-level martial artist's energy blade would leave no chance for a level 3 red fox. However, the actual outcome defied expectations. The energy blade grazed the red fox, piercing through a large tree behind it. The red fox bolted, and Lin Che was determined not to let it escape. A martial artist at the master level would find it effortless to pursue a level 3 mutant. With a few agile movements, Lin Che positioned himself in front of the fleeing red fox. However, when he swung his blade again, he discovered the red fox had already reappeared 100 meters to his left. All right, you have successfully ignited my ire. Lin Che, having just ascended to the innate realm, was brimming with energy and could hardly believe that he, a dignified master, was being toyed with by a mere level 3 mutated fox. Even during his days as a transcendent realm practitioner, he had never encountered such a relentless level 3 mutant. Surely, his combat prowess should not diminish with an increase in rank. A chase ensued through the forest. It fled ahead, while he pursued from behind, the fox seemingly flightless. Ultimately, the level 3 mutant's physical stamina was limited, and after a relentless pursuit lasting several minutes, the mutated red fox finally succumbed to exhaustion, its speed diminishing. This creature had repeatedly evaded Lin Che's grasp using its mental interference ability. A mere level 3 mutant was proving to be more troublesome than a level 4 mutant. Were it not for Bai Xiaobai's presence, Lin Che would have been tempted to keep this mutated red fox as a pet. Now, without any golden pine nuts in hand, acquiring a new pet would require considerable effort in taming. As a member of the laid-back faction, Lin Che had little energy to spare for training a fox. Just as he hesitated on whether to eliminate it and extract its crystal core, Sun Je and Sun Hu caught up from behind. Mr. Lin, could I purchase this mutated red fox from you? Sun Je had discerned that this fox was extraordinary, as it had managed to evade a master for over 10 minutes. Clearly not an ordinary mutant. You wish to acquire it? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. What price are you willing to offer? For him, the decision to kill the red fox was a matter of indifference. A level 3 crystal core was worth 200,000. If the fox could be sold for a higher price, its death would not be necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Je slowly replied, I'll have my brothers pool together 50,000. Would that be acceptable? The Slime 7 were all practitioners at the Chi Awakening realm and seldom received any worthwhile missions. If he could tame this level 3 mutated red fox, it would serve as a life-saving charm for their team. If they successfully completed 50 missions, even if no one in their group could break through to the transcendent realm, they could still be promoted to a C-level team based on accumulated task points. At that point, their task limits would be raised and their earnings would increase. Lin Che nodded. You have good insight, but this fox is exceptionally cunning. Are you certain you can tame it? I will find a way to tame it. After all, this may be my only opportunity for a turnaround. Sun Je's eyes seemed to ignite with a flame, one fueled by determination. Deal. Lin Che's lips curled into a subtle smile. Prey detected. Hurry back. Bai Xiaobai circled back to Lin Che and promptly dashed off in the opposite direction. Thus, Lin Che grasped the red fox in one hand and wielded his long blade in the other as he pursued Bai Xiaobai. After slaying 5 mutated beasts, Lin Che gradually acclimated to his newfound realm. Following this, he did not linger further but led Sun Je and Sun Hu down the mountain. On the ascent, it had been 3 people and 1 tiger. On the descent, it transformed into 3 people, 1 tiger, and an additional mutated red fox. Initially, after regaining some strength, the fox attempted to resist, but ultimately succumbed to a series of strikes from Lin Che and settled down obediently. Now, there remained one final location. Lin Che hoped this journey would not be in vain. He glanced back at the forest behind him before turning to enter the vehicle. Sun Je retrieved a metal beast cage from the trunk and requested Lin Che to place the mutated fox within. He then immediately contacted the other members of his team to gather the 50,000. When Lin Che received the transfer, he promptly returned 30,000 to Sun Je. What does this mean, Mr. Lin? Sun Je inquired, somewhat puzzled. If I were to kill this fox and extract its crystal core, it would only be worth 200,000, Lin Che replied, shaking his head. As for the additional 30,000, I will not accept it. Consider it a gesture of friendship from me. Sun Je felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, opening his mouth several times before finally managing to express, Thank you, Mr. Lin. Had it not been for awakening his innate talent for killing and becoming a young master of the Lin family, Lin Che would likely have ended up like Sun Je and Sun Hu, on the fringes of the Martial Arts Association. With limited cultivation, they struggled to earn money, exhausting themselves merely to make ends meet. This was true even for practitioners at the Chi Awakening realm. For ordinary people and body refinement practitioners, life would likely be far more arduous. Lin Che's decision to accept 200,000 while returning 30,000 was merely to prevent Sun Je from feeling as though he was being pitted. Even in the face of hardship, one must retain a semblance of dignity. Becoming a master seemed to have not only elevated Lin Che's martial prowess, but also enriched his state of mind. At this moment, the mutated red fox appeared significantly quieter than before, though whether it was due to fear of Lin Che's reprimand or the influence of Bai Xiaobai was uncertain. Oh, little fox, this time they have saved your life. You must certainly learn to be grateful. Otherwise, you may not have such good fortune next time. Lin Che spoke earnestly. Regardless of whether the mutated red fox could comprehend him, I wonder where Mr. Lin intends to go next. Sun Ja casually inquired. Well, our next destination is Mount Xiuqi in Longnan. Let us go. All right, Tiger, start the car. Subsequently, the vehicle gradually accelerated, heading westward. Mount Xiuqi, towering over 700 meters, is encircled by water on 3 sides and connected to mountains on one. It is said that the cultural ancestor, Fuxi, one of the 3 sovereigns, was born here. In later generations, a temple was constructed to honor the 3 sovereigns, enshrining Fuxi, Shinnong, and Xianyuan together. If the head of Xingtian truly lies within this mountain, would Lin Che's quest to retrieve it not raise suspicions of disrespect towards the 3 sovereigns? You may remain in the car. I shall venture ahead myself. This time, Lin Che did not intend to let the 2 Qiankong realm warriors accompany him into the mountain recklessly. After all, since the previous 2 locations had been ruled out, it is highly probable that this Mount Xiuqi is the very Chanyang mountain he seeks. Should anything resembling Xingtian's possession occur once inside, he would find it difficult to explain. Since Mr. Lin has already employed us, we should accompany him through any dangers in the mountains. Sun Ja's attitude had shifted from before. Initially, when faced with a master's pursuit, Lin Che instructed the 2 to stay in the car, and they complied without protest. Clearly, they had no intention of risking their lives for Lin Che over a mere 50,000. Now, having received Lin Che's favor, seeing him prepare to venture alone into peril, Sun Ja surprisingly felt a surge of courage. However, he ultimately failed to grasp Lin Che's concerns. And this goodwill would ultimately be in vain. There's no need. If you follow me, I may have to divert my attention to protect you. Lin Che shook his head. Though the words were harsh, the reality was indeed as such. Thus, Sun Ja could only acquiesce. All right, then we shall wait here for Mr. Lin. Lin Che nodded, said no more, and departed the vehicle with by Xiaobai. Chapter 88 Lin Che. Oh Lin Che, you truly have a knack for trouble. It is said that Mount Xiuqi produces a type of stone known as Xiuqi stone. This stone possesses a delicate texture and a lustrous hue. Producing a sound akin to fragrance when struck, it resembles jade, yet is not jade, often crafted into ornaments. Lin Che pondered, if the mountain were indeed cleaved open, could the Xiuqi stones within be sold for profit? As his thoughts wandered, Lin Che arrived at the temple of the 3 sovereigns. Regardless of whether he ultimately intended to excavate the mountain, he still wished to pay his respects at this temple. After all, the 3 sovereigns are the ancestors of Huaxiao and must not be disrespected. Upon entering the main hall, Lin Che suddenly realized he possessed no incense or candles for worship. Lifting his gaze to the dust-covered statues of the 3 sovereigns, he sighed. After the day of revelation, humanity had been preoccupied with their own survival, and this temple had evidently been neglected for many years. I shall not come in vain. Although I have no offerings for the 3 sovereigns, I can at least help clean their statues. While speaking, Lin Che procured cleaning tools and began to tidy up the 3 statues. The statues of Fuxi and Shinnong were soon polished to a shine, but as he approached the statue of Xianyuan, a sudden explosion resounded in his mind. Xianyuan, I shall not share the heavens with you. Xingtian, with 2 eyes emerging from his navel, gritted his teeth and glared at Xianyuan Huangdi, seated upon the throne. Xingtian, your valor is commendable. Now that the throne of the heavenly emperor is secured, should you submit, I can grant you a divine position. Xianyuan Huangdi replied with a calm demeanor. The situation is as such. Why must you mislead yourself? Yet, Xingtian was entirely ungrateful. What nonsense. A minister serves but one master. I, Xingtian, am not one to seek glory by betraying my lord. Moreover, you acted dishonorably, using deceit to sever my head. This enmity cannot be reconciled. This is a grave misunderstanding. Shinnong has already led his people to submit to the Xiong clan. If you refuse to pledge allegiance to me, would you not be betraying Shinnong? I cannot argue with you, nor do I wish to debate right and wrong. Take this. Xingtian wasted no time, swinging his colossal axe to unleash a wave of force. The heavens trembled, the scene shattered, and the vision gradually faded. When Lin Che regained his senses, he found himself amidst the mountains and forests, the temple of the 3 sovereigns nowhere to be seen. What is happening? Lin Che's face was filled with confusion. Golden treasure, with just a flash of brilliance. We ended up here. Bai Xiaobai chimed in. Yes, I didn't even see what happened. Lin Che placed a hand against his forehead. Could it be that unfortunate? Based on the descriptions from his 2 pets, Lin Che arrived at a rather helpless conclusion. He had evidently encountered a rift in time and space. Was Xingtian's axe truly so powerful that it sent him hurtling through time? Given the circumstances, Lin Che could only proceed cautiously, at least to discern what period this time-space rift had transported him to. Thus, he, along with his two pets, began to descend the mountain. Meanwhile, at the very moment Lin Che vanished from the Temple of the Three Sovereigns, a massive beast tide erupted on Mount Qiuqi at the foot of the mountain. Sun Jia and Sun Hu detected the unusual agitation of the mutated red fox, but found themselves unable to communicate with it. In a moment of urgency, the red fox began to impose mental interference upon the two. They inexplicably felt a rising sense of unease, an urgent desire to flee the area. Brother, why do I feel particularly uncomfortable staying here? Sun Hu voiced his feelings. You feel it too? It seems Mr. Lin may be up to something significant. Sun just suddenly realized. Quick, let us move the car further away. At that moment, he finally comprehended that the red fox was clearly warning them. All right. Sun Hu was always obedient, of course, only to Sun Jia. The vehicle gradually distanced itself, and only after traveling 3 kilometers did their agitation begin to subside. When they turned back to gaze at Mount Qiuqi, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. An overwhelming horde of mutated beasts was surging forth from the forest. This Mount Qiuqi is not located near any major city, nor is it a critical thoroughfare. There has been no one to routinely eliminate the mutated entities. Thus, this beast tide was truly terrifying. Among them, countless level 4 mutated beings could be seen, and even numerous level 5 mutated entities were visible. Fortunately, the two had been alerted by the red fox. Otherwise, they would surely have met their demise here today. At the New Sea City Public Security Bureau, Zhao Yi suddenly received an alarm notification. Lin Che's locator had gone offline. He promptly checked Lin Che's last known position and immediately contacted the Longnan Public Security Bureau. After communication between the two parties, the Longnan Public Security Bureau swiftly dispatched drones to investigate Mount Qiuqi. When the footage captured by the drones was relayed back to the Longnan Bureau, the entire bureau was instantly thrown into a state of turmoil. What? A rift in time and space has appeared at Mount Qiuqi? Zhao Yi sprang from his seat upon receiving the Longnan Bureau's response. Lin Che, oh Lin Che, you truly have a knack for trouble. Zhao Yi shook his head in resignation. Soon, both the Lin and Chu families received the news. While Lin Che was honing his skills at Mount Qiuqi, he encountered a rift in time and space, triggering a massive beast tide, and his whereabouts were currently unknown. Upon learning this news, reactions within the two families varied. Some rejoiced while others lamented. The only one delighted in the Lin family was, of course, Lin Zishuan. However, he feigned an appearance of deep sorrow, comforting Su Qianqian. Mother, you mustn't worry too much. Brother will be fine. Oh, my poor son. I told you not to go out, yet you insisted on leaving. Su Qianqian was genuinely sorrowful. Weeping, Lu, what would I do if something were to happen to you, Mom? Stop crying. The outcome is still uncertain. What is the point of your tears? Lin Hai said with a hint of irritation. Mom, don't be anxious. There might be news about Xiao Che soon. Lin Wanting comforted. Indeed, Mom. Xiao Che is quite capable. He has the ability to protect himself and is not easily put in danger. Please try not to worry. Lin Yuru echoed. Hearing this, Lin Zishuan couldn't help but criticize them. Brother is still too impulsive. When we all advised him not to go out, he insisted on leaving. Before Lin Zishuan could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Hai. What is the use of discussing this now? Everyone be quiet. I need to contact a friend in Longnan to see if anyone can assist. The group fell silent, and Su Qianqian gradually ceased her sobs. Lin Zishuan silently scoffed. Humph. The assassin couldn't take you down. It seems you have a charmed life. Now you've landed yourself in a time-space rift. Let us see if you still have such good fortune. At the Chu family villa, Chu Yao was fervently arguing with Lu Jingwen. I am already engaged to Lin Che. Now that he is in trouble, I must go find him. Chu Yao asserted firmly. Are you out of your mind? Lin Che only has a C-class talent. How does he deserve you? Lu Jingwen scoffed at the mention of Lin Che. If he doesn't come back, it would be a perfect opportunity to cancel the engagement. Why would you want to go after him? This engagement was arranged by grandfather, and I am already betrothed to him. Now that he is in trouble, how can I just stand by? Chu Yao argued passionately. Lu Jingwen scrutinized Chu Yao, her brow furrowing in confusion. I remember you weren't this adamant before. My daughter, you can't possibly have feelings for that boy, can you? Initially, this girl sought her help to break off the engagement. Yet now, circumstances had changed, and she seemed overly concerned. I don't. I just think it's important not to let others perceive the Chu family as heartless. Chu Yao blushed and quickly denied. Oh, dear girl, do you think I would believe that? Lu Jingwen, raised in the Lu family, had developed a rebellious streak, entirely unlike a refined young lady. Although mother and daughter bore some resemblance, their temperaments were worlds apart. Under the influence of such a mother, it was unclear how Chu Yao cultivated her icy demeanor. Chapter 89. Journey westward, 3,000 miles. Oh, Mom, please let me go. Otherwise, I fear I will be restless over this matter. Chu Yao began to shift her strategy. Nonsense. What do you have to be restless about? He went to Longnan not for you. Lu Jingwen dismissed her concern. Chu Yao's mind raced. He went to Longnan for me. He said his talent was too low and that he needed to seek breakthroughs elsewhere to be worthy of me. Upon her proclamation, it did sound somewhat reasonable. So, he ventured to Longnan for training, and now that he is in trouble, how can I ignore it? Is that so? Lu Jingwen's expression turned doubtful. Have you two been secretly dating? Mom, what are you saying? Chu Yao realized her explanations were becoming convoluted. So she abandoned the argument. In any case, I must go to Longnan to find him. Lu Jingwen shook her head again. Even if I agree, your father may not. And your grandmother will certainly oppose it. If your father doesn't help you with the travel documents, you won't even be able to leave Xinhai City, let alone go to Longnan. Just then, Chu Jingchuan hurried back. The president of Xinhai Academy is preparing to personally lead a team to Longnan to rescue Lin Che. While speaking, Chu Jingchuan glanced at Chu Yao. If you wish to go, you can accompany Master Xiao. How is that possible? Lu Jingwen exclaimed incredulously. There is nothing impossible. Lin Che is a student of the academy and was the top in the last comprehensive competition. Master Xiao, as the president, is obliged to be responsible for him. Chu Jingchuan believed it to be a matter of course, unaware that Master Xiao was personally heading to Longnan partly due to the mention of Lin Che's martial arts technique. The technique capable of reaching the martial saint level, even if there was only a 1% chance, Master Xiao would not easily abandon Lin Che. The path to becoming a martial saint is fraught with challenges and often requires sacrifices. If he could obtain the indestructible battle soul technique, he would gladly accept being Lin Che's disciple, even as a congenital warrior. I want to go. I will go with the president, Chu Yao asserted resolutely. Seeing this, Chu Jingchuan shook his head. Alas, daughters grow up too fast. Chu family, what are you thinking? How can you let your daughter take such risks? Lu Jingwen's displeasure was evident. Rest assured, with Master Xiao present, Yao Yao will be safe. Chu Jingchuan reassured her gently. That is not enough. I want to agree. Lu Jingwen insisted. Our daughter has never left Xinhai City. I cannot bear to let her go so far. I care for our daughter too, but she must grow up. She will face more challenges in the future, and we cannot shield her forever. Chu Jingchuan's tone grew firmer. This matter is settled. This afternoon, I will take Yao Yao to meet Master Xiao. Fine. Chu family, just wait. If I cannot convince you, I shall go speak to your mother. Lu Jingwen turned and strode towards the door. Talking to anyone is futile. Your mother will not obstruct Yao Yao's decision, Chu Jingchuan stated confidently. Watching Lu Jingwen's retreating figure, he turned to Chu Yao. Pack your things. We leave shortly. Isn't it this afternoon? Chu Yao asked, puzzled. What if your grandmother persuades her? You might not be able to go. Chu Jingchuan chuckled helplessly, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Huh. Chu Yao was confused. Oh. Okay, I will go now. Chu Yao rushed upstairs to gather her belongings. Meanwhile, Lin Che, caught in the time-space rift, had walked dozens of kilometers and finally stumbled upon a village. Upon spotting Lin Che approaching, someone dashed into the village. Before Lin Che could utter a word, a group of villagers armed with pitchforks and bows surrounded him, their faces displaying wariness. Bai Xiaobai, witnessing this, bared its fangs and growled lowly. Oh whoa! Despite its fierce appearance, its size and growl did not inspire fear. Soon, an elder emerged from the crowd, scrutinizing Lin Che closely. What is the meaning of this, everyone? Lin Che surveyed the crowd, noting the absence of any warriors who could pose a threat, and felt relieved. The elder, hearing Lin Che's accent, could tell he was not a local and inquired, outsider, what brings you to our village? Haha, I'm lost, and would like to inquire about the direction of the Wushu tribe, Lin Che replied. He was uncertain of the era he was currently in, but based on the villagers' attire of animal skins and linen, it was likely still in the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, if it were even earlier. Prior to Fuxi, they would have worn only animal skins and grass garments. After the Xia dynasty, more advanced weaving techniques appeared. Thus, the linen garments did not align with Xia characteristics. The Wushu tribe emerged after the death of Xingtian, so if the villagers were aware of the Wushu tribe, it indicated the timeline was set after the 3 sovereigns and during the 5 emperors. If they were unaware, it would be difficult to ascertain since they were merely villagers and might not be familiar with other tribes. Wushu tribe? The elder regarded Lin Che with suspicion. It is said the Wushu tribe was exiled beyond Yimengwen, traveling westward for over 3,000 miles. It's quite far. Thank you, old man. I won't trouble you any further. Lin Che clasped his hands respectfully, preparing to take his leave. The mountain harbored a stone gate, spanning a distance of 20 miles. This stone gate, known as the Jade Gate, served as a natural barrier, existing since ancient times. Longnan lay over 1,200 kilometers from the Jade Gate, and the elder mentioned that the Wushu tribe resided beyond it, a distance of over 3,000 miles, aligning perfectly with the location. Since the elder was aware of the Wushu tribe, Lin Che could ascertain that he was situated at a certain time point following the three sovereigns. His arrival here was due to Xing Tian, and the means of departure likely rested with him. Moreover, he had come in search of martial arts and was indeed on a quest to find Xing Tian. As a visitor, and with dusk approaching, why not enjoy a drink in the village and rest for the night before departing the next day? The elder gestured for the villagers to sheath their weapons. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, thinking, this old man is rather intriguing. Huang Jinbao remarked, he simply wishes to invite you as a guest, harboring no ill intentions. Lin Che replied, I never suggested he harbored any ill will. I merely find him somewhat atypical. Huang Jinbao countered, yet he appears to be an ordinary person. Lin Che concluded, you wouldn't understand. It's no use discussing it with you. Since the elder has extended an invitation, I, as a junior, would naturally not dare to refuse. Lin Che bowed slightly to the elder. Subsequently, the elder led Lin Che into the village, with a throng of villagers trailing behind. Upon entering the village, children and women gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity at his peculiar attire, unlike anything they had seen before. Indeed, what material was it made from? It appeared delicate and fair, even more so than the women of our village. What do you fancy him? How could that be? I prefer sturdy men like Daniel. They offer a sense of security. Even if I did fancy him, it would amount to nothing. Such a foreigner would surely not linger in our village. That cannot be said for certain. If a young girl were to entice him, he might just find it hard to leave. But the girl is still too young to understand the art of seduction. Amidst the whispers, Lin Che arrived at the elder's home. With a slight bow, he inquired, may I ask for your esteemed name, elder? Lin Che fabricated a name for himself, embodying the spirit of leisurely wandering. The elder introduced himself. I am known as Sang Shan, the chieftain of this place. Please, have a seat. Sang Shan gestured for Lin Che to sit down, then glanced at the small white creature at Lin Che's feet, unable to restrain his admiration. This beast possesses remarkable potential. It shall surely grow to become the king of beasts. Lin Che thought to himself, isn't that an obvious statement? What tiger isn't a king of beasts? Haha, you flatter me, esteemed chieftain. I am rather curious, to which tribe does our village belong? Lin Che continued to probe. Chapter 90. Are the people here always so straightforward? Are you familiar with the Xiong clan? Our village once served under the Xiong clan and was quite prosperous in its time. Sang Shan replied boastfully. After the victories of the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan, most people migrated away. Those who remained have reproduced over the decades, forming the village we see today. So, you are descendants of the Yellow Emperor's followers. I beg your pardon for my earlier ignorance. Lin Che bowed once more to the elder. Alas, that was decades ago. It is best not to dwell on it. Sang Shan waved his hand dismissively. Speaking of which, the Wushou tribe you seek was driven beyond the Jade Gate by the Yellow Emperor. What do you intend to learn from those sinners? I wish to find them to learn the art of immortality without a head, Lin Che replied, slightly embarrassed. Sang Shan's expression suddenly grew peculiar, as if he was suppressing laughter. What is it? Lin Che asked, puzzled. Did I say something amiss? Cough, cough, well. The people of the Wushou tribe may be headless yet immortal, but the reason is not due to any technique. It is attributed to their innate bloodline. Sang Shan shook his head. Therefore, your journey is destined to be in vain. It would be wiser to return sooner. Is that so? Lin Che feigned skepticism. In truth, he had never anticipated that practicing the indestructible soul technique would grant him immortality without a head. He merely sought an excuse to placate Sang Shan. After all, he could not divulge to Sang Shan that he intended to seek out Xing Tian for an axe to cleave apart Changyang Mountain in search of a head. Given that Sang Shan considered himself a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, such candidness would be akin to a blatant affront, which would be exceedingly rude. Indeed, while I may lack any aptitude for cultivation, I possess a keen interest in these extraordinary tales. Sang Shan asserted, I have taken a particular interest in the Wushou tribe, and can confirm that their peculiarities stem from their unique bloodline. I see. Lin Che nodded. It matters not. I have set out to travel, and even without the art of immortality, I can still observe those who are immortal without heads. Haha, you are quite open-minded for a young man. Then I shall refrain from further discourse. Sang Shan glanced at the sky. It is getting late. Please wait here, and I shall prepare some food. In truth, it is no trouble. I have brought my own provisions. Lin Che had some dried goods in his backpack. As one should always be prepared while traveling. No trouble at all, whether you eat or not. We shall partake. Just wait a moment. The elder spoke as he walked toward the door. Lin Che rose to see the elder off, feeling increasingly perplexed. However, neither Huang Jinbao nor Bai Xiaobai detected anything unusual in the elder's demeanor, which only deepened Lin Che's bewilderment. Shortly thereafter, Sang Shan returned. Ha ha ha, as luck would have it. We have caught a wild boar today. It is perfect for roasting and sharing. Come with me. In that case, I thank you, esteemed chieftain. Lin Che followed Sang Shan as they made their way to a clearing in front of the village. Since pondering further proved futile, Lin Che decided to take one step at a time, trusting that the answers would reveal themselves in due course. The village was home to over 100 souls, mostly related by blood, and the spoils of their hunts were typically shared among all. Today, in honor of their guest, they organized a bonfire feast. Sang Shan produced 2 jars of long-sealed sweet rice wine, inviting Lin Che to join him in toasting. The villagers laughed and chatted. Their spirits lifted as they sang and danced, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. The sweet rice wine was quite palatable, though the wild boar's flavor was somewhat lacking, carrying a hint of gaminess. Yet Lin Che was not a discerning individual. As long as the food was not inedible, he would not lack in courtesy when dining as a guest. Lin Che also shared the provisions from his backpack, offering vacuum-sealed biscuits, several cans of beef, and a few bags of spicy strips. The villagers greatly appreciated the variety of food, showering him with compliments. "A foreigner, where do you hail from?" A melodious voice rang in Lin Che's ears. He turned to see a strikingly beautiful face before him. Her eyes resembled autumn waters, and her complexion was like blooming peaches, exuding an ethereal grace that seemed out of place among the villagers. How could this woman be so stunningly beautiful, so unlike the other inhabitants of this village? "Young lady, do not be impudent," Sang Shan chided gently, then turned to Lin Che. "This is my granddaughter. Her temperament is rather unruly. Please do not take offense." "Huh, not at all." Lin Che began to weave a fanciful tale. "I hail from the eastern shores, approximately 3,700 miles from here." The young lady exhibited a look of astonishment. "You are lying. 3,000 miles, and you bear no signs of travel. How did you arrive here?" "Oh, young lady, do not be rude," Sang Shan admonished once more. From Sang Shan's demeanor, it was evident that the elder was quite indulgent of his granddaughter. "Indeed," the young lady retorted defiantly. "I came from Qishan, just a few hundred miles away, and each time I arrive, I am covered in dust. Look at him. He hardly resembles someone who has traveled over 3,000 miles. Seeing this, Lin Che could only chuckle and shake his head. "You speak with some truth. But the reason I can traverse thousands of miles without a speck of dust upon me is that I am a warrior. With my current mastery, I can move in such a way that not even the rain may touch me." "A warrior? Are you akin to those military generals?" the girl inquired, her face alight with curiosity. "Oh, you have encountered military generals?" Lin Che raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Ahem." The girl was interrupted by Sang Shan, who interjected. "She certainly has not met any generals. Our village at the foot of this mountain has not seen an outsider in many years." Lin Che nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true," Huang Jinbao remarked. "He is lying, for the girl's identity must remain concealed." Lin Che chuckled. "I am aware." Huang Jinbao pressed. "Then why do you not expose him?" Lin Che replied. "What reason do I have to do so?" Huang Jinbao insisted. "He is deceiving you." Lin Che countered. "What loss do I incur?" Huang Jinbao sighed. "Humans are truly complex." Bai Xiaobai echoed. "Indeed, humans are quite intricate." As the bonfire banquet concluded, Lin Che followed Sang Shan back to his humble abode. The dwelling was modest, and the guest was obliged to make do for the night. Sang Shan led Lin Che into a side room. "You are far too gracious, Chief. Were it not for your hospitality, I would surely have had to sleep rough in the woods tonight." Lin Che, armed with a simple tent in his backpack, knew he could avoid an open-air slumber, but would still have to rest outdoors. "Ah, as long as the guest does not mind, I shall not intrude upon your rest." Sang Shan nodded before departing the room. Lin Che surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, the simplicity was stark. The room contained merely a clay bed, lacking even a chair. Perhaps having grown accustomed to the comforts of a villa these past days had skewed his perception, for the rented room he had previously occupied was hardly superior. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. After all, it was merely a night's lodging. He would depart on the morrow. As silence enveloped the night, the door suddenly swung open. Lin Che, alerted, immediately opened his eyes and sprang up to seize the intruder. Upon closer inspection, he found a face, panic-stricken yet fair. "What are you doing in my room at this hour?" Lin Che slowly released his grip, his brow furrowed. "Why are you so fierce?" The girl rubbed her neck, visibly displeased. Lin Che maintained a serious demeanor. "You must understand, this is perilous. Had I not tempered my strength, you could have met a dire fate. I had no idea you were so formidable. I thought you were jesting." She pouted. Lin Che sighed in exasperation. "Speak plainly. What is it that you desire? I find you quite handsome and wish for you to be my husband. Will you oblige?" The girl proclaimed boldly. Lin Che stared in disbelief. "Surely, your people are not so forthright." "Why not?" she replied, her demeanor entirely unbothered. "My aunt said that in the past, if a woman fancied a man, she would simply knock him unconscious and take him home without a second thought." Lin Che's lips twitched, and after a long pause, he sighed, "Alas, you are still young and do not grasp these matters. Should you find someone you truly admire in the future, consult your parents first. At this, the girl's countenance fell. My parents have no time for me. Otherwise, I would not have sneaked away to my grandfather's. Lin Che smote his forehead. A rebellious young lady. What is a rebellious young lady? She asked, her innocent eyes wide with confusion. Someone like you, who believes their parents do not understand them and chooses to leave home. Lin Che shrugged. But my parents genuinely lack the time to care for me, she lamented, sinking into melancholy. Huang Jinbao interjected. Her father and mother are preoccupied with governing the tribe. Bai Xiaobai added. She often feels isolated, with few companions by her side. Huang Jinbao continued. She sincerely wishes for you to be her husband, so you could remain with her always. Bai Xiaobai chimed in. She finds you attractive and your words amusing. Huang Jinbao reiterated. She. Lin Che interrupted. Enough. I do not wish to delve into her thoughts. I cannot remain here, and besides, she appears to be underage. Huang Jinbao retorted. In this era, she is considered of age. Lin Che countered. How do you know? Huang Jinbao asserted. That is her belief. Lin Che insisted. Let us not entertain this. We depart tomorrow. Huang Jinbao declared. You are wavering. Lin Che denied. I am not. Bai Xiaobai affirmed. You are. Silence. Lin Che commanded. We did not speak, they replied in unison. Lin Che composed himself and gazed intently at the girl, lowering his voice. Return now. I shall be leaving on the morrow and cannot be your husband. Will you return in the future? She asked, her tone tinged with disappointment. Lin Che shook his head. I doubt I shall return. Once I conclude my matters, I will head directly home. Her spirits further dampened. She paused, seemingly struck by a thought. If I visit Donghai in the future, may I seek you out? Lin Che hesitated to refuse again. But upon seeing the glimmer of hope in her eyes, he relented. Yes, should you venture to Donghai, I will host you. Her face illuminated. Where in Donghai do you reside? In a place called Xinhai, Lin Che replied earnestly. Xinhai by the Donghai coast. I shall remember. I will certainly come looking for you, she declared, satisfaction radiating from her. As she prepared to depart, she suddenly stepped forward and attempted to kiss Lin Che, but he deftly blocked her. Ugh, she pouted, thwarted by his hand. After a moment, she surrendered, stepping back and sticking out her tongue. Humph, my aunt's words were entirely misguided. This is infuriating. With that, she stomped her foot and turned away. Lin Che could only shake his head in resignation. Children will be children. She will likely forget this in a few days. The next morning, Lin Che prepared to leave the village. Chief Sangshan personally escorted him to the village entrance, where they bid each other farewell beneath an ancient locust tree. Fuyo, came a crisp voice. Initially taken aback, Lin Che soon remembered that he was now known as Fuyo. He quickly turned to see the girl rushing towards him. You are leaving without even saying goodbye, she asked. Her demeanor, now a bit more reserved in front of Sangshan, lacking the fervor of the previous night. I mentioned it yesterday, so I did not feel the need to repeat myself and disturb anyone's dreams, Lin Che replied dismissively. She pouted, retrieving a jade pendant from her waist and extending it towards him. This jade pendant is for you. When you see it, you may think of me. Is this yet another lesson from your aunt? Lin Che stifled a laugh. Do not concern yourself with that, she protested, her cheeks flushed, as she pressed the pendant into his palm. You must carry it with you. Do not lose it, or I shall be upset. Lin Che glanced at the pendant, inscribed with characters he could not decipher. A gift necessitates reciprocation, yet he found himself devoid of anything to offer. After some contemplation, he rummaged through his backpack and produced a black pearl. This pearl, acquired from the body of a slain master assassin, was undoubtedly of considerable worth. Here, take this pearl as a token of my gratitude. Sangshan's pupils constricted momentarily upon seeing the pearl, but he quickly concealed his surprise, remaining silent. The girl accepted the pearl with delight, cradling it lovingly. Thank you. Do not mention it. After all, I have also accepted your jade token. Lin Che regarded her with a tenderness akin to that of an elder brother towards a younger sister. Well then, let us part ways here. May fate bring us together once more. With a respectful gesture towards the grandfather and granddaughter, Lin Che turned to depart. After traversing a mere 10 paces, the girl's voice rang out from behind him once more. Fuyo, I shall surely seek you out. Lin Che did not look back. He merely raised the jade token and waved his hand. He understood that the girl was destined never to see him again, for he did not belong to this temporal realm. He journeyed over mountains and valleys, heading westward. Upon passing through the Human Pass, human habitation became increasingly scarce. Lin Che was unaware of the exact location of the Wushu tribe, so whenever he encountered a person, he would inquire. At times, when communication faltered, he relied on Huang Jinbao to act as his interpreter. After walking and asking, he covered over 500 miles. In total, it took him 7 days to reach his destination. Although Lin Che's maximum speed had reached 100 meters per second, he could only sustain this pace for a brief duration. It was not suitable for long-distance travel. even with his mastery of martial arts and exceptional endurance. Had he been in the Transcendence realm, he would not have been able to withstand such a prolonged trek. In those 7 days, he felt he had traversed more distance than he had in his entire life. The peaks soared into the clouds, their cliffs steep and perilous. And at the valley's entrance stood 2 headless statues. As Lin Che approached the valley, several robust men immediately surrounded him, a scene that felt eerily familiar. However, these men's garments were made entirely of animal hides, and their physiques were even more imposing. Lin Che focused his gaze and discerned that each of these men was a congenital martial artist. Indeed, tribes were not all of the same ilk. If a congenital martial artist guarded the entrance, what level of power must the rulers possess? Greetings, I am Fuyo, hailing from the East Sea. I have urgent matters to discuss with Xing Tian. Might you grant me passage? The leader among them responded, You seek to meet our ancestor? But Xing Tian is dead? Lin Che was taken aback. How preposterous. Our ancestor is merely in slumber. How could he possibly be dead? The man glared at Lin Che, and the others followed suit, their weapons inching closer. Seeing this, Lin Che quickly waved his hands. No. I merely misinterpreted your use of the word ancestor. I meant no offense. Leave at once. Return from whence you came. The man did not trouble Lin Che further, but had no intention of allowing him into the valley. No, I truly have pressing matters. I have already stated that our ancestor is sleeping. How could you possibly see him? If you would only allow me inside to meet Xing Tian, the matter could be settled. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? At this, Lin Che felt a sense of helplessness. He had come to assist Xing Tian, which, in a strict sense, could also be seen as aiding the Wushu tribe. Yet, he could not articulate this openly. Whether others believed him was inconsequential. Should the Wushu tribe have any spies, he might find himself in grave peril. Chapter 92. Once one crosses the human pass, the celestial soldiers shall arrive instantly. Lin Che could not simply force his way in. After all, the guards were already congenital martial artists, and he had no idea what formidable experts lay within. He would surely face dire consequences if he barged in. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Che stealthily released Huang Jinbao to scout the situation within the valley. A streak of golden light darted across the ground, drawing the attention of the guards, who remained oblivious to Huang Jinbao's presence. Withdraw at once. The leader of the guards, seeing Lin Che's refusal to leave, shouted again. With a sigh, Lin Che feigned retreat. Just a few hundred meters away, a sudden tremor erupted from the valley as numerous soldiers surged forth. Lin Che's eyelids twitched. He wondered what mischief Huang Jinbao had wrought to incite such a commotion. Farewell, esteemed guest. Hearing the call, Lin Che turned to see a woman of towering stature approaching swiftly. Amidst the throngs of brawny men, she stood out without appearing out of place. Meanwhile, Huang Jinbao had transformed back into its normal size, perched upon her massive shoulder. The large squirrel complemented her imposing figure quite harmoniously. She stepped forward a few paces, clasping her hands in greeting. Our clan is filled with rough men and has inadvertently neglected an esteemed guest. I hope you will forgive us. No harm done, after all. They are merely fulfilling their duties, Lin Che replied, simultaneously communicating with Huang Jinbao in his mind. What transpired? Why did you cause such a stir? Huang Jinbao promptly shrank down and leaped back onto Lin Che's shoulder. After I entered, I followed the main path to the ancestral hall. Xing Tian is indeed in slumber, wielding a massive axe, standing immobile in the center of the hall. Just as I was about to return to inform you, I was discovered by this woman. She could communicate with me as well, which is why I brought her along. Lin Che was taken aback. She can also engage in telepathic communication? Presumably, as she was able to converse with me. I am the priestess of the Wushu tribe, Song La, and I possess some understanding of beast language, which is why I can communicate with it. Song La explained willingly. Your squirrel possesses remarkable intelligence, nearly on par with that of a human. We are fortunate to have it. Otherwise, our tribe might have missed your arrival. Lin Che scrutinized Song La, and his heart jolted. Mid-stage divine communication realm martial artist. Ability, natural affinity, threat level, extremely high. A divine communication realm practitioner. Lin Che acknowledged that today had indeed broadened his horizons. So you are the esteemed priestess. My apologies. After regaining his composure, Lin Che shifted the conversation. Since you are aware of my purpose, might I be granted entry into the valley? Of course, please. Esteemed guest. Song La stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Che to enter. The group slowly made their way into the valley, and their surroundings gradually opened up. The valley's flanks were lined with various rugged structures, primarily constructed from massive stones, adorned with carvings depicting hunting, combat, and other motifs. The roofs were built with thick timber, covered with uniquely shaped stone slabs, unrefined yet exuding a distinctive charm. As they ventured deeper, Lin Che finally encountered individuals who could function normally despite their lack of heads. Early stage divine communication realm martial artist. Ability, undying soul. Threat level, extremely high. Indeed, the ability to remain alive without a head was a remarkable talent, and more critically, this headless individual was also a divine communication realm practitioner. No wonder the spatial rifts were said to be perilous, in the span of mere moments. Lin Che had already encountered 2 divine communication realm martial artists. Was this not dangerous? Before ordinary people, a master seemed undeniably powerful. Yet, in the face of divine communication realm practitioners, a master would likely feel as insignificant as an ant. For Lin Che, the Wushu tribe appeared overwhelmingly formidable, instilling within him a profound sense of insecurity. Fortunately, he was here to assist Xing Tian in reclaiming his head and had no intention of opposing the Wushu tribe. Boy, what are you staring at? The headless divine communication realm warrior fixed his gaze on Lin Che. At that moment, if Lin Che had acted impulsively and retorted, what of it? He could only wonder what the outcome might have been. Perhaps there would have been no further outcome at all. A sense of reverence towards the strong arose spontaneously within Lin Che. In other words, he was thoroughly intimidated. Ah, your esteemed presence is truly admirable. Ha! Though you may not possess the most rugged appearance, your words are quite pleasant to hear. The headless man expressed his approval of Lin Che. In all fairness, had Lin Che been on Blue Star, he would have been considered quite the striking figure. Even when compared to the men from the village at the foot of Chanyang Mountain, he was merely a shade paler, yet he certainly did not lack masculinity. However, when compared to this group of headless tribesmen, not to mention being a man, even the nearby priest, Carla, appeared far more formidable. Following Carla to the ancestral shrine of the headless tribe, Lin Che encountered dozens of extraordinary beings and several divine beings within just a few hundred meters. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of the headless tribe, yet it was already sufficient to overturn the entire Blue Star. Honored guest, please enter, Carla said, opening the door with a casual gesture to welcome Lin Che inside. After you. Lin Che similarly gestured to Carla. As Golden Treasure had mentioned, within the shrine stood the headless body of Xing Tian, axe in hand. The ancestor had been in slumber for decades. It was uncertain how the honored guest would communicate with him. Carla gazed at Xing Tian with profound reverence. Can we refrain from using the term ancestor? It sounds rather ominous. Lin Che found it quite awkward. After all, who would refer to a living person as their ancestor? Then how should I address him? Carla appeared slightly embarrassed. Well, whatever. Lin Che shook his head, realizing he could not change this and would have to accept it. Xing Tian has asked me to retrieve his head, claiming that his mighty axe can cleave mountains. Does your tribe have a martial sage who could take the axe and accompany me on this endeavor? In truth, a divine being could also accomplish the task of mountain cleaving, but for the sake of safety, enlisting a martial sage might ensure a smoother process. However, as Lin Che contemplated an easy completion of the task, Carla doused him with a bucket of cold water. I'm afraid, honored guest, that the headless tribe cannot pass through the Jade Gate Pass. Otherwise, we would incur the wrath of the Heavenly Emperor. Wrath of the Heavenly Emperor? Is even passing through not permitted? Lin Che was taken aback. Indeed, ever since the ancestor slayed the Heavenly Emperor, the headless tribe has been exiled here, forbidden to return to the Central Plains. Carla's expression remained calm. Once our people cross the Jade Gate Pass, the heavenly soldiers will descend upon us. Hearing this, Lin Che felt a pang of bitterness. It was all Xing Tian's fault. But upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If the headless tribe could handle it themselves, why would Xing Tian seek his assistance? Glancing at the colossal axe in Xing Tian's grasp, Lin Che still felt uncertain. With his initial mastery realm, could he wield this giant axe to cleave a mountain? Just as this thought arose, the giant axe in Xing Tian's hands began to shrink, transforming into a finely crafted axe just over a foot long, instantly flying before Lin Che and hovering in midair. Wow, a premium item. Lin Che could not help but grasp the axe handle, a sensation akin to an extension of his own limbs coursing through his mind. In that moment, he felt no longer as merely a congenital martial artist, but as a martial sage. It seemed as if, with a mere thought, he could cleave the heavens. Beside him, Carla wore an expression of disbelief, taking a long while to regain her composure. If you can return the ancestor's head, you will henceforth be the most esteemed guest of the headless tribe. It was well known that the headless Xing Tian was more formidable, yet the head-bearing Xing Tian was not without intellect. The headless tribe also required a leader with wisdom. Without delay, I shall set forth at once. Lin Che was eager to discover what surprises the eternal soul-devouring art would bring him. As the two exited the ancestral shrine, they encountered a squad of soldiers head-on. The foremost individual scrutinized Lin Che before turning to Carla. Priest, how can you bring an outsider into the ancestral shrine, disturbing the ancestor's slumber? As a matured axe, you should learn to cleave mountains on your own, the commander, Luo Jue, said. I hope you will refrain from causing trouble. Everything I have done is according to the ancestors' instructions, and you have no right to interfere. Carla clearly held a disdain for Commander Luo Jue, and her words indicated that he might be intentionally stirring up trouble. Upon hearing this, Luo Jue extended his pinky finger to dig at his ear, a look of disdain crossing his face. The ancestor's instructions? The ancestor has been in slumber. How could he instruct you? Did he send you dreams? Indeed, the ancestor did send me dreams, Carla asserted vehemently. Just 7 days ago, the ancestor instructed me to properly host his guest. Carla gestured. This is the honored guest of our ancestor. Luo Jue frowned. Since you claim the ancestor spoke to you in dreams, did you ask him why he refuses to awaken? Carla's expression soured. I have already told you what I could. As for other matters, it is inconvenient for you to know. I request you take your leave at once. What? Is there an issue with my inspecting the ancestral shrine? Luo Jue paused before continuing. Or do you mean to say that you have committed some act of disrespect towards the ancestor within the shrine? Impudent. You dare to say anything? It seems someone has given you a sense of security. Carla's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing the two embroiled in a heated dispute, Lin Che could no longer restrain himself. Perhaps I should take my leave first, and you can continue your argument? Humph. Who do you think you are to speak with me? Luo Jue sneered. Lin Che frowned. He had come to assist Xingtian, but was continually subjected to the tribulations of Xingtian's kin, utterly absurd. Were it not for the eternal soul-devouring art, he would have seriously considered abandoning the task. Initial stage divine being, ability, indestructible soul, extremely high threat level, slight malice present. The individual before him was a nascent divine being, while Carla was a mid-stage divine being. Under normal circumstances, this fellow should not be a match for Carla. Therefore, Lin Che decided he would no longer endure. If you're sick, go seek treatment. Don't snap at everyone. You seek death. Luo Jue suddenly unleashed his divine might, pressing toward Lin Che. In the chaos, Carla was unable to act in time to protect Lin Che. It was known that a divine being possessed the strength to move mountains and part rivers. A master martial artist was hardly worth a glance in the presence of a divine being. If Luo Jue truly acted, Lin Che might very well perish on the spot. In a moment of peril, the axe at Lin Che's waist broke free from its bindings, shielding him. The oppressive aura dissipated instantaneously. Simultaneously, Luo Jue staggered back 3 steps. Spitting blood. Impossible. This is the ancestral divine axe. Luo Jue raised a hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Disbelief etched across his face. Carla, have you lost your mind? How could you allow an outsider to steal the ancestral divine weapon? Whether she was mad or not was debatable, but you, my friend, are rather foolish. Lin Che shook his head. Is the divine axe of Xingtian something anyone can pilfer at will? Luo Jue hesitated, opening his mouth several times, but failing to formulate a rebuttal. Mr. Floating Wanderer is the honored guest of the ancestor, and he is here to undertake a very important task for the ancestor. Please step aside and do not delay the ancestor's important matters. Both Carla and Luo Jue repeatedly referred to the ancestor, making Lin Che feel as though they were speaking of a deceased person, which was somewhat awkward. Luo Jue's expression shifted multiple times before finally changing his demeanor, bowing respectfully to Lin Che. My apologies, I have disturbed the honored guest. I hope the guest will be understanding. Since you are aware of the situation, please remember to keep it confidential. Lin Che's gaze turned inscrutable before he shifted the topic. Now may I pass? With the divine axe at his side, Lin Che's courage surged, allowing him to speak boldly even before a divine being. Luo Jue frowned, stepping back to signal his subordinates to disperse, clearing a path for Lin Che. Honored guest, please proceed. Lin Che offered no response and walked directly toward the valley's exit. Meanwhile, Carla and Luo Jue, both divine beings, closely followed in Lin Che's wake, maintaining a distance just behind him. At that moment, Lin Che truly felt as if he were a martial sage. Both in strength and in demeanor, he exuded the aura of one. No wonder Yi Feng enjoyed flaunting. This feeling was simply exhilarating. As Lin Che stepped out of the valley, he suddenly came to a halt, realizing he had encountered yet another oversight. Although this realm lacked vehicles, surely there must be mounts available? Why was he traversing on foot? Was it merely for the sake of physical exercise? Abruptly turning, he nearly collided with the formidable chest of Kangla, who regarded him with a perplexed expression. Esteemed guest, do you have any further arrangements to make? Clearing his throat, Lin Che inquired, esteemed priest, does our headless tribe possess any remarkable steeds that I might borrow? Walking is consuming far too much of my time. He averted his gaze, subtly masking his embarrassment. Steeds? Our tribe has both cattle and horses. Which type does the esteemed guest require? Of course, whichever is swifter will suffice. Lin Che reconsidered. No, I mean whichever possesses greater endurance. Very well, I shall have someone bring a cow for you right away. As he spoke, Kangla promptly dispatched a guard to attend to the matter. Before long, A guard approached, leading a yaks. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. How far can this creature run in a day? The guard respectfully replied. This cow can traverse 800 miles by day and 500 by night. Far surpassing the endurance of horses, it is the ideal choice for long journeys. I may not be well read, but surely you jest. That speed rivals that of a horse. Does it not? Lin Che scoffed while sizing up the yak. Level 3 Gale Hunter Yak. Ability, speed enhancement, non-threatening. To his astonishment, the creature was indeed a named variant. Impressive. Rest assured, esteemed guest, my words hold true. The guard affirmed solemnly. Although he did not comprehend the meaning of being well read, he was certain he had not lied. Very well, I shall take this one. Lin Che accepted the reins and mounted the yak. He then clasped his hands towards Kangla, esteemed priest. Until we meet again. Kangla returned the gesture promptly. May your journey be smooth, and may you return swiftly. Lin Che had never ridden a horse, let alone a cow. His ability to control the beast stemmed mainly from his mastery of balance as a martial artist. Initially, he found himself somewhat unsteady, swaying left and right. It was only after traveling several dozen miles that he truly acclimated. At that point, Bai Xiaobai could no longer keep pace. It was evident that each specialty has its domain. While feline variants boasted explosive power, their endurance paled in comparison. To maintain speed without compromising his mount's performance, Lin Che stowed Bai Xiaobai in his backpack, leaving only its head exposed. Though Bai Xiaobai felt indignant, it was left with no recourse. The journey to return took 7 days. However, with the Gale Hunter Yak, it was reduced to a mere 3. Upon reaching the foot of the Changyang Mountain, Lin Che faced yet another dilemma. The mountain towered approximately 700 to 800 meters high, stretching for several kilometers. Where should he even begin? Lacking direction, Lin Che resolved to secure his mount first. After all, he would need to ride it back, should the commotion of splitting the mountain frighten it away. He would find himself once again reliant on his own 2 feet. Once prepared, Lin Che drew the axe at his waist, attempting to establish a connection. As a seasoned axe, you ought to learn to carve mountains on your own. Spirit of the axe, heed my call and manifest my desires. Clearly, the axe was unwilling to communicate. Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. Lin Che ultimately resolved to strike at the heart of the mountain. For better or worse, behold my defiance against the heavens. With a swing, the axe's radiance surged forth, rapidly expanding to hundreds of meters in height, cleaving the mountain asunder. Boom! The earth trembled beneath the axe's passage, and moments later, tranquility returned. Though Lin Che had orchestrated this effect, he too was taken aback. Gazing at the grand chasm before him and then down at his diminutive axe, his heart surged with fervor. This tool was utterly unreasonable. While the mountain had been split, the correctness of his actions remained uncertain. Steeling his resolve, Lin Che advanced, leaping into the chasm. A mournful wail echoed within, reminiscent of a child's cry. Oh well? Bai Xiaobai responded from the backpack. Lin Che focused his gaze forward, where a colossal beast was slowly rising. Its head was immense, nearly 1/3 the size of its body. With jagged teeth and a grotesque maw that dripped saliva. Its limbs were short and robust, with eyes emerging from its ribcage, their pupils resembling 2 crimson moons. Its claws glimmered ominously, deeply embedded in the earth. Pronghorn Owl, ability, devour, extremely high threat level, exhibiting intense malice. The creature stood several meters tall, akin to a small mountain, appearing capable of swallowing Lin Che whole. This was beyond absurd. Lin Che had not anticipated that within this pit lay another abyss. Initially, he believed the most challenging task would be cleaving the mountain, only to discover that the mountain concealed an ancient beast. Who would he hold accountable for this? This creature was far more formidable than any 5th-level mutated tiger. It was undoubtedly a 9th-level entity, having just emerged from the novice village. He now faced a world boss. Was there any hope of survival? As Lin Che stood frozen in shock, the pronghorn owl began to shuffle towards him. Escape was futile. He could only hope that the divine axe, Xingtian, would prove formidable enough. Otherwise, it would not be long before Lin Che became one with the pronghorn owl. Removing his backpack and placing it aside, Lin Che fixated his gaze on the pronghorn owl. As the beast approached, he felt the very ground beneath him tremble. Oh well? The pronghorn owl unleashed a deafening roar, its mouth agape, before launching itself at Lin Che like a mountain descending upon him. Having cleaved a mountain of hundreds of meters, would he fear this mass of flesh? Confronted with the gaping maw and razor-sharp teeth, Lin Che opted to swing his mighty axe. Clang! The axe's blade met the pronghorn owl's jaws, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. This beast's teeth were harder than the Changyang mountain itself. Yet, regardless of their hardness, an attack still inflicts pain, causing the beast to momentarily close its mouth. Boom! Lin Che was sent flying several meters, his vitality surging. Fortunately, the divine axe had absorbed much of the impact. Otherwise, that single collision might have spelled his demise. Struggling to regain his footing, Lin Che assessed the pronghorn owl once more. If its mouth was not a weak point, perhaps he should target its abdomen? At that moment, the pronghorn owl shook its head and lunged at him again, its mouth wide and reeking. However, Lin Che executed the legendary finishing move, the slide tackle. The pronghorn owl lowered its head, watching helplessly as Lin Che slid beneath it. Simultaneously, Lin Che's axe sliced through the beast's abdomen, leaving a trail of crimson. Oh, in an instant, blood gushed from the wound, exposing its entrails. The desiccation of its innards indicated that the pronghorn owl had not fed in quite some time. Oh, the creature emitted a despairing wail, its formidable bulk crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the blood flowed rapidly from the creature, the strength of the pale owl diminished with each passing moment. Devour you! Devour you! Devour you! The haunting whispers echoed, seemingly a manifestation of the pale owl's obsession in its dying moments. Lin Che hesitated for a brief moment before cautiously advancing. Suddenly, with a swift flick of its tail, the pale owl sent Lin Che hurtling through the air. Caught completely off guard, Lin Che relied solely on the divine axe in his grasp to automatically deflect the blow, saving his life yet again. Spitting blood, Lin Che realized he had sustained significant injuries. The pale owl, struggling to rise, slowly approached him, its relentless chant echoing, "Devour you! Devour you! Devour you!" Lin Che, though gripped by fear, refused to show any sign of cowardice. "Try devouring me one more time, and I shall unleash my 1,000 blades piercing the void upon you." With a swift motion, dozens of axe beams encircled the pale owl. The sounds of clashing metal filled the air as several of the axe beams struck true against its abdominal wound, penetrating deeply. The creature collapsed, unable to withstand the assault. Lin Che, wary of repeating his previous mistakes, refrained from charging forward recklessly. After a considerable time had passed, and hearing no further whispers from the pale owl, he dared to approach and assess the situation. "Encountering me today must be your destined calamity," Lin Che declared, raising his divine axe to strike the creature's head. The axe met its target with a resounding clang, the reverberation nearly causing Lin Che to lose his grip. In that moment, the pale owl's eyes snapped open, revealing its enormous maw once more. No, not again. Lin Che realized there was no escape this time, and he was swallowed whole. This is truly the end. Panic surged within him, his body brimming with dread. Thoughts momentarily frozen. Yet, shortly thereafter, Lin Che emerged from the depths of the pale owl's belly, unscathed but drenched in blood and foul odors. His prior sliding maneuver, combined with the subsequent 1,000 blades piercing the void, had effectively shattered the creature's internal organs, leaving it bereft of its digestive system. Fortunately, the pale owl had not chewed him before swallowing. Otherwise, he would not have emerged so intact. "Look at you, your insides are gone. What are you still hoping to devour? Can't you simply die properly?" It seemed that the pale owl was indeed unfortunate, its entire prowess centered on consumption. Yet Lin Che had rendered its digestive abilities useless, sealing its fate. The creature let out a cry of profound resentment, for as an ancient beast of terror, how could it perish at the hands of a mere insect? "Enough. I recognize your might. However, no one will know of your demise at my hands, so there is no shame in it." Lin Che swung the divine axe once more, a beam slicing through the pale owl's abdominal wound straight towards its heart. Boom. The heart shattered, releasing a final mournful wail before falling silent forever. "Surely, you won't open your eyes again?" Lin Che stepped forward, exclaiming, "I'm coming closer." Then he retreated, teasingly stating, "Now I am far away again. I come again. I retreat again. If you do not intend to rise and gnaw at me once more, I shall not hold back any longer." At that moment, Lin Che felt a substantial surge of vitality, akin to having slain over 1,000 first-level mutated beings. Although the influence of the divine axe prevented him from making precise judgments, he estimated that he was not far from reaching the mid-stage of innate strength. Confirming the pale owl's demise, Lin Che took a couple of steps forward and used the divine axe to pry open its head. However, instead of a crystal core, he discovered a black pearl nestled within. A revelation struck him. The black pearl he had previously retrieved from the assassin must have been a similar artifact. Yet, this one was evidently larger and more lustrous than the one he had found before. It appeared that the assassin had also traversed the time-space rift, stowing away his prize. Lin Che approached a nearby stone coffin, more accurately, a small stone coffin. Measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, it was sufficient to contain a head. Lin Che reached out to touch the coffin and attempted to push it, but it remained immovable. It was to be expected, had he been able to easily shift it. It would have shattered during his earlier attack. So, he attempted to leverage the divine axe to pry it open. Just as the axe blade wedged into the coffin's seam, a golden-armored giant suddenly appeared beside him, radiating brilliance. The giant towered over him, easily 3 meters tall. Bold thief, how dare you steal the head of Xingtian? Chapter 95. The divine axe once again shielded Lin Che from a blow, earning it the title of MVP. Low-tier mountain god, ability, mountain moving, extremely high threat level. Exhibiting strong malice. A mountain god. Lin Che was taken aback. He had almost forgotten that this time-space rift housed the Heavenly Emperor and the Celestial Court. Given the presence of headless immortals and ancient beasts like the Powwow, encountering a mountain god seemed entirely plausible. Yet, this mountain god, who ignored the predations of beasts, chose to meddle in his affairs, showing a degree of misdirected diligence. What is this? An invincible world filled with adversaries from the heavens, where the path of a hero is fraught with thorns. He had thought that mastering the divine axe would allow him to roam freely, only to be confronted by an ancient beast, just as he had devised a strategy to defeat the Powwow and had not yet caught his breath. Another mountain god appeared. Survival conditions within this time-space rift were indeed harsh. How intriguing. Just moments ago, he had nearly been devoured by the Powwow, and now, with the creature slain, this mountain god emerged. Does it appear that I am easier prey than the Powwow? Having just vanquished an ancient beast, he felt a surge of confidence, his words growing increasingly audacious. The Powwow was a guardian beast under my command. By slaying it, you have blasphemed against the divine. The mountain god, exuding righteous fury, regarded Lin Che with malevolent intent. Lin Che dismissed the mountain god's claims entirely. Setting aside whether the Powwow can truly be regarded as a guardian beast, what power do you possess? Can you surpass the Powwow? While Lin Che was uncertain of the mountain god's realm, he was aware of the implications of the ability to move mountains. A strength-focused warrior could only achieve such a feat upon reaching the divine realm, and at most, a strength-type warrior could only ascend to that level. In other words, Lin Che believed that the ability to move mountains could not possibly exceed the divine realm. Given that the divine axe had previously repelled the divine realm warrior Luo Jue, it would surely suffice against a low-tier mountain god. Arrogant fool, a mere insect dares to provoke the majesty of the divine, unaware of its own mortality. The mountain god suddenly struck, slapping towards Lin Che. Bang! The divine axe once more shielded Lin Che from the blow, proving itself the MVP. Poof! Lin Che was sent hurtling back several meters, blood spewing forth once more. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to simply lie down. The mountain god's strength was comparable to the Powwow's earlier tail strike, indicating that the mountain god and a divine realm warrior were clearly not of the same caliber. He had misjudged the mountain god's power, growing complacent and failing to evade, ultimately receiving a painful lesson. As the mountain god charged again, Lin Che hurriedly waved his hands. Wait, what further words do you have to utter? The mountain deity stood resolutely, gaze fixed upon Lin Che. Indeed, the ancients were rather particular about principles. If you asked him to wait, he would comply. If that were the case, might it be possible to reason with him? Lin Che's mind raced, sifting through thoughts to devise a means of self-preservation. If I am not mistaken, the Pika Owl does not fall under your jurisdiction, does it? Lin Che inquired tentatively. I am the deity of this mountain, and all matters within its bounds are under my dominion. The mountain deity's expression was one of arrogance. Thus, the Pika Owl is not a guardian beast of the mountain. You are merely attempting to deceive me. With two heart-sensing communicators present, Lin Che swiftly exposed the mountain deity's veil of deception. To disrespect the divine is to invite punishment. The mountain deity advanced once more. Wait. Lin Che quickly gestured for him to halt. The mountain deity furrowed his brow, but ultimately ceased his advance. My patience is limited. What parting words do you have? Speak swiftly. Herein lies the matter. As a deity of the mountain, you neglect the Pika Owl's predation upon humans. Yet you choose to obstruct me merely for retrieving a parcel for another. What is your true intention? Lin Che found himself unable to unravel the situation and could only attempt to engage the mountain deity in conversation. What parcel? The mountain deity appeared somewhat puzzled. That is of no consequence. Simply explain why you disregard the Pika Owl yet insist on interfering with me. I am the mountain deity appointed by the Heavenly Emperor, tasked with guarding the Mount Changyang and overseeing the head of Xingtian. Previously, you sought to steal the head. Naturally, I had to intervene. The mountain deity sidestepped the issue of the Pika Owl's predation, evidently because Lin Che had already unmasked his lies, leaving him no choice but to abandon the pretense. So, it follows that the Pika Owl indeed does not fall under your purview? Lin Che raised an eyebrow, persistently pursuing the matter of the Pika Owl. And what of it? The mountain deity admitted outright. Since you are responsible for guarding Xingtian's head, if I do not disturb it, can we not put this matter to rest? Through the thoughts transmitted by the two pets, Lin Che had grasped the mountain deity's intentions quite thoroughly. The mountain deity was indeed a genuine deity, whose duty was to guard Xingtian's head. However, A ferocious beast had entered the mountain, one he could not contend with, forcing him to retreat. He had dispersed the mountain's creatures, hoping that the famished Pika Owl would depart. Little did he expect that the Pika Owl was quite fond of the stones of Mount Changyang and was resolutely intent on claiming this mountain as its own. In truth, when Lin Che severed Mount Changyang, the mountain deity had already sensed the disturbance. Out of fear of the Pika Owl, he had refrained from intervening when it sought to consume Lin Che. It was only when Lin Che intended to pry open the stone coffin that he was compelled to reveal himself as the mountain deity. To allow the Pika Owl to seize control of the mountain he was sworn to protect was already a dereliction of duty. Therefore, when Lin Che pressed him about the Pika Owl, the first thought that crossed his mind was to eliminate the witness. In his view, Lin Che's ability to slay the Pika Owl was largely due to the divine axe in his possession. It was a stroke of luck. If he could eliminate Lin Che, not only could he conceal the truth, but he could also claim the divine axe for himself. With clever words in his report, he might even gain a measure of credit. What could be better? Even if you did not steal Xingtian's head, you have disrupted the natural order of this place. You shall be punished. The mountain deity had resolved to eliminate Lin Che and would not easily let him go, merely seeking a different pretext. So, you are resolutely determined to silence me? Lin Che once again pierced through the mountain deity's thoughts. Absurd. You seek your own demise. How can you blame me? The mountain deity smirked disdainfully. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Your words are contradictory. Just moments ago, you claimed the heavenly emperor ordered you to guard Xingtian's head. Why do you concern yourself with my alleged environmental transgressions? Lin Che, though trembling internally, maintained a facade of defiance. If disrupting the terrain warrants a death sentence, should not those who quarry the mountains be condemned as well? At this juncture, both parties were acutely aware of the underlying truth. The mountain deity sought merely to fabricate an excuse to eliminate Lin Che, while Lin Che was desperately stalling for time. What do you anticipate? Do you believe someone will come to your rescue? Having been unmasked, the mountain deity laid his cards on the table. As a deity, if I desire your death, why must I engage in reasoning with you? Insolence. A resonant voice suddenly emanated from the stone coffin. As a deity, to neglect the protection of living beings while permitting a ferocious beast to wreak havoc, and to further desire the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, you must be dealt with. Upon hearing this, both Lin Che and the mountain deity exhibited expressions of astonishment. Boom. The stone coffin erupted violently, and a head suddenly soared forth. How is this possible? The mountain deity's visage was one of sheer terror. The divine axe in Lin Che's grasp erupted from his control, morphing into a colossal form, hovering beside the head. Return and inform Xinyuan. I, Xingtian, have returned. As he spoke, the massive axe descended with ferocious force, cleaving the mountain deity in twain, just as the mountain itself was severed. Subsequently, Lin Che beheld the mountain deity's corpse transform into a stream of golden light, shooting towards the heavens. Remarkable. It truly ascends to the heavens? This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart swiftly. Having said this, Xingtian's head slowly closed its eyes, abruptly plummeting. The colossal axe reverted to a delicate form, flying beneath the head to securely cradle it, presenting it to Lin Che. Chapter 96. Master S' divine power is unmatched. An indomitable force. It turned out that Xingtian's true essence had been tethered to the divine axe, following Lin Che all along. Only when it became evident that Lin Che was on the brink of being silenced did it choose to manifest and confront the mountain deity. Observing the head being carried by the divine axe, Lin Che hastily retrieved a bag from his pack to contain Xingtian's head, stowing it away. As he returned the divine axe to his waist, he noticed that his cultivation had reverted to the initial stage of the innate realm. Although he was not far from the mid-stage of the innate realm, the sudden loss of the invigorating sensation of power left him feeling despondent. Lin Che's ability to slay was primarily derived from absorbing the vitality of his prey to enhance his strength. A standard level 1 mutant would equate to 1 point of vitality. A more formidable level 1 mutant could be counted as 2 points. Level 2 mutants range from 2 to 4 points, while level 3 mutants span 4 to 8 points, and so forth. Previously, Lin Che's defeat of the Pika Owl was akin to slaying thousands of level 1 mutants. By this reasoning, the Pika Owl had certainly surpassed the scope of a level 9 mutant. Perhaps due to its ravenous state, the Pika Owl did not exhibit particularly extraordinary combat prowess. Otherwise, even with the divine axe in hand, Lin Che might not have been able to vanquish it. During the Transcendence realm, Lin Che needed to slay hundreds of level 1 mutants to ascend a minor realm. Now that he had reached the innate realm, each ascent required the defeat of thousands of level 1 mutants. At the current rate, he estimated he would need to slay 300 to 400 level 1 mutants or 40 to 50 level 4 mutants to progress to the mid-stage of the innate realm. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. Lin Che shook off his thoughts, shouldered his pack, and hurried towards the canyon's exit. Within the pack, Bai Xiaobai extended a claw to touch Xingtian's head, unable to suppress a feeling of awe. One day, I too shall become a powerful being capable of effortlessly vanquishing deities. Golden treasure, if you're not awake, go back to sleep. What dreams can one have in broad daylight? Bai Xiaobai, you lack experience. I do not blame you. Golden treasure, impudent. How dare you show disrespect to your elder? Bai Xiaobai, I am level 4. You are merely level 3, so I should be the elder here. Golden treasure, a son surpassing his father does not entitle him to overturn the natural order. Bai Xiaobai, I feel you are taking advantage of me. Lin Che mounted the wind-hunting yak and journeyed day and night, returning to the headless tribe in less than 3 days. He had no choice. He was genuinely afraid that if celestial beings descended to hold him accountable, he would have no means to resist. He was not a monkey, after all, and his head was not that hard. Fortunately, he encountered no peril and arrived safely. However, his steed was thoroughly exhausted, nearly collapsing from the exertion. Pity that the wind-hunting yak, renowned for its endurance, almost succumbed on the way. Upon dismounting, Lin Che approached the guards, only to discover that the personnel had changed. I seek an audience with Priest Songla. Please relay my request. Humph, Songla is no longer a priest. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Che furrowed his brow and altered his approach. I request to see Commander Luo Jue. I implore you to expedite my entry. You wish to meet Commander Luo Jue? The head guard squinted slightly. Lin Che's heart raced. Had something befallen both of these individuals? He had thought that if Songla were in trouble, Luo Jue would surely seize the opportunity. Though he had some minor grievances with Luo Jue, it would not prevent him from leveraging the situation. Nevertheless, the head guard's reaction hinted to Lin Che that matters were not as they seemed. Since you seek Commander Luo Jue, please proceed. The head guard donned a smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Golden treasure. He aims to lure you in and then summon others to deal with you. White little white. Shall we eliminate him? Golden treasure. You possess such great prowess. Let us see you try. White little white. I cannot, but my master certainly can. Lin Che. Am I truly that formidable? Golden treasure. Master's prowess is unparalleled, invincible in all endeavors. White little white. Master's prowess is unparalleled, invincible in all endeavors. Despite the fervor of his two companions, Lin Che could not take the initiative to strike. Since this guard was playing a part, he had no qualms about continuing the charade. Thank you. Lin Che inclined his hand in gratitude and followed the head guard into the valley. With the divine axe at his side and having vanquished ancient ferocious beasts, how could he be intimidated by such a scene? Although he might struggle against the mountain god without Xingtian's aid, dealing with a few masters was certainly within his capabilities. Moreover, as long as he returned Xingtian's head, his task would be complete. Once Xingtian awakened, he would naturally protect him. And who in the headless tribe would dare defy him? Please, follow me. Upon reaching a fork in the path, the head guard led Lin Che in the wrong direction. I recall Commander Luo Jue does not reside this way. Lin Che halted his steps. In truth, he was uncertain of Luo Jue's whereabouts. But his intended destination was the ancestral hall, and he could not follow the guard elsewhere. Commander Luo Jue has just changed residences. As he spoke, the head guard gestured to 4 of his subordinates. The 4 slowly shifted their positions, encircling Lin Che. I once believed the headless tribe to be brutish. Yet it seems you possess cunning. Lin Che's lips curled slightly. Take him down. At the head guard's command, the group simultaneously launched an assault on Lin Che. One guard, wielding a long knife, struck first, aiming for Lin Che's neck. Another guard approached from the side, a spear in hand, lunging towards Lin Che's waist. Lin Che slightly leaned away, evading the spear's tip, and with a swift motion, he grasped the spear shaft, pushing it forward to deflect the descending knife. Just then, a blade swung from behind, and White Little White let out a fierce roar. Oh whoa! The attacker faltered momentarily, allowing Lin Che to execute a dragon's tail sweep, his foot making contact with the assailant's wrist. Before Lin Che could make his next move, another spear swept in his direction. With no choice, Lin Che released the spear, charging forward to switch positions with his adversary. One guard seized the opportunity, lunging forward with his knife. This time, Lin Che did not evade. Instead, he charged towards the blade, swiftly sidestepping and seizing the opponent's arm, yanking it forcefully while delivering a kick. Bang! The guard was sent flying, crashing to the ground but quickly rising to rejoin the fray. The complexity of the situation belied the rapidity of the exchanges. The guards' assaults grew increasingly fierce, their coordination remarkably tight, and Lin Che found himself struggling on both fronts. As a fellow practitioner of the innate realm, Lin Che had managed to hold his ground longer than the guards anticipated. However, he ultimately found himself outmatched. Gradually, the tide turned against him. Just as he contemplated whether to wield the Xingtian divine axe, a cacophony erupted nearby. Lin Che's heart raced, but he noticed that the guards appeared even more unsettled. Who dares to fight here? A commanding voice rang out. The guards immediately retreated, and the head guard bowed deeply. Great Elder. This man seeks an audience with Commander Luo Jue. I suspect he is connected to the thief of the ancestral divine weapon. Preposterous. This matter is not yet settled. How can you speak so freely? A robust man with silver hair approached the group. Despite his age, he was indeed a formidable figure. Late martial sage, ability, indestructible soul. Extremely high threat level. What a surprise, a late martial sage has appeared. Although Lin Che felt a sense of invincibility while wielding the Xingtian divine axe, he was acutely aware that such a feeling was merely an illusion. The earlier encounters with the cunning owl and the mountain god had taught him a lesson he would not soon forget. At that moment, the great elder turned his gaze to Lin Che and spoke slowly. You wish to see Luo Jue? In truth, I seek Songla. They denied me entry. Hence my request to see Luo Jue. Lin Che replied nonchalantly. So, you are indeed involved in the theft of the divine axe? The great elder's tone turned icy, as if ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 97. If I ascend, what will become of the Xianyuan clan? Piecing together the sentiments of those present, Lin Che couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. It turned out that after Lin Che's departure, Songla had requested Luo Jue to keep the secret and conceal the matter of Lin Che taking the divine axe. Consequently, Luo Jue arranged for personnel to maintain strict control, forbidding others from entering the ancestral hall. For the past few days, things had been calm, with no incidents arising. Until the fourth day, when the great elder whimsically decided to visit the ancestral hall to pay respects. Naturally, a group of guards could not obstruct the great elder, and the matter was swiftly exposed. While Songla and Luo Jue had kept their lips sealed, those who had encountered Lin Che were similarly silenced by the two. This resulted in Songla losing his priesthood and Luo Jue becoming a prisoner of his own making. The guards attempting to ensnare Lin Che were, in fact, the machinations of the vice commander. This vice commander had long been at odds with Luo Jue and saw this as an opportunity to ascend. To replace Luo Jue, he could not allow him any chance of a comeback. Thus, anyone associated with Luo Jue became his target. Had Lin Che not mentioned Luo Jue, things might have been different. However, by bringing up Luo Jue, he had inadvertently walked into the line of fire. He never anticipated that in just a few days, the headless tribe would be embroiled in a power struggle. Great Elder, do not be hasty. Why not have Songla and Luo Jue brought to the ancestral hall for a confrontation among the three of us? Lin Che, having grasped the underlying reasons, felt no further hesitation. Regardless of their internal strife, once Xingtian awakened, everything would be resolved effortlessly. Very well, the great elder readily agreed, turning to the head guard. Go summon Luo Jue and Songla to the ancestral hall. Although the grand elder may appear to embody the image of a brutish figure, he ultimately possesses a certain gravitas. Otherwise, he would not have attained the esteemed position of grand elder. As the leader of the guards led his entourage away, he cast a lingering glance at Lin Che, his expression tinged with a hint of resentment. In contrast, Lin Che wore a mocking smile as he bid farewell to the departing figures. This way, please. The grand elder gestured for Lin Che to proceed towards the ancestral hall. Lin Che nodded in acknowledgement. After you, grand elder. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, the two stood in silence, exchanging no words. In truth, Lin Che could have extracted the head of Xingtian at that moment. However, to ensure a prudent course of action, he resolved to wait for the arrival of Songla and Luo Jue before proceeding. Although the grand elder seemed to act with fairness, and neither of his two companions had detected any malicious intent, Lin Che could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen complications arising upon presenting Xingtian's head. In the unpredictable realm of external affairs, one must always remain vigilant. Should the head of Xingtian not be properly secured, Lin Che's own life could be at stake. Eventually, the grand elder broke the silence, inquiring, "From whence do you hail, esteemed guest?" Lin Che slightly inclined his head, replying, "I am but a wanderer, journeying from the eastern sea." Yet, he could not help but wonder what connection the guest had with the headless clan. The grand elder's expression remained impassive. To be precise, I share no connection with the headless clan, yet I am bound by an inexplicable fate to the great deity Xingtian. Lin Che chose to be succinct, refraining from elaborating further. The grand elder furrowed his brow. Our ancestors did not submit to the heavenly emperor and were never granted divine status. Oh, a slip of the tongue. Nevertheless, even if Xingtian was not bestowed with the heavenly emperor's decree, in my estimation, he remains the unparalleled god of war throughout the ages. Although many figures in legend dared to challenge the heavenly emperor, none could claim to have sent him into reincarnation as Xingtian did. As they spoke, Luo Jue and Songla were brought in, accompanied by several warriors of the divine realm. Songla appeared somewhat fatigued, while Luo Jue bore numerous injuries, evidently having endured severe torment. Observing this, Lin Che's eyes narrowed slightly. Esteemed guests, have the matters been resolved? Song La hastily inquired of Lin Che, while Luo Jue also looked on with a hopeful expression. Fear not, all has proceeded smoothly. However, it seems the two of you have encountered some difficulties, Lin Che observed, casting a glance at those surrounding him. Even when faced with ancient ferocious beasts and the mountain god, I did not sustain injuries as grave as those you bear, Commander Luo. It appears that the Headless Clan is even more perilous than Changyang Mountain. Upon hearing Lin Che mention Changyang Mountain, the members of the Headless Clan began to speak in unison. Did you visit the resting place of our ancestors? Pray tell, esteemed guest. Did you lay eyes upon the head of our forebear? What audacity! If you truly encountered an ancient ferocious beast, how could you possibly have survived? Could it be that you have returned with our ancestor's head? Would the mountain god allow you to escape unscathed? The cacophony of inquiries overwhelmed Lin Che, leaving him uncertain of which to address. Opting for silence, he unfastened his backpack and retrieved a small pouch. All eyes were riveted on Lin Che's actions. As he opened the pouch and revealed the head of Xing Tian, the warriors of the divine realm stood in stunned silence, as if turned to stone. After a lengthy pause, they all knelt. "O ancestor, our clan can finally see the light of day once more. We shall forever be grateful for your immense kindness. Our forebear, who has slumbered for so long, has at last awakened." Amidst the voices filled with gratitude, there was a hint of strange sentiment. Though Lin Che paid it no mind. He raised the head high and gently placed it upon Xing Tian's neck. Then, he stepped back, awaiting the deity's awakening. 3 seconds passed, yet Xing Tian remained motionless. 10 seconds elapsed, and still, he stood in silence. As a minute ticked by, murmurs of discontent began to circulate among the crowd, some even displaying glimmers of hostility. What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to deceive us with a false head? Our ancestor cannot be so disrespected. Just as the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, Lin Che slapped his forehead, drew a finely crafted axe from his waist, and placed it into Xing Tian's hand, his heart heavy with reluctance. The moment the divine axe made contact with Xing Tian's palm, it instantly restored its original form. At that instant, Xing Tian abruptly opened his eyes. Humph! A powerful aura enveloped the entire hall. The ancestor has awakened. The ancestor truly has awakened. Silence. Xing Tian drove the axe's handle into the ground, bringing an immediate hush over the hall. He then surveyed the assembly, speaking slowly. "You need not speak further. Assemble the troops immediately. In 3 days, we march to Human Pass." Understood. The members of the Headless Clan responded in unison, and the atmosphere in the hall shifted to one of impending battle. No further words were exchanged, and no objections were raised. A mere utterance from Xing Tian commanded their obedience. "Withdraw for now. I have matters to discuss with our guest." "Yes." The crowd dispersed hastily, leaving Lin Che standing face to face with Xing Tian. Unknown realm warrior, ability, undying soul, high threat level. Lin Che bore a puzzled expression. Could it be that his eye of insight had faltered? How could it not penetrate the depths of Xing Tian's realm? Is it possible, Golden Treasure interjected, that it is not a matter of being unable to see through, but rather that this realm has never been encountered before? Thus it is deemed unknown. Lin Che retorted, "Do you think I am unaware? The pinnacle of martial arts currently lies at the martial saint realm. How could Xing Tian be merely a martial saint? Master is astute." Bai Xiaobai chimed in, "I second that. You seem perplexed?" Xing Tian began, his voice low and measured. "Ahem, I am merely curious, esteemed elder. What realm do you currently reside in?" Lin Che boldly inquired. "The realm?" Xing Tian mused for a moment. "I can now tear through the void with a mere wave of my hand. Let us call it the void-breaking realm." "The void-breaking realm? Is there not a realm beyond that? The Ascension realm?" Lin Che could not help but mutter. "Ascension?" Xing Tian burst into hearty laughter before shaking his head. "If I were to ascend, what would become of the Xian Yuan clan?" Lin Che silently agreed. Having slain the heavenly emperor, what hope was there for ascension? "Esteemed elder, I have braved numerous perils to retrieve your head. You see, you cunning one, do you fear that I might not keep my word? Come closer." Xing Tian beckoned Lin Che forward, who complied without hesitation. "Today, I shall impart upon you the eternal soul slayer technique. I implore you to practice diligently and uphold the reputation of this art." As he spoke, Xing Tian raised his hand and pointed, touching Lin Che's forehead. A torrent of knowledge surged into Lin Che's mind. Chapter 98. With a mere wave, one can tear through the void, and one's strength surpasses even that of the martial saint. In a world fraught with upheaval and competition, who knows how far you may traverse? Amidst a hazy reverie, Lin Che heard Xing Tian murmuring, as if from a great distance. The scenery before him shifted, revealing a vast ocean, upon which a small boat appeared. As the waves rocked it closer, Lin Che beheld the exquisite visage of a maiden aboard. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and the sea erupted into towering waves. In an instant, the small boat was engulfed, and the girl, along with it, was swept beneath the water. Lin Che jolted awake. The girl? The maiden on the boat was none other than the girl from the village at the foot of Changyang Mountain. The one who had wished for Lin Che to become her husband. A wave of inexplicable anguish surged within Lin Che. He could not fathom why he felt such sorrow. Was it merely the occurrence of an event that was meant to transpire? Why, then, did he feel such heart-wrenching pain? Lin Che pressed his hand to his chest, his heart in turmoil. Why did he feel such a visceral pain at the sight of the girl being swallowed by the sea? As if having committed an irrevocable error, Lin Che felt utterly at a loss on how to make amends. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he had returned to Blue Star. The moon hung high in the sky, and the stars were sparse, yet his vision remained largely unaffected by the night. The entire Chiochi Mountain was cleaved in two, and at the very heart of the valley, a rift in the fabric of time and space flickered into view. The temple once dedicated to the three sovereigns lay in ruins, scattered across the valley floor. At this moment, Lin Che was overtaken by an impulse to plunge once more into the rift, but after a turbulent inner struggle, he restrained himself. Not only were the scenes from his dream established facts, but even if he were to re-enter the rift, he could not alter what had already transpired. Besides, given his current level of cultivation, what could he possibly achieve? It would merely be a fruitless endeavor. Lin Che? A voice called from behind. Lin Che turned slowly to find Chu Yao rushing towards him. In a moment of surprise, she flung herself into his embrace. I thought I would never see you again. Chu Yao's arms wrapped tightly around Lin Che's waist, as if fearing that if she let go, he would vanish into thin air. Regaining his composure, Lin Che slowly raised his arm, and after a brief pause, gently patted her back. It's all right. I'm here, aren't I? He replied softly. The sudden sight of Chu Yao stirred something within Lin Che. He had never before considered that there could be a girl willing to risk everything and traverse great distances in search of him. If you hadn't come out soon, I fear that Chu Yao might have attempted to force her way into the rift with her chi transformation cultivation. Xiao Changtian approached leisurely, flanked by an officer and several soldiers. I did not. Chu Yao quickly denied, stepping back and blushing as she struggled to conceal her embarrassment. I was merely speaking in jest. I wouldn't take such risks. Who knows what dangers lurk within the rift? I'm not foolish. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. Xiao Changtian chuckled, shaking his head. He then turned to Lin Che. How about you? Are you injured? No. Thank you for your concern, Principal. Lin Che nodded in response. At that moment, Chu Yao's attention was drawn to the small white creature at Lin Che's feet. How adorable. Is this your new pet? Awu. The little creature protested, asserting its lack of cuteness. Be quiet. Lin Che kicked the creature lightly. This rascal is quite mischievous. Hey, feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Oh dear, why did you kick it? Chu Yao crouched down to retrieve a tissue from her backpack and began wiping the paw prints off the creature. I've made my decision. This woman will be my new master. The little white creature declared. Haha. Lin Che chuckled. Haha. Golden Treasure joined in. Xiao Changtian scrutinized the little white creature and nodded slightly. A mutated tiger, upon reaching adulthood, is at least a level 4. Quite a remarkable find. We encountered a beast tied along the way and happened to pick it up, Lin Che replied casually, omitting the fact that this little white tiger had just reached a month old and was already a level 4 mutant. Allow me to introduce you. This is Colonel Li Zhaoheng from the Longnan Military District. Xiao Changtian gestured. The Longnan military is preparing to organize a master team to explore this rift in time and space. Do you have any information to share with the military? Colonel Li stepped forward, extending his hand to Lin Che with apparent eagerness. If you have any intelligence regarding this rift, Lin Che, please do share. In truth, Lin Che was not particularly enthusiastic, but the colonel's humble demeanor made it difficult for him to brush off the inquiry. This rift leads to an ancient mythical era, approximately from the time of the 3 sovereigns to the period of the 5 emperors. However, I am uncertain as to which specific emperor. At this point, Lin Che shifted the conversation. It would be advisable not to enter recklessly at this time, as before I exited. Xing Tian was leading the headless clan towards the central plains. The group fell silent for a moment, taken aback. Chu Yao could not help but ask, Isn't Xing Tian a figure from the era of the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor? Shouldn't he be considered part of the 3 sovereigns? Ahem. The headless clan was originally exiled beyond the Human Pass, but I heard that Xing Tian has since recovered his head after my entrance. Lin Che's smile grew increasingly strained, as he felt a twinge of guilt for not having acted nobly. In contemporary times, the Huaxiao ethnicity regarded themselves as descendants of Yin and Huang. For the Flame Emperor, Xing Tian would be considered a subordinate, while for the Yellow Emperor, he would undoubtedly be viewed as a rebel. Assisting Xing Tian in reclaiming his head to attack the Central Plains hardly seemed like a benevolent act. Thus, Lin Che made it clear that this matter was entirely the doing of a fellow named Fu Yu and had no connection to him. After a brief silence, Colonel Li Xiaohing broke the stillness. No worries. Even if the exploration team enters, they need not necessarily interfere in the conflict between the two sides. A preliminary investigation should pose no issues. Lin Che thought to himself, you may wish to intervene, but one must possess the capability to do so. The warriors of the Headless Clan were all at least of Master Realm, and within their ranks were numerous extraordinary and divine martial artists. Xing Tian himself could shatter the void with a wave of his hand, his strength surpassing even that of a martial sage. Gasp! The group collectively inhaled sharply. Awed by the fearsome ancient deities, Lin Che raised his hands in resignation. Thus, I maintain my original stance. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to delay any entry. Very well, I shall relay this situation to my superiors, and we shall discuss a specific exploration date later. Colonel Li Xiaohing replied solemnly. We must also thank you, Lin Che, for providing this intelligence. Otherwise, the exploration team might have suffered considerable losses by acting recklessly. No need for thanks. It is all in service of the people. Lin Che responded with a lackluster enthusiasm. Ha ha, well said. All in service of the people. Colonel Li Xiaohing laughed heartily. Lin Che, you possess a commendable sense of civic duty. Do you plan on joining the military in the future? Before Lin Che could respond, Xiao Changtian interjected. It is premature to discuss such matters. I will not release him until he graduates. Ha ha, true enough. Let us set that aside for now. We should return to the camp. Colonel Li Xiaohing gestured to the group. Thus, they made their way out of the canyon. As the night grew quiet, Lin Che fell into a deep slumber, once more encountering that vast sea. The waves had calmed, and the small boat lay shattered into splintered wood. A ghostly light rose from the water, and a girl's form emerged alongside it. This ethereal light emanated from a black pearl. As the light enveloped the girl completely, her shape began to change quietly. First, her body gradually shrank. Then her arms transformed into wings, adorned with colorful feathers. Her feet morphed into claws, ultimately becoming a bird. She suddenly opened her eyes, emitting a sound of discontent. Jingwei, Jingwei. In his dream, Lin Che felt a pang of regret and a tinge of pity. Yet he could only watch helplessly as the scene rapidly transformed. Days and nights transitioned, and seasons cycled, with Jingwei tirelessly traversing between the East Sea and the Western Mountains, casting stones and plants into the sea, as if forever unwearied, an unending endeavor. I will certainly find a way to restore you, Lin Che murmured. As if hearing his voice, Jingwei abruptly turned, her hollow eyes suddenly sparkling with life. She flapped her wings with all her might, soaring straight toward Lin Che. As a chill enveloped his brow, Lin Che awoke from his dream. He rubbed his slightly uncomfortable eyes, his gaze now resolute. I will certainly find a way to restore you, he repeated with conviction. The following morning at 9 o'clock, after Lin Che had freshened up, he activated his holographic wristband and perused his communication records. Chu Yao had contacted him 99 times, Sun Jia 33 times, Su Qianqian 19 times, along with the Lin sisters, Fang Haochen, Song Yu, and others, all of whom had reached out to him multiple times over the past few days. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, surprised to see that Sun Jia had sent him 33 communication requests. Could something have happened? After a moment's hesitation, he prioritized contacting Sun Jia. Mr. Lin, you're out. Sun Jia's visage materialized in the holographic projection. Yes, I'm out. I noticed you sent numerous communications. Is there something amiss? Lin Che addressed the matter directly. No. I just felt a bit uneasy since I didn't see you before leaving, so I wanted to reach out. Sun Jia replied earnestly, devoid of any intent to curry favor. Indeed, it was true that loyalty often stems from genuine camaraderie. And Lin Che felt a flicker of warmth from Sun Jia's words. Everything is going smoothly. There's no need for concern. Lin Che paused for a moment. How is that little fox faring under your training? Ha ha ha. The little fox is quite perceptive now. It no longer needs to be caged. I must thank you, Mr. Lin. The two conversed casually, akin to old friends, before Lin Che ended the communication and reached out to others, Su Qianqian, Fang Haochen, Song Yu, Zhang Yang, and finally Zhao Yi. As Zhao Yi was still a member of the Public Security Bureau's surveillance personnel, it was only prudent for Lin Che to inform him of his situation. Once Lin Che had replied to all communications and stepped out of the tent, he encountered Chu Yao approaching. Good morning. Lin Che stretched lazily. It's still early. If you don't get up, I might suspect you've run into trouble again. Chu Yao shot him a sidelong glance. Lin Che raised his hands and feigned surrender. You can't blame me. I've simply been too exhausted. Noting Lin Che's apparent fatigue, a hint of concern glimmered in Chu Yao's eyes. You shouldn't engage in such dangerous activities anymore, at least not alone. Who can remain uninvolved in this era? Lin Che's gaze grew profound, as if he were peering through the annals of time to glimpse a distant figure. I also wish I could stay home every day without venturing out. But some matters compel you to forge ahead. A bittersweet smile tugged at Lin Che's lips. He needed to mature swiftly, to grow strong enough to contend with the forces of nature, to attain the power to reverse the tides of fate. Chu Yao seemed momentarily taken aback. You seem different somehow. Lin Che, startled, responded, is that so? Perhaps it's simply a sign of growing up. After all, I am now an adult. What have you experienced in these days that has brought about such a transformation? Chu Yao could not suppress her curiosity. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, adopting a serious demeanor. My dear, do not attempt to delve too deeply into my life. Otherwise, you might find yourself enamored with me. Chu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully struck Lin Che's chest. It's really you. You can't maintain seriousness for more than 3 seconds. Lin Che clutched his chest and took a couple of steps back, feigning sorrow. To think you would launch a surprise attack on me. What a cruel woman. A surprise attack, you say? A cruel woman, indeed. Chu Yao immediately lunged forward, pinching the soft flesh at Lin Che's waist. That hurts. Spare me, noble lady. Bai Xiaobai interjected. What are they doing? Huang Jinbao responded. Human affairs, you wouldn't understand. Bai Xiaobai queried. If I don't understand, do you? Huang Jinbao admitted, actually, I don't either. Lin Che and Chu Yao followed Xiao Changtian back to Xinhai, not making a detour to Huaidong. Consequently, the 5th-level mutated tiger in Changyang Mountain once again evaded peril. In Xinhai City, at the Qin Family Martial Arts School, the final day of the 10-day intensive training had arrived. The school's master, Qin Baohua, who was also Qin Ming's grandfather, intended to broaden the students' horizons by personally demonstrating the lightning 5-strike whip technique. Clad in traditional martial arts attire, despite being over 60, he retained a robust physique and vibrant spirit. Qin Baohua was renowned in the martial arts community of Xinhai for his skills and moral integrity, garnering respect among the local practitioners. The lightning 5-strike whip was a cherished technique of the Qin family, emphasizing rapid and successive strikes to incapacitate the opponent without granting them a moment's respite. Its power was astonishing once unleashed. Upon hearing that the master would personally demonstrate the lightning 5-strike whip, the students gathered eagerly around the training ground. Qin Baohua stepped into the center of the arena, uttering no words, spreading his feet shoulder-width apart, allowing his arms to hang naturally, and closing his eyes slightly to regulate his breathing. In an instant, silence enveloped the training ground as everyone held their breath. Suddenly, Qin Baohua opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them, and he launched into action. With a left kick aimed at the void ahead, followed swiftly by a right whip kick that whistled through the air, his movements were a blur. Concurrently, his figure shifted, and his palms seemed to morph into afterimages, creating a dazzling spectacle. Electricity surged from his palms like a dragon, akin to a thunderous whip. Crack, 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 crack. Qin Baohua concluded the lightning 5-strike whip with a resounding shout, gradually bringing the technique to a close. Excellent. Thunderous applause erupted in response. Once more. Again. With someone leading the charge, the other students joined in the excitement. Qin Baohua raised his hands to quiet the crowd. In the past, various factions cherished their unique techniques, leading to many exceptional skills being lost to time. Yet, in this new era, where mutated beings roam freely, the Qin family has resolved to abandon sectarianism and welcome all disciples. Henceforth, anyone who joins the Qin Family Martial Arts School will be taught our family's supreme technique, the lightning 5-strike whip. As he continued, Qin Baohua shifted his tone. Those who enroll and pay within 3 days will receive a 10% discount. What usually costs 1 million will be reduced to 900,000. Furthermore, all students who participated in the 10-day training will enjoy a 98% discount, allowing them to become disciples of the Qin Family Martial Arts School for only 888,000. This is a rare opportunity. Interested students should not miss out. Just as Qin Baohua was energetically promoting the program, the doors of the martial arts school were suddenly flung open with great force. Bang! The crowd turned to see a young man dressed in martial arts attire, flanked by 7 or 8 men in black, exuding an intimidating presence. With a cold countenance, the youth declared, having heard of the Qin family's exquisite lightning 5-strike whip, I, Zhou Xinqing of the Zhou family from the capital, have come today to seek your guidance. A wave of murmurs swept through the students present. Zhou Xinqing, the foremost figure of the new generation in the Zhou family of the capital, hailed as the rising star. At just 22, he has ascended to the realm of innate masters and is destined to become a martial sage. Why is he here in Xinhai? Could it be to learn martial skills from Master Qin? Are you foolish? Who would travel so far just to seek martial arts instruction? Does the capital lack formidable martial arts schools? Then what do you think his purpose is? He must be here for the Chu family. The Zheng family and Qi family have already met their demise, and now the Zhou family has arrived. Indeed, the Chu family currently wields the Wheel of Fate and the Source Vessel. These prominent families from the capital are bound to want a share of the spoils. Chapter 100. A bunch of good-for-nothings, not a single capable fighter in this entire martial arts school. Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Baowu could not help but furrow his brow. Young man, do not let a bit of skill lead you to flaunt yourself indiscriminately. Remember, there are always greater mountains and more formidable people beyond your own. At these words, Zhou Xinqing's lips curled into a slight smile. Thank you for the advice, esteemed elder. I will take it to heart. However, Zhou Xinqing narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I have come to pay my respects, primarily to witness the renowned martial arts of the Qin family. Surely, esteemed elder, you would not deny me this honor? Upon hearing this, Qin Baowu nodded. Indeed, it is commendable that a young man understands decorum. Let us keep this brief. Please proceed. With a gesture from Qin Baowu, the crowd parted, granting Zhou Xinqing a clear path. I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed elder. Zhou Xinqing clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. You may take the first move. Qin Baowu replied, one hand behind his back, while the other gestured for him to begin. Bang! Thud! Zhou Xinqing unleashed a sudden punch, sending Qin Baowu sprawling several meters back, landing awkwardly on the ground and spitting blood. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The prowess of a martial sage is indeed terrifying. Is this a performance? He, at the same realm as a master, has knocked the Qin leader away with a single blow? Moreover, Zhou Xinqing is presumably at the early stage of a master, while Qin Baowu is a seasoned master, likely at the late stage now. Truly, the foremost of the new generation, rivaling even the established masters. Dizzied, Qin Baowu was overwhelmed not by his injuries, but by the murmurs of the crowd. With one misstep, he had lost face. How could he maintain his standing in the martial arts community of Xinhai now? With a fierce glare at Zhou Xinqing, he admonished, young man, you lack martial ethics. While I was engaged in pleasantries, how could you dare to launch a surprise attack? Zhou Xinqing retorted with a smirk, I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. But I have always detested those who flaunt themselves before me, for none can surpass my prowess. Once more, Zhou Xinqing flashed his signature smile. And while his words feigned politeness, their essence was anything but courteous. Struggling to his feet, Qin Baowu snorted, ingrate. How can one become great if they lack restraint? Take heed of your actions. Very well, let us disregard the previous encounter and begin anew, shall we? Zhou Xinqing's smile grew even more self-satisfied. It is only fitting. As he spoke, Qin Baowu was settled into a cross-legged position. Allow me a moment to catch my breath before we resume. Moments later, amid the murmurs of the onlookers, Qin Baowu completed his meditation and rose slowly. His expression was grave. Having witnessed Zhou Xinqing's formidable strength, he could not afford to underestimate him again. My earlier carelessness was my undoing. This time, you shall experience the true might of the lightning 5 whips. Zhou Xinqing scoffed coldly, words are futile. I ask for your esteemed guidance. With that, he spread his feet apart, adopting a Wing Chun stance. Qin Baowu's pupils constricted, so it is Wing Chun. With that, he shifted his stance and unleashed the lightning 5 whips. Suddenly, his right hand shot up, conjuring a phantom whip of lightning that coalesced in his grasp. Crack! The whip lashed out, its shadow a blur, striking with such speed that it seemed to tear through the air. Zhou Xinqing, prepared, summoned his protective energy and braced against the whip. Sizzle! Like cold water splashing into hot oil, the whip's shadow sent ripples around Zhou Xinqing. This whip serves as recompense for the punch you dealt me, esteemed elder. Zhou Xinqing's gaze sharpened. From here on, I shall not hold back. Following the first whip, Qin Baowu immediately retaliated with a second, this one faster and more powerful. Zhou Xinqing, lowering his shoulders and sinking his elbows, blocked with his forearm, simultaneously employing his agility to close the distance. The relentless barrage of Qin Baowu's lightning 5 whips continued, with the third and fourth strikes following in quick succession. Channeling power from his waist, Zhou Xinqing surged forward, delivering a punch. Bang! This time, Qin Baowu was not caught off guard. He steadied himself and absorbed the blow. Yet, he felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, akin to a small mountain descending. Boom! Qin Baowu staggered back, planting his feet firmly to regain his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xinqing pressed the attack, channeling all his strength into his arm for another punch. Bang! A resounding impact echoed. Huh! Qin Baowu shouted, using the ground for leverage to counter the strike. Zhou Xinqing gradually withdrew his fist, only to deliver an even more powerful blow. Despite remaining close, it did not hinder his combat technique. In the ensuing struggle, Zhou Xinqing's fists danced like butterflies among flowers, relentlessly targeting Qin Baowu's vital areas. The lightning 5 whips were interrupted, forcing Qin Baowu to constantly shift his position to fend off the onslaught. The two exchanged blows, their fists intertwining in a striking display that left the surrounding students and black-clad observers in awe. The master is incredible. Zhou is remarkable. Truly, the Qin leader's lightning 5 whips are extraordinary. When it comes to fist techniques, Wing Chun reigns supreme. As the intensity of their duel escalated, Qin Baoguo lashed out with another whip, which Zhou Xinqing again met with his protective energy. Seizing the moment when Qin Baoguo was drained of his old strength and yet to regain new energy, Zhou Xinqing unleashed a punch that struck true against Qin Baoguo's chest. Bang! Thud! The same scene unfolded once more, but this time, Qin Baoguo was gravely injured and unable to rise. Today, I have experienced the lightning 5 whips, Zhou Xinqing remarked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips as he bowed to Qin Baoguo. Although he said nothing further, the implication was clear. The lightning 5 whips are not to be feared. With a grunt, Qin Baoguo coughed up more blood and fell unconscious. Grandfather! Qin Ming shouted in alarm, rushing through the crowd to check on Qin Baoguo's condition. Quick, summon a doctor. Then, casting a cold glance at Zhou Xinqing, he declared, I, Qin Ming, shall remember this grievance today, and I will seek you out for retribution in the future. Humful waste. How dare you boast with such meager skills? Zhou Xinqing scoffed dismissively. The speed with which Qin Ming ascended the stage indicated he was unlikely to exceed the Qi opening realm. In the eyes of Zhou Xinqing, a master, Qin Ming's Qi opening cultivation was truly insignificant. Yet, to label an S rank like Qin Ming as a waste was perhaps an exaggeration. Aren't you merely a few years my senior? If I were your age, I would undoubtedly surpass you. Huh, fool, by the time you reach my level, I will have ascended to the divine realm. What could you possibly compare with me? Qin Ming seethed with rage, yet found himself at a loss for rebuttal. His cultivation would indeed progress, but so would Zhou Xinqing's. By that logic, the grievance of today would remain eternally unresolved. Zhou Xinqing surveyed the crowd of onlookers. A bunch of inept individuals. Not a single capable fighter within this entire martial arts hall. In an instant, the atmosphere turned hostile. Who would have imagined that the rising star of the Zhou family would be such a person? Arrogant and disdainful, he exhibited none of the demeanor of a true warrior. If only I were capable of defeating him, I would teach him a lesson. What arrogance! So what if you possess high cultivation? Ah, indeed, high cultivation is impressive. Just then, the martial hall's doctor arrived to attend to Qin Baoguo. Zhou Xinqing, brimming with confidence, swaggered away. When Qin Baoguo regained consciousness, he would never mention accepting disciples. As if he had never spoken of it at all. The students, too, were taken aback that the final lesson of the special training camp concluded in such a manner. Though somewhat vexing, it would undoubtedly be an unforgettable experience. Meanwhile, having demonstrated his might, Zhou Xinqing approached the Chu family with great authority, proposing a union with Chu Jingchuan. Faced with the overwhelming presence of Zhou Xinqing, Chu Jingchuan steeled himself and decisively refused. Young Master Zhou, it is not that the Chu family lacks discernment. But my daughter is already betrothed. How can we act treacherously? What of an engagement? Even marriage can be dissolved. Am I, a mere 22-year-old master of the Zhou family in the capital, to be overshadowed by a mere waste of the Lin family, who has only reached the enlightenment realm? Zhou Xinqing's arrogant demeanor resembled not a proposal, but rather a demand for repayment. Chapter 101. On the surface, the atmosphere appeared amicable, yet behind the scenes, one could only speculate about ulterior motives. Trust is the cornerstone of one's standing. Just as Chu Jingchuan was about to clarify, he was interrupted by Zhou Xinqing. Mr. Chu, do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to elucidate the conditions I can offer. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Jingchuan sighed. Very well, young Master Zhou, please proceed. What harm could there be in listening? One cannot simply silence his tongue. As I understand it, Mr. Chu, although you publicly acknowledge only one daughter, there exists a private son. Zhou Xinqing's opening statement was indeed a bombshell. Noticing Chu Jingchuan's intent to interject, Zhou Xinqing waved his hand, signaling him to allow him to finish. Please refrain from hastily denying. My audacity in speaking such claims is backed by irrefutable evidence. Your son is named Chu Zhuoran, just 10 years old this year, attending the 3rd primary school of Xinhai. Am I correct? Chu Jingchuan's brow furrowed, rendered speechless. Observing this, Zhou Xinqing's smile widened. No need to be anxious, Mr. Chu. My intention is not to threaten you. On the contrary, I aim to assist you. Oh, and how do you propose to assist me? Chu Jingchuan locked his gaze onto Zhou Xinqing. Quite simply, Mr. Chu. Your reluctance to reveal your son's identity stems from the formidable Lu family. In this realm of Xinhai, you must indeed tread carefully around them. Zhou Xinqing quipped with a smirk. However, my Zhou family is perfectly positioned to resolve this predicament, for we are the most powerful clan in all of China. Should you consent to bestow your daughter upon me, the identity of your son would no longer need to remain concealed. Zhou Xinqing continued with a persuasive tone. You need not fear that my Zhou family will swallow the Chu family. We are unlike the others, as we are the strongest by nature. Rather than usurping the Chu family, we would prefer to bolster it, transforming the Chu family into our ally to balance against the other clans. The four prominent families in the capital, Zhou, Qi, Zheng, and Sun, witnessed Zhou family's overwhelming advantages in both military and martial arts realms. While the other three clans each boasted their own godly masters, the Zhou family held three such figures, alongside Zhou Xinqing, a future martial saint, embodying an abundance of martial virtue. Despite Zhou Xinqing's arrogance, his words bore an air of sincerity, devoid of any embellishment. Thus, Mr. Chu, you require an heir. And my Zhou family likewise yearns for you to have one. This heir could be either Chu Yao or Chu Zhuoran. After a brief pause, Zhou Xinqing shrugged. I suspect you would favor Chu Zhuoran, as Chu Yao is, after all, half of the Lu family. Chu Jingchuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter. His mother hailed from the Qin family, while his wife belonged to the Lu family. Under normal circumstances, he would cultivate a son and marry a daughter of the Lin family to secure the future of the Chu family. Alas, Lu Jingwen bore him but a daughter. Although he bore no bias against daughters, a daughter is inherently different. Should Chu Yao inherit the Chu family, she would likely be divided by the Lu and Lin families. Despite the current amicable facades, one could only speculate about the machinations behind the scenes. Zhou Xinqing's words struck a chord with Chu Jingchuan. Should the Zhou family be willing to support the Chu family, there was no doubt that the Chu family could ascend to be the fifth prominent family in China. However, this would necessitate a sacrifice from Chu Yao. With both sides of his heart at stake, Chu Jingchuan hesitated to make a decision. As evening fell, Lin Che arrived back at the Lin family home, where the atmosphere was palpably tense. What? Am I a burden to everyone now? Lin Che casually seated himself beside the sofa. Bai Xiaobai followed closely, leaping onto the couch and resting beside Lin Che. Although the onlookers were intrigued by Lin Che's new pet, they were preoccupied with more pressing matters. Lin Hai opened his mouth, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Ultimately, it was Su Qianqian who broke the silence. There may be some changes regarding the marriage contract with the Chu family. Lin Che's face reflected confusion. He had just returned from Longnan with Chu Yao, and while their relationship was not exactly one of unbreakable bonds, they certainly shared a close camaraderie. To be informed of a change in their engagement upon arriving home was bewildering. Initially, he had no intention of honoring the marriage contract. But the Lin family had leveraged admission conditions to secure his agreement. Now that he and Chu Yao were on the right path, he was suddenly told there were changes. It seemed he and Chu Yao had no autonomy over their own engagement, merely participants in the grand design. What is the situation? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Su Qianqian glanced at Lin Hai. Dear, perhaps you should explain. Clearing his throat, Lin Hai spoke with a hint of indignation. That scoundrel Chu Jingchuan, bewitched by the Zhou family, intends to renege on the marriage and marry Chu Yao off to Zhou Xinqing. Lin Hai felt a pang of embarrassment, raising his voice to mask his discomfort. Zhou Xinqing, the rising star of the Zhou family? Lin Che recognized the name, a man touted to become a martial saint. At just 22, he had ascended to the innate master level, boasting the legendary SSS grade talent, the specifics of which remained unknown to the outside world. Having driven out the Zheng and Qi families, the Zhou family now sought to claim the Chu family as their prize. Indeed, one wonders what benefits the Zhou family has promised the Chus, engaging in a perilous game. Surely, they do not fear losing control. Lin Hai continued, his tone growing increasingly disparaging, as if belittling Chu Jingchuan would restore some of his own dignity. It is hardly surprising. The Zheng and Qi families failed to secure the Chu family due to their insufficient leverage. Lin Che's expression turned steely. However, Chu Yao is no longer merely the daughter of the Chu family. She is my fiancée. Regardless of the Zhou family's schemes or the temptations Zhou Xinqing might present, he would ultimately leave them empty-handed. In his dreams, the girl swallowed by the sea taught Lin Che a profound lesson. One must seize the flowers while they bloom, lest they be left with nothing but barren branches. He could not allow Chu Yao to be coerced by her family, as he had witnessed the girl consumed by the waves in his visions. Dreams may be beyond his control, but in reality, he would not allow anyone to dictate his fate. Do not act impulsively, Lin Hai quickly cautioned. The Zhou family wielded significant power, and Zhou Xinqing had already reached masterful heights, having injured Master Qin upon his arrival in Xinhai. He was not to be trifled with. Such a thing happened. Lin Che's interest peaked. Earlier today, Master Qin was defeated twice, and the second time left him gravely injured. Lin Hai shook his head. I never anticipated that Zhou Xinqing, having just ascended to master level, would defeat Master Qin, who was in the later stages of mastery. I had always regarded Qin Baoguang as a distinguished figure, albeit unable to break through the extraordinary. He was undoubtedly a standout among the elder masters. I could hardly conceive that such a grandmaster would fall to a young upstart. Zhou family's rising star indeed lives up to the name of a martial saint. He is truly exceptional. Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly. Bai Xiaobai interjected, "Why must we rattle the tiger? It's a metaphor, do you understand?" Golden Treasure responded. "Oh, but why use a metaphor?" Bai Xiaobai retorted. "Why ask so many questions?" Silence. Lin Che affectionately patted Bai Xiaobai's head. "So, does this mean the Chu family has acquiesced? Chu Jingchuan has invited me to discuss matters in detail at the Xinhai Hotel tomorrow. Although unspoken, the situation is likely to align closely with my assumptions." Lin Hai gazed at Lin Che, pondering the formidable might of the Zhou family, who boasted 3 transcendents among their ranks. Even the sole martial sage of Huaxiao would be compelled to concede some ground. Although the martial sage would not fear the 3 transcendents, the stability of Huaxiao necessitated their presence as a bulwark. Other families could only claim a singular transcendence, and should matters escalate excessively, the martial sage's intervention would yield minimal repercussions. However, the Zhou family was an entirely different matter. The martial sage could not directly eliminate 3 transcendents without inflicting a grievous wound upon Huaxiao itself. As the narrative unfolds, it became evident that the Zhou family's descendants acted with a brazen audacity, particularly after Zhou Xinqing ascended to the rank of master. After all, a master in any city represents a pinnacle of combat prowess, wielding their martial might with impunity. Tomorrow, as I return, I must prepare to express my gratitude for the grand gesture they have extended. Failing to do so would indeed be a grave miscalculation. As Lin Che rose to ascend the stairs, Lin Wanting hastily interjected, "Little Che, I understand your discomfort, but please, do not act impulsively. Zhou Xinqing is, after all, a master." Lin Yuro echoed her sentiments, cautioning, "Indeed, it would be unwise to engage in a confrontation with such might." Lin Che halted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "What do you both think I might do?" Observing his demeanor, Lin Wanting shook her head. "If you were merely at the transcendence level, I would surely advocate on your behalf, but against a master, I too would be powerless. Rest assured, dear sister, I appreciate your goodwill. There will be no unforeseen calamities." Lin Che's intentions remained cloaked in ambiguity. At this juncture, Lin Zishuan could not help but activate his passive skill. "Correct, my brother is far from reckless. It's a pity for classmate Chu Yao." Lin Che's gaze sharpened with intensity. "Silence. What do you mean, classmate Chu Yao? She will be your future sister-in-law." Yet, as Lin Zishuan attempted to further articulate his thoughts, he was met with Lin Che's piercing stare, which instilled a sense of trepidation. "Yes, my future sister-in-law would never withdraw from our engagement due to familial pressure." Brother remained true to his nature, retaining his sarcastic demeanor despite his apparent concession. To him, the engagement between Lin Che and Chu Yao was merely a strategic alliance between families, and the assertion that she would not bow to familial demands was, in his view, utterly ludicrous. Nevertheless, Lin Che, having discerned the underlying implications of his words, chose not to engage in further debate. "Indeed, your sister-in-law harbors deep affections for me. It is likely she shall never set her sights on another." Lin Zishuan felt as though he had been struck in the knee, a wave of frustration washing over him. Yet, he could only acquiesce. Indeed, sister-in-law is not that kind of person. "Yes, quite understanding," Lin Che affirmed, resuming his ascent while Bai Xiaobai followed closely. "Have you eaten dinner?" Su Qianqian recalled the importance of sustenance. "I've had something outside," Lin Che replied, waving his hand dismissively as he continued up the stairs. After a brief silence in the living room, Lin Yuro spoke again. "If I am not mistaken, Lin Che just brought back an anomalous white tiger, correct?" Lin Wanting nodded in agreement. "Yes, it appears quite adorable. Is that the crux of the matter?" Lin Yuro exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What are you trying to convey?" Lin Wanting inquired, perplexed. "A white tiger. He has brought a white tiger home," Lin Yuro emphasized repeatedly. "I am aware, and so what?" Lin Wanting replied. Although Lin Che had previously brought back a mutated squirrel without incident, this time was different. This was a mutated tiger. That little thing. Even if it is a mutated tiger, what of it? But a mutated tiger will grow," Lin Yuro insisted. "Once it matures, it should become quite familiar with us. Perhaps even protect us." You make a compelling point. Well said, elder sister." Lin Hai and Su Qianqian exchanged bemused glances at the sisters' dialogue. While Lin Zishuan's expression remained enigmatic, his thoughts veiled. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Lin Che focused and began to cultivate the soul slaughter immortal technique. This cultivation method was originally conceived by Xingtian in conjunction with the undead clan's immortal soul, embodying the essence of immortality, with the ability to nurture the soul through combat. Even if the physical body were to sustain damage, the spirit could still coalesce and be reborn. If one possessed the talent for an immortal soul, Practicing this technique would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Unfortunately, Lin Che was not of the undead clan. Nevertheless, even with disparities in innate ability, the Soul Slaughter Immortal technique surpassed the martial sage level, and its efficacy would far exceed that of the innate breathing method passed down by Xiao Changtian. A thunderous roar echoed within Lin Che's mind, followed by a sensation of vertigo. Floating, he thought, thank you for the beast core you provided, allowing me to harbor a fragment of true spirit. A maiden tenderly caressed Lin Che's cheek. Do not grieve. This is my destiny. If the opportunity arises, I wish you could visit me. I have gifted you a jade token. Cherish it. It symbolizes the Flame Emperor and commands the Shinon clan. Should you lose it, I will be quite displeased. If you wish to practice the Undead Clan Soul Slaughter Immortal technique, you may first refine a beast core to harbor a strand of true spirit, akin to the immortal soul. As she spoke, the maiden's fingertip pressed gently against Lin Che's brow. Brother Fuyo, you must remember me. Tears welled in her eyes as her form gradually dissipated. Lin Che felt a sharp pang in his heart, slowly opening his eyes. Of course, I will remember you. He retrieved the beast core of a roe owl from his backpack. Destiny. To hell with destiny. As he spoke, Lin Che immediately began to activate the refining method. The beast core slowly transforming into a wisp of ethereal light that merged into Lin Che's dantian. Subsequently, Lin Che sensed a surge of vitality emanating from his dantian. Boundless and unrelenting. Am I now human or a beast? Lin Che pondered. He then utilized the spirit harboring method, successfully extracting a wisp of true spirit to merge with the beast core. With this fragment of true spirit, perhaps Lin Che could emulate Xingtian, defying death even when beheaded. Yet, speculation remained speculation. Lin Che would not dare to test it by severing his own head. Need assistance? Bai Xiaobai offered. My claws are quite sharp. That notion is perilous. Lin Che retorted. Take care of it. You need not concern yourself with my opinions. Why should I care about you? Bai Xiaobai shot back. Indeed. I said you need not be mindful of my opinions. Lin Che declared. Enough of this banter. I must step out. Bai Xiaobai, guard the house. Understood. Bai Xiaobai replied. I wish to go out too. With you in tow, what can I accomplish? Lin Che countered. Precisely, unless you can also shrink in size. The wheel of destiny. My wheel of destiny. Bai Xiaobai exclaimed. Patience, it shall come to pass. Lin Che shook his head and turned to retrieve a silver briefcase from the wardrobe. I may lack the wheel of destiny for now, but I do possess several source vessels. Would you care to enhance your abilities? Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. May you enjoy boundless blessings and longevity. Very well, based on your attitude, both you and Golden Treasure may each use one, and the remaining 8 shall belong to you. Master, may you reign supreme over the blue star for countless eons. Stop. Why would I want to rule the blue star? Truly, I am at my wit's end. Allow me to assist you with a bottle. Open your mouth, huh? Master, something seems amiss. Previously, Lin Che and Golden Treasure had each consumed 5 source vessels, with the effects of the 5th vessel already equivalent to vanquishing a first-level anomaly. Thus, he tucked away the remaining 10 doses and cast them aside. Lin Che seemed to recall Xiao Changtian mentioning that taking the source vessel with a 10-day interval would yield better results. Now, months had passed. Perhaps consuming another dose might still unleash a modicum of its medicinal potency. After taking it, Lin Che discerned that its effects were roughly equivalent to vanquishing a level 3 mutated creature. Indeed, taking it after a period of time did enhance its efficacy, albeit marginally. Naturally, only someone endowed with the talent for slaughter like Lin Che would entertain such thoughts. For others, although the effects were not as pronounced as during the initial consumption, it still represented several days of arduous cultivation, a rare boon. Chapter 103. Haunting Apparitions. Since you're here, you need not leave. Lin Che, perceiving the difference in effects as negligible, decided to administer the entire supply to Bai Xiaobai. After all, the next acquisition of the Wheel of Fate would still come with 10 doses of the source vessel. Consequently, Bai Xiaobai was made to ingest 8 doses in rapid succession. Feeling somewhat disinterested, longing instead for a deep slumber, it then collapsed into a deep sleep. Lin Che wore a puzzled expression. Has it succumbed to stupor? Golden Treasure, what does succumb to stupor mean? Well, how should I put it? It's when excessive energy intake induces drowsiness and fatigue. Golden Treasure, that sounds about right. I felt a bit dazed after taking 5 doses last time, but I managed to hold on. Why didn't you mention it last time? I thought it was a normal phenomenon. Lin Che. Previously, Xiao Changtian had already warned Lin Che that excessive consumption could lead to side effects. But Lin Che paid it no heed. In truth, due to Lin Che's innate talent for slaughter, his vitality enhancement had no upper limit. Even if he were to consume the potion continuously, it would not pose significant issues. It was merely wasteful to take them in succession. However, others were not so fortunate, including mutated animals, as taking the source vessel repeatedly would impose considerable strain on their bodies. Golden Treasure managed to withstand 5 doses, while Bai Xiaobai, as a level 4 mutated beast, should not be so fragile, right? At this point, further contemplation was futile. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Xiaobai remained in slumber, Lin Che, accompanied by Golden Treasure, stealthily exited the Lin family villa. A rising star, a martial saint at the tender age of 22, a congenital master. It sounded somewhat intriguing, yet not overly so. As an 18-year-old martial arts master who had encountered entities such as the Void Realm and the Mountain God, to Lin Che, a martial saint was merely a starting point. Cloaked in a hooded sweatshirt and a black mask, he navigated through the darkness with remarkable speed. Before long, he arrived at the New Sea Hotel. Lin Che retrieved a photograph of Zhou Xinxing online, instructing Golden Treasure to memorize it, before releasing Golden Treasure to conduct a reconnaissance. Though Golden Treasure had a mischievous streak, it proved reliable in carrying out its tasks, and swiftly located Zhou Xinxing's room. At that moment, Zhou Xinxing was seated in meditation, practicing his martial arts. It must be said, this new star of the Zhou family was indeed more commendable than the Zheng brothers. When Zheng Jingren faced his demise, the women around him were still unclothed. Meanwhile, Zheng Jingyin was summoned back to the capital by Zheng Yi, all due to Lin Che filming his escapades. In comparison, the diligent Zhou Xinxing rendered the Zheng brothers truly inconsequential. Golden Treasure quietly opened the door to the room, and before Lin Che could step inside, Zhou Xinxing had already sensed his presence. "Who is it?" he inquired, his tone sharp. Who am I? What have you been up to today? Aren't you aware?" Lin Che intentionally lowered his voice to obfuscate his identity. Playing tricks? I care not for your identity. Since you're here, you need not leave." As he spoke, Zhou Xinxing advanced towards Lin Che, launching an attack. Without finishing his words, he struck first. Exhibiting a disregard for martial ethics, Lin Che hurriedly defended himself. Noisy, Zhou Xinxing's fist crashed towards Lin Che's face. Bang! Lin Che stepped back, retaliating with a punch. The two engaged in a fierce exchange within the confines of the room, each evenly matched. Lin Che's skills had been honed through the crucible of battle, exhibiting considerable ferocity. In contrast, Zhou Xinxing integrated the principles of Wing Chun with various martial arts, his movements agile and unpredictable, matching Lin Che blow for blow. As Lin Che executed a sweeping kick, Zhou Xinxing deftly sidestepped, closing the distance to deliver a powerful strike to Lin Che's chest. Sensing the force behind Zhou Xinxing's punch, Lin Che dared not absorb the blow directly and swiftly retreated to create distance. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" During their skirmish, Zhou Xinxing could not resist inquiring once more. Lin Che, of course, could not reveal his identity and continued to obfuscate, saying, "What? Do I not resemble someone from the Qin family martial hall?" The lot from the Qin family martial hall are weaklings. They could never possess your prowess. And you can't even execute the lightning 5 strikes. What are you pretending to be? My family possesses numerous unique techniques, not solely the lightning 5 strikes. To judge my identity based on that is rather presumptuous. Since you refuse to speak the truth, then go meet the king of hell. Zhou Xinxing's attacks intensified. Relentless like a tempest, Lin Che had faced formidable foes and had bullied the weak, yet encounters of such equal footing were rare. After an extended struggle, Zhou Xinxing began to lose patience, intending to feign a flaw for Lin Che to exploit. Equipped with a royal translator, Lin Che instantly perceived Zhou Xinxing's intent. Since the other party wished to act, he would play along. At the moment Zhou Xinxing threw a punch, revealing a slight opening, Lin Che surged forward. His right fist propelled towards Zhou Xinxing's abdomen. Zhou Xinxing's eyes widened. He merely intended to feign a flaw, not to take an actual hit. If this punch connected, he would likely be unable to retaliate. Thus, he swiftly drew in his abdomen and turned to the side, while his left arm shielded him like a bastion. Bang! A fist thudded heavily against his arm, sending a jolt through Zhou Xinxing's limb. Seizing the moment, Lin Che delivered a kick, sweeping across Zhou Xinxing's waist. At this juncture, Zhou Xinxing could not evade in time, and was ultimately struck by Lin Che's foot, causing him to crash against the nearby wall. Bang! Zhou Xinxing steadied himself, gritting his teeth. "You have successfully roused my anger." Suddenly, an irate shout echoed from next door. "Who on earth is making a ruckus at this hour, disturbing my sleep?" Lin Che realized he had been careless, failing to restrain his strength. If the altercation continued, it was likely someone would come to investigate. Today, you are fortunate. Be more cautious in the future. Lin Che, still under the watch of the Public Security Bureau, could not afford to be too conspicuous. Hence, after delivering his threat, he promptly turned to retreat. However, Zhou Xinxing was resolute in his pursuit. It might be somewhat challenging for Lin Che to subdue Zhou Xinxing in a short span. Yet when he sought to withdraw, Zhou Xinxing could not hinder him. Observing Zhou Xinxing advancing, Lin Che executed a swift maneuver to force him back and dashed out of the room. By the time Zhou Xinqing followed suit, Lin Che had already vanished without a trace. Humph, a cowardly rat, hiding and revealing himself. Chapter 104. As long as you are unwilling, no one can coerce you. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Bai Xiaobai had already awakened. Seeing Lin Che enter, Bai Xiaobai immediately approached him. So what happened? Did you manage to kill him? Such thoughts are misguided. I am not a merciless villain capable of casually dispatching someone. Oh, so you didn't kill him? I told you to take me along. A single roar from me, and he would be frozen in place, allowing you to reap the rewards effortlessly. Indeed, a roar from you could easily do him in. And then I would find myself apprehended, correct? Humans are truly troublesome. Lin Che could not dispute this. Humanity, as social beings, had far too many considerations. Earlier, when he had kicked Zhou Xinqing away, the commotion was too great, awakening those nearby and forcing him to flee in disgrace. If the confrontation had persisted, it would likely have resulted in undeniable evidence, possibly unearthing prior cases against him. You seem to have grown quite a bit. Lin Che scrutinized Bai Xiaobai. Really? Do I look more imposing? From now on, it will be more inconvenient to bring you along. You are a cruel master. I no longer wish to see you. I shall run away from home. Go ahead, go ahead. Without you, there will be no wheel of fortune. You all are too cruel to me. Ultimately, Bai Xiaobai did not run away but instead retreated to a corner, mumbling incessantly. The next day, at the Itsue Hall of the Xinhai Hotel, the Chu and Lin families gathered. On the surface, both parties maintained a courteous demeanor, yet an intangible sense of estrangement lingered, almost palpable. Chu Yao appeared despondent, her eyes betraying her concealed sorrow. Lin Che mused that indeed, his esteemed father-in-law had succumbed to the sweet poison of the enemy. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Jingchuan finally broached the main topic. Old Lin, we have grown up together, sharing the same pants. I will not hide anything from you. Chu Jingchuan glanced at Chu Yao and Lin Che, continuing, as for the engagement between our two families, I fear the Chu family cannot uphold the agreement. You do not truly believe the Zhou family to be benevolent, do you? Lin Hai was already aware of the situation, and upon hearing Chu Jingchuan's words, he was not surprised. I am well aware of the Zhou family's nature. Chu Jingchuan shook his head. However, the current circumstances are beyond our control. With Zhou Xinqing as a congenital warrior, our Chu family is powerless to contend. Is that so? Lin Hai replied with a sardonic smile. Even if Zhou Xinqing has defeated Master Qin, the Lu family still possesses a transcendent figure. After all, he is your wife's uncle. Are they truly unwilling to assist? Chu Jingchuan hesitated briefly before responding. After all, the Zhou family has 3 divine warriors stationed, and the Lu family cannot truly do anything to Zhou Xinqing. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwen's lips quivered, yet she ultimately remained silent. Chu Jingchuan had previously conveyed this sentiment to her, and given that she held Lin Che in low esteem, she did not interfere with Chu Jingchuan's decision. As Chu Yao was her biological daughter, she naturally wished for her to have a better future. Since Zhou Xinqing was the Zhou family's rising star, he was undoubtedly a suitable match for her daughter. In her view, setting aside the youthful frivolities, Zhou Xinqing excelled in every aspect compared to Lin Che. Nonsense. It is not as if I am asking the Lu family to eliminate Zhou Xinqing. Merely sharing some of the pressure is all. Do you truly believe that the Zhou family's divine warriors would come to Xinhai to target the Lu family? Lin Hai displayed a disdainful expression. He had not a shred of faith in Chu Jingchuan's excuses. To him, it was clear that Chu Jingchuan harbored ambitions to align himself with the Zhou family. Such behavior was somewhat short-sighted, and he would eventually be consumed by the Zhou family. Little did he know, Chu Jingchuan had his own calculations. Without Chu Zhuoran, he might not have harbored such thoughts. Alas, life is rife with unexpected turns. Since Chu Yao was not the sole heir of the Chu family, the Lu and Lin families had become obstacles to the Chu family's development. As the helm of the Chu family, he naturally sought to eliminate these hindrances, casting aside 2 stumbling blocks. Marrying Chu Yao to Zhou Xinqing would not only serve to counterbalance the Lu family, but also allow him to sever ties with the Lin family. He carefully laid the groundwork, anticipating that when Chu Zhuoran came of age, he would seamlessly become the 5th heir of the Huaxia family. However, Chu Jingchuan ultimately overlooked one crucial point. All of this was merely Zhou Xinqing's perspective. Whether the Zhou family truly harbored intentions of annexing the Chu family remained uncertain. Human greed is insatiable. While Chu Jingchuan may foster discord with the Lu and Lin families, could the Zhou family not also betray the Chu family? That said, Zhou Xinqing undeniably held his advantages, rendering him unafraid of the Lu family's transcendent figure. Chu Jingchuan continued fabricating excuses to exonerate himself. The Lu family would not dare to act against Zhou Xinqing. But Zhou Xinqing is indeed bold enough to strike at my Chu family. Lin Hai shook his head. There is no common ground between us. So you are resolute in your decision to annul the engagement today? I have no choice. Chu Jingchuan feigned a look of difficulty. Very well, if that is the case. Wait. Before Lin Hai could finish, he was immediately interrupted by Lin Che. During the engagement, the entire arrangement was orchestrated by you. Now, as you seek to annul it, do you presume this agreement is not between me and Chu Yao? Dear nephew, this matter is a debt that Uncle Chu owes you. Yet Uncle Chu is also compelled by circumstance. Before Chu Jingchuan could conclude, Lin Che interjected once more. The Chu family is the Chu family. The Lin family is the Lin family. Chu Yao is Chu Yao, and I am Lin Che. Uncle, please do not conflate the two. As he spoke, Lin Che turned his gaze toward Chu Yao. As long as you are unwilling, no one can coerce you. Upon hearing this, tears began to well in Chu Yao's eyes. Her lips parted slightly, but she ultimately sighed. Alas, let the engagement be dissolved. The royal translator, Huang Jinbao, chimed in. She fears you may become a target for Zhou Xinqing. To this, Lin Che understood. If you are concerned about me being targeted, there is truly no need. Zhou Xinqing cannot do anything to me. No one is coercing me. My decision to annul the engagement is entirely my own, unrelated to anyone else. Chu Yao stifled her heartbreak and uttered her resolute words. Huang Jinbao remarked, why must you force yourself? I cannot be so selfish. My affection for you should not bring you harm. We are all powerless against our own destinies. Perhaps marrying someone devoid of affection is the fate I am destined to embrace. Although Lin Che understood that Chu Yao's words were fabricated, and despite the real-time translation provided by Huang Jinbao, a pang of unacknowledged sorrow still lingered within him. Perhaps it was for the girl standing before him. The once resolute girl who vowed to take command of her own marriage had now willingly relinquished her innermost desires to avoid implicating him, a notion that was indeed heart-wrenching. Since this matter does not concern anyone else, if I were to challenge Zhou Xinqing, you would not object, would you? Lin Che's expression was grave. Chu Yao's countenance changed dramatically. What do you intend to do? Can you not allow me some dignity? Huang Jinbao interjected. I have compromised for your sake. Must you let my heartfelt intentions go to waste? In that moment, Chu Yao's figure seemed to merge with that of the girl from his dreams, both equally strong, both equally reckless. Xiao Che, do not speak recklessly. Zhou Xinqing is not someone you can confront. Lin Wanting hastily urged. Indeed, brother, Zhou Xinqing is a congenital master. You cannot regard him as merely a classmate. Lin Zishuan chimed in with a sardonic tone. Chu Jingchuan seized the moment to speak. Nephew, Chu uncle understands your grievances. But the arm cannot outmuscle the thigh. Therefore, Chu uncle will take charge and transfer 1% of the shares of Chu Pharmaceutical to you. How does that sound? The members of the Chu and Lin families exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 105. The 18-year-old congenital master, the best in the world. At this juncture, Chu Pharmaceutical was no longer the local enterprise it once was, with the power to control the wheel of fate and the vessel of origins. Even a mere 1% stake would be valued in the hundreds of billions in the future. To be fair, it is impossible for an ordinary person not to be tempted. When Zheng Jingyin attempted to persuade Lin Che to take the initiative to call off the engagement with Chu Yao, Lin Che had demanded 100 billion, hoping to dissuade Zheng Jingyin. Although Zheng Jingyin was eventually recalled by his family due to a scandal, he indeed could not produce 100 billion. Now, in an effort to persuade Lin Che to agree to the annulment, Chu Jingchuan was offering shares worth hundreds of billions, which struck Lin Che as somewhat amusing. It was evident that a biological father understood Chu Yao's worth better than anyone else. Others could not reach such a level. Haha, uncle is truly humorous. Lin Che feigned indifference. Not to mention that these shares would be of no use to me, if I truly desired wealth. Marrying Chu Yao would mean all she possesses would eventually be mine. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingchuan frowned. Lin Che's words struck a nerve. The reason he acquiesced to Zhou Xinqing's demands was to ensure that Chu Pharmaceutical would be inherited by Chu Zhuoran. As Lin Che had pointed out, if Chu Yao married Lin Che, her inheritance would effectively grant half of Chu Pharmaceutical to the Lin family. After years of painstaking management, how could he be willing to relinquish it so easily? Humph, this matter is not subject to your objections. I have already agreed to Zhou Xinqing, and he will soon be engaged to Yao Yao. This matter must proceed regardless of your dissent, for Chu Yao is already my woman. Lin Che spoke without restraint. The onlookers turned abruptly to stare at Chu Yao, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chu Yao's face flushed with embarrassment. What are you saying? Lin Che maintained a calm demeanor. It's nothing. You should boldly acknowledge it. I wonder if Zhou Xinqing is willing to partake of my foot-washing water. Ugh, foot-washing water? That sounds utterly distasteful. Chu Yao immediately grasped the implication, her face growing even more crimson, while a flicker of hope blossomed within her. After all, what age are we in? Who hasn't he experienced a few former relationships before marriage? Zhou Xinqing entered the room, responding loudly. If we must quibble over such trivial matters, How many couples could survive in this world? Lin Che abruptly turned to Zhou Xinxing, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Ha ha, Zhou, you truly are a man of great stature, broad-minded indeed, Lin Che commended, giving a thumbs up. However, even if Zhou wishes to partake of my foot-washing water, I shall not agree. Zhou Xinxing bore the first remark, but the latter was unbearable. The implication was that he was unworthy even to drink Lin Che's foot-washing water. An affront too great to tolerate. You seek death. Zhou Xinxing immediately unleashed his masterful aura, pressing towards Lin Che. While Lin Che wished to maintain a low profile, he had no intention of being a pushover. Thus, he chose to confront him head-on. Boom. The clash of their energies erupted like thunder on a clear day. You are indeed a congenital master? Zhou Xinxing exclaimed with astonishment. So it was you. What do you mean by who I am? I do not understand what you are insinuating. Lin Che would naturally not concede. Zhou Xinxing's brow furrowed in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you become a master at 18? With his SSS level talent for energy absorption, he had to endure countless hours of punishment just to ascend to the master realm at 22. Suddenly confronted by an 18-year-old master. Recalling the beatings he had endured made him feel like a fool. It's quite simple. Not long ago, I inadvertently stumbled into a rift in time and space. Encountered some fortuitous events, and my strength surged by a whole realm. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? Lin Che shrugged, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Xinxing still could not believe it. How could there be a younger master than me? I will not allow it. As he spoke, Zhou Xinxing suddenly threw a punch at Lin Che. Again? You really have no sense of martial ethics. Lin Che retorted while defending himself, not forgetting to critique. You will not allow it? Do I require your permission to ascend to master status? The members of the Chu and Lin families hastily withdrew, while Chu Yao attempted to step forward, only to be pulled back by Lu Jingwen. The two exchanged blows, evenly matched in their combat. Lin Wanting and Lin Yuro watched in awe. So Xiao Che has already become a master. No wonder he was so composed yesterday. Undoubtedly, he is my Lin Yuro's brother. An 18-year-old congenital master, the best in the world. Hearing Lin Wanting and Lin Yuro praise Lin Che so lavishly, Lin Zixuan felt as though he had swallowed 1,000 lemons, his heart awash with bitterness. Yet on the surface, he forced himself to suppress his discomfort and feign agreement. Ha ha. Indeed, my brother possesses the demeanor of a martial sage. His words ostensibly praised Lin Che, but were, in reality, a veiled assertion that Lin Che only had a C-level talent and could reach the master realm at best. The naive Lin Zixuan still believed that Lin Che's so-called fortuitous encounter had genuinely allowed him to leap from the Qi opening realm to the master realm. Achieving mastery at 18, even with a C-level talent, still held the potential for extraordinary advancement, did it not? A C-level talented extraordinary warrior is indeed a rarity in this world. I suspect that this young man might not possess merely C-level talent. If he did once, he likely surpasses that now. Observers began to surmise that Lin Che's talent might harbor some secrets. Otherwise, the leap from the late Qi opening realm to the early congenital stage could hardly be explained by a C-level talent. While the crowd murmured in speculation, Lin Che and Zhou Xinxing continued their skirmish, relentlessly attacking one another. At the opportune moment, Chu Jingxuan interjected, Gentlemen, might I request a favor today? Could we momentarily cease hostilities? Lin Che replied casually, Uncle, it is not that I refuse your request. This fellow has never adhered to martial ethics. If you want him to stop, then I too shall relent. Why should I? I shall undoubtedly determine our victor today. Zhou Xinxing was relentless. Uncle, you have heard it yourself. It's not that I am unwilling to give you face, but this brat is utterly oblivious to his own limitations. He exhibits tendencies of masochism. Lin Che's words were sharp, piercing directly to the core. Zhou Xinxing had long been accustomed to defeat, a mere consequence of his innate abilities. Certainly not indicative of any masochistic inclinations. Yet, with Lin Che's relentless taunts, his patience wore thin. You scoundrel, meet your end. Zhou Xinxing's fists grew more ferocious. Resorting to insults when you cannot win, a true display of pettiness. Lin Che continued his mockery. Zhou Xinxing, fueled by rage, began to lose his composure. As Lin Che executed a swift kick, Zhou Xinxing managed to block it, scoffing, How could I possibly repeat the same blunder? However, Lin Che swiftly advanced, delivering an elbow strike followed by a sweeping kick. Bam! Zhou Xinxing was sent flying once more, reminiscent of the previous night. Fool! Do you think I wouldn't vary my tactics? Lin Che smirked derisively. In a fair confrontation, Zhou Xinxing could indeed hold his own against Lin Che, a fact already proven the day prior. Yet, Zhou Xinxing, despite possessing the strength to prevail, chose to engage in cunning maneuvers against Lin Che. Coincidentally, Lin Che had the advantage of the golden treasure, consistently outmaneuvering him and rendering defeat impossible. Moreover, Lin Che's tongue dripped with honey, each word igniting Zhou Xinqing's ire. At that moment, Zhou Xinqing felt as though his lungs might burst. I want you dead, he roared, charging forward once more. See, I told you, you are a masochist. And you still refuse to admit it. Are you not revealing your true self now? Lin Che raised his hand to deflect Zhou Xinqing's incoming punch, all while continuing his provocation. Chapter 106. Do not fret, I shall return shortly. Just 3 minutes will suffice. Zhou Xinqing, seething with rage, caught sight of 7 figures clad in black, standing at the entrance. What the hell are you all doing standing there? Go and take him down, he bellowed. The 7 moved in unison, encircling Lin Che. However, Lin Che regarded the few transcendence-level martial artists with disdain, spewing more trash talk. Good heavens. This is beyond a lack of martial ethics. This is a moral abyss. Resorting to calling for help when you cannot win, like a common street thug, how embarrassing. Lin Che's incessant remarks about martial ethics and morality caused Zhou Xinqing's veins to bulge with fury. Charge. At his command, one of the black-clad men lunged at Lin Che. Lin Che sidestepped, seizing the man's arm and twisting it with force. Crack. The black-clad man's arm dislocated with a pained scream. Lin Che followed up with a kick, sending him flying, rendered incapable of further combat. Yet, the remaining black-clad figures, witnessing their comrade's injury, showed no sign of retreat, instead rushing towards Lin Che en masse. Simultaneously, Zhou Xinqing took advantage of Lin Che's distraction to launch a series of surprise attacks. Had it not been for the golden treasure conveying thoughts, Lin Che might have fallen into his trap. Within moments, the group of black-clad men lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Lin Che, having effortlessly dispatched them, appeared entirely unscathed. The situation reverted to its starting point, with Lin Che and Zhou Xinqing facing off once again. By now, Zhou Xinqing recognized he was no match for Lin Che. Continuing this fight would only lead to his own detriment. Furthermore, he had not originally come to confront Lin Che. After exchanging a punch with Lin Che, Zhou Xinqing retreated, declaring, "Stop. This ends here. I did not come here to duel with you. I am here for Miss Chu Yao. Whether you wish to fight or not is irrelevant. Do I not have my own dignity?" Lin Che persisted, intent on teaching this fellow a lesson. Zhou Xinqing quickly turned to Chu Jingchuan. "Mr. Chu, I approached with sincerity. If the marriage is not to proceed, I cannot guarantee what unforeseen events may unfold." While others might not grasp Zhou Xinqing's insinuations, Lin Che, with the aid of the golden treasure, immediately understood the underlying implications. So that is it. No wonder. Uncle truly has far-reaching schemes. What do you mean? Chu Jingchuan furrowed his brow, unable to contain his curiosity. I merely wish to inquire if this marriage is truly non-negotiable. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Chu Jingchuan responded without hesitation. Indeed, it must be annulled. Lin Che nodded. Very well, I shall confer with Chu Yao. Since the Chu family has already rescinded your engagement, Chu Yao is no longer your fiancé. What is there left to discuss? Zhou Xinqing, sensing the tide had turned against him, regained his haughty demeanor. Do not rush. This matter involves both Chu Yao and myself. Our opinions are equally significant. Lin Che approached Chu Yao, taking her hand as they moved toward the exit. Zhou Xinqing's pupils constricted. Is there not anything that can be said face to face? Indeed. It is quite inconvenient to discuss it openly. Lin Che shook his head, glancing at Chu Jingchuan. Otherwise, Uncle would surely be put in a difficult position. What exactly do you mean? Chu Jingchuan felt a wave of panic, wondering if this young man had uncovered everything. Do not fret. I shall return shortly. Just 3 minutes will suffice. Lin Che left behind this enigmatic statement as he led Chu Yao out of the Yitsue Hall. In truth, Lin Che faced 2 choices. One was to publicly expose the truth, likely provoking retaliation from the Lu family against the Chu family, leading to their downfall. The other was to assist Chu Jingchuan in keeping the matter concealed, but that would yield no benefit for Lin Che, who had been jilted. Thus, Lin Che resolved to hand the initiative over to Chu Yao, allowing her to deliberate. Ultimately, as this scandal belonged to the Chu family, Lin Che believed Chu Yao should wield the authority to decide. Chu Jingchuan was restless, and Lu Jingwen shared in his anxiety. What is the matter? Despite the commotion, both suitors vying for your daughter are exceptionally talented. Why the concern? Upon witnessing Lin Che's mastery, Lu Jingwen's perspective shifted dramatically. An 18-year-old master was already a paragon, and she found no grounds for dissatisfaction. Paradoxically, it was Chu Jingchuan, who had initially supported the union between Chu Yao and Lin Che, who now displayed an unusual demeanor, leaving her perplexed. It is nothing. I merely worry for Yao Yao's well-being. Chu Jingchuan deflected with a casual response. Alas, do you not comprehend her sentiments? Forcing her to annul the engagement is what would truly wrong her. In Lu Jingwen's view, since Lin Che was also commendable, she still hoped her daughter would wed him. After all, both the Lin and Chu families were firmly established in Xinhai, Marrying into the Lin family would not result in her daughter facing any injustices. Chu Jingchuan's expression darkened further. The Zhou family is unlike any other. At this juncture, it was the only justification he had left. What makes them so different? They are merely after Chu pharmaceuticals, just like everyone else. Lu Jingwen dismissed his concerns. Do you not understand? The Zhou family is the foremost family in Huaxia. Before Chu Jingchuan could finish, Lin Che returned, hand in hand with Chu Yao. Chu Yao's expression was complex, reflecting her hesitation. What troubles you, Yao Yao? Has this scoundrel threatened you? Chu Jingchuan glared at Lin Che, his demeanor menacing. In that moment, Chu Yao steeled herself. Father, I willingly relinquish all shares in Chu Pharmaceuticals and my rights to the Chu family's inheritance. I am prepared to sign the agreement today. Chu Jingchuan stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he watched as Chu Yao gritted her teeth and added, if this still does not ease your mind, you may sever our father-daughter relationship. What did you just say? Chu Jingchuan's face was a portrait of disbelief. My dear girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Quickly apologize to your father. Lu Jingwen urged with urgency. I know you feel wronged, but you simply cannot utter such words. How much sorrow must you cause your father? Chu Yao's eyes shimmered with tears as she replied, Mom, you don't understand. You need not concern yourself with this matter. My father and I will handle it. She could not bear to let Lu Jingwen know that Chu Jingchuan had another woman outside, and even a son. Otherwise, their family would surely be on the brink of collapse. Lin Che, relishing the unfolding drama, interjected, Aunt, this situation is rather complex. It would be best for Chu Yao and Uncle to address it themselves. In truth, he too was taken aback by Chu Yao's decision. As women's thought processes often diverge from those of men. What sort of enchantment have you cast upon Yao Yao? To provoke her into severing ties with her own father for your sake? Lu Jingwen shot Lin Che an incredulous glare, her disbelief palpable. No, Aunt. You cannot place the blame on me. I am merely considering what is best for Chu Yao and Uncle, otherwise. Lin Che cast a sidelong glance at Chu Jingchuan. The outcome of this situation does not bode well. At that moment, Chu Jingchuan had confirmed his suspicion that Lin Che was indeed aware of Chu Zhuoran's existence and had informed Chu Yao. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned relinquishing her inheritance rights. After all, she was the only daughter of the Chu family. If she were not privy to the existence of Chu Jingchuan's illegitimate son, what difference would it make whether she chose to forfeit her inheritance? Now, with resentment brewing within her, Chu Yao's stance was unmistakable. By uttering the words of severing their father-daughter relationship, she sought to convey to Chu Jingchuan that she refused to be a pawn in a marriage alliance. Should he continue to press her, their bond would likely be irreparably damaged. Chu Jingchuan's intention to marry Chu Yao off to Zhou Xinqing was primarily to extricate himself from the Lu and Lin families, paving the way for Chu Zhuoran. If Chu Yao remained adamant against the marriage or ended up at odds with him afterward, all his plans would appear utterly absurd. Chapter 107 I possess one commendable trait. I have no penchant for meddling in others' affairs. Before today, Chu Jingchuan could never have envisioned finding himself enmeshed in such a predicament. Once the truth was laid bare, he would simultaneously offend both the Lu and Lin families, facing various ramifications in Xinhai. Furthermore, he would find himself estranged from his daughter, which would likely hinder his leverage over the Zhou family. The combination of these factors could aptly be summarized as being caught between a rock and a hard place. By that time, not only would he fail to secure his illegitimate son's inheritance of the Chu family, but the very survival of the Chu family itself would be in jeopardy. In his grand scheme, he had intended to unveil the truth only after the Chu family had solidified its status as the fifth prominent family. Now that Chu Yao had become privy to the circumstances, it had clearly spiraled beyond his control. Yao Yao, do not entertain such unfounded thoughts. Your father would never compel you to undertake anything against your will. Chu Jingchuan attempted to stabilize the situation. Zhou Xiao, let us conclude today's affairs here, shall we? He believed Zhou Xinqing had come to negotiate a partnership with the Chu family and would not be overly difficult. However, the Zhou family's stance was a separate matter from Zhou Xinqing's own demeanor. In Zhou Xinqing's lexicon, the notion of being at a disadvantage did not exist. Even in the capital, he was accustomed to being the one who bullied others, never having faced such humiliation. This incident required a resolution, otherwise. Before Zhou Xinqing could finish his sentence, Lin Che interjected forcefully, or else what? Shall I give you another beating? Seeing Lin Che poised for action, Zhou Xinqing found himself choked with indignation, unable to express his frustration. He wished to stand firm, yet he was no match for Lin Che, leaving him in a state of helplessness. With physical intimidation having lost its effectiveness, he could only rely on the Zhou family's formidable influence to continue pressuring Chu Jingchuan. This is none of your concern. I demand an explanation from the Chu family. Zhou Xiao, given how matters have unfolded, I can no longer acquiesce to your demands. Chu Jingchuan shifted his tone. If the Zhou family remains amenable to collaborating with the Chu family, we can discuss alternative avenues of cooperation another day. Given Chu Yao's current attitude, a marriage alliance with the Zhou family had become utterly implausible. He merely hoped that Zhou Xinxing would exercise some wisdom, refraining from acting impulsively and forcing the issue to a breaking point. Upon hearing Chu Jingchuan's words, Zhou Xinxing's expression faltered momentarily, his countenance shifting through various emotions. His primary purpose in coming to Xinhai was the Chu family, or more accurately, Chu Pharmaceutical. Marrying Chu Yao was merely a means to achieve his objective. If he were to tear apart their relationship now, his mission would be a complete failure, while his family would not punish him for this incident. Such a setback would inevitably tarnish his standing within the clan. He needed to devise a strategy to salvage the situation. Since he could not manage Chu Yao for the time being, perhaps he could turn his attention to Chu Zhuoran. Moreover, a child might prove easier to manipulate. Having come to this realization, Zhou Xinxing gradually quelled the fury boiling within him. Very well. In that case, I shall pay another visit later. I trust that Mr. Chu will not let me down again. Naturally, mutual benefit is the goal. Discord only brings harm. The Chu family is also eager to collaborate closely with the Zhou family. Chu Jingchuan replied earnestly. Excellent. I hope Mr. Chu remembers your words. Zhou Xinxing then turned to his remaining subordinates in black attire, commanding, You lot are useless. Take them away. With that, he promptly departed, followed by several of the injured men who struggled to rise. Once the individuals had left, Chu Jingchuan shifted his demeanor, appearing almost obsequious. Ahem, my dear nephew. I was previously compelled by circumstance. Since you and Yao Yao share a deep bond, I would not forcefully separate you. He did not genuinely believe he was in the wrong. Rather, he was concerned that Lin Che might publicly expose his secrets. If that were to happen, the Chu family would indeed be in peril. Rest assured, uncle, I have one admirable trait. I have no desire to meddle in others' affairs, Lin Che declared with conviction. Whether Chu Jingchuan believed him was of little concern to Lin Che. However, if someone were to genuinely fall for his deceit, they might find themselves unwittingly aiding in their own downfall. Ha ha ha. As long as you can empathize with your uncle, that is sufficient. Chu Jingchuan felt a measure of relief wash over him. As for the other half of his worries, he would need to engage in a careful negotiation with Zhou Xinxing. It wasn't that he easily trusted Lin Che. Rather, he believed that Lin Che, too, would not wish to witness the decline of the Chu family. After all, Lin Che had just claimed that what belonged to Chu Yao would eventually be his. Who would refuse an abundance of wealth? Given the commotion today, let us change to another private room and resume our banquet. Consider it an apology from your uncle. Chu Jingchuan summoned the staff to arrange another venue. The Drunken Moon Hall, his intentions unmistakable. Observing the weight on Chu Yao's shoulders, Lu Jingwen invited her to accompany her to the restroom, steering clear of the crowd. Did you discover that your father has an illegitimate child? Lu Jingwen's words were a bombshell. Chu Yao's face registered shock. Mom, you knew all along. Oh, silly girl. How could I not know? Lu Jingwen shook her head with a sigh. But don't you care? Chu Yao was thoroughly perplexed. In her eyes, her mother had always been a strong-willed woman. As a young lady from the Lu family, she had grown up in privilege during that era. Moreover, no one in Xinhai dared to cross the Lu family. How could she possibly tolerate her father having another woman, let alone another child? How could I not care? But what difference does it make? Shall I cause a ruckus? Lu Jingwen gently brushed her fingers across Chu Yao's cheek, revealing a rare tenderness. In our type of family alliance, we must accommodate one another. If I were to bring the matter to light, what would become of the Lu and Chu families? Yet, Chu Yao found it exceedingly difficult to accept. There is no yet, Lu Jingwen asserted resolutely. Ever since he took another woman outside, he has been excessively accommodating towards me, allowing me to feel much more at ease. I have not been able to bear him a son, which leaves me with a sense of indebtedness. For the Chu family is not of humble origins. Even so, did he not choose not to divorce me back then? A glimmer of relief flickered in Lu Jingwen's eyes. As long as I do not expose the truth, I remain the matriarch of the Chu family, and you still stand as the sole young lady of the Chu lineage. He cannot neglect the two of us. At this juncture, Lu Jingwen shifted her tone. However, if I were to reveal the situation, causing discord between the Chu and Lu families, the best outcome would be a mere facade of harmony between us. There exists a far worse possibility, one where our family is utterly shattered. At this point, Lu Jingwen could not suppress a frown. Then he would elevate the mistress, making the illegitimate child the heir of the Chu family, followed by the Lu family targeting the Chu family, resulting in a tumultuous conflict. Lu Jingwen fixed her gaze upon Chu Yao's eyes. Is this the outcome you wish to witness? Chu Yao opened her mouth, but ultimately shook her head. Of course. I do not desire for you and father to part ways. I merely feel it is unjust for you. What is there to be just or unjust about? Lu Jingwen dismissed. Mother has led a relatively smooth life, having indulged in all manner of delicacies and pastimes, and even experienced a momentous era like the day of revelation. Though it lacks grandiosity, at least I do not feel this life has been in vain. If I can see you living more happily than I shall have no regrets. Mother. Chu Yao could not help but leap into Lu Jingwen's embrace. At that moment, the grievances held within the hearts of the mother and daughter transformed into two streams of tears. By the time they returned to their surroundings, the dishes and drinks had been served. The guests, shaking off the previous gloom, began to exchange toasts and pleasantries. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Hai resumed the conversation. Old Chu, I must say, the way you handled this matter is rather unbecoming. Were it not for my son's resilience, the Chu family would likely face considerable difficulties. Indeed. Indeed, Chu Jingchuan replied, reverting to his amiable demeanor. Chapter 108. You were the one who initially suggested breaking off the engagement. How have you now changed your mind? Lin Hai shook his head. Have you not considered what sort of family the Zhou family is? If the members of the Zhou family were compassionate and lenient, could they ascend to become the foremost family in Huaxia? In truth, what Lin Hai articulated had crossed Chu Jingchuan's mind as well. He merely opted for the lesser of two evils. Faced with the formidable Zhou Xinqing, Chu Jingchuan's foremost concern was to avoid triggering a catastrophic fallout. If he were to outright reject Zhou Xinqing, it would not only offend the Zhou family, but also create a rift between the Lu and Chu families should Zhou Xinqing reveal the matter concerning Chu Zhuoran. He found himself trapped, with compromise as the sole option. Moreover, he believed that as long as the Chu family could secure its status as the fifth family, even if they were utilized by the Zhou family, what harm would it bring? However, circumstances have changed. Setting aside Lin Che's ability to withstand the pressure exerted by Zhou Xinqing, Lin Che's grasp of his secrets was already sufficient to warrant a reconsideration. The truth in Xinhai City lies within the Lu family's hands. The Lu family permitted the Chu family to expand solely because the heir of the Chu family is considered half a Lu family member. Should the Chu family appoint a different heir, how could the Lu family possibly tolerate the Chu family rising above them? In such a case, the consequences would be dire. The destruction of families is not out of the realm of possibility. His willingness to marry his daughter to the Zhou family was intended to pave the way for a change in heirs, not to marry the heir to the Zhou family. If he were to make such a sacrifice for another, it would be preferable for Chu Yao to marry Lin Che. At least the Lin family has not harbored such grand ambitions for several generations, and they might even preserve some legacy for the Chu family. If Chu Yao were to wed the Zhou family bearing the title of heir, it is likely that the Chu family would be left with nothing but remnants. My brother is correct. This time we owe much to our virtuous nephew. As he spoke, Chu Jingchuan turned once more to Lin Che. Nephew, you must continue to care for Yao Yao. Do not mistreat her. Uncle, does this mean you have no intention of breaking off the engagement? Lin Che was not one to stir trouble. He merely wished to observe the reaction of his future father-in-law. Ahem, what nonsense is this? Breaking off an engagement? Chu Jingchuan's face flushed. It was merely that uncle was compelled by circumstances. Now that the issue has been resolved, how could uncle possibly urge you to part ways? Uncle still holds great hopes for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt a twinge of regret. That phrase about not underestimating the youth, after all, was not meant for him to utter. What? You are unwilling? Chu Yao perceived Lin Che's unusual demeanor and immediately became agitated. No, Miss Chu, do not behave this way. It tarnishes your image in my eyes. Lin Che said earnestly. Do not deflect. Tell me, are you unwilling? Chu Yao pressed on relentlessly. Of course not. Lin Che quickly amended his response upon witnessing the ferocious glare in Chu Yao's eyes. However, you were the one who initially suggested breaking off the engagement. How have you now changed your mind? Lin Che could not refrain from teasing. You infuriate me. If breaking off the engagement is the criterion, then whoever does not break it is a little dog. Chu Yao pouted, appearing quite indignant. Lin Che playfully pinched Chu Yao's cheek. Calm down, calm down. You are turning into a dumpling. Get your hands off me. Chu Yao exclaimed, pushing Lin Che's arm away. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. So, do you want me to care for you or not? Ultimately, Chu Yao could no longer resist employing her trump card, and Lin Che's side was once again subjected to her playful assault. In the evening, Zhao Yi paid another visit to the Lin family. Lin Che had already been a focal point of Zhao Yi's attention. Now that he had revealed his mastery, Zhao Yi had even more reason to scrutinize him. Young Master Lin, the records indicate you possess only a C-level talent, being a speed-type awakener, and later, after consuming the Wheel of Fate, you awakened a D-level power-type ability. Correct? Lin Che nodded. Indeed, the school's records confirm this. Based on the available records, the probability of someone with a C-level talent ascending to the rank of master is less than 1%. Yet, you achieved this at the age of 18. Do you find these circumstances explicable? Zhao Yi's gaze bore into Lin Che's eyes. as if searching for the truth within. Haha. My ascension to the rank of master is entirely unrelated to my innate talent, Lin Che shrugged. I inadvertently became embroiled in a temporal rift, a matter known to Captain Zhao as well. Within that rift, I encountered an opportunity that allowed my cultivation to leap from the late stage of the chi-connecting realm directly into the master realm. Lin Che maintained a steady gaze on Zhao Yi. It is as simple as that. Zhao Yi's brow twitched. Haha, young Master Lin is indeed fortunate. I wonder what that opportunity was. Well, it was a red fruit, somewhat akin to an apricot. One bite and it was invigorating, and shortly thereafter, I became a master. Lin Che spoke with a straight face, making it sound quite credible. Young Master Lin, you jest. One should not consume random wild food. Zhao Yi continued probing. Alas, there was no choice. Having been trapped for over 10 days, the food I had ran out, and I had no option but to nibble on some wild fruit. Lin Che spread his hands. In truth, Lin Che was not lying about this. He had indeed eaten wild fruit. But it had no effect on his cultivation and was not particularly palatable. Zhao Yi's expression shifted multiple times before he spoke again. So, young Master Lin, did you only obtain one wild fruit at that time? Did you bring back any seeds? Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. This lie was indeed challenging to maintain. If there were ripe fruits on a tree, it was unlikely he would have only one. The probability was too low and did not align with logic. Alas, words once uttered cannot be retracted. Mere moments ago, I spoke of something akin to an apricot. Yet now it would be folly to assert that a fruit of a woody plant could grow upon a herbaceous one. Not even he himself could believe such a tale, let alone deceive a seasoned law enforcement officer. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Che's mind as he concocted yet another fabrication. Indeed, there were still a few fruits remaining. However, regrettably, after consuming one, I had not the opportunity to pluck a second before a monstrous beast erupted from the thicket. Lin Che feigned trepidation. That beast stood nearly 10 meters tall, appearing as though it could swallow a man whole. Thus, I had no time to gather more fruit, and promptly made my escape. 10 meters? Can you elucidate its specific form? Zhao Yi inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. Lin Che nodded affirmatively. Well, that creature's head seemed disproportionately larger than its body, with short limbs and a pair of blood-red eyes lurking beneath its forelimbs. Quite unnerving indeed. Given the detail with which Lin Che described the beast, Zhao Yi could not help but be convinced. This creature possesses quite a peculiar appearance. Indeed, it is difficult to fathom such a visage unless one has witnessed it firsthand. Lin Che concurred earnestly. If the lesser owl were to have a spirit in the heavens, it would surely sing a song of gratitude for Lin Che. Hear me say thank you. Very well, since young Master Lin has returned. It seems he does not intend to leave the city for the time being. Zhao Yi shifted the conversation. Lin Che promptly raised his right hand, feigning indignation. There is a matter for which I believe Captain Zhao owes me an explanation. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. What issue does young Master Lin refer to? After donning this locator, I encountered assassination attempts twice during my journey. Were it not for sheer luck, I likely would not have returned. Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly. I wish to know how the assassins became aware of my whereabouts. Zhao Yi's expression turned grave. Such a situation exists? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Golden treasure. He is unaware. It should not have been his doing. Lin Che retorted. Do I need to tell you that? He hardly seems to be feigning. Initially, Lin Che faced 2 waves of assassination attempts. The first by practitioners of the Transcendence realm, which could be attributed to Lin Zixuan's knowledge of Lin Che's whereabouts, who had orchestrated it in advance. Yet, the subsequent master assassin must have acquired Lin Che's precise location through alternative means. After all, Zheng Jingyin had no prior knowledge that Lin Che would traverse Chang'an. So how could he have dispatched assassins to lie in wait outside the city? Consequently, Lin Che began to harbor suspicions regarding the law enforcement agency, with Zhao Yi, who personally affixed the locator, being the prime suspect. Learning that Zhao Yi had not betrayed him left Lin Che somewhat perplexed about the situation. Chapter 109. You need only respond with a yes or no. Did I not just meet with Captain Zhao? Lin Che exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. I had not recalled this matter until you mentioned leaving the city. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment before slowly responding. I apologize for any distress caused to young Master Lin. This matter will be thoroughly investigated by our law enforcement agency. Since young Master Lin is not planning to leave Xinhai for the time being, I shall assist you in removing the locator. Lin Che nodded and extended his right hand to Zhao Yi, permitting him to unlock the device. Since Zhao Yi was not at fault, Lin Che saw no reason to press him, as he was merely executing his duties. Of course, he made his stance clear. I hope Captain Zhao will honor his word and see this matter through. Rest assured, young Master Lin, regardless of the investigation's outcome, I will provide you with an explanation. With that, Zhao Yi took his leave. Upon returning to his room, Lin Che recalled that the fate wheel for Bai Xiaobai had yet to be resolved. He should have seized the opportunity to negotiate with Chu Jingchuan at noon, but alas. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Chu Yao sent him a voice message. I have reserved a fate wheel for Bai Xiaobai. I shall bring it to you in 3 days. And refusal is not an option. A slight smile graced Lin Che's lips as he recorded a response. Since Miss Chu is so generous, I shall graciously accept. Pish. That is a gift for Bai Xiaobai, not because of you. Ha ha. I understand. Bai Xiaobai's favor from Miss Chu is indeed a privilege. Humph. Let your envy linger. Now that both parties had mutually expressed their sentiments, Lin Che could no longer insist on making the purchase himself, as it would seem overly pretentious. Moreover, he had publicly declined a 1% stake in Chu Pharmaceuticals for Chu Yao today. Thus, accepting this gift felt entirely justified. After all, Chu Pharmaceuticals was ultimately a family enterprise, and the elusive fate wheel, unattainable elsewhere, was merely a matter of a polite exchange for Chu Yao. Consequently, Lin Che no longer needed to contemplate extorting his future father-in-law. In the Chu family villa, within the study, Chu Jingchuan, engaged in discussions regarding a potential collaboration with Zhou Xinqing, could not suppress a sneeze. Achoo. Odd. The room has been thoroughly purified, so there should be no dust present. He murmured to himself. If President Chu is unwell, we may postpone our meeting until tomorrow, Zhou Xinqing replied, his previous haughty demeanor returning. Chu Jingchuan waved his hand dismissively. No matter, please speak candidly, Zhou. Allowing Chu Zhuoran to study in the capital, our Zhou family can devote ourselves to his cultivation. In the future, when Chu Zhuoran acknowledges his ancestry, our Zhou family may even select a young woman for him to wed, Zhou Xinqing stated, fixing his gaze firmly on Chu Jingchuan's eyes. If President Chu can agree to this condition, my Zhou family will continue to support the Chu family. Upon uttering this, Zhou's intentions became glaringly apparent. They sought to cultivate a puppet to control the Chu family. In this scheme, the only sacrifice for the Zhou family would be the marital freedom of a young woman from their clan. In return, they aimed to gain control over the future fifth family. In truth, prominent families placed great emphasis on legitimacy, as the only daughter publicly acknowledged by Chu Jingchuan. Chu Yao would be the most suitable candidate to serve as a puppet for the Zhou family. Originally, both parties could have approached the matter with more diplomacy, without laying their intentions bare. Unfortunately, after Lin Che's interference, Zhou Xinqing could no longer pressure Chu Yao, and was now fixated on Chu Zhuoran. It remained a mystery how Lin Che managed to compel Chu Yao to renounce her inheritance, and even sever her relationship with her father to reject the marriage proposal. Surely it could not be merely due to her discovering that Chu Jingchuan had an illegitimate child, and, out of spite, choosing to forego her claim to Chu Pharmaceuticals. Could it? That would be quite trivial. If she were to abandon the inheritance of the future fifth family over such a petty matter, it would be somewhat reckless. In Zhou Xinqing's view, a union with him, the rising star of the Zhou family, should be regarded as a privilege for Chu Yao. Thus, he failed to consider that her extreme actions were primarily driven by her desire to avoid marriage with him. Zhou Xinqing's inability to comprehend Chu Yao's mindset led him to misinterpret her motivations, complicating matters unnecessarily. With the original plan thwarted, Zhou Xinqing was left with no choice but to seek a compromise, aiming for an alliance with the Chu family. Selecting Chu Zhuoran as a puppet was a concession on the part of the Zhou family. However, Chu Jingchuan perceived this collaborative approach as rendering him increasingly vulnerable and thus hesitated to acquiesce easily. Does Zhou believe he has me firmly in his grasp? Chu Jingchuan feigned displeasure. Humph, there is no need for such pretentious bravado. You need only answer with a yes or no. Zhou Xinqing scoffed, showing no regard for Chu Jingchuan's dignity. At that moment, he seemed to have forgotten the humiliation Lin Che had previously inflicted upon him, reverting to the confident demeanor of the future star of the first family. Speaking with unyielding bravado. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingchuan slightly narrowed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled slowly. Hee, let us proceed according to young Master Zhou's wishes. However, I sincerely hope that the Zhou family will ensure the safety of my son and prevent him from facing any grievances. Of course, this is something that Chu can be entirely at ease about. Once the Chu family ascends to become the true fifth family, we will undoubtedly return a healthy and hearty young Master Chu. Zhou Xinqing then shifted the conversation. The other families are also attempting to replicate the Wheel of Destiny and the Source Vessel. Time is of the essence for you, Chu. Rest assured, young Master Zhou, the successful development of these two potions involves a degree of serendipity, and not everyone can easily replicate them. Chu Jingchuan harbored no concerns regarding the replication of these medications. At least in the short term, it seemed quite improbable. 18 years had passed since the Day of Enlightenment. And from the outset, numerous pharmaceutical companies had been researching crystal nuclei. Yet, until last year, none had made any progress. Though the materials were identical, crystal nuclei, the same extraction methods and processing techniques, the end results did not necessarily yield the same potions, lacking a crucial step in the process. No amount of effort from other pharmaceutical companies could yield success. It is good to have confidence, Chu. Zhou Xinqing remained non-committal. When I leave Xinhai, I will take Chu Zhuoran with me. You may wish to make arrangements in advance. After bidding farewell to Zhou Xinqing, Chu Jingchuan summoned Chu Yao. In his flustered state, he finally had the opportunity to communicate privately with her. The atmosphere in the study was somewhat oppressive. For the first time in 18 years, a sense of estrangement arose between father and daughter. Before Chu Jingchuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chu Yao. Dad, regardless of the circumstances, I hope you won't let my mother down in the future. She has truly sacrificed so much for this family. Rest assured, how could I possibly let your mother down? Given past experiences, Chu Jingchuan's assurances seemed somewhat hollow. Chu Yao merely nodded, harboring no great expectations of him. I possess dual S-rank abilities. I will inevitably become a martial sage. Chu Yao's gaze was resolute. While the Zhou family may currently seem insurmountable, the day I become a martial sage will render their threats impotent, even with Zhou Xinqing's presence. She made no mention of her half-brother, nor did she intend to dwell on that matter with Chu Jingchuan. Today, Lin Che's mastery allowed him to overpower Zhou Xinqing, imparting a vital lesson. In this era, personal strength is the ultimate reliance. Presently, a fundamental order exists within Huaxia, devoid of overt plundering. Yet once those born after the Day of Enlightenment become the era's protagonists, the rules will swiftly be reshuffled. When individual martial prowess transcends the constraints of order, families without formidable leaders will inevitably become relics of the past. Chapter 110. If you speak reason to me, it means you do not regard me as family. Chu Jingchuan was wholly focused on becoming the fifth family. Yet he had not considered that mere wealth without martial strength renders one merely a target in the eyes of others. Perhaps he was not oblivious to this fact, but his fervent desire to elevate the Chu family to the fifth family clouded his judgment. Additionally, he believed that since Chu Yao could awaken her spatial talents, Chu Zhuoran should also have the potential to awaken advanced abilities. As children of Chu Jingchuan, they were not likely to differ significantly. Currently, with Chu Zhuoran yet to awaken, no conclusions could be drawn, so he was unwilling to relinquish his struggle. Dad knows you are ambitious, but do not burden yourself excessively. This matter has passed, and there is no need to worry for now. Chu Jingchuan's expression was complex. In response, Chu Yao gently shook her head. In the past, I was driven by the fact that I was the only daughter of the Chu family. As for the future, my desire to grow stronger stems from wanting to be worthy of him. Chu Yao seemed to recall the expression of a certain rogue, unable to suppress a slight smile. Witnessing this, Chu Jingchuan felt as if he had swallowed a ton of lemons. What nonsense is this? You possess dual S-rank talents. How could you possibly not be worthy of him? Dad, you don't actually believe he only has C-rank talent, do you? Chu Yao feigned confusion. Ahem, well, since he was able to ascend to master at 18, it must be more than just C-rank talent. I understand that. Chu Jingchuan swiftly changed the subject. However, even if he possesses S-rank talent, he would only barely be worthy of you. My daughter is not inferior to him. Yes, indeed, I will not be inferior to him. I will break through to master as soon as possible. Chu Yao responded earnestly. The following day, news of Lin Che's ascension to master made headlines across Huaxia. Breaking. A genius youth emerges in Xinhai City, an innate master at 18, accidentally falling into a time-space rift, serendipitously encountering incredible fortunes. The rise of a seemingly useless youth. Stunning. C-rank talent, becoming a master at 18, overpowering the Zhou family's new star. A tale of love and enmity among the wealthy. The stories that must be told between tomorrow's stars and genius youth. Lin Che glanced at these sensationalist headlines that made his teeth ache and wished he could find someone to take them down. Unfortunately, he lacked any connections. Resolutely, he decided to close the holographic projection, but as he lifted his hand, he noticed a piece of news that piqued his interest. The time-space rift outside Xinhai City has undergone preliminary exploration, tracing back to the early Xia dynasty. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. The early Xia dynasty. Post-A use flood control must mean that Wu Zhiqi is already at the foot of Mount Gui. Legend has it that Wu Zhiqi was suppressed beneath Huayin Mountain, specifically at the bottom of Hengze Lake, which was quite close to Xinhai. Given that his identity as a master had been revealed, could this be an opportune moment to investigate? At the Lin family villa, in the dining room, the family was having breakfast. In a few days, I plan to visit the time-space rift outside the city, Lin Che casually remarked. Su Qianqian immediately interjected, what? Absolutely not. It's still in the planning stages. But I will definitely go. Lin Che shrugged. He had merely mentioned it casually, perhaps as a routine notification, and had no intention of seeking anyone's opinion. As a master, I cannot waste time in school, nor can I remain idle. But you don't necessarily have to go to the time-space rift. What if something happens to you? Su Qianqian pleaded earnestly. Lin Hai nodded in agreement, adding, you got inadvertently swept into a time-space rift last time you went outdoors. It has only been a few days. And now you want to go recklessly again? First of all, I am already an adult. Secondly, I am a master. Lin Che's expression remained calm. Isn't it normal for a master to seek opportunities in a time-space rift? Su Qianqian and Lin Hai exchanged glances, seemingly realizing for the first time that their son was indeed an adult. Their child had traversed 18 years of life, yet they had only spent 6 months with him as parents. Moreover, the initial 2 months had been rather discordant. Reflecting on this, Su Qianqian could not help but shed tears. Mom is sorry for you. You have endured so much hardship since childhood. No, why are we back to this? I don't dwell on the past, but if you keep bringing it up, it makes me uncomfortable. Lin Che felt inexplicably irritated. Perhaps I should just move out. Being alone would be more comfortable. No. Why do you want to move out again? Haven't we been getting along well as a family these days? Su Qianqian hastily wiped her tears away. Mom, won't he mention these things again? You absolutely must not move out. At this moment, the Lin sisters and Lin Zixuan descended from the upper floors, coincidentally witnessing Su Qianqian wiping away her tears. Lin Zixuan, observing the growing harmony between Lin Che and the Lin family, felt an acute sense of urgency and helplessness, unwilling to let go of such a divisive opportunity. Brother, have you made Mom angry again? She cares for you so much. Shut your mouth. What business is it of yours? Lin Che's expression turned icy. He had now revealed his mastery and acted without restraint. The matter of the assassins had yet to be settled, and if Lin Zixuan continued to provoke him, he would not hesitate to teach this troublesome younger brother a lesson. I simply do not wish to see Mom sad. Before Lin Zixuan could finish, Lin Che interrupted again. It's simple. Close your eyes, and you won't see it. Brother, how can you be so unreasonable? Lin Zixuan's tone edged towards exasperation as he was repeatedly interrupted. No, no, no. I've heard it said that a home is not a place for reasoning, but for emotions. If you speak reason with me, it means you do not regard me as family. Lin Che, quick-witted, retorted with a phrase that nearly choked Lin Zixuan. All right, Xiao Che. Do not make things difficult for Zixuan. He did not mean it that way. Lin Wanting interjected hastily in an attempt to mediate. Whether he meant it or not, he knows best in his heart, Lin Che scoffed. If one day Lin Wanting saw through Lin Zixuan's true nature, one could only wonder whether she would still utter such words. Breakfast concluded in a somewhat tense atmosphere. Afterward, Lin Che, accompanied by Huang Jinbao and by Xiaobai, set off for Xinhai Martial Arts Academy. Lin Zixuan gazed at Bai Xiaobai, his eyes flickering with determination. Although the school had yet to commence, Principal Xiao Changtian was already busily engaged. Lin Che knocked on the door and casually leaned against the sofa, getting straight to the point. I would like to suspend my studies, or if possible, I would appreciate your assistance in facilitating my early graduation. Xiao Changtian glanced at Bai Xiaobai, who had jumped onto the sofa, then turned his attention to Lin Che. What is this? Is our Xinhai Martial Arts Academy unable to accommodate a distinguished figure such as yourself? That is not my intention. I merely feel that campus life no longer suits me. There are broader horizons awaiting my exploration outside. Lin Che spoke candidly and with unreserved forthrightness. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Changtian nodded. Graduation is certainly out of the question, but I can assist you with a leave of absence. You may return in 3 years to participate in the graduation assessment. Does that sound acceptable? Upon hearing the word 3 years, Lin Che instantly became exhilarated, as if a switch had been activated. What if I pass the assessment after 3 years? And what if I do not? Xiao Changtian looked perplexed. If you pass, naturally, you will receive your diploma. What more could you desire? Besides, you have achieved mastery. Surely, failure is not an option? Oh, very well, Lin Che replied, slightly disinterested. What a pity, there will ultimately be no 3-year agreement. The two understood implicitly that the so-called assessment was merely a formality. Xiao Changtian simply wished to retain Lin Che's student status for future considerations. Has your master returned to seek you? Chapter 111. Exploring the rift in time and space. Upholding world peace. Master? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Oh, not yet. The news has only just been released, so my master may not be aware. Xiao Changtian scrutinized Lin Che for a moment before nodding. If your master has indeed imparted the indestructible battle soul technique to you, I would hope to glean some insights. He felt he had not slighted Lin Che, and now that both were masters, he chose to be forthright. Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. No problem. Given the principal's consideration for me, I would not be stingy. Although he spoke eloquently, Lin Che had no intention of sharing the indestructible battle soul technique. He understood that although he himself had relied on the demon core of a roe owl to practice the technique, it could still be cultivated without it, albeit with diminished effectiveness. Even the weakened version of the indestructible battle soul technique surpassed the innate breath control method. Lin Che remembered how the old principal had once attempted to exploit him, though the plan never materialized. It remained etched in his memory. Thus, Lin Che had no intention of generously passing on such a formidable technique to one whose motives were questionable. To repay malice with kindness. How does one repay kindness? Were it not for the old principal's recent commendable behavior, Lin Che might have already begun plotting his removal. You previously kept a squirrel without much hazard, but this white tiger might not be so easily managed. Do take care. Xiao Changtian felt an unsettling gaze from the young tiger. Logically, a young tiger should not pose a significant threat. How could it possibly intimidate a master like himself? Little did he know that Xiaobai had already reached the peak of level 4, poised to break through to level 5 at any moment. Lin Che had personally witnessed the strength of a level 5 mutated tiger and could affirm that it posed a real threat to masters. Furthermore, Xiaobai possessed the ability to hear the thoughts of others, surpassing that of ordinary mutated tigers. Rest assured, Principal, I excel at caring for pets. Lin Che replied earnestly. Having arranged for his leave of absence, Lin Che returned to the Lin family, where 2 guests awaited him on the sofa. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Wang Zheng from the Special Situations Safety Protection Administration, abbreviated as the Special Situations Bureau. Here is my identification. Wang Zheng stepped forward, presenting an identification card adorned with a golden dragon emblem to Lin Che. Oh, Group Leader Wang, a pleasure to meet you. Please, have a seat. May I inquire what brings you here? Lin Che glanced at the identification before scrutinizing the 2 individuals. Mid-stage innate warrior, abilities, fire element control, wind element control. High threat level. Early stage innate warrior, abilities, fire element control, wood element control, high threat level. Goodness, both of them are professional arsonists. Does the Special Situations Bureau assign personnel based on their abilities? Haha, Mr. Lin, having just turned 18, you have already ascended to the rank of innate master. Your future is boundless. Thus, our director has sent me to Xinhai to recruit talent. Wang Zheng spoke candidly, showing no restraint in his admiration for Lin Che. In truth, my ascension to innate warrior was largely fortuitous. I do not merit such attention from Group Leader Wang. Lin Che instinctively attempted to downplay his achievements. Mr. Lin is far too modest. Across Huaxiao, or even the entire Blue Star, you are the first to become a master at 18. If someone like you is not worthy of attention, then who else can we regard? Wang Zheng said earnestly. Thus, on behalf of the Special Situations Bureau, I formally invite you to join us. Lin Che's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. I am still unfamiliar with the primary responsibilities of the Special Situations Bureau. We explore rifts in time and space, eliminate various hazards, and uphold world peace. Wang Zheng stood tall, his demeanor grave. Lin Che felt several black lines forming on his forehead. Haha, these responsibilities sound rather disjointed. As an individual driven by self-interest, Lin Che would never undertake any endeavor lacking personal benefit. Coincidentally, among the duties of the Special Situations Bureau was the exploration of time and space rifts, along with the elimination of potential dangers. In that case, he could carry out his own affairs under the guise of official duties. It was simply splendid. Moreover, the Special Situations Bureau seemed to offer a structured framework. As the saying goes, the end of the universe is structure, so what reason did Lin Che have to refuse? Regarding the maintenance of world peace, Lin Che felt that such responsibilities should fall within the purview of international peacekeeping forces, and thus, he deemed it unnecessary to interfere. Haha. Indeed, our Special Operations Agency possesses quite a broad scope of authority, Wang Zheng remarked, a hint of pride evident on his face, as if he were about to inscribe the words living by the sea upon it. May I be so bold as to inquire about the remuneration offered by our Special Operations Agency? Lin Che displayed an awkward yet courteous smile. It's quite normal. Human nature, Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. During the probationary period, the monthly salary is 30,000, and upon confirmation, the annual income reaches 1 million. There are allowances for travel, and medical expenses are fully reimbursed. If there are no assignments, it's considered a vacation, but attendance is mandatory for tasks. Lin Che's interest in the issue of remuneration was rather surprising, given that he hailed from a wealthy family and should not be overly concerned with such financial matters. Furthermore, once they achieved mastery, they would no longer have to fret over their livelihood. The so-called remuneration would merely serve as a symbolic income. Our attendance system is rather humane, I assent it? Lin Che chuckled awkwardly. Yes indeed. The working hours are quite flexible. Wang Zheng joined in, sharing the awkward laughter. Just as Wang Zheng assumed Lin Che was about to decline, he was unexpectedly met with Lin Che's enthusiastic agreement. No problem. I have decided to join the Special Operations Agency. Lin Che declared with fervor. Mr. Lin, please don't rush to reject this. Wait. Are you saying you've decided to join the Special Operations Agency? Wang Zheng expressed mild astonishment. Lin Che nodded affirmatively. Exactly, I have made up my mind. When can I complete the onboarding process? Ha ha ha, splendid. Mr. Lin indeed possesses a noble spirit. Wang Zheng was taken aback by the smoothness of the proceedings, his joy evident. Oh, Group Leader Wang. It's merely a service to the people. Lin Che waved his hand, feigning modesty. Excellent. A true servant of the people, Mr. Lin's awareness of this should rightfully place him among the ranks of the Special Operations Agency. However, Wang Zheng's tone shifted. Before joining the Special Operations Agency, Mr. Lin must undergo a special training program lasting 3 months. He gauged Lin Che's expression before continuing. This should pose no issue for you, I presume? Yet, Wang Zheng had miscalculated. What he thought would be a trivial matter turned out to be of great concern to Lin Che. I believe that is unnecessary. Can I join directly? Lin Che furrowed his brow. He was eager to investigate the spatial rifts beyond the city and had no time to spare for special training. Within the spatial rifts, one must navigate numerous complex situations, and the predecessors of the Special Operations Agency had exchanged their lives for invaluable experiences, which would be imparted to newcomers during special training. Although Wang Zheng's reasoning was sound, Lin Che remained reluctant. Special training, after all, could not compare to practical experience. As for the invaluable knowledge, Group Leader Wang, simply provide me with a document, and I shall memorize it myself. I shall discuss this with my superiors. Please excuse me for a moment, Wang Zheng said as he rose and walked towards the door while activating his communication wristband. In Lin Che's original plan, after Bai Xiaobai awakened his third ability, he intended to explore the spatial rifts outside Xian High City. If no one from the Special Operations Agency approached him, he would only need to wait another 2 days. It was unacceptable to squander 3 months merely to join an organization. With those 3 months, he could very well have made several trips in and out of the spatial rifts. Chapter 112. Just as I entered, it pounced on me. Moreover, Lin Che could now freely enter and exit the city, with the assistance of Bai Xiaobai and Huang Jinbao. Finding dozens of prey in the mountains each day should not prove overly challenging. If he devoted those 3 months entirely to hunting, he might even elevate himself to the late stage of mastery. Before long, Wang Zheng returned. I have consulted with my superiors, and their directive is that in 1 week, a batch of trainees will complete their special training, and Mr. Lin may participate in the assessment alongside them. If you pass the assessment, you won't need to undergo special training and can join the group directly. Wang Zheng looked at Lin Che. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Absolutely. Lin Che responded immediately. Great, we will come to pick you up in 5 days. With that, the two bade farewell. In truth, Lin Che did not expect the benefits of the Special Operations Agency. He placed greater value on the status it conferred, with the identity of a Special Operations Agency member. Any trouble from the Public Security Bureau or City Defense Forces would require careful consideration. From Wang Zheng's perspective, the Special Operations Agency could essentially operate with impunity within Huaxia. Cases the Public Security Bureau could not resolve would be tackled by the Special Operations Agency, and issues the City Defense Forces could not handle would also fall under their jurisdiction. In essence, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Correspondingly, with increased responsibility, the power naturally expands. In future encounters with Zhao Yi, Lin Che would merely need to present his credentials, and Captain Zhao would have no choice but to show him respect. The following morning, Lin Che was stretching in the backyard when a sudden scream echoed from upstairs. Upon rushing back to his room, he found Lin Zishuan shielding his right arm, cowering behind Lin Wanting. Facing them was Bai Xiaobai, who was glaring intently. Indeed, he was eyeing them with fierce intent. Lin Hai and Su Qianqian wore similarly troubled expressions. Upon seeing Lin Che return to the room, Lin Yuro immediately exclaimed, Xiao Che, this white tiger cannot remain in the house any longer. It has injured Zishuan. Is that so? Let me take a look. What happened? Lin Che responded nonchalantly. Bai Xiaobai, Master, you know me. If I bite down, his arm would be gone. Huang Jinbao, then why threaten him? Bai Xiaobai, they provoked me first. Huang Jinbao, I know this narrative well. He once accused me of stealing underwear. Lin Che observed Lin Zishuan with an impassive expression. Brother, is your arm seriously injured? Do we need to call a doctor? It's not too serious, but having such a mutated tiger at home is still too dangerous. Although this plan was more meticulous than before and did not require any evidence to support it, Lin Zishuan felt inexplicably guilty. Had he known that Bai Xiaobai could communicate telepathically with Lin Che, he might have comprehended his current feelings. Alas, there were no ifs, and thus he remained obstinately stubborn. That's not right. My brother likely doesn't know that this mutated tiger, though it appears small, is already a level 4 mutant. Lin Che wore a sardonic expression. If it truly bit you, your arm would likely be beyond saving. Bai Xiaobai roared in agreement, lifting his head high. Oh well, although the sound was youthful, its impact was quite terrifying. Even Lin Wanting, who had reached the transcendent stage, was momentarily stunned, while the others swayed, nearly losing their balance from the shock. Be quiet. What are you showing off for? Lin Che scolded by Xiaobai, then forced a chuckle. Hee, are we all alright? Lin Wanting replied with difficulty, I am fine. Brother. Although I wasn't seriously hurt, it was merely by chance. Keeping a level 4 mutated tiger at home is far too dangerous. Lin Zishuan feigned concern. It's fortunate it was me this time. What if it had bitten mom and dad, or my sisters? Before anyone else could speak, Lin Che immediately retorted. What kind of talk is that? What do you mean it's fortunate it was you? It's unacceptable no matter who it bites. At this point, Lin Che shifted the subject. By the way, I haven't had the chance to ask, what brings you to my room, brother? I just wanted to call you downstairs for dinner, Lin Zishuan blurted. Oh, you don't know I've been getting up early for morning exercises every day recently? I didn't notice. Who would have thought that as soon as I stepped through the door, it lunged at me? Is that so? Lin Che turned to Bai Xiaobai and deliberately asked, did you pounce on him? Bai Xiaobai cooperated splendidly, emitting a soul-shaking roar once more. Awu. The crowd fell into a state of shock once again, taking a long moment to regain their composure. It claimed it did not pounce. If it intended to attack, it would certainly let out a roar first. Lin Che maintained a serious demeanor. However, all of these grandiose declarations were entirely fabricated by Lin Che, as Bai Xiaobai merely unleashed its intimidation ability. Although the crowd did not believe that Lin Che could comprehend Bai Xiaobai's tiger language, they grasped the essence of his words. As Lin Che stated, Bai Xiaobai, being a mutated tiger, would instinctively roar as a warning before it pounced on anyone when startled. Firstly, a tiger's roar serves as a form of warning, an innate reaction. Unless it is stealthily hunting, it would certainly give a roar. Secondly, when attacking an enemy, it is common knowledge that one would utilize control skills before closing in. Yet, prior to Lin Zishuan's exclamation, no one had heard a tiger's roar. From this perspective, Lin Zishuan was evidently slandering the mutated tiger, just as he had previously slandered the squirrel raised by Lin Che. Poor Lin Zishuan had even gone so far as to fabricate wounds to make his claims seem convincing. Now, without even having the chance to display his fabricated injuries, his lies had already been exposed. Zishuan, you have truly disappointed me. Lin Wanting frowned deeply. No, I didn't. Big sister, you must believe me. It's just a mutated beast. How could it possibly understand what others are saying? Lin Zishuan attempted to justify himself, his thick skin allowing him to persist. Indeed, a mutated tiger is unlikely to comprehend human speech, yet it would not show mercy to its intended target. You have witnessed the effects of its roar. Lin Wanting pointed to Bai Xiaobai. A level 4 mutated tiger could have killed you several times over in the moment of your days. How could you possibly sustain only this minor injury? I assure you, it did not roar beforehand. Lin Zishuan stubbornly countered. Brother, do you think I appear foolish? Or do you believe mom and dad and your second sister seem foolish? Lin Wanting was on the verge of losing her patience. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuro displayed an embarrassed expression and turned to Bai Xiaobai, saying, I'm sorry, little white tiger, I wronged you. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiaobai turned haughtily, leaving behind a back that none cared for. Did it understand? Lin Yuro was quite astonished. Lin Che casually covered. A level 4 mutated beast possessing some intelligence is quite normal, right? Hee. The crowd appeared somewhat dubious, but did not delve further into the matter. Su Qianqian sighed. Zishuan, why would you do such a thing? What benefit do you gain from slandering a pet? Mom, why do you all choose to believe a mutated tiger rather than me? Lin Zishuan feigned a look of grievance. Ever since my brother returned, I feel like an outsider. If my parents no longer need me as their son, I might as well leave. Lin Che could not help but interject. I apologize for interrupting. But I believe the reason everyone does not trust you is not due to my pet, but because you are lying. You cannot expect others to believe your poorly crafted lies, as that is somewhat unfair and even somewhat insulting to their intelligence. As for your feeling like an outsider, my dear brother, from a bloodline perspective, yes, your feelings are not incorrect. Chapter 113. Have you ever seen a mutated beast that can understand human speech? Lin Che shrugged. If I were you, I would not complain here. Instead, I would be grateful. At least you are still the young master of the Lin family. Su Qianqian seemed to feel a bit of pity. Xiao Che, don't say that. Although Zishuan is not related to us by blood, your father and I have always regarded him as our own son. Originally, it would have been better if Su Qianqian had not brought this up the moment she did. Lin Zishuan felt a surge of agitation within, nearly losing his composure right there. Yet even so, he had to force himself to suppress his discomfort and continue to feign. Brother is right. I am ultimately an outsider. Perhaps I should just move out. This scene mirrored the moment Lin Che first arrived at the Lin family. Lin Zishuan had also adopted such a stance, deliberately sowing discord to manipulate the Lin family. At that time, Lin family's parents and sisters had, without exception, sided with Lin Zishuan. Now, at this very moment, the same scene was playing out again, and the atmosphere was surprisingly quiet. Lin Che wore a half-smile, eager to see how long Lin Zishuan would continue his charade. Enough. This is nonsense. Lin Hai, who had remained silent, finally spoke. His expression was grave as he looked at Lin Zishuan. This is the second time. I do not wish to see a third. Lin Zishuan's heart raced. Knowing that this act could no longer be sustained, he had to find a way to divert the crowd's attention. Ah, my hand. He deliberately pressed on the previously fabricated wound, hoping to squeeze out a few more drops of blood. Quick, call a doctor. Su Qianqian's face showed concern. We should go directly to the hospital. My brother has lost so much blood. He might even need to be hospitalized. Lin Che feigned a serious expression. In truth, as a martial artist's realm increases, so does their body's healing capacity. At the moment, this amount of blood loss, with Lin Zishuan's current level of cultivation, would heal completely within a day or two. Yes, quickly to the hospital. Su Qianqian said, ready to drag Lin Zishuan downstairs. Lin Che nodded. Indeed, we must hurry. What if he heals on the way? Wouldn't that make the trip pointless? It must be said that Brother Cha always managed to create an overwhelming sense of intellectual superiority for Lin Che through his remarkably irrational actions. Without Brother Cha as a contrast, he would not have realized how clever he was. Master is quick-witted, possessing both intellect and courage. Golden Treasure exclaimed. Master is far more intelligent, wise and valiant. Bai Xiaobai echoed. Stay low-key, Lin Che replied. Subsequently, Su Qianqian accompanied Lin Zishuan to the hospital, while Lin Hai and Lin Wanting hurried off to the company after breakfast. Only Lin Che and Lin Yuro remained in the Lin family villa, exchanging glances, bored and restless. Lin Yuro finally could not suppress her curiosity and asked Lin Che, can Bai Xiaobai really understand human speech? How could that be? Have you ever seen a mutated beast that can understand human speech? Lin Che firmly denied. Lin Yuro pouted, but it was clearly showing me attitude just now. That can't be fake, can it? Nonsense. How could a mutated tiger show attitude? Its face is covered in white fur. You can't even see its expression. Lin Che replied earnestly. You are infuriating me. Lin Yuro pretended to be angry. How could my second sister slander a good person? When have I ever angered you? Lin Che feigned innocence. Then tell me, does Bai Xiaobai understand human speech or not? Lin Yuro persisted. Seeing her determination, Lin Che pretended to be mysterious, lowering his voice as he slowly replied, I can tell you, but you must not tell anyone else. All right, you can rest assured. I will not tell anyone. Lin Yuro nodded vigorously. Bai Xiaobai and Golden Treasure can understand human speech. Their intelligence is no less than that of my second sister, and Lin Che lowered his voice again, feigning seriousness, and I can also understand what they say. Upon hearing the first half, Lin Yuro was still somewhat skeptical, but by the time she heard the latter half, she believed not a word of it. Oh, so you dare to insult me? Lin Yuro exclaimed. No. How did I insult you? Lin Che tilted his head, wearing a puzzled expression. Humph, you said Bai Xiaobai and Golden Treasure have intelligence equal to mine. Aren't you implying that I'm foolish? Lin Yuro grew increasingly agitated. Is it possible that I merely meant to imply that Bai Xiaobai and Golden Treasure are quite clever? Lin Che shrugged. Lin Yuro tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Che. Then why not use yourself as a reference? That won't do. They are not as clever as I am, and I cannot deceive you. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Che's mouth. They may not possess your intelligence, but their IQ is certainly not inferior to mine. I shall compete with you. Lin Yuro feigned a gesture to scratch Lin Che. Stop. Lin Che crossed his arms, making a halt gesture. Joking aside, I see you've nearly mastered that 40-meter sword. Would you like to learn some new techniques? You have new techniques? Lin Yuro was instantly diverted. Lin Che pretended to be haughty. You underestimate me, don't you? Just say whether you want to learn or not. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuro immediately clasped her hands in prayer. I want to learn, please, dear brother, teach me. No, that approach is of no use to me. It's rather cheesy. Lin Che made a face of disdain. If you truly wish to learn, you know what to do. Watching Lin Che rub his thumb and index finger together, Lin Yuro feigned sudden understanding. I get it. A heart gesture. Love you. EW. Lin Che mimicked a gagging motion. Spare me. That is too pretentious. Lin Che, you are being excessive. Lin Yuro switched to a look of grievance. Sister is still a student. How could I have any money? Can't you teach me for free, just this once? Lin Che curled his lip. Don't even start. Lin Zishuan managed to save up tens of millions. How could you possibly be without any pocket money? Lin Zishuan actually saved up over 10 million? How do you know? Lin Yuro looked astonished. Ahem, that is not important. In any case, if you're not willing to pay, I won't teach you. Lin Che had no intention of revealing the matter of Lin Zishuan hiring a hitman to chase him. Firstly, he had no substantial evidence, and whether Lin Yuro would believe him was uncertain. Secondly, he felt there was little point in mentioning it. He was still hoping that his mundane life as a wealthy young master could be spiced up by his friend T. If he truly managed to get T killed or driven out of the house, he would be left alone to enjoy the favoritism of the Lin family parents and sisters, which would be utterly dull. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuro spoke again. How much do you want? Fair and square, fixed price, 1 million. Lin Che replied nonchalantly. Can we get a discount? Sister truly doesn't have that much money. Lin Yuro attempted to bargain. Golden treasure. She's lying. Lin Che, do you really need to say it? I could guess that with my little toe. Golden treasure. Has your toe grown a brain? You're not mutating. Are you? Lin Che, I don't argue with fools. Golden treasure. I'm not a fool. I'm a squirrel. Lin Che, I only ever ask others for discounts. No one gets a discount from me. 1 million, no negotiations. Lin Che casually refused. Lin Yuro hesitated for a moment and tried again. Can I pay in installments? Lin Che felt that this scene was reminiscent of something he had seen before. Then he rejected her once more. No, time is limited, if you don't learn. I'll just go back to practicing my guiding technique. No. I'll learn. Just give me your account number. Lin Yuro ultimately gritted her teeth and took out 1/10 of her savings. Before Lin Che returned to the Lin family, Lin Hai and Su Qianqian had always treated their 2 daughters and 1 adopted son equally. Whatever the 2 daughters had, Lin Zixuan had as well. Therefore, since Lin Zixuan had 10 million in savings, Lin Yuro would naturally not be far behind. In fact, Lin Wanting, who had already started working, might have an even more substantial little treasury. Chapter 114. That 1T do. The boat is too small, and there's no way to rest at night. Lin Che pondered that perhaps he could spare some time to help Lin Wanting develop her abilities further, and he could set a higher price as well. Alright, quickly tell me what technique. Lin Yuro urged Lin Che as soon as she completed the transfer. Lin Che glanced at the incoming payment notification and nodded. Previously, we tried ground traps and frontal ambushes. Have you considered a rear ambush? Lin Che stated solemnly. Lin Yuro looked puzzled. But I can't create ice blades behind someone. How can I ambush from behind? Actually, it's quite simple. If you can shape a boomerang. When the enemy dodges the dart you throw at them from the front, they 1T notice that the dart will come flying back. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. When the enemy is focused on countering your frontal attack, only to be hit by a dart from behind. Wouldn't that be quite a surprise? Lin Yuro's eyes lit up, then she feigned disappointment. Is that all? That is not worth 1 million, is it? Golden treasure. Actually. She is quite satisfied. Lin Che, I know. Golden treasure. Humans are truly complex. I've already told you the method. The transaction is complete. No returns accepted. Lin Che was unfazed by Lin Yuro's theatrics. Transforming the ice blade into a boomerang was a technique that required an ice-type ability user, a metal manipulation ability user, and a telekinetic ability user to execute a rear ambush. For Lin Yuro, this was already a very constructive suggestion. Of course, there were many other potential directions to explore for an ability like ice that could be shaped. Lin Che was merely guiding Lin Yuro to think more creatively. If Lin Che hadn't mentioned it, she likely wouldn't have thought that an ability user could utilize such a primitive method for an ambush. I don't care. You've earned that million too easily. You must give me some other inspirations. Lin Yuro insisted. Oh dear, I say. Golden treasure and by Xiaobai's intelligence is no less than yours. It seems I wasn't wrong about you. Lin Che shook his head. They all know how to utilize their own abilities. Can't you think for yourself? Alright, you're still insulting me. Just wait until I tidy you up. Lin Yuro once again launched her tickling attack. Oh no, I've been exposed. After Lin Zixuan returned from the hospital, he made no mention of the previous events, and everyone tacitly understood. At this moment, in the eyes of the Lin family, Lin Zixuan had transformed from an obedient son and brother into a scheming boy. Even though there were still 18 years of affection, the relationship was inevitably tinged with some distance. Conversely, Lin Che was increasingly appreciated and valued by the Lin family. Of course, these matters were something only Lin Zixuan would care about. Lin Che had always lived life on his own terms. The next afternoon, Chu Yao sent Lin Che a voice message. The Wheel of Fortune has been acquired. Meet up in High Park at 2 p.m. Lin Che raised an eyebrow and casually replied. Is this a date? Shortly after, Chu Yao replied again. If you don't want it, then forget it. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? It's a gift from my fiancé. How could I refuse? I already said it's for Bai Xiaobai, not for you. Alright, you're pretty. So you call the shots. Chu Yao stood before a spacious and bright dressing room, meticulously selecting her outfit. A down jacket was out of the question. Even though the weather was still cold, martial artists didn't need to wear such bulky clothing. A skirt seemed too deliberate. Even if she didn't feel cold, she still had to maintain some modesty. After trying on over a dozen outfits, she finally settled on a cream-colored wool coat, paired with a turtleneck sweater. It accentuated her enviable figure. On the bottom, she wore fitted jeans, which made her long legs even more alluring. After hastily finishing her lunch, Chu Yao grabbed a silver handbag and headed for the door. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Where to? Lu Jingwen casually inquired. I'll tell you when I get back. I'm running late. Chu Yao hurriedly departed. Lu Jingwen shook her head, sighing, alas. A woman of great stature cannot be kept. Upon Lin Che's arrival at the park entrance, his gaze immediately fell upon Chu Yao standing there. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing her hair and the hem of her clothing to sway gracefully, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece. Lin Che approached slowly, a smile dancing on his lips, his eyes wandering unabashedly over Chu Yao. What are you staring at? Chu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. Well, I desire a daughter. Lin Che blurted out impulsively. You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Chu Yao's embarrassment deepened. She lifted her suitcase, feigning an intent to strike Lin Che, only for him to effortlessly catch it. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Bai Xiaobai. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you bring it along? Chu Yao deftly shifted the topic. Lin Che persisted in his teasing. Isn't it sufficient to have a remarkable gentleman like myself accompanying you? What need is there for a clueless mutant tiger? In truth, the reason was that if he had brought Bai Xiaobai along, it would have drawn a crowd. After all, a mutant white tiger like Bai Xiaobai, domesticated as a pet, was an exceedingly rare sight, bound to attract attention. Ultimately, their idyllic world of two would likely transform into a spectacle of pet exhibitions. You are exceedingly confident. Who boasts of themselves in such a manner? Chu Yao pouted. Oh, but today, you have witnessed it. Lin Che declared with pride. Golden treasure. Master, she says you have a thick skin. Silence. Lin Che retorted. Yet I have not spoken. The two strolled side by side into the park, meandering along the pebble-strewn path. In the early spring, wildflowers began to bloom in a vibrant competition. The air imbued with a faint hint of the season. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the lakeside. The water was crystal clear, its surface shimmering with light, and a few small boats floated lazily. Shall we go boating? Chu Yao lifted her chin. Lin Che nodded in acquiescence. Your wish is my command, madam. Uft. Who is your madam? Chu Yao's face turned a deeper shade of red. They rented a small boat, with Lin Che assisting Chu Yao onto the bow. The lake mirrored the enchanting silhouette of the young girl, as if intertwining with that dreamlike figure engulfed by the sea. Lin Che? Lin Che? Chu Yao waved her hand before his eyes. What's wrong? You're not afraid of water, are you? Do not jest. I am known as the white striped one of the waves. A mere triviality. Lin Che stepped onto the boat, attempting to row the oars. Initially awkward, he soon found his rhythm. The boat glided slowly to the heart of the lake, with Chu Yao seated at the bow, allowing the gentle breeze to caress her hair, merging with the surrounding beauty. If only we could remain like this forever, Chu Yao murmured. That would not be feasible. The boat is too small for an overnight stay, Lin Che replied earnestly. You are truly insufferable. Chu Yao's charming face transformed into a pout of indignation. Lin Che navigated the boat to the opposite shore, and as they disembarked, Chu Yao's eyes were immediately drawn to a cotton candy stall. I want cotton candy. Buy me some. Are you not an adult? How childish. Lin Che could not help but quip. Will you buy it or not? Chu Yao planted her feet firmly, refusing to budge. Lin Che shrugged. Of course, why not? I want some too. As he spoke, Lin Che walked toward the cotton candy stall, with Chu Yao following closely behind. Huh. If I eat it, I'm childish. But you eating it is different? Chu Yao protested with mild indignation. I am unique, Lin Che asserted, as if it were self-evident. In what way are you unique? Lin Che fabricated a story. My family was poor when I was young, and I never had the chance to taste cotton candy. Thus, this is a chance to savor a different flavor, quite meaningful. Chu Yao suddenly felt a pang of sympathy, tears welling in her eyes. I will treat you well from now on. I swear. Are you sincere? Yes, of course. Then may I have a bite of your cotton candy? Absolutely not. Chu Yao instantly transformed into a protective feline over her treat. Humph. The words of a woman are indeed untrustworthy, Lin Che mused, convinced he had grasped a profound truth. Ah, you infuriate me. I shall bite you. Chu Yao, disregarding the pink cotton candy still clinging to her lips, lunged toward Lin Che's shoulder. Lin Che tilted slightly, but Chu Yao pressed forward, and her bite landed squarely on Lin Che's neck. Chapter 115. As the master, so the pet. The scene froze momentarily, with Chu Yao retreating. Her face flushed. Lin Che teased. Are you a dog? Why do you bite people? Ugh, you are the dog. How many days has it been since you bathed? Your neck is all salty. She concocted a flimsy excuse to mask her embarrassment. Lin Che immediately countered. Nonsense. I bathe daily. You are clearly defaming me. Humph. If I say you haven't bathed, then you haven't. With that, Chu Yao turned and walked away. Heh. Lin Che casually rubbed his neck, a playful smile on his lips as he followed her. Behind them, the cotton candy vendor smiled with a knowing grin. Youth is truly wonderful. An untroubled afternoon slipped away quietly. As they prepared to part, Lin Che informed Chu Yao of his impending assessment at the Special Operations Bureau. Must you go? Chu Yao asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Of course. When you next see me, please address me by my code name, 007. Lin Che declared solemnly. You haven't even passed the assessment yet. How can you have a code name? Such a trivial matter. There's no challenge in it. Do you not fear that the wind will trip you up with your tongue? Chu Yao shot him a glare. What you do not understand is that all my skills reside within my tongue. Lin Che feigned profundity. Chu Yao immediately retorted, nonsense. How would I not know what skills you possess related to your tongue? What? Do you wish to witness it? Sure, do perform for me. Lin Che shook his head. That is not possible. I cannot perform alone. If you truly wish to see, I will need your cooperation. Very well, how shall I cooperate? Chu Yao was resolute. Not turning back, Lin Che placed the suitcase at his feet and gently cupped Chu Yao's face with his hands. What are you doing? Chu Yao's complexion instantly turned scarlet, as if blood might drip from her cheeks. Did you not wish to witness my talents with my tongue? Lin Che leaned in gradually, while Chu Yao tightly shut her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, and her heart raced in anticipation. As evening fell, Bai Xiaobai finally employed the fateful wheel it had long yearned for. As a level 4 mutant, Bai Xiaobai did not faint immediately like Golden Treasure. Instead, it struggled in pain for a considerable duration before gradually succumbing to slumber. Before losing consciousness, it repeatedly murmured, Master has wronged me. Master has wronged me. Lin Che's lips twitched as he silently inquired of Golden Treasure. I don't recall you exhibiting such symptoms back then. Golden Treasure replied, I am uncertain. I was simply asleep. Lin Che rubbed his temples. So, you weren't unscathed, but rather, the pain was so intense that your brain simply shut down? Golden Treasure expressed mild astonishment. Is that how it was? Consider yourself fortunate. You have narrowly escaped the calamity. Lin Che shrugged. At times, being a weaker party is not without its advantages. 3 hours later, Bai Xiaobai slowly awakened. Though the pain had subsided, it felt profoundly wronged. Why did you deceive me? You said it wouldn't hurt, yet I felt such agony. Lin Che could only express his helplessness. Indeed, it ostensibly wouldn't hurt. Alas. You are not indeed. Level 4 mutant tiger. Abilities, intimidation, telepathy, presence manipulation, high threat level. Indeed, as a psychic mutant beast, Bai Xiaobai's second awakening manifests as a mental talent. The ability to manipulate one's sense of presence, quite literally, allows for the control of one's own visibility, akin to a sophisticated form of concealment. Within the range of its psychic influence, as long as an opponent's cultivation level does not exceed Bai Xiaobai by a significant realm, if Bai Xiaobai wishes to remain unnoticed, others will simply overlook it. However, this extraordinary power proves ineffective against Lin Che and Huang Jinbao, for both can perceive Bai Xiaobai's thoughts, rendering it beyond manipulation. Unless Bai Xiaobai ceases to ponder, it will inevitably reveal itself within Lin Che's psychic sensing range. Yet, to diminish its presence, it must engage in thought, akin to mentally murmuring, you cannot see me, you cannot see me. Under such circumstances, it would be challenging for Lin Che not to notice it. Nevertheless, this ability is exceptionally suited for hunting and likely represents an evolutionary trajectory for feline mutant beasts. Like attracts like. A master of cunning will naturally have pets that embody similar traits. The master is a schemer, hence both pets have awakened abilities of a cunning nature. Bai Xiaobai did not acquire the coveted ability to shrink in size, but instead obtained a form of mental cloaking. Although this power lacks the convenience of size alteration, it still achieves the desired effect of concealment, thereby fulfilling its long-standing wish in an indirect manner. Given Bai Xiaobai's current circumstances, Lin Che deduces that Huang Jinbao is, in fact, a mundane creature. This is because Huang Jinbao's psychic sensing stems from the golden pine cone, while the ability to shrink was derived from the Wheel of Fate. Strictly speaking, Huang Jinbao has not successfully awakened any powers of its own. Originally, its stature of over a meter was quite remarkable among mutated squirrels, indicative of a growth mutation. Alas, it clearly failed to evolve successfully. It relies on merely half a golden pine cone to qualify as a second-tier mutated squirrel. Later, by consuming the Wheel of Fate, its latent potential was unlocked, ultimately granting it the ability to alter its size. Should Huang Jinbao ascend to a 5th-tier mutated form, perhaps its size-altering ability could yield a further growth. The spectacle of suddenly transforming from the size of an ant into a 3-meter-tall giant squirrel during battle would undoubtedly be entertaining. Regrettably, Huang Jinbao's current status as a 3rd-tier squirrel is already a result of numerous fortuitous circumstances. To reach the 5th tier, it would require a staggering number of resources. If it were to consume a source vessel every 10 days, it would need over 100 to elevate itself to the 4th tier. Ascending to the 5th tier would necessitate thousands. This estimation is based on Lin Che consuming 1 vessel every 10 days, equating to the effect of vanquishing a 3rd-tier mutant. Furthermore, Huang Jinbao's absorption rate of the source vessel is unlikely to match Lin Che's. Even if 1,000 vessels could elevate it to the 5th tier, that would demand an astronomical investment of 100 million, alongside 30 years of dedicated cultivation to achieve the goal. If one possessed 100 million in 30 years, Lin Che muses that the investment would yield better returns if applied to himself. Sensing Lin Che's thoughts, Bai Xiaobai cannot help but scoff. A waste is not worth cultivating. The master should focus on nurturing me instead. Huang Jinbao retorts. Who are you calling a waste? Bai Xiaobai replies. Whoever responds, I shall call a waste. Huang Jinbao protests. Master, it's mocking me. Lin Che quips. Then you should mock it back. Huang Jinbao queries. What should I mock it for? Lin Che explains. Its ability to manipulate presence is ineffective against you. Isn't that reason enough to mock it? Huang Jinbao counters. Your third ability is also ineffective against me. You are a waste too. Bai Xiaobai boasts. At least I possess 3 abilities, while you have but 2. Huang Jinbao exclaims. Master, have you noticed? It seems smarter than before. Lin Che agrees. Indeed, its intelligence has surpassed Lin Yuro's. The awakening of a psychic ability undoubtedly enhances cognitive faculties. Bai Xiaobai's second awakening of psychic abilities has clearly elevated its intellect, overshadowing Huang Jinbao. Huang Jinbao laments. I can't win in a fight, nor can I win an argument. My plight is truly dire. Bai Xiaobai taunts. What? As your emergency food, you wish to compete with me? Huang Jinbao cries. Master, intervene. It dares to consider me emergency food. Lin Che responds. You could always ride it. After all, once you shrink, you could hide upon its back, and it would be unable to shake you off. Bai Xiaobai complains. The master is biased. Why does he always assist in targeting me? Lin Che asserts. For the stability of the realm, I must employ a strategy of balance. My dear subject, it would be wise not to stir trouble. Bai Xiaobai queries. Why does your majesty rebel? Chapter 116. As long as one possesses the requisite strength, no one cares whether you violate the rules. Huang Jinbao interjects. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xiaobai retorts. My mother forbids me from conversing with fools. Huang Jinbao scoffs. You think you're so great, so aloof. Lin Che observes. Well, it seems only Huang Jinbao is the chatterbox. Bai Xiaobai merely interjects occasionally. Now that Bai Xiaobai's intelligence has been further elevated, it too has become quite the talker. These two will likely become even more tumultuous. 2 days swiftly passed, and Wang Zheng arrived as promised. Lin Che, accompanied by Bai Xiaobai and Huang Jinbao, boarded a special operations vehicle. Mr. Lin intends to bring 2 pets? Wang Zheng's expression reflected hesitation. To be candid, Group Leader Wang, I have awakened a beast mastering ability. To not bring my pets would equate to relinquishing half of my strength, Lin Che declared, fabricating a tale. Wang Zheng appeared skeptical. Is Mr. Lin attempting to deceive me? Of course not. Here, let me demonstrate a bow of respect for Group Leader Wang. Immediately, Huang Jinbao and Bai Xiaobai stood upright, their front paws clasped together as they bowed toward Wang Zheng. Such behavior could be achieved by ordinary animals through training, couldn't it? Wang Zheng remained unconvinced. Fair point. Lin Che nodded, issuing a command to his 2 pets. Now, both of you, vanish. Instantly, Huang Jinbao shrank down and nestled into Lin Che's pocket, while Bai Xiaobai began to chant. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Gasp. Observing the 2 pets disappear from sight, Wang Zheng was left incredulous, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. This beast mastering talent must surely be at least S-tier, Mr. Lin has concealed his abilities too well. Oh, no, not at all. Group Leader Wang, you flatter me. Lin Che feigned humility. Wang Zheng shook his head repeatedly. No, this is no flattery. While I've encountered many trained mutant beasts, I have never witnessed a beast mastering ability like Mr. Lin's. He continued, let me consult with my superiors. Since Mr. Lin's strength is linked to his pets, they must naturally be permitted to accompany him. To Wang Zheng, Lin Che's ability to make 2 pets vanish into thin air warranted no restrictions from the Special Operations Bureau. Thus, Wang Zheng exited the vehicle, strolling a short distance away to manipulate the holographic wristband. Shortly thereafter, he returned, his face alight with joy. All clear. The higher-ups have granted special approval for Mr. Lin to bring his pets. Isn't this a bit unconventional? Lin Che feigned innocence. Not at all. Rules are meant to be broken. As long as one possesses the requisite strength, no one cares whether you violate the rules. Wang Zheng's insight was commendable. The vehicle gradually departed, heading northward. The road, long neglected, was bumpy, and the pace was slow. Nearing dusk, the trio finally reached their destination. The headquarters of the Special Operations Bureau lay concealed within a desolate, uninhabited mountainous region, surrounded by undulating peaks that formed a natural barrier, isolating the base from the outside world. At the entrance, a heavy alloy door gleamed with a dazzling cold white light. Flanking the door were 2 watchtowers, where electronic sentinels continuously surveyed their surroundings. Upon entering the base, one was immediately greeted by an expansive plaza, its surface paved with a resilient alloy material, smooth and impeccably flat. In the center of the plaza stood a colossal sculpture of a warrior, kneeling on one knee with a long sword, gazing steadfastly ahead, embodying a silent guardian of the base's tranquility. The architectural style of the surrounding buildings was simple yet robust, evoking a solemn atmosphere. Wang Zheng halted at the entrance of an office with Lin Che, knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Wang Zheng nodded to Lin Che and pushed the door open, with Lin Che and his two pets following closely behind. Inside the office, a massive screen displayed various surveillance feeds from both inside and outside the base, with data popping up intermittently. A young man with silver hair, yet possessing a countenance as refined as jade, slowly turned to face them. Report. The mission is complete, and Mr. Lin has been brought in. Please give your instructions, Chief. I've mentioned this countless times. We are not a military organization. There's no need for such formality. Understood, Chief. Ha ha ha. Mischievous as ever. You may go rest. I wish to speak privately with young Lin. Yes. Wang Zheng saluted and turned to leave. Lin Che scrutinized the silver-haired youth before him, his brow twitching slightly. Late-stage Godly Realm Warrior, abilities, danger precognition, mental impact, extremely high threat level. This young man was likely not simply a youth. His self-awakened ability was the same as Yi Feng's, danger precognition. However, while Yi Feng's second ability was mental interference, this individual possessed mental impact as his second ability. Setting aside their cultivation levels, in terms of abilities alone, this man was indeed superior. There are always greater talents and mountains beyond mountains. To become the chief of the Special Operations Bureau, one must indeed possess exceptional capabilities. Please, take a seat. No need to be so formal. I am Kong Lingxian, the director of the Special Operations Bureau. Your recruitment into our bureau was largely due to my efforts. Thank you for your recognition. I will certainly work diligently. Lin Che replied casually. Even if you wish to work hard, you must first pass the assessment. Kong Lingxian chuckled, shaking his head. While I can advocate for you to be exempt from 3 months of special training, the assessment must be based on your own abilities. Once you pass the assessment, you will become a special operative of the Bureau. At this point, Kong Lingxian fixed his gaze on Lin Che's eyes. If you fail the assessment, there will be no opportunity for a retake. You will simply return from whence you came. Rest assured, I cannot claim to excel in other areas, but in examinations, I am most competent. Lin Che feigned arrogance. Kong Lingxian nodded approvingly. Excellent. A young person should indeed be spirited. Wang Zheng mentioned that you have awakened a Beastmaster ability? Kong Lingxian displayed a look of skepticism. Despite Wang Zheng's firm assertions, he still harbored doubts about Lin Che's claim that he could make 2 pets disappear. Ahem. Lin Che felt somewhat awkward. Indeed, it is the Beastmaster ability. But I was intentionally misleading Team Leader Wang earlier. I cannot make my pets vanish into thin air. That is their own ability. Through the heartbeats of Huang Jinbao and Bai Xiaobai, Lin Che sensed that Director Kong bore him no ill will and felt no reluctance to reveal part of his strength. However, primarily due to Bai Xiaobai's second ability, which was ineffective against targets exceeding its realm by 2 stages, it was impossible for Bai Xiaobai to disappear before this Godly Realm Warrior. Oh, Kong Lingxian's curiosity deepened. Could it be a light element ability, blending with the surrounding environment through color transformation? Not quite. One reduces its size, while the other diminishes its presence on a mental level. As he spoke, Lin Che instructed Huang Jinbao and Bai Xiaobai to activate their abilities simultaneously. Huang Jinbao shrank to the size of an ant, while Bai Xiaobai began to chant, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Clearly, Huang Jinbao's performance was exceedingly successful, yet Bai Xiaobai remained visible to Kong Lingxian. Now I understand. Although Kong Lingxian could not hear Bai Xiaobai's thoughts, he could perceive the mental fluctuations. 2 exceptionally unique pets, since they are effective combatants. You may bring them along. Kong Lingxian shifted the conversation. However, I advise you to keep your pet's presence discreet during the assessment. Understood, even if I have privileges. I must maintain appearances, Lin Che agreed. Ha ha ha, clever. Kong Lingxian nodded. I will have someone arrange accommodations for you. Rest well today, gather your strength, and be ready for the assessment tomorrow morning. No problem. Chapter 117. Locate Target 9, eliminate it, and retrieve the crystal core. In the early morning, the rising sun accompanied by the biting wind, the assessment officer's gaze scanned the crowd, ultimately landing on Lin Che for a brief moment. Perhaps due to his unfamiliarity, Lin Che appeared rather conspicuous. Among the 20 or so individuals present, all had undergone 3 months of special training within the base. And even if he could not recall their names, he could recognize their faces. Only Lin Che, a temporary addition, drew the officer's attention. To avoid disrupting the assessments of others, Lin Che deliberately instructed by Xiaobai to manage its presence effectively. After all, Kong Lingxian had specifically cautioned him the day before, and Lin Che was well aware of the implications. This assessment comprised two components, a practical exercise and a crisis response test. The officer's deep voice resonated in everyone's ears. The practical exercise will take place in the forest behind us. You are required to use your abilities to defeat the target, obtain the mission item, and return to the camp safely. The crisis response test will evaluate your decision-making and execution skills under unexpected circumstances. The officer scanned the crowd once more. The combined results of these two assessments will determine whether you can pass this round. Upon hearing the assessment rules, although the expressions of the participants varied, they remained silent. This starkly contrasted with the demeanor of students in a school setting. On the officer's desk lay a black cardboard box, from which he extracted a card and gestured for the crowd to pay attention. Now, each of you will step forward to draw a card, which contains the mission for your practical exercise. After speaking, he returned the card to the box. Observing this, the crowd approached one after another to draw their cards. Lin Che casually selected one, stepping aside to read its contents. Northwest direction, locate target 9, eliminate it, and retrieve the crystal core. Caution: after obtaining the crystal core, ensure that no other participants notice. Upon seeing the peculiar cautionary note, Lin Che immediately instructed his two pets to translate it for him. Huang Jinbao, directly north, locate target 5. Bai Xiaobai, directly north, seize the task card for target 7. Through analyzing the thoughts of others, Lin Che reached a conclusion. Among the 20 participants in this assessment, half were tasked with hunting targets to retrieve crystal cores, while the other half were responsible for intercepting the hunters to seize their crystal cores and task cards. Each hunter had a distinct target, corresponding to different interceptors. All right, let's move out, the assessment officer commanded, and everyone promptly headed towards the forest. Lin Che, too, joined the throng, swiftly advancing deeper into the woods. The task card did not specify what target 9 was, merely instructing Lin Che to move northwest to eliminate it and bring back the crystal core. Thus, Lin Che's first task was to locate the elusive target number 9. The expanse of the forest was vast, and its terrain was intricate. Relying solely on a singular direction to unearth the so-called target number 9 would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Meanwhile, in the command center of the base, Kong Lingxian sat at the center, with Wang Zheng standing by his side, intently observing the surveillance footage on the screen. Each participant was trailed by a micro-drone, which meticulously recorded their every action in real time. What do you think of the young Lin? Kong Lingxian inquired casually. Though I have yet to witness Mr. Lin in action, I believe he should be more than capable. Wang Zheng replied earnestly. A smile crept upon Kong Lingxian's lips. Oh, you have quite a bit of confidence in him. Wang Zheng pondered for a moment before responding. He possesses a certain unflappable demeanor, a quality I have only seen in you. Ah, such high praise. To be compared to a master like me? Kong Lingxian jested. In response, Wang Zheng nodded. Indeed. It's the aura of a true expert, as if no challenge could ever deter him. Haha, it seems that Mr. Lin has indeed accomplished something noteworthy over the years. At the very least, he has nurtured a fine grandson. Kong Lingxian's gaze remained fixed on the screen, while his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Lin Che proceeded cautiously through the forest, meticulously scanning his surroundings, leaving no stone unturned. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead and swiftly ascended a large tree to assess the situation. A hunter was engaged in a fierce battle with a level 4 mutated bear, the creature's back conspicuously marked with a number. Upon spotting the glaring number 10, Lin Che realized, of course, they wouldn't allow a fruitless search. For Lin Che, the most arduous aspect of the mission was locating the target. As for eliminating the target and acquiring the crystal core, he felt utterly confident in his capabilities. With the target clearly numbered, the task became significantly simplified. You too. Search for the creature marked with the number 9 nearby, and report back to me. Understood. Golden Treasure replied. Got it. White Xiaobai acknowledged. Ultimately, Lin Che opted to delegate the task, reasoning that if he did not allow his pets to contribute, what purpose would there be in having them? Golden Treasure and White Xiaobai dashed off in opposite directions, while Lin Che continued forward. With a lead and without one, the efficiency of the search differed drastically. Moments later, White Xiaobai re-established contact with Lin Che. Target discovered. Hurry. Hold your position. Await my arrival. Lin Che commanded Golden Treasure to regroup and swiftly approached White Xiaobai. What a massive scorpion. Level 4 mutated giant scorpion. Abilities: venomous, high threat level. A scorpion over 2 meters long, its shell gleaming black with a metallic sheen. Bore the number 9 in white ink upon its back. The scorpion's tail was as thick as an adult's arm, with a stinger extending over 10 centimeters. That stinger would surely be painful if it struck, Lin Che mused. It might even be fatal, Golden Treasure speculated. Perhaps, White Xiaobai concurred. Disperse, I shall engage it. Lin Che commanded. Go for it, Master. Golden Treasure cheered. Master is the best. White Xiaobai added. What nonsense are you spouting? Golden Treasure retorted. Foreign language, you wouldn't understand. White Xiaobai replied. Lin Che drew his blade and executed a reverse slash towards the giant scorpion. The sound of metal tearing through the air echoed. It was effective, yet not fatal. The scorpion was not dispatched in a single strike. With its massive pincers raised, it charged at Lin Che with alarming speed. The friction of its movement producing a creaking sound. Come, let me see just how tough your shell is. Lin Che swung his sword again, targeting the same spot. Unleashing a blade of energy, the viscous fluid splattered forth. This strike had a notably pronounced effect, although the scorpion's ferocity remained undiminished. The viscous fluid oozing from its wound was undeniable evidence of injury. In his past, when he was still in the Transcendence realm, Lin Che's longsword could hardly pierce the armor of a level 3 mutated creature. He had to strike at its weak points. Now, having attained the status of a congenital master, a mere blade of energy was sufficient to breach the shell of a level 4 mutated beast. It appeared that as his cultivation progressed, the lethality of his techniques would only become more pronounced. Clang, clang, clang. The giant scorpion swung its pincers and tail stinger, launching a relentless assault on Lin Che. However, Lin Che casually parried all its attacks with his longsword. Enough of this. Lin Che decisively severed the scorpion's tail and then thrust his sword downwards, impaling its head and pinning it to the ground. With a sickening sound, the severely injured scorpion still thrashed about. Creak, crack. Lin Che withdrew his sword and sliced the scorpion in half along the wound, extracting the crystal core. He wiped his blade clean and prepared to depart. A voice suddenly emanated from behind him. Humph, you think it's that easy to take the crystal core? Chapter 118. I have yet to encounter a level 6 mutated beast. This opportunity is not to be missed. Lin Che smirked. So, you finally choose to reveal yourself? You knew I was lurking nearby? The interceptor stepped out from behind a tree. Each hunter had to contend with an interceptor. If you hadn't set an ambush here at number 9, how would you ascertain that your target was me? In truth, Lin Che had not initially considered these factors. The real reason was that White Xiaobai and Golden Treasure could hear the interceptor's thoughts. Very well, let us see who truly possesses the skills. The interceptor slowly drew his sword. Let me see what abilities you have, you who rely on connections. Clearly, this interceptor harbored prejudice against Lin Che. In his eyes, Lin Che, who had not participated in the special training, was merely a beneficiary of favoritism. For Lin Che, who had previously slain masters in the Transcendence realm, facing an opponent of the same tier posed no pressure whatsoever. Though his earlier victory over the master assassin had been aided by White Xiaobai, one could not deny Lin Che's exceptional combat experience. Now, facing a master with no external help, Lin Che felt confident that his opponent could not pose any significant challenge. The interceptor advanced, his longsword slicing through the air with a formidable presence aimed straight for Lin Che. The blade gleamed in the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Radiant and chilling, Lin Che narrowed his eyes and met the interceptor's strike with his own. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying. The interceptor, intent on a swift conclusion, launched one strike after another. Yet no matter his efforts, Lin Che remained unflustered, as calm as a summer's breeze. Observing Lin Che's demeanor, the interceptor's brow furrowed, and he lunged forward with a sudden thrust. Lin Che sidestepped, evading the blade's edge, and countered with a strike of his own. The interceptor could only parry, retreating repeatedly. Seizing the moment, Lin Che delivered a horizontal slash aimed at the interceptor's midsection. Unable to block, the interceptor was forced to roll aside to evade. From that point onward, the interceptor found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Let us see your true skills, shall we? So reliant on connections, are you? Let's see what you can do. With each taunt, Lin Che executed another strike. The interceptor could only rely on his agility to dodge. But even so, he sustained multiple cuts from Lin Che's energy blades. Yield, you are no match for me, Lin Che stated with an air of indifference. Impossible. I will not be defeated. The interceptor launched another assault. Lin Che's lips curled into a slight sneer. As the interceptor swung his blade once more, he chose not to evade but to advance towards the blade's edge. A flicker of surprise flashed in the interceptor's eyes, momentarily believing that Lin Che had succumbed to overconfidence. However, just as the long knife was about to make contact with Lin Che, he suddenly sidestepped, accelerating and grasping the interceptor's arm. What ensued was remarkably straightforward. Lin Che twisted with force, and the interceptor felt a surge of excruciating pain in his arm. Clang! The long knife fell from the interceptor's grasp, and his expression darkened significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Che delivered a swift kick, sending the interceptor sprawling to the ground. Before the interceptor could rise, Lin Che had already pressed his long knife against the man's throat. You have lost. A glimmer of reluctance flickered in the interceptor's eyes, yet at this juncture, he could not afford to continue the struggle. Consider yourself fortunate. A loss is a loss, yet my dissatisfaction remains. Have you ever heard the adage that luck is also a form of strength? Lin Che slowly sheathed his knife. Although he did not believe that luck played any role in his victory, it did not preclude him from speaking provocatively. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the forest. The interceptor's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. It's a beast tide. A beast tide is quite typical, is it not? Lin Che replied nonchalantly. To him, a lack of beast tides hardly constituted a valid assessment. What do you know? In this forest, level 4 and 5 mutated creatures are commonplace. And it is rumored that level 6 mutants exist. The beast tide is not something we can easily contend with. The interceptor retrieved his long knife, preparing to flee. Is that truly the case? Lin Che's eyes sparkled with excitement. The interceptor furrowed his brow. What is that expression on your face? Do you think I am jesting? No. I understand you are serious, Lin Che replied, his smile unwavering. Are you not leaving? The interceptor took a few steps, noticing Lin Che still standing in place, and voiced his confusion. Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. You go ahead. I have yet to encounter a level 6 mutant, and such an opportunity is not to be missed. Madness. With that, the interceptor bounded away, disappearing into the woods. Lin Che, however, was not genuinely interested in observing a level 6 mutant. He was acutely aware that he could not possibly contend with such a formidable foe. His true intention was to seize the chance to hunt down several level 4 or 5 mutants. This forest harbored numerous level 4 and 5 mutants precisely because it served as a testing ground for the Special Operations Bureau. In contrast, in other human cities, level 4 and 5 mutants were prioritized for eradication. Even if local defense forces could not manage them, they would notify the Special Operations Bureau for intervention, preventing any clustering of such threats. Missing this opportunity would render Lin Che's future ambitions of hunting level 4 or 5 mutants improbable. In truth, the most powerful mutants resided in the ocean. Mutants often evolved at a pace surpassing that of human martial artists. Had humans not possessed master-level warriors prior to the day of revelation, it is likely that the evolutionary frenzy of the mutants would have spiraled out of control. Over the past 18 years, any mutant that emerged on land was swiftly dealt with by human martial artists. However, the ocean remained a different matter altogether. Given the growth rate of mutants, it was inevitable that among the unassailed marine creatures, there existed level 9 mutants. The most formidable human combatants were the martial saints, who, armed with their martial skills and extensive combat experience, could likely slay level 8 mutants. Yet, to face a level 9 mutant, even a martial saint might find their prowess insufficient. Fortunately, marine creatures dwelled solely in their aquatic realm, posing no immediate threat to humanity behind the high walls, at least for the time being. The most pressing concern for humanity remained the land-dwelling mutants, particularly those near urban areas, which necessitated regular cleansing to prevent these rapidly evolving terrestrial beings from encroaching on human living space. The sound of tremors grew louder, and Lin Che could discern the full forms of several mutants. Bloodthirsty spiders adorned with multiple faces, mutated rhinos boasting 2 heads, and ice-covered salamanders emerged before him. The closer he drew to these mutants, the more exhilarated he became, a primal bloodlust stirring within him. Unbeknownst to him, he was in a rather peculiar state. While others were retreating, Lin Che charged directly into the beast tide. In the command room, Kong Lingxian detected an anomaly. This lad is acting rather strangely, isn't he? Indeed. It was unwise to advance in the face of a high-level beast tide. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. No, that's not what I mean. If he possesses the strength to confront the beast tide, there is nothing inherently wrong with his charge, Kong Lingxian said, tapping his fingers on the desk. His demeanor now was markedly different, as if he had entered an entirely new state in a remarkably short span of time. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Che's actions closely. It appears as though he has tapped into adrenaline. Kong Lingxian nodded, perhaps even more than that. In the footage, Lin Che faced level 4 mutants with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Only upon the appearance of a level 5 mutant did he encounter any significant hindrance. 3, 5, 10, 20. It was a sight to behold as mutants fell one after another, and Lin Che's momentum swelled. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? Kong Lingxian stood abruptly. Wang Zheng found it hard to believe. Impossible. He has only just surpassed the innate level a mere 20 days ago. How could he possibly break through again? Not to mention the innate level. Wang Zheng had never witnessed anyone achieve successive breakthroughs of 2 minor realms within a month. Such a pace of cultivation would lead one to the martial saint realm within a year, and while advancing through realms becomes increasingly challenging. Even a leap from innate to extraordinary within a year would astound the world. Chapter 119. Was it not stated that the highest would be level 6? Why is there a level 7? As Lin Che continued to slay over 20 level 3 and 4 mutants, he was on the cusp of a breakthrough when he finally encountered a formidable opponent. Level 5 mutated giant lizard, ability, self-healing, high threat level, exhibiting strong malice. This giant lizard, encased in armored scales and endowed with a grotesque self-healing ability, resembled a mobile fortress with self-repair capabilities. When Lin Che charged in, he neglected to observe carefully, delivering several strikes without bringing it down. It was only when the mutated giant lizard lashed out with its tail that he regained his senses. That blow gradually brought Lin Che to a state of calm, accompanied by an undercurrent of fear. Had he faced not a level 5 mutant, but the legendary level 6, he might have met his end. He was uncertain as to why he had previously charged in recklessly. It was entirely out of character for him. Now, with a seemingly indestructible giant lizard targeting him, Lin Che decided to bide his time. Assuming he could not outrun a level 5 mutant, he climbed up a large tree. To his surprise, when he glanced back, the giant lizard was also climbing up the tree. Wait, my friend, what have I done to earn your enmity? Though I struck you a few times, you did retaliate with a tail whip, did you not? However, the giant lizard did not comprehend Lin Che's words. It simply continued its ascent. Simultaneously, Lin Che could hear the creature's dim-witted thoughts. I will bite you. I will bite you. Lin Che shook his head. With that level of intelligence, you will never reach me. Although its self-healing ability and armored scales made it difficult to kill, it did not imply that it was impossible. In his past as a transcendent being, he had vanquished a level 4 mutated python not by brute force. Since you are so intent on pursuing death, I shall oblige. Lin Che swung a blade of air towards the giant lizard's eye, prompting the creature to immediately close its eyes. Swoosh. Hiss. Although the air blade failed to penetrate the lizard's eye, it inflicted pain, causing it to emit a shrill cry. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Che unleashed a technique called Thousand Blade Breakthrough into the lizard's maw. PSHH. PSHH. The more it suffered, the more the lizard howled in agony. Consequently, Lin Che's relentless assault continued until the air blades mercilessly shredded the lizard's flesh, piercing through the gaps in its bones and striking its brain. Thud. The massive lizard plummeted from the tree, stirring a cloud of dust. Lin Che leapt down from the branch, only to find that despite the lizard's brain being destroyed, its body was still attempting to heal itself. It was only when Lin Che extracted the crystal core that the beast finally succumbed to death. Having successfully advanced to the mid-phase of the innate realm, Lin Che felt invigorated. However, at that moment, the beast tide was nearing its end, with only a few straggling, slower beasts crawling from a distance. Just as he prepared to strike again, a formidable pressure descended upon him. A colossal creature, resembling a leopard, with a vibrant crimson coat, a single horn atop its head, and 3 tails swaying behind it, approached with deliberate steps. Level 7 mutant leopard, abilities, intimidation, fire element control, extremely high threat level. What a ridiculous joke. Wasn't he supposed to be a maximum of level 6? How did a level 7 show up? Lin Che couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Moreover, it possessed dual abilities. The fact that its 2 ability systems were entirely different made Lin Che ponder the extent of its extraordinary potential. Currently, he lacked the confidence to confront even a level 6 mutant, let alone a level 7. At that moment, he fully comprehended the reason for the beast's tide. Had he been one of the mutants, he too would flee for his life. Or rather, even if he weren't a mutant, he would still run for his life. Golden treasure, with the same intimidation ability. Look at how impressive it is. White Xiaobai, I'm not looking at anyone else, only at you. Golden treasure, what good does that do? I don't possess the intimidation ability. White Xiaobai, I'm just assessing how much meat you have on you. Wondering if it's edible. Golden treasure, you're taking it too far? White Xiaobai, that's only because you're easy to bully. Lin Che had no time to engage with his quarreling pets and continued to sprint. After covering a considerable distance, he noticed that the level 7 mutant did not pursue him, alleviating his anxiety. It seemed that this level 7 mutant was merely a subordinate of the Special Affairs Bureau. White Xiaobai, naturally, otherwise would they send a group of innate realm warriors to their doom here? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Are you becoming more brazen? Golden treasure, master. Take care of it, and don't spare my feelings. White Xiaobai, I was wrong, master. I am your most loyal subordinate. Haha. The level 7 mutant beast displayed a significant level of intelligence, at least not inferior to the former White Xiaobai. Under such circumstances, if someone were to deliberately tame it, it might indeed be possible. After all, the mutant red fox captured in Shinnong Town was later successfully tamed by Sun Jia, albeit requiring considerable patience. However, to tame a level 7 mutant beast, the tamer must also possess substantial strength. When Lin Che returned to the training ground, everyone else had already gathered. The individual who had previously intercepted him cast a complex glance in his direction. With everyone back, the announcement of the successful candidates for the assessment was about to begin. Just as the examiner's words fell, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mutant suddenly lunged forward, swiftly knocking him down. Soon after, more mutants surged from the surroundings, prompting everyone to draw their weapons in a hurried response. Lin Che darted towards the attacking mutant like a flash of lightning. The long knife slashed down, immediately alerting the mutant, which temporarily released the examiner to evade to the side. Then, it turned to face Lin Che. Roar. The mutant opened its gaping maw and lunged ferociously at Lin Che. PSHH. The long knife pierced through flesh but was firmly grasped by the mutant. Lin Che kicked out, straining to extract his long knife. Roar. The wounds on the mutant began to heal at a visibly alarming rate. This is a bit excessive, isn't it? Lin Che felt a wave of discomfort. Meanwhile, others were also engaged in their battles. Some faced multiple mutants alone, while others teamed up to besiege a single creature. Some displayed exquisite swordsmanship, effortlessly mowing down foes, while others relied on their agility, weaving in and out among the mutants. Witnessing this scene, Lin Che felt an unsettling dissonance enveloping his mind. Yet, before he could ponder further, the mutant charged at him once more. Clang. Lin Che blocked the mutant's claws with his knife, his brow furrowing. So, you can heal, can you? I don't believe you can grow another head. With a sudden inspiration, Lin Che thrust his long knife straight towards the mutant's eye. Seeing the knife approaching, the mutant instinctively turned its head. Seizing this moment, Lin Che reversed his knife for a powerful strike, stepping forward and delivering a mighty blow. Crack! The mutant's head rolled to the ground, and its body toppled unsteadily. TCH. I thought it was some formidable character. With that, Lin Che glanced at the examiner, only to find him still standing calmly in place after being knocked down by the mutant. So that is how it is. Golden treasure. Master, what are you talking about? White Xiaobai, a tremendously powerful psychic ability. Golden treasure, what are you saying now? Lin Che. Indeed, unexpectedly caught off guard. Golden treasure, what on earth are you two talking about? Can you explain it to me? White Xiaobai guess. Golden treasure. At this moment, Lin Che finally scrutinized the examiner's cultivation and abilities. Transcendent Realm Warrior, abilities, mind suggestion, illusion manipulation, extremely high threat level. Wow, no wonder he is the examiner. Quite impressive. The examiner nodded at Lin Che. So does this mean I passed? Lin Che flashed a bright smile. Not so fast. The specific results await the director's decision. I am only responsible for the assessment and statistics. The examiner continued to observe the others ensnared in illusions. Just then, the level 7 mutant leopard Lin Che had encountered in the forest slowly emerged from the trees. Chapter 120. A century salary can't afford this set of equipment. As the level 7 mutant leopard approached, Lin Che felt his heart race. No need to be alarmed. Although it appears ferocious, in reality, it is quite docile. As he spoke, the examiner beckoned to the level 7 mutant leopard. Little Red, come here. White Xiaobai, I'm sure we will have a lot in common. Golden treasure, is it because both names are rather casual? Lin Che. The white mutant tiger is named Xiaobai, and the red mutant leopard is called Little Red. No problem there. As the examiner called, Little Red trotted over gracefully, nudging against his palm. So, Little Red is your pet? Lin Che couldn't help but inquire. It is my companion. The examiner gently stroked Little Red's back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Little Red slightly narrowed its eyes, appearing quite content. An extraordinary realm warrior possessing a level 7 mutant beast as a companion seemed somewhat illogical. After all, the extraordinary realm is merely the 5th tier, 2 tiers below the level 7 mutant beast. Sensing Lin Che's confusion, the examiner promptly provided an explanation. When I first adopted it, it was merely a cub. Now it makes sense. Lin Che nodded in understanding. Thus, Bai Xiaobai felt a deeper sense of kinship with them, having both lost their parental guardians at a young age and being raised by human warriors. They were practically bound by fate. At that moment, some individuals gradually emerged from the illusion, awakening to reality. As they glanced around, they realized that their previous experiences were mere phantoms. Now that both assessments had been completed, everyone was asked to wait a moment, as the director would soon arrive to personally announce the list of those who had passed the evaluations. With that, the examiner departed slowly with Xiaohong. The illusion they had just experienced felt extraordinarily vivid. Indeed, it was nearly indistinguishable from reality. I thought the Special Operations Bureau was doomed. Ultimately, I was just too young. You are indeed naive. If the Special Operations Bureau were to fall, would there be any space left for humanity on Blue Star? As the crowd engaged in various discussions, Kong Lingxian approached slowly, followed by Wang Zheng. When Kong Lingxian drew near, the murmurs ceased. He surveyed the crowd and spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to you all for accepting the invitation of the Special Operations Bureau and participating in 3 months of intensive training. I believe that during these 3 months, each of you has gained something. However, Kong Lingxian paused slightly. The missions of the Special Operations Bureau are fraught with danger and challenges, and not everyone is capable of fulfilling them. Therefore, following this assessment, the following individuals are provisionally accepted into the Special Operations Bureau. Kong Lingxian publicly read a list, glancing at Lin Che when he reached his name. After the roll call, some rejoiced while others were disheartened. Based on comprehensive performance, out of the 20 or so present, 1/3 were eliminated. Those mentioned in the list were to follow Wang Zheng to the logistics department to collect their supplies, while the others could disperse on the spot. After a brief pause, Kong Lingxian continued. After a short rest, special vehicles will be arranged to take you back. Of course, if anyone has thoughts or opinions, you are welcome to communicate them to me here. As Kong Lingxian's words concluded, Wang Zheng stepped forward. Everyone, please follow me. Subsequently, more than 10 individuals left the training ground behind Wang Zheng, with Lin Che trailing closely behind. In the logistics department, as everyone beheld the various combat equipment in the storeroom, they exclaimed in awe. The nano-combat suits offered master-level protection, equipped with environmental adaptation and self-repair functionalities, as well as information modules. The Starbone Battle Blade, infused with materials extracted from meteorite remnants, possessed the characteristics of memory metal, boasting a strength 10 times that of titanium alloy. The multifunctional electronic pulse gloves could provide combat support. However, for innate warriors, their primary function was auxiliary. Additionally, there were multifunctional tactical belts, specialized wristbands from the Special Operations Bureau, and miniature drones, among other items. Wang Zheng provided a general introduction to the equipment, then shifted his tone. These items are quite costly, so during missions, should any be lost or damaged, a detailed report is required. Otherwise, the loss will be borne by the individual. Seemingly concerned that the audience might not take this seriously, Wang Zheng reiterated, "Let me remind you, working for the Special Operations Bureau, even a century's salary would not suffice to cover this set of equipment." Upon hearing this, Lin Che arched an eyebrow. An annual salary of 1 million means that a century's pay is merely a minor target. The value of this equipment exceeds 100 million. After receiving their gear, Wang Zheng led the group back to the training ground. The individuals who had not been selected previously had already dispersed, leaving only Kong Lingxian standing in place. Hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance, Wang Zheng approached and saluted, reporting, "Director, the equipment has been distributed. I've said it before. We are not a military unit. There is no need for such formality," Kong Lingxian replied, turning slowly. Presently, the Special Operations Bureau had 11 teams, each fully staffed with 12 members, divided into 3 4-person squads. At this point, he surveyed the crowd. Teams 7, 9, and 11 are understaffed, and we will allocate members from among you. The remaining 12 will form Team 12. If anyone wishes to join another team, feel free to step forward. Kong Lingxian paused before continuing. If no one volunteers for other teams, I will assign you based on your abilities. Seeing no one respond, Lin Che stepped forward. I would like to know which team is responsible for the Xinhai region. You little brat, still being picky. Kong Lingxian chuckled in jest. Team 9 primarily oversees Xinhai and its surrounding areas, and its leader is Wang Zheng. Lin Che immediately replied, "Then I choose to join Team 9. His motive for joining the Special Operations Bureau was precisely to explore the time-space rift in Xinhai. Had it not been for the Bureau's recruitment, he would have sought ways to infiltrate the rift, whether by joining a warrior squad or a military reconnaissance team. Regardless of the method, he was determined to go." Haha. Welcome to Team 9. Wang Zheng's serious demeanor shifted. Wait, I haven't agreed yet. Kong Lingxian pretended to tease. Aren't you supposed to consult me, your leader? You've stated that we are not a military unit, so there are no strict rules, Wang Zheng replied with a grin. Lin Che will henceforth be a member of my Team 9. You cheeky little rascal, your principles seem quite flexible. Kong Lingxian feigned disdain. Fine. Since he was brought in by you, it's only reasonable for him to be placed in your team. Thank you, Director. I will take good care of Lin Che. You can rest assured. Wang Zheng patted his chest in assurance. Take care of your own team members. What does that have to do with me? Kong Lingxian feigned indifference. Since he is now yours, you'd better skedaddle. Don't linger here and be an eyesore. As others observed the playful banter between Kong Lingxian and Wang Zheng, they began to speculate about Lin Che's identity. However, in such a setting, it was not appropriate for them to voice their thoughts. Huang Jinbao remarked, "He seems quite happy. Why is he pretending to be angry?" Bai Xiaobai replied, "You wouldn't understand human thinking." Huang Jinbao countered, "As if you understand it." Bai Xiaobai retorted, "I may not understand it now, but I will certainly grasp it in the future. Huang Jinbao asked, why? Bai Xiaobai confidently stated, because I am smarter than you. Huang Jinbao exclaimed, you. Lin Che followed Wang Zheng into a conference room where several team members were already waiting. Wang Zheng clapped his hands to draw attention. Allow me to introduce our new member of Team 9, Lin Che. Please give him a warm welcome. Upon hearing this, the others applauded in unison with Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng scanned the crowd. You all seem rather unenthusiastic? Chapter 121. I always thought I was a genius. But I didn't expect. Then let me provide you with a detailed introduction. Wang Zheng placed one hand on Lin Che's shoulder while extending the other in front of Lin Che's chest. Lin Che, 18 years old, accidentally entered a time-space rift a month ago, and upon emerging, he had already ascended to the level of an innate master. Hiss, you must be joking. This joke is not funny at all. Indeed, an innate master at 18, huh? Humph. Wang Zheng scoffed, continuing. Look at your astonished faces. Not only did Lin Che ascend to the level of an innate master at 18, but during the assessment, he has already advanced to the mid-stage of innate mastery, surpassing some of you in cultivation. Before the crowd could react, Wang Zheng spoke again. Moreover, he has awakened the Beast Master ability and possesses 2 pets, a level 3 mutated squirrel and a level 4 mutated white tiger. As he spoke, Wang Zheng looked at Lin Che. Come on, show them your pets. Is that really necessary? Lin Che's face flushed with embarrassment. It felt awkward to have others take his fabricated claims seriously. What's the harm in it? In the future, we shall all share the same fate, and sooner or later, they must witness this reality. Very well, you two, step forward. With a command from Lin Che, Huang Jinbao and Bai Xiaobai suddenly materialized. This scene elicited an uproar among the crowd. The disparity between individuals, indeed, surpasses even that between man and dog. I shall not permit the existence of anything more extraordinary than myself in this world. Such an adorable squirrel, such a charming little white tiger. I yearn to raise one too. I had always believed myself to be a genius, yet I was mistaken. In order to enhance the performance, Lin Che added, disappear. Instantly, the 2 pets vanished from sight, as if they had never been there at all. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to our new member, Lin Che. Wang Zheng led the applause once more, and the crowd responded with noticeably greater enthusiasm than before. Excellent, just as it should be. Subsequently, Wang Zheng introduced Lin Che to the others. This is Chun Yufeng, codename Madman, with the talent of exceptional resilience. A robust, muscular man nodded in acknowledgement toward Lin Che. Next, Wang Zheng pointed to a slender, agile young man nearby. This is Li Yan, codename Azure Wolf, with an enhanced speed talent. Wang Ming, you have met before. He is my brother, who rarely speaks, codename Pork Knuckle, possessing a fire element talent. The two exchanged nods as Wang Zheng continued with the introductions. This is Zhou Xiaoxiao, codename Nightingale, with sound wave abilities. Zhou Xiaoxiao stood up and gestured to Lin Che, welcome aboard. Though she appeared gentle and refined, her manner of speaking was notably brisk. Zhang Hao, codename Mouse, possesses the talent of toxins. A well-proportioned young man with an elegant demeanor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted his spectacles and nodded in acknowledgement. Lastly, there was a captivating woman with a bewitching smile who, without waiting for Wang Zheng's introduction, stood up. With a flirtatious grin, she stepped closer to Lin Che, placing her hand on his shoulder. You may call me Lu Xinhua, or simply Sister Yeya. My codename is Rose, with plant-based abilities. As she spoke, she reached out to caress Lin Che's cheek, but he instinctively turned away. Hee, is Lin Che shy? She teased. Ahem, I rather dislike being too close to strangers. Lin Che feigned innocence. Lu Xinhua's smile remained unwavering. That's quite all right. As we interact more, we will no longer be strangers. At this moment, Wang Zheng interjected to alleviate the awkwardness for Lin Che. All right, let's settle down and refrain from teasing the newcomer. However, as soon as he spoke, Lin Che felt even more embarrassed. Consequently, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Group leader, isn't there supposed to be 12 members in each group? Why are there only 8 of us here? For others are currently on a mission. I'll introduce you to them next time. Wang Zheng gestured toward the vacant seats. Please have a seat. Very well, Lin Che nodded and took a seat beside him. Today, I have called everyone back for 2 main matters. The first is to introduce Lin Che to all of you, and the second matter. Wang Zheng paused briefly to survey the crowd. We have thoroughly investigated the situation regarding the spatial rift in Xinhai City. In ancient times, during the reign of the Great Yu, who tamed the waters and stabilized the realm, he passed the throne to Bo Yi, after which Yu's son, Qi, seized the throne from Bo Yi, initiating China's first hereditary dynasty. During this period, many mythical figures coexisted, making the closure of the spatial rift a rather formidable task. Upon hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but interject. Is it really possible to close a spatial rift? Wang Zheng nodded, of course. Did you think that the personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau entered the rift merely to seek fortune like everyone else? Lin Che pondered. Indeed. The Special Affairs Bureau was not a civilian organization like the Martial Artists Association, which would not allocate personnel solely for the sake of fortune. Then how can we close the spatial rift? Lin Che continued to inquire. Ding. Wang Zheng drew the star skeleton long blade and tapped its blade. As I mentioned before, the material of the star skeleton blade originates from meteorite fragments, and the energy source of the spatial rift is similarly derived from meteorite fragments. As long as we locate the majority of meteorite fragments within the rift and extract them, the rift will naturally dissipate once it loses its energy source. I see. Lin Che remarked, but according to this principle, shouldn't spatial rifts appear simultaneously? Why is there a sequence? Some rifts appeared 18 years ago when meteorites fell, while others emerged in the subsequent years. Could it be that the time of meteorite falls differs across each dimension? Wang Zheng's expression turned awkward. Ahem. The exact reason for this remains uncertain. However, that is of little importance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by being stumped by a newcomer, Wang Zheng endeavored to elaborate on what he knew, attempting to shift Lin Che's focus. Initially, collecting meteorite fragments was solely for material research and weapon crafting. It was only after several spatial rifts began to vanish that researchers deduced the fragment's significance in relation to the rifts. We are not the only ones collecting meteorite fragments. Individuals from various dimensions within the rift are also gathering them. For instance, in spatial rifts like Xinhai City, where ancient mythical figures exist, it is likely that a significant number of meteorite fragments are being fashioned into weapons. Lin Che suddenly recalled the axe of Xingtian. Could it also be related to meteorite fragments? If meteorite fragments can be used to forge the axe of Xingtian, might I also be able to create a long blade that can change in size? A genuine 40-meter long blade. There's another question. What happens to those who entered the rift and could not return if the rift closes? You needn't worry, when the rift disappears, everyone will be automatically returned to the rift's entrance. But how can we find meteorite fragments? We can't just scour the mountains indiscriminately, can we? Lin Che raised his concern once more. Initially, as you said, we could only search aimlessly across the mountains, Wang Zheng replied with a hint of pride. Later, the Equipment Development Department created a detection device that marks the location of any meteorite fragments within 100 meters. Chapter 122. Can that mayfly only live for a day? Is it not rather ominous? Wang Zheng raised his arm to signal to Lin Che. This feature has already been integrated into the Special Affairs Bureau wristbands. When you activate the meteorite detection function, you will receive notifications. Lin Che attempted to activate the detection function, and indeed, numerous marked points appeared around him. Within the room they occupied, there were 8 markers, and the direction of the equipment storage was densely packed with markings. However, the range of just 100 meters did not seem ideal. Lin Che couldn't help but murmur. Wang Zheng shook his head. We cannot solely rely on the equipment. We must also consider the experiences left by our predecessors. For instance, the origin places of significant figures and the ancestral lands mentioned in myths are more likely to contain meteorite fragments. We can also inquire with individuals from within the spatial rift, asking about legends of meteor showers or anyone who has acquired formidable weapons. All these can serve as references to narrow our search. Noticing that Lin Che had ceased to pose further questions, Wang Zheng returned to the main topic. However, our primary objective for this operation remains reconnaissance. We do not insist on fragment collection. Lu Xinyue inquired. Does the leader mean that our 2 teams will enter together this time? Indeed, the difficulty of this exploration is quite high. Having more people allows for mutual support. Wang Zheng spoke earnestly. Lin Che felt a sense of helplessness. How could a group of innate martial artists provide mutual support when entering the mythological world? Not to mention characters of the caliber of the Mountain God and Xing Tian. Even encountering a casually met martial artist at the divine realm would likely overwhelm them. The advantage of numbers, it seems, merely allows for a few extra seconds of life for those who perish later. A group of innate martial artists hoping to survive in the mythological world would likely have to rely on sheer luck. Your younger brother still lacks a codename, right? Lu Xinyue abruptly redirected the conversation back to Lin Che. Wang Zheng concurred. Indeed, everyone should have a codename. Mine is Tihuan. Remember to use code names during missions. The 2 brothers, one called Tihuan and the other Josie, were rather amusing. Lin Che pondered for a moment before slowly stating, Then I shall be called Fuyo, the mayfly? The one that lives only for a day? Doesn't that seem a bit inauspicious? Lu Xinyue teased intentionally. Lin Che's lips twitched. It refers to the floating essence between heaven and earth. Alright, I was just joking with you, The 8 innate martial artists were divided into 2 teams. Wang Zheng, Chen Yufeng, Zhou Xiao, and Lin Che formed one team, while Li Yan, Wang Meng, Zhang Hao, and Lu Xinyue comprised the other. Originally, Lin Che was supposed to join Li Yan's team, but Wang Zheng intended to personally guide the newcomers. So he assigned Wang Meng to Li Yan's team, allowing Lin Che to join his. Lu Xinyue expressed regret, as she wished to mentor the newcomers properly. Once the teams were designated, Wang Zheng led his group to bid farewell to Kong Lingxian. Kong Lingxian offered a string of admonitions, especially showing extra care towards Lin Che, which left Lin Che feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Subsequently, 3 off-road vehicles and 1 F911 departed from the Special Operations Bureau base, heading towards Xinhai. As they sped along, nearing dusk, they arrived at a familiar forest area for Lin Che. Upon seeing the scene before him, Lin Che felt as if he had stepped into a different world. Just a few months ago, he had come here to participate in a trial with a group of students. Now, he returned as a Special Operations Bureau officer. Bearing a mission, the spatial rift only permitted martial artists of master rank and above to enter, as those below that rank had a significantly low survival probability. In fact, even master-level martial artists often had to exercise utmost caution to stay alive within the rift. Thus, after the appearance of the spatial rift, checkpoints were established in the vicinity to prevent lower-ranked martial artists from inadvertently entering. The patrolling city defense forces stopped their vehicles upon seeing them and saluted. "Hello. Please present your identification." Wang Zheng casually produced the Special Operations Bureau credentials and handed them to the patrol soldier, allowing the vehicles to pass smoothly. Upon reaching a campsite, they parked and Wang Zheng led the group toward the camp. At that moment, several officers approached. "Team Leader Wang, long time no see. You seem even more imposing than before. Has your cultivation improved?" "Haha, Captain Liu, you flatter me. It's only been a few months. With my current level, it's not that easy to make rapid progress." "Oh, Team Leader Wang, you are being modest. Your aura is indeed markedly different from before." As he spoke, Captain Liu stepped aside, gesturing for everyone to come forward. "Come, let's chat inside the tent." Thus, they followed the officers toward the tent. In fact, this Captain Liu was someone Lin Che recognized, the major who had previously attempted to recruit him into the city defense forces, Lu Ming. After the city defense forces had dealt with the Beast Tide, they had received orders to remain stationed. Now that Lin Che had advanced to master rank, he bore a noticeably different demeanor, which Lu Ming failed to recognize. Instead, his remarks about Wang Zheng's changed aura were merely polite flattery. In the realm of Xinhai, the Lu family stood out in the military. Most Lu family members joined the military upon reaching adulthood or graduating from school, coupled with the family's martial arts heritage. Over the years, the Xinhai City Defense Forces had nearly become a private army of the Lu family. It was precisely for this reason that the death of Lu Kuan had stirred up such a tempest in the city. Even the subsequent deaths of Zheng Jingren and Shi Hao in Xinhai did not create as much uproar. In other words, the Lu family was the most powerful force in Xinhai City. Although the Special Operations Bureau was a privileged organization, it could not entirely escape the intricacies of human relationships, provided the other party did not fall within the Bureau's targets. Inside a spacious tent, everyone gathered around a table. The term tent was fitting, as this particular one was quite large. The interior, measuring 7 to 8 meters, was equipped with all necessary military office equipment, holographic projection sand tables, comprehensive surveillance, and even interactive panels were provided for each individual at the table. Retrieving data could be accomplished with a mere gesture. This command system appeared to be even more advanced than that of the Special Operations Bureau's command hall. However, this tent also served as a temporary command post, making the presence of such equipment quite reasonable. After introductions, Lu Ming finally recognized Lin Che. He feigned an expression of chagrin, directly stating that the Special Operations Bureau had snatched away his reserve talent, demanding Wang Zheng provide an explanation. The two then exchanged playful banter before Lu Ming steered the conversation back to the topic at hand. This particular spatial rift was situated during the early establishment of the Xia dynasty, a relatively peaceful period in the Central Plains, though ordinary people possessed little in the way of rights. Xia Qi, as the founder of a hereditary dynasty, not only possessed remarkable wisdom but also, like his father Diyu, wielded martial prowess surpassing that of a martial saint. Based on past experiences, it was highly unlikely that such a rift possessing supernatural powers would close in the near future. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. "No matter. Our main purpose for coming this time is exploration. If we ascertain the whereabouts of the fallen star fragments and are unable to obtain them, we can always return for reinforcements." To this, Lu Ming nodded. "Indeed, that is only logical." The interactive panel displayed the latest information, which everyone could reference. After resting for a night at the camp, the next morning, the group prepared and set off toward the spatial rift. According to legend, Diyu's wife, the Tushan clan, was named Nu Jiao, belonging to the Tushan nine-tailed fox lineage. This branch of the nine-tailed fox was far more renowned than the Qingxiu foxes. The reason was simple. Nu Jiao had established the first generation of the dynasty. It is said that when Diyu was over 30 years old, While managing the flooding of the Huai River, he passed by Tushan and encountered Nu Jiao. The two fell in love and became husband and wife, with Nu Jiao waiting patiently for 13 years. Of course, Diyu ultimately did not disappoint Nu Jiao. After successfully managing the floods, Diyu unified the world, and Nu Jiao became his queen. Xiaqi was the son of Diyu and Nu Jiao. Chapter 123. Ridiculous that you consider yourself the foremost? It is rumored that the marriage between Diyu and Nu Jiao may have had some elements of mutual benefit. Perhaps Diyu sought to leverage the power of the Tushan clan to manage the floods, thus leading to this union. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Nu Jiao endured a 13-year wait for Diyu and left behind the legend of the Stone of Longing, which should be remembered for generations. Later, their son Xiaqi ended the abdication system, ushering in a family dynasty. He fought throughout his life, laying the foundation for the Central Plains, ultimately contributing to the Huaxia civilization. However, according to legend, Xiaqi ascended to the heavens on 2 occasions, stealing the 9 discourses and 9 songs. In pursuit of the entertainment industry, some are willing to commit acts of theft from the heavens, revealing their hedonistic desires. Thus, they can be regarded as emblematic figures of revelry. However, regardless of whether Xiaqi truly pilfered celestial tomes or sought merely pleasure, his martial prowess is indisputable. Otherwise, when he intended to abolish the abdication system, he would likely have succumbed to external pressures. Those tribes wishing to uphold the abdication system were evidently subdued by his might, leading to the subsequent inheritance of power from father to son. In the mythic era, strength commanded respect. Without martial capability, who would indulge you? Wang Zheng observed as the 7 members of his team stepped into the temporal rift one after another, bidding farewell to Lu Ming before following suit. You've arrived? How is it that you are only at the innate realm? You should return. Your current level is insufficient to break the demon-binding chains. The moment Lin Che entered the rift, a pair of eyes from the depths of the void locked onto him. Wait, have you installed surveillance on me? Lin Che pondered, realizing that this borrowed eye of insight was indeed akin to surveillance. I've come to scout the path. Once my cultivation improves, I will devise a means to assist you in your escape. You aren't in a hurry, are you? 3 years or 5 years is but a fleeting moment for me. Nevertheless, you should not squander your talents. It is only right to elevate your cultivation sooner rather than later. Perhaps buoyed by the prospect of liberation, Wu Zhiqi's state of mind was evidently more stable than before, and his words became clearer. I shall not neglect my cultivation. In terms of speed, I am indeed the foremost in Blue Star. How laughable. You consider yourself the foremost? Wu Zhiqi scoffed. The human race has truly fallen. Lin Che's expression stiffened. What contempt do you hold for humanity? What is wrong with me? Can't I be the foremost? That was not my intention, merely a reflection. Since you are not here for my affairs, feel free to do as you wish. With that, his golden eyes gradually faded from Lin Che's mind. Upon regaining his senses, Lin Che faintly heard Wu Zhiqi's admonition. This realm differs vastly from your Blue Star. Thus, exercise caution. Lin Che shook his head, revealing a wry smile. In truth, even without Wu Zhiqi's warning, he would remain vigilant. After all, one only has one life. At this moment, Wang Zheng operated his wrist device, activating the holographic projection to display a map. From here to Wani, it is approximately 1,200 kilometers. We can only traverse on foot, which will take us over 10 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Che promptly posed a question. Why don't we acquire a few mounts? To this, the others wore expressions of resignation. Wang Zheng shrugged. Because we lack the currency of this realm, and we have nothing to barter for mounts. Ah, indeed. I had oversimplified the matter, Lin Che admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His previous experience with the Wushu tribe, where free acts were provided for riding, had led him to assume the same would apply here. The Wushu tribe had offered mounts because they sought his assistance. In this current mission, they could not expect any tribe to assist them. They would have to rely on their own resources. When will the battle suits develop an entirely new propulsion system? Adding 4 thrusters to the hands and feet would allow us to fly. Lin Che could not help but voice his fantasy, only for Zhou Xiaoxiao to douse his enthusiasm with cold water. Adding thrusters may be easy, but the real challenge lies in resolving the energy issue. We can't very well carry a nuclear reactor with us. Zhang Hao adjusted his glasses and chimed in, ordinary fuel, without impacting the performance of the battle suit. Struggles to meet the energy demands of the thrusters. Is it really that technical? Lin Che found himself awed. Lu Xinyue smiled. Xiao and Zhang Hao worked in the equipment development department before joining the team. Lin Che gave a thumbs up. Impressive. After 3 days of travel, covering over 400 kilometers, the group arrived near Tushan. Tushan was the site of Diyu's marriage and the birthplace of Xiaqi. Hence Wang Zheng intended to take a chance. Searching for meteorite fragments is inherently a time-consuming endeavor. Initially, they could select special areas, like Tushan or Ani. If they failed to find meteorite fragments in these unique locations, they would have to cast a wider net, slowly searching throughout the entire temporal rift. The picturesque scenery of lush mountains and clear waters was a stark contrast to the purpose of their journey. Later, we can inquire with the local residents about any legends regarding meteor showers, Wang Zheng suggested casually. Since meteorite fragments can provide energy for the temporal rift, could they also power the thrusters? Lin Che suddenly envisioned. You're still thinking about that? Wang Zheng struggled to maintain his composure. At present, we lack the means to harness that energy. It is temporarily only useful for weapon crafting. Zhou Xiaoxiao expressed her exasperation. Oh, very well. Lin Che remained fixated on the notion of integrating thrusters into the nano-battle suits. Actually, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Once your cultivation advances further and you become an extraordinary being, you won't need thrusters. You can levitate using your true energy. With Wang Zheng's words, Lin Che found clarity. That makes sense. In just over 7 months, he had progressed from the early stage of the transcendence realm to the mid-stage of the innate realm. The extraordinary realm was indeed within reach. Perhaps in a few months, or at most a year, he would inevitably become an extraordinary warrior. At that point, who would need thrusters? As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the outskirts of a town. In this tribal era, the ability to establish a town indicated the uniqueness of the Tushan clan. Due to their peculiar attire, they immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Why don't we adopt the local appearance and disguise ourselves? Lin Che felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny. We don't need to disguise ourselves. If we present ourselves openly, the locals will merely regard us as outsiders, merely curious to take a glance. Wang Zheng paused briefly. If we were to disguise ourselves and our speech, habits, and behaviors appeared incongruous, what do you suppose they would think? Lin Che realized they would probably suspect us to be spies from another tribe, deliberately masquerading as locals with ulterior motives. Precisely. The people of this era may lack some technological knowledge, but do not underestimate their intelligence. Otherwise, you shall become the fool. While Wang Zheng reveled in his sagacious advice, the guards at the city gate had already noticed them. What are you doing? Yes, I'm talking to you. The sudden confrontation caught Wang Zheng off guard. Ah, good brother, we are travelers from afar, passing through your esteemed land, wishing to enter the city for a brief respite. Travelers? The guard's eyes lit up. The entry fee is 10 large shells per person. Large shells? We are from outside and have no large shells, you see. No money? What kind of travel is that? Aren't you afraid of starving on the way? The guard scrutinized the group, continuing, from your attire. You hardly seem like people without money. What? Do you think you can fool me? Chapter 124. A man has an 80-year-old mother above him and a 3-year-old child below him. Wang Zheng clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed. That is not our intention. We do have money, but our currency differs from yours. Upon hearing this, the guard displayed a skeptical expression, signaling to the other gatekeepers, who quickly surrounded Wang Zheng and his companions. I suspect you intend to infiltrate the city with nefarious designs, so come with us. Huang Jinbao, he is not doubting you. He simply intends to rob you. Lin Che, I have discerned that. Bai Xiaobai, should we eliminate them? Lin Che, eliminate them, and then what? Bring in a few more formidable ones to finish us all off, is that it? Bai Xiaobai, how utterly tedious. Regardless of whether these soldiers act with intent or by chance, Wang Zheng's expression has darkened to that of a charred pot bottom. Chief, what shall we do? Chen Yufeng rubbed his fists together, inquiring what to do, yet inwardly contemplating whether to take action. Wang Zheng waved his hand, surveying the few guards. Gentlemen, this is excessive. All present understood that these guards clearly regarded them as easy prey. The notion that they suspected them to be spies from an enemy nation was merely a pretext. Why waste words? Do you even know where this is? This is Tushan. With just a few outsiders like you, what waves do you think you can stir? At this juncture, the guard grew increasingly arrogant. Come along quietly with us. Otherwise, you will have cause to regret it. It appeared these guards were not new to such antics. Their coordination was seamless, executed with remarkable proficiency, devoid of any hint of performance. Having endured for long, Wang Zheng once more donned a smile. Very well, let us proceed. With that, he signaled the group to follow the guards into the city. This was a situation he had never encountered before, serving as yet another lesson for him. The city gate was bustling with people. It would be wiser to wait until they entered the city, to act once they reached the burial ground the guards had prepared for them. Lin Che's gaze swept over the guards, noting that their cultivation was merely at the Qi opening realm, leaving him bemused as to their audacity. Upon reaching a secluded corner, the lead guard spoke again. We are not villains. As long as you hand over your valuables, we shall let you go today. Otherwise what? Zhang Hao adjusted his glasses, displaying disdain. The guard's demeanor grew increasingly foul. If you wish to die, we would not mind facilitating your departure. Ha ha. Just the likes of you? Lu Xinyue scanned the guards, shaking her head. I fear that will not suffice. It seems you desire wealth over life. Brothers, let us take action. Before the guard's leader could finish speaking, Li Yin darted forward, and with a series of thuds, several guards collapsed to the ground. Do you wish for your life or not? Wang Zheng spoke coolly. The guard leader's expression shifted several times. Who exactly are you? We have merely come to travel and pass through this area. You have chosen to seek trouble. Who can be blamed for that? Lin Che shrugged. Do not think that just because you possess some cultivation, you can act recklessly in Tushan. Even if the king of Xia were to come, he must show deference to our city lord. The guard leader forced himself to maintain composure. Lin Che, intrigued, responded. Oh, you have seen the king of Xia? The guard appeared to be in his 30s, leaving it uncertain whether he referred to Diyu or Xiachi. The guard leader, thinking Lin Che harbored reservations, felt emboldened. I advise you to comply and let us depart. Otherwise, you shall not leave Tushan alive. Are you foolish, or do you think us foolish? Letting you go to summon others? Lin Che found it amusing. It must be said, these guards were indeed unfortunate, accustomed to their arrogance. Who could have anticipated that in their casual attempt to extort passing outsiders, they would encounter formidable opponents? Initially judging Lin Che and his companions by their garish attire, they presumed them to be easy prey, only to find themselves the lambs. Thud. The guard leader promptly knelt, pleading, Heroes, spare my life. I was momentarily blinded by greed. I deserve to die. However, I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child, both relying on me for sustenance. I beg you, grant me mercy. Sighing, Wang Zheng could not help but feel exasperated. We were merely passing through, seeking to inquire about local curiosities, yet you chose to collide with a bullet. Who can be blamed? Upon hearing this, the guard leader grew even more frantic. Heroes, spare me. If there is anything you wish to ask, please do. I shall reveal all. Then tell me, in the Tushan territory, are there any legends of fallen meteors, or tales of individuals acquiring divine weapons? Indeed, long ago, during the reign of the divine Yu, he procured a fallen meteorite from our Tushan, crafting it into a demon-binding chain that subdued the water god of Hawaii, thus quelling the floods. Lin Che's heart raced. How do you know of such matters? The guard leader appeared somewhat embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words. The story of the divine Yu and the flood is widely known. It is not a secret that would cost him his life. Hearing Huang Jinbao's thoughts, Lin Che interjected. We have heard of the divine Yu's flood control, but we have not heard of this demon-binding chain. Yes. The guard leader nodded vigorously. The tale may not be widely circulated, as the crafting of the demon-binding chain was somewhat clandestine, known only to those of Tushan. After all, it was essential to keep it from the water god of Hawaii. Otherwise, before the chain was completed, the Hawaii River would inundate Tushan. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, a glimmer of delight in their eyes. They had not expected that upon arriving in Tushan, they would uncover such a significant piece of news. The demon-binding chain crafted from a fallen meteorite, capable of restraining the water god of Hawaii, must undoubtedly be a fragment of the meteorite. Only Lin Che felt a twinge of discomfort, as the guard leader's account did not align with Wu Zhiqi's. With Huang Jinbao, and by Xiaobai nearby, should the guard leader lie, he could not hope to deceive Lin Che. Thus, everything the guard leader spoke was a conviction he firmly believed in. Yet according to Wu Zhiqi, it was Diyu who promised him the position of water god, requesting his assistance in flood control. Once the task was completed, he was bound by Kuei Nyo and Geng Chun, imprisoned at the foot of Turtle Mountain. It was difficult for Lin Che to discern whether it was Wu Zhiqi causing chaos or Diyu abandoning the donkey after the grind, leaving him in a quandary. If what the guard leader said were true, releasing Wu Zhiqi would mean allowing the entire Hawaii River region to become a vast ocean, a significant karmic burden. Although the floods within the time-space rift would not reach the Blue Star, the population along the banks of the Hawaii River was substantial. If they were all to perish because of him, it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on his conscience. Well then, very well, you may perish. With a decisive strike, Wang Zheng brought his palm down, causing the guard leader to faint in terror. Let us proceed to Huayin Mountain. Lin Che's lips twitched. I thought you truly intended to kill him. Wang Zheng shook his head. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential, but we must not expose ourselves. If we were to casually kill him, it would attract the Tushan clan's scrutiny, a loss not worth the gain. At that moment, a voice echoed from above. You have made a wise decision. A graceful woman descended from the wall with an ethereal elegance. When did this happen? Wang Zheng's countenance shifted slightly. The group instinctively took defensive stances, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Lin Che focused his gaze, and his pupils constricted sharply. A 9-tailed celestial fox, abilities, enchantment, curse, purification. Mental manipulation, extremely high threat level. Chapter 125. You hail from a future era, do you not? This nine-tailed celestial fox possessed 4 abilities, with mental manipulation listed last. Could it be that the enchantment ability surpassed even that? Lin Che pondered for a moment and found it rather comprehensible. The ability of mental manipulation necessitates an active engagement to control the target, whereas the enchanting power may well be classified as a passive talent. His insightful eye and the flawed version of telepathy are both active skills, while his gift for slaughter is, in fact, a passive endowment. He cannot actively absorb vitality. He can only passively draw it after eliminating his target. Ultimately, the potency of one's abilities hinges upon the wielder's application. The nine-tailed fox's gaze fixates on Lin Che. Your eyes seem hauntingly familiar, young man. Have we crossed paths before? Upon hearing this, Lin Che met her gaze, his pupils swiftly dilating. Master, what is the matter? Inquired Huang Jinbao. Master has fallen under her spell, exclaimed by Xiaobai. Lin Che, interrupted by his 2 pets, abruptly snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a shiver. The allure of her talent is indeed formidable. This is my first visit to Tushan. So we must not have met before, Lin Che hastily replied, attempting to mask his discomfort. The familiarity the nine-tailed fox referred to likely stemmed from her acquaintance with the original owner of the insightful eye. Should she discern any connection between Lin Che and Wu Jiqi, it would be uncertain whether she would maintain her current cordiality. Fortunately, the nine-tailed fox did not dwell on this issue, instead extending an invitation to the group. As guests, why not accompany me to my residence for a cup of tea before departing? Including Lin Che, none could refuse, as denying her invitation felt like a grave offense. It is an honor. They all responded in unison. Indeed? Oh, yes, it is truly an honor. Lin Che echoed, following suit. The nine-tailed fox nodded, snapping her fingers, causing several unconscious guards to swiftly decompose. With a wave of her sleeve, the alley was left devoid of any trace of the guards. These soldiers could scarcely have imagined that their demise had been orchestrated by the very entity they relied upon. Hiss. The group collectively inhaled sharply. Humph. Although these fools instigated trouble, they are still of Tushan, and thus it is my duty to cleanse my domain. The nine-tailed fox surveyed the group. Do you mind? No, not at all. They all vigorously shook their heads. Please follow me. As she spoke, the nine-tailed fox led them out of the alley. This display of power served to extinguish any lingering mischief in Lin Che and the others, compelling them to obediently trail behind her, step by step. Upon entering the city lord's manor, they took their seats, and the nine-tailed fox commanded attendants to serve tea before introducing herself. My name is Tushan Yao. You may not have heard of me, but you must have certainly heard of my sister, Tushan Jiao. Lin Che thought to himself, good heavens. She is the sister-in-law of Daiyu, and the maternal aunt of Xia Qi. No wonder that guard mentioned the need for reverence, even for the king of Xia. Regardless of Tushan Yao's identity as a nine-tailed fox, even if she were merely an ordinary person, Xia Qi would not dare to treat his own aunt with disdain. Oh, so it is Lady Tushan. My apologies. I hope you will forgive our ignorance. Wang Zheng quickly offered his apologies, and the others echoed his sentiments with utmost respect. It is of no consequence. You have come to Tushan to inquire about the fallen meteorite. Pray tell, what is your purpose? Tushan Yao cut straight to the heart of the matter. Wang Zheng hesitated slightly. He had not yet formulated a convincing story when she directly posed the question, leading to an awkward silence. Ahem, I assume Lady Tushan is aware that the materials from the meteorite can be utilized to forge weapons. Our inquiry into its whereabouts is indeed for the purpose of crafting some armaments. Wang Zheng fabricated a half-truth in hopes of evading scrutiny. Knowing my identity. You still seek to deceive me? Tushan Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. At her words, the atmosphere grew tense. The nine-tailed fox was not one to be easily deceived. My lady, please do not be angered. We harbor no ill intentions towards the Tushan clan, but we do have our own burdens to bear. Wang Zheng braced himself against the pressure, knowing he could never reveal the secret of the temporal rift, for the consequences would be dire. While the Tushan clan generally maintained a positive reputation, there was no telling what mischief others might conjure if the information were to spread. How absurd. Had you harbored any malice, you would have vanished alongside those guards. Tushan Yao remarked with a bemused smile. You hail from the future, do you not? The group exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions betraying their trepidation. Fear not. I have encountered individuals from the future before. It is nothing to fret over. Tushan Yao assured them with a smile unyielding. This is impossible. Our intelligence did not indicate such a development. They felt compelled to respond. Believing any previous investigators who had interacted with Lady Tushan should have reported back in detail, as she was one of the most pivotal figures at this temporal juncture. They have likely not returned yet. Tushan Yao dismissed their concern. But the previous group of investigators has already departed before us. Wang Zheng was baffled. Oh, it seems in your era, not everyone belongs to the same faction? Tushan Yao continued to probe. Regrettably, Wang Zheng refrained from responding directly, opting instead to steer the conversation elsewhere. Lady, you are essentially an ancestor to us individuals from the future. You would not make things difficult for us, would you? Do not attempt such tactics. If I truly wish to uncover something, you could not conceal it from me. Tushan Yao feigned disdain. Yet she chose not to pursue the prior topic further. Indeed, Dayu once forged the meteorite from Tushan into the demon-binding chain. However, I advise against any thoughts of seizing the chain, for Wu Zhiqi is undoubtedly in a volatile state. Rest assured, we are well aware of our limitations and will not act recklessly. Wang Zheng reassured her earnestly. Tushan Yao nodded. As night falls, it would be prudent for you to rest here for the evening and depart on the morrow. What do you say? Respectfully, we shall comply. Wang Zheng became an echo of agreement. The group settled into the city lord's manor, exhibiting no signs of discontent. Yet Lin Che felt an unsettling dissonance, as if something were amiss. Previously, Tushan Yao had effortlessly disposed of those guards without a flicker of hesitation, which did not align with the image of a benevolent figure she now portrayed. One might argue that Tushan Yao did not exert control over them, for each individual retained their autonomy. Even Wang Zheng understood the need for discretion regarding their identities, and though he had not concealed it entirely, he did not appear to be under anyone's manipulation. However, their purpose for entering this temporal rift was unmistakably clear. Having learned of the demon-binding chain, they should have immediately set out to investigate in Huayin. Why then did they acquiesce to Tushan Yao's proposal to rest for the night? Though Lin Che grappled with these questions internally, he refrained from voicing them aloud. Speaking out in someone else's domain would serve little purpose. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings when Tushan Yao suddenly materialized in Lin Che's chamber. Wu Zhiqi, shall we strike a deal? Who is my lady addressing? Lin Che feigned ignorance. Summon Wu Zhiqi forth. Tushan Yao showed no inclination for pleasantries. Lin Che, feeling helpless, replied, My lady may be mistaken. I have no means of communicating with Wu Zhiqi. I am aware, but he can communicate with you, cannot he? Without waiting for Lin Che's response, Tushan Yao locked her gaze onto his, reiterating, What? Do you not intend to converse with an old friend? Then, Lin Che heard himself speaking. I have nothing to discuss with you. Chapter 126. In what way am I inferior to Lady Jiao? Why can she, while I cannot? Tushan Yao chuckled lightly. Oh, do not be so irate. It was not I who imprisoned you in the first place. You were always two of a kind. Does it truly matter who locked you away? Lin Che did not wish to engage in such banter, yet his body betrayed him. He couldn't help but internally lament. How can they manipulate me so freely? With such actions, how could I ever dare to release you in the future? I am also a victim here. This madwoman is forcefully communicating with me through the eye of insight. It is not my intention to control you. Wu Zhiqi responded within Lin Che's mind. Are you two battling your wits and treating me as a mere pawn? However, Lin Che's protests did not deter the two parties from their course. The past is the past, and the present is the present. People are bound to change. Tushan Yao said with an air of calm confidence. Lin Che, or rather Wu Zhiqi, looked on with skepticism. Could it be that you would turn against you? Why not? His heart is solely devoted to my sister. No matter what I do, he remains oblivious. Should I not sever ties with him? She retorted. How laughable. You once went to great lengths to persuade me on his behalf, and in the end, I found myself imprisoned in Turtle Mountain while you gained nothing. Ha ha ha. Go ahead, laugh. At least I have not lost my freedom. Wu Zhiqi ground his teeth in frustration. Tushan Yao chose not to dwell on right or wrong, but instead shifted the conversation. Let us not waste time on trivialities. I can assist you in escaping. Will you help me with a task in return? If you help me escape, my first action shall be to flood Tushan. Wu Zhiqi did not conceal the hatred simmering within him. Is that so? If you were to flood Tushan, my sister would surely be implicated as well. Tushan Yao's tone carried a hint of amusement. Had it not been for my kind-hearted sister pleading for you, you would not merely be imprisoned. Wu Zhiqi hesitated, ultimately suppressing his anger to inquire. What do you want me to do? I desire the Kunlun mirror. Tushan Yao declared with relentless ambition. Have you lost your mind? The Kunlun mirror is not something you can covet. And what makes you think I possess the capability to help you steal it? Wu Zhiqi refrained from asking Tushan Yao her intentions for the Kunlun mirror, for he knew she sought to use it to rewind time and win Yu's favor. The folly of romantic obsession is indeed terrifying. Daring to scheme against the Queen Mother of the West for matters of the heart is reckless. The Kunlun mirror is said to possess the power to perceive past, present, and future, as well as to traverse time and space. It is a treasured artifact in the hands of the Queen Mother. Regardless of whether Wu Zhiqi could steal the Kunlun mirror, even if he had the means, it would be folly to risk his life for the sake of escape. The Queen Mother is not a figure to be trifled with, in her presence. Even the likes of Dayu, Kuei Niu, and Geng Chun are mere children. In Wu Zhiqi's view, It would be wiser to remain safely beneath Turtle Mountain than to accompany Tu Shan Yao on a suicidal venture. Since I have spoken, I certainly have my methods. As long as you agree to assist me, I can guarantee your safety, Tu Shan Yao said with conviction. Why choose me? Are there not others in Tushan? Wu Zhiqi questioned, puzzled. Tu Shan Yao shook her head slightly. Others would never assist me. Wu Zhiqi realized, that is true, in such matters. Others not helping you could indeed be seen as a kindness. Thus, only you can help me. Tu Shan Yao's eyes sparkled with hope. I refuse. I am not one to cling to life at all costs. I can simply remain here in Turtle Mountain for a few more years. I will not perish. Wu Zhiqi firmly declined once more. I advise you, matters of the heart are never influenced by human will. Even if you obtain the Kunlun mirror, it does not guarantee you will take notice of you. Tu Shan Yao's expression turned cold. You speak nonsense. In what way am I inferior to Nu Jiao? Why should she be able to succeed where I cannot? Wu Zhiqi shrugged. Nu Jiao would never pose such questions. I will kill you. Tu Shan Yao raised her hand, ready to seize Lin Che by the throat. Hey, what are you doing? I am not Wu Zhiqi. Lin Che retreated hastily. Tu Shan Yao frowned. Since he refuses to cooperate, you hold no further value. As she spoke, she prepared to eliminate him. Wait. Lin Che quickly intervened. He is unwilling to cooperate. But I am. You? Tu Shan Yao scrutinized Lin Che. You are merely a mortal. What confidence do you possess? Just because I am mortal now does not mean I will always be. Surely, you do not mind waiting a few more years? Lin Che coaxed. For Lin Che, whether aiding Wu Zhiqi in his escape or assisting Tu Shan Yao in stealing the Kunlun mirror was beyond his current capabilities. However, that did not hinder him from making a promise. What he could not achieve now, he might be able to in the future. Besides, he wished to aid Jingwei in regaining her true form. Perhaps the Kunlun mirror would prove useful for that endeavor. In any case, given the current situation, he had no better alternatives. Agreeing now would allow for conversation. Otherwise, it would likely lead to his demise. Tu Shan Yao pondered briefly and nodded. That could work. However, how long do you require? While I possess an extended lifespan, I would rather not waste precious time. How about 10 years? Lin Che looked at Tu Shan Yao. Noticing her slight frown, he quickly amended. If that is too long, 5 years will suffice. Such arrogance. Very well, I grant you 10 years. If, after 10 years, you can assist me in stealing the Kunlun mirror, I may also offer you a chance. A grand opportunity cannot be consumed in one bite. Lin Che felt no interest in the prospect 10 years hence. If you are anxious, you could provide me with some assistance in enhancing my cultivation, and I might be able to aid you sooner. What a jest. Xing Tian sought his help and gifted him the Gan Chi Po Cheongju in advance. Wu Zhiqi sought his aid and lent him a pair of eyes of insight. Yet Tu Shan Yao offered nothing in return. How audacious to negotiate terms with me. A smirk crept onto Tu Shan Yao's lips, tinged with mockery. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? Lin Che chose to be forthright. Mutual benefit, indeed. Let me consider. Tu Shan Yao paused briefly before continuing. I cannot assist you in enhancing your cultivation, but I can provide you with a means of survival. As she spoke, Tu Shan Yao conjured a white fox mask from thin air and handed it to Lin Che. Wearing this item allows you to transform your appearance at will. Should you encounter peril, it may serve you well in evading disaster. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, thinking that Tu Shan Yao, the nine-tailed celestial fox, truly had an astute judgment of character. Thank you, my lady. Lin Che promptly accepted the mask. Do not mention it. When I require your assistance, do not feign ignorance. Tu Shan Yao warned meaningfully. Fear not. Even if you had not bestowed this treasure upon me, I would never deny my obligations. Lin Che replied earnestly. You had better. With that, Tu Shan Yao flickered and vanished from Lin Che's sight. Lin Che held the mask in his hands, examining it closely, unable to resist trying it on. Imagining himself as Wang Zhang, he immediately felt a tingling sensation across his face. He activated his wristband, bringing up the selfie interface, and instantly beheld Wang Zhang's rugged visage in the holographic image. Quite satisfactory. This will certainly make serving the people more convenient. You should not have agreed to her. Wu Zhiqi's voice echoed ominously. You are still here? Lin Che's expression darkened. How dare you speak? You provoked her ire and left me to clean up the mess. As the god of water from the Huai River, do you not feel a shred of shame? The Queen Mother of the West is not to be trifled with. Assisting her in stealing the Kunlun mirror is akin to courting death. Wu Zhiqi felt no shame, asserting that fearing the Queen Mother was entirely reasonable, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 127. I merely wished to avoid being the scapegoat for me. The choice was stark. If I refused her, I would perish on the spot. By acquiescing, I at least secured a decade's reprieve. Lin Che removed the white fox mask and mused, moreover, I have acquired a remarkable treasure. Is this not a tremendous windfall? Wu Zhiqi paused momentarily, as long as you are aware. Remember to attain divinity soon to aid my escape. I am striving diligently. Lin Che vowed earnestly. The following morning, the group bid farewell to Tu Shan Yao, preparing to venture to Huayin to ascertain the truth. Tu Shan Yao's demeanor bore no signs of yesterday's tumult, as if nothing had transpired. Everyone. Wu Zhiqi is not a benevolent individual. Exercise utmost caution on this journey. While ostensibly a warning to all, it was primarily a caution directed at Lin Che. Thank you for your concern, madam. The group bowed in farewell. Tu Shan to Huayin spanned over 200 kilometers. If they hastened their pace, they could arrive within a day. Among them, Chen Yufeng and Li Yan, both innate martial artists, excelled in travel. One possessed a robust physique, while the other thrived in speed, each showcasing distinct advantages. Ordinary masters could traverse 300 miles a day without compromising their combat prowess. A speed-enhanced warrior like Li Yan could effortlessly cover 500 miles. Chen Yufeng, though not as swift as Li Yan, could journey tirelessly day and night, feeling no fatigue for 3 to 5 days. Naturally, under normal circumstances, few would undertake such a feat once they distanced themselves from Tu Shan. Zhou Xiaoxiao could no longer restrain her thoughts. That lady from Tu Shan seems rather peculiar. Indeed, Lu Xinhua interjected, her heart still racing, when she casually dispatched those guards. She hardly appeared merciful. I feared we were in grave trouble. Yet, one cannot entirely condemn her. Zhang Hao adjusted his glasses habitually. Those guards dared to act against us, indicating this was not their first transgression. They were already courting death. I find Lady Tu Shan quite amiable. She offered us a meal and arranged accommodation. Wang Ming unexpectedly expressed his opinion. Wang Zhong, with a look of exasperation, patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. Brother, it would be wise to refrain from speaking too much, lest you reveal your naivety. Even after departing Tu Shan, he remained anxious. Perhaps only his earnest brother failed to perceive the lurking danger. How could a being of divine nature, capable of erasing lives with but a flick of a finger, extend kindness to mere ants? Oh, very well. Wang Ming scratched his head, not fully grasping Wang Zhong's meaning. However, he understood that his brother would not lead him astray. He merely needed to follow suit. Lin Che remained silent for a protracted period, troubled by a missed opportunity. He ought to have requested a few steeds from Lady Tu Shan before parting, but his reticence had hindered him. Now, he could only rely on his own 2 legs. Sometimes, one must set aside pride, otherwise, one must bear the consequences. The group hurried along and finally reached Gui Mountain in Huayin by evening. The sun dipped gradually behind the peaks, leaving streaks of crimson in its wake. Let us camp here for the night. We shall seek a nearby village for inquiries come morning. With that, Wang Zhong set down his backpack, extracting a portable tent to assemble. The others followed suit without objection. In truth, Lin Che yearned to voice his thoughts. This journey had been fruitless. Setting aside whether they could break the demon-binding chains, even infiltrating the depths of Hengze Lake posed a significant challenge. Had there been a water affinity warrior among them, perhaps they could have ventured forth. Yet, regrettably, not a single individual in their company possessed such an ability. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Gui Mountain, 2 figures kindled a campfire. My lord, lingering here is not a viable plan. We cannot simply hope for Hengze Lake to resolve itself. Perhaps we should return. Do not call me my lord. Do I appear to be one? Very well, my lord. Shall I address you as young master henceforth? Absolutely not. That feels too awkward. Call me Lin Xiao, and I shall call you Xiaoma. This way, our identities remain concealed. Understood, Lin Xiao. But how should I address the young master when I see him? He is also Lin Xiao. Does that not create a generational discrepancy? Why do you have so many questions? Can you not think for yourself? Perhaps I should just let you continue to call me my lord. There is no rule stating a young lord cannot appear youthful. You are exceedingly rigid. Under the dim moonlight, with sparse stars above and the rustle of leaves, Lin Che and Wang Ming sat in silence by the fire. Wang Ming was inherently taciturn, while Lin Che engaged in a silent dialogue with Wu Zhiqi. If I were to release you, you would not wreak havoc indiscriminately, would you? What? I had not realized you possessed such a compassionate disposition. Wu Zhiqi scoffed derisively. Lin Che firmly denied. Not at all. I merely wish to avoid being the scapegoat. Rest assured. Wu Zhiqi's tone remained steady. Having been confined for so long, how could I cause chaos upon my release? What if I were to be imprisoned again? Lin Che was partially convinced but maintained a degree of skepticism, continuing to inquire. What truly transpired between you and you? Why does the outside world hold you responsible for the floods? Initially, I assisted Gun in regulating the Huai River and was revered as the water god of Huai. Later, when Gun failed to manage the Yellow River, Shun executed him and tasked you with rectifying the Yellow River's calamities. Any discerning individual would recognize that Shun aimed to eliminate both father and son. Had you complied, he would undoubtedly share Gun's fate. It was then that he thought of me. enlisting the Tushan sisters to seek my assistance. However, once I departed from the Hawaii, the waters here would spiral out of control, and naturally, I refused. Eventually, he promised me the position of water god of the Yellow River if he succeeded. Wu Zhiqi paused, seemingly embarrassed, and continued. A water god of the Yellow River is undeniably more esteemed than that of Hawaii. How could I not be tempted? Yet, I fell into his trap. While the Yellow River flourished, the Hawaii overflowed, and I became the scapegoat. Wu Zhiqi's tone shifted to one of indignation. Tell me, if you were in my position, would you be pleased? Lin Che promptly declared, of course not. I would be furious. Exactly. I too was displeased. So I contended against him using the Hawaii River's water creatures. Wu Zhiqi perceived no fault in himself. Regrettably, he was surrounded by numerous extraordinary beings. And I was no match for them. Ultimately, I was captured and imprisoned here. Lin Che pondered briefly. It sounds as though neither of you were in the wrong. Preposterous. How could he be innocent? Did he not foresee the potential for disaster when he summoned me? How can I be blamed afterward? Wu Zhiqi was notably aggrieved. Could it not be that he was merely Shun as subject at the time, with many matters beyond his control? Lin Che attempted to mediate. Wu Zhiqi, however, dismissed this notion absurd. At that time, he wielded substantial authority and had numerous extraordinary beings at his disposal. He could have easily replaced Shun. He suppressed me because he deemed me of no further use. A classic case of the fowl are culled when the bow is no longer needed. Oh dear. How could you demean yourself as a mere donkey? You are the esteemed water god of Hawaii. Lin Che's interjection effectively halted Wu Zhiqi's spiraling emotions. After a prolonged silence, Wu Zhiqi scoffed. Humph, what water god of Hawaii? Those were bygone days. I am now merely a great demon suffering punishment. Whether one is a demon or a deity depends solely on the whims of those in power. Lin Che remained unfazed. If you are willing to assist Tu Shan Yao in stealing the Kunlun mirror, she can casually mention it to Xia Qi. After all, you are still the water god of Huaigua, aren't you? Chapter 128. The so-called water lord is merely a mixed-breed loach. You have taken on this mess yourself? Yet you expect me to lend a hand? Wu Zhiqi immediately saw through Lin Che's intent. One cannot phrase it this way. We are now inextricably linked. Your affairs are my affairs, and vice versa, are they not? Lin Che, unfazed by any awkwardness, candidly articulated his desire for Wu Zhiqi to take the blame. What do you mean by your affairs and my affairs? Nonsense. In any case, I shall not assist Tu Shan Yao. You might as well abandon that hope. Wu Zhiqi's resolve was firm. Are you unwilling to help Tu Shan Yao? Or do you refuse to take revenge onto you? Lin Che feigned ignorance. Wu Zhiqi quickly probed. What do you mean? Sending Tu Shan Yao to do you? Is that not a form of retribution? Lin Che coaxed. Hiss, that seems to hold some merit. Wu Zhiqi's interest gradually peaked. Although Tu Shan Yao and Tu Shan Jiao bear a striking resemblance, their personalities are as different as night and day. Tu Shan Jiao is gentle and virtuous, a fitting choice for a wife. In contrast, Tu Shan Yao is inherently vivacious and somewhat obstinate, certainly not suitable to be the national matriarch. Replacing the Yu's spouse with Tu Shan Yao would undoubtedly give him a run for his money. Allow me to ponder this further. Wu Zhiqi fell into silence once more. In truth, Lin Che merely mentioned it casually, providing Wu Zhiqi with an excuse. Even if he chose not to assist Tu Shan Yao, he could still utilize the Kunlun mirror to traverse time and rectify his previous mistakes. Risks and rewards coexist. It is not impossible to achieve. A rustling sound suddenly emerged, swiftly alerting Wang Meng and Lin Che. The two exchanged gestures and stealthily approached the source of the noise. Soon, they beheld a startling scene. From the lake, figures resembling shrimp-headed and crab-bodied beings emerged, making their way toward the campsite of the group. Level 3 Shrimp Soldiers. Ability, Speed Enhancement, Threat Level, Low. Level 4 Crab Generals. Ability, Strength Enhancement, Threat Level, High. Lin Che bellowed, Enemy attack. The 6 individuals within the tent quickly rushed out to confront the swarm of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Just as Li Yin was about to strike, a burly man with a dark face suddenly appeared from behind the shrimp and crab ranks. Do not be alarmed, esteemed guests. We bear no ill intent. We come on behalf of our Water Lord to invite you all to a banquet at the Water Palace. Water Lord? Lin Che furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the figure. Water Yiksha. Ability, Water Element Manipulation. Threat Level, Extremely High. Lin Che, having initially harbored a glimmer of hope, extinguished it immediately upon seeing the Water Yiksha's information. Although his insight eye did not indicate the opponent's level, the extremely high threat level made it clear that a confrontation would be futile. Nevertheless, he could not resist calling out to Wu Zhiqi. What level is this fellow? According to the hierarchy of Blue Star, he should be equivalent to a deity. Wu Zhiqi's voice remained devoid of emotion, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within Lin Che's heart. If a mere water yiksha is at the deity level, what then is the water lord residing in the lake? The so-called water lord is merely a mixed-breed loach, not to be compared with Gongchen's prowess. Wu Zhiqi analyzed with great interest for Lin Che. What nonsense is that? How can you say he is not comparable to Gongchen? That golden dragon should be of similar caliber to you, no? Lin Che could not help but retort. Wu Zhiqi nonchalantly dismissed. Well, more or less. Had it not been for the demon restraining chain, I would not have feared him. At this moment, Wang Zheng, perceiving that there was room for dialogue, initiated negotiations. We are merely passing through this area. It would be inappropriate to intrude upon your esteemed residence, so a banquet is not necessary. The water yiksha waved his hands repeatedly. Oh dear, esteemed guests, please do not say that. Our water lord is known for his hospitality, and if we cannot invite you, we fear we shall be punished. Humph, you are quite strange. If others do not wish to visit your home, how can you insist on inviting them? Chen Yufeng, observing the robust build of the dark-faced man, was eager to engage him in a bout. Lin Che, sensing Chen Yufeng's intentions, swiftly stepped in to mediate. Since the host is so hospitable, it would be ungracious to refuse their kindness. Let us accept their invitation to visit. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Che refrained from further explanation and continued to address the water yiksha. However, we are merely ordinary folk and cannot enter the water. What shall we do? This is simple. The water yiksha stepped aside. Please follow me. Although the group was uncertain of Lin Che's true intentions, they trusted that he would not lead them astray. Thus, they complied and followed. Upon reaching the lakeshore, the water yiksha conjured a steel fork from thin air and began to wave it over the lake's surface. To their astonishment, the once calm waters surged, swiftly parting to either side. The group watched in awe as a path gradually emerged from the lake bed. Hiss! They all collectively inhaled sharply. Chen Yufeng cast a grateful glance at Lin Che. Had Lin Che not intervened, he might have rushed in just moments ago. That leap could have been perilous. Please, esteemed guests. The water yiksha gestured once more. The group exchanged knowing looks and stepped onto the lake bed in succession. As they proceeded forward for several kilometers, a magnificent palace came into view. The main hall stood grand and imposing, its exterior constructed of colorful glass, refracting a kaleidoscope of light within the seawater, resembling a dreamlike vision. The dome of the hall was shaped like a clamshell, opening and closing to reveal pearls that shimmered with brilliance. The entire entrance was intricately carved from colossal coral, adorned with lifelike representations of various aquatic creatures. Upon entering the hall, the waterway behind them slowly sealed shut, revealing lively fish darting about, as if traversing through clouds and mist. The ceiling of the grand hall was adorned with a multitude of pearls, reminiscent of a vast starry sky. The throne within the hall was crafted from gold and encrusted with countless gemstones, exuding opulence. Seated upon it was a man clad in luxurious attire, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. To the right within the hall, two young men were already seated, both donned in black martial arts attire, clearly having emerged from the temporal rifts of Blue Star. Ha ha ha, esteemed guests, please take a seat without hesitation. We are grateful for the Water Lord's hospitality. The group bowed in unison. As Lin Che took his seat, he cast a glance at the three individuals within the hall. Mo Jiao, ability, water element manipulation, poison control. Threat level, extremely high. Late stage deity level warrior, ability, life force manipulation, blood chi control, threat level, extremely high. Early stage extraordinary level warrior, ability, perfect stitching, precision tailoring. Threat level, extremely high. Good heavens, what has he encountered? Life force manipulation? For the first time, Lin Che felt that a power could rival his own killing instinct. What with danger perception and mental manipulation, all paled in comparison to life force manipulation. Once this ability reaches the martial saint realm, could it not dictate life and death within its domain? Moreover, this individual's second ability, blood chi control, perfectly complements life force manipulation. In battle, life force manipulation can induce aging, while blood chi control can induce weakness, thus combining to comprehensively debilitate an opponent. Of course, it can also be inverted to rejuvenate or invigorate allies, a divine skill indeed. As for the other individual's perfect stitching, Lin Che was not unfamiliar with it. The tailor from Xinhai City possessed this very ability. At that time, Lin Che had suspected a master was deliberately masquerading as a tailor, thinking the individual harbored ulterior motives. Unexpectedly, when he was assassinated, that tailor from the Horse clan lent him a hand. It must be said that possessing the extraordinary ability of flawless stitching, being a tailor is certainly not an underutilization of talent. The extraordinary martial artist before him also wielded a similar ability for precise cutting, capable of both sewing and cutting. One might argue that this individual ought to be a tailor, lest his gifts be squandered. Lin Che confirmed that he had never encountered either of the two before. Yet for reasons unknown, they evoked a sense of déjà vu within him. Chapter 129. I have cultivated for a millennium, and the time for my transformation into a dragon draws near. As Lin Che regarded the two, the youthful figures across from him cast their scrutinizing gazes in return. Whether it was merely a trick of perception, Lin Che distinctly discerned a glimmer of mischief in the eyes of the transcendent martial artist. What were they contemplating? Lin Che inquired of his two pets. Golden Treasure. This lad bears a striking resemblance to the vigor I exhibited in my youth. White Little White. The efficiency of the Special Affairs Bureau is rather commendable. Golden Treasure. Should we perhaps cede the credit to them? White Little White. This Waterlord may prove to be a formidable opponent. Golden Treasure. I wonder if Wujichi will cause any chaos upon his emergence. White Little White. It is a pity he lacks water-based abilities. From the translation provided by his pets, Lin Che gleaned some useful information, albeit limited. Although the two appeared youthful, they were, in fact, seasoned veterans. After all, one of them referred to himself as an old man, and such sentiments are seldom deceptive. Once martial artists transcend the ordinary, they may regain a youthful visage. Thus, it was not surprising that one was transcendent and the other divine, appearing youthful. They were aware of the Special Affairs Bureau, and their objectives aligned with that of the Bureau, the demon-binding chains affixed to Wujichi. However, they bore no malice toward the Bureau and even contemplated sharing the accolades with Lin Che and his companions. At this juncture, the imposing figure of the Water Lord, Ao Xian, spoke once more. I take great pleasure in befriending talented individuals. Since you have all graced this Hengze Lake, it seems we are fated to meet. Come, let us raise our glasses. The assembly raised their cups in unison, and amidst the clinking of vessels, the atmosphere grew congenial. Following a round of conversation, Lin Che acquired further valuable insights. Though this Water Lord was a black dragon, he had chosen the name Ao Xian, perhaps in an attempt to associate himself with the dragon lineage. He harbored aspirations of one day shedding his serpent form to become a true black dragon. In this expanse of Hengze Lake, apart from the suppressed Wujichi, no other beings dared to provoke him. Furthermore, when Gengchun imprisoned Wujichi at the lake's depths, he had enlisted Ao Xian's watchful eye. Since then, Ao Xian felt he bore a significant mission, no longer merely an ordinary black dragon, but one destined for greatness. The other two young men introduced themselves as Lin Yutan and Ma Xian. Senator. The juxtaposition of these names felt rather disjointed. One seemed meticulously chosen, while the other appeared hastily devised. Interestingly, both Ma Xian's son and Ma Jin Tao shared the surname Ma and possessed the same remarkable stitching talent. One could not help but wonder if there was some connection between them. Ultimately, Lin Che and his companions opted not to reveal their code names, but instead chose to disclose their true identities. Names such as Conglang, Ying, and Chong Wei were acceptable, but monikers like Ti Pang, Zhou Zi, and Feng Zi were simply too inappropriate for polite company. Although their encounter with the Water Lord was serendipitous and unlikely to recur, they needed to navigate the current situation with care. Ao Xian, surveying the group, posed a rather perilous question. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my shores? Lin Yutan responded with an air of nonchalance. I have heard tales of the scenic beauty of Hengze Lake, and have come to partake in its splendor. Ha ha, Lin brother, what a delightful spirit. Ao Xian nodded. This 300-mile expanse of Hengze is indeed magnificent and worthy of admiration. Despite others extolling the scenery's beauty, he insisted on describing it as grandeur, reflecting Ao Xian's lofty aspirations. Perceiving Ao Xian's sentiment, Lin Yutan sought to flatter him. It is truly enviable that you are the lord of these 300 miles of Hengze. Ao Xian waved his hands modestly. Ah, it pales in comparison to those great rivers. It is merely a secluded corner. You are overly humble, Ao brother. Lin Yutan raised his cup. Allow me to toast you, in gratitude for your hospitality today. Lin brother, you are too courteous. It is but a simple cup of wine, nothing deserving of such gratitude, Ao Xian replied, lifting his cup to drink with Lin Yutan. Then, he turned his gaze towards Lin Che and Wang Zheng, once again posing the same inquiry. Have you also come for leisure? In truth, Lin Che's attire revealed that they were not merely here for recreation. Although Ao Xian might not recognize the nano-combat suits, he could discern that such clothing was intended for ease of battle. Who would don combat attire for a leisurely outing? To be candid with you, Water Lord, we bear certain tasks. Our journey leads us to Ani, and we merely intended to pause here for a brief respite, unaware that we would intrude upon your domain. I hope you will not take offense, Wang Zheng stated, his demeanor typically composed, and his words impeccable. Oh, Ani lies over 1,000 miles hence. It seems you have quite some distance yet to traverse, Ao Xian acknowledged with a subtle nod. It is unfortunate that Hengze and Ani are not connected by water, otherwise, I would gladly escort you. Wang Zheng hastily shook his head. Water Lord, you are too gracious. Our disturbance is already a breach of decorum, and it would be inappropriate to trouble you further. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, noting that while Wang Zheng appeared rather rugged, he articulated himself with a semblance of ancient eloquence. Ha ha, what disturbance is this? Come, let us drink again. Ao Xian signaled for another round. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Ao Xian began to share his inner turmoil. I have cultivated for a millennium, and of late, I have felt a stirring within. I believe my time to transform into a dragon is drawing near. Ao Xian chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. It is merely that the divine Geng Chun has commanded me to guard this place, and I am bound to remain vigilant. Why must one perpetually guard a mere lake? Lin Yuten feigned ignorance. Haha, it is no secret. Long ago, during the reign of the divine Yu, a great demon was subdued in this locale. Ao Xian paused before continuing. This demon, known as Wu Zhiqi, possessed extraordinary powers and caused considerable turmoil in the Huai River basin, obstructing the efforts of the divine Yu. Subsequently, Geng Chun, at the behest of the divine Yu, used the demon-binding chains to confine that great demon to the depths of this Hengze lake. With a sigh, Ao Xian lamented, Alas, should I depart without permission, and should any mishap occur, I fear I would incur the wrath of the divine. The same tale, recounted by different voices, often yields varying effects, for each individual perceives and feels differently. In Wu Zhiqi's eyes, he left the Huai River to assist the divine Yu in managing the Yellow River, which inadvertently led to the flooding of the Huai. In the aftermath, the divine Yu placed all blame upon him, naturally leaving him aggrieved. Conversely, Ao Xian viewed Wu Zhiqi merely as a great demon, believing his defiance against the divine Yu to be a transgression deserving of punishment. It was a pity that after a millennium of arduous cultivation, as he neared the time of his transformation, he found himself constrained, inevitably stirring feelings of melancholy. Then why not seek counsel from the divine Geng Chun? Lin Yuten pointedly questioned Ao Xian. Ah, Brother Lin, you are unaware. After assisting the divine Yu in managing the waters, Geng Chun has returned to the heavenly court, and I have no means to consult him, Ao Xian replied, visibly distressed, as the wine continued to flow. Regardless of his cultivation level, prior to his transformation, he remained merely a black dragon, barred from ascending to the heavenly court and unable to meet Geng Chun. Yet without Geng Chun's consent, he dared not leave the water domain, rendering his transformation impossible and creating a deadlock. Is there truly no alternative method to communicate with the god of Gengchen? Lin Che could not help but voice his doubts. There are indeed options. Ao Xian feigned hesitation. Wang Zheng immediately grasped the implication. If the Water Lord has any need for our assistance, please do not hesitate to say. Coughing lightly, he added, If you all can enter the city of Ani, kindly deliver a message to King Xia. There may be a chance for negotiation. After much preamble, Ao Xian finally addressed the crux of the matter. The reason for hosting travelers was to seek help in delivering a message, hoping to connect with Gengchen through Xiaqi. Perhaps there was no need to go through Gengchen. If Xiaqi were to speak, Ao Xian could transform into a dragon of water on his own. After all, the 9 provinces of this realm are under Xiaqi's jurisdiction, and whether the Mo Jiao can traverse water is entirely at his discretion. Chapter 130. It seems my aspirations for immortality are in vain. In principle, none of them wished for the Mo Jiao to transform into a dragon. For once the Mo Jiao succeeds, retrieving the demon sealing chains from Wu Zhiqi would become significantly more challenging. Unless someone could stealthily plunge into the lake to retrieve the chains while the Mo Jiao traverses the water. The group exchanged glances, quickly resolving that they must assist in this endeavor. If the Water Lord has a request, we shall naturally be glad to oblige. Wang Zheng promptly agreed. However, he added, although we are willing to help, it may prove difficult for King Xia to grant us an audience. Ao Xian pondered briefly. No matter. Where's Li Liang? Here. Li Liang stepped forward, cupping his fists in a bow. Ao Xian tossed a key to him. Go to the treasury and fetch 1,000 clam pearls. As you command. Li Liang respectfully accepted the key and swiftly exited the hall. Clam pearls? Wang Zheng displayed a look of confusion. During the reign of the divine Yu, clam pearls were collected and gifted to the Maiden of Tushan. Since then, they have become a tribute item. Ao Xian's expression turned triumphant. The waters under my dominion may not be bountiful, yet these clam pearls are inexhaustible. Simply bring 1,000 clam pearls as tribute to Wani, and King Xia should certainly grant us an audience. Thus it was understood. Although no one voiced their skepticism, they felt the plan lacked credibility. It was uncertain from where Ao Xian derived his confidence that a mere 1,000 clam pearls would suffice to secure an audience with Xiaqi, a notion that seemed rather frivolous. Only when they beheld the clam pearls he spoke of did they comprehend the source of his assurance. These pearls were not the ordinary decorative type, but rather each was the size of a walnut, resplendent in luster. The largest among them even surpassed the size of an egg, making it evident to anyone that these treasures held considerable worth. Presenting such items as tribute to seek an audience with Xiaoqi indeed seemed promising. However, the prospect of transporting 2 large chests of pearls over 1,000 miles to Ani posed a considerable challenge. Of course, this did not include Lin Yutan and Ma Xianxin. One was a deity realm practitioner, and the other an extraordinary realm warrior. Carrying the 2 chests of pearls should be effortless for them. Yet, having such formidable experts bear the burden of chests while traveling might create an awkward scene. The Waterlord's plan is feasible, yet we lack the strength to transport these pearls. Wang Zheng feigned a troubled expression. This matter is simple. Ao Xian conjured a river clam from thin air. With a wave of his hand, the 2 chests of pearls were drawn inside the clam. He then extended his hand forward, and the clam floated gracefully before Wang Zheng. This artifact shall serve as your reward for this journey. Should you succeed, I shall offer my profound gratitude. Wang Zheng had initially sought Ao Xian's assistance merely to resolve a mount issue, but now he found himself unexpectedly blessed. With the storage artifact revealed, he pondered whether he might yet have the opportunity to pursue immortality. Trembling, he accepted the river clam, only to discover he could not open it. Thus, Wang Zheng once more displayed a look of helplessness. The Waterlord may not realize, but we are mere mortal warriors, incapable of wielding artifacts. Not to worry. No special cultivation is needed. A simple incantation will suffice. Ao Xian generously provided the incantation alongside the artifact, including Lin Yutan and Ma Xianxin. Everyone was granted the incantation for the storage artifact. By coordinating with the artifact, they could freely access their possessions. Wang Zheng slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he effortlessly retrieved a chest of pearls from the river clam with a wave of his hand. With another wave, the chest vanished back into the clam. Leader, remember to forget not the humble when wealth is attained. Chen Yufeng gazed at Wang Zheng with eager eyes. Ahem, take it. Wang Zheng casually handed the river clam to Chen Yufeng. However, when Chen Yufeng attempted to activate the incantation to retrieve a chest from the clam, nothing happened. What could be the reason? Is it possible this artifact holds a bias against me? Chen Yufeng was utterly perplexed. After several fruitless attempts, he turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Why don't you give it a try? Zhou Xiaoxiao did not hesitate, taking the river clam and effortlessly activating the incantation, simultaneously retrieving both chests of pearls. Attempting to return them was just as easy, with no delays whatsoever. Chen Yufeng's expression fell. This artifact is indeed discriminating against me. Could it be that perhaps you are simply lacking in skill? Li Yin remarked with a knowing smile. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A genius such as myself could never be associated with such a term. Chen Yufeng shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to accept this painful truth. Subsequently, the others continued their attempts. Even Wang Meng, who was usually quite dull, successfully retrieved a chest from the river clam. Chen Yufeng had no choice but to accept the reality that he might indeed be a mundane. Yet, despite the frustration brewing within him, Chen Yufeng maintained an air of indifference. What is the big deal? As warriors, we surely do not concern ourselves with such trivial arts. To declare Ao Xian's teachings as trivial arts in his presence was somewhat ungrateful. However, Ao Xian paid it no mind, for in his eyes, the incantation hardly qualified as an art. It was merely these unworldly mortal warriors who placed such importance upon it. Ahem. Lin Yutan could not suppress his urge to speak. May I have a chance to try? Even the most fundamental incantation is still an incantation, after learning it. One should certainly attempt to practice it, or it would feel like a cat clawing at one's heart. Of course, Wang Zheng nodded, indicating for Wang Meng to pass the river clam to Lin Yutan. Seeing this, Lin Che could not help but smile. The allure of pursuing immortality was indeed potent, even for practitioners of the deity realm. It should be noted that extraordinary realm warriors could already enjoy lifespans of 300 to 500 years, and the deity realm would be even greater. Though devoid of immortal arts, deity realm practitioners could wield their own unique abilities to move mountains and divert rivers, not so far removed from those who pursue immortality. It is said that those who attain the golden core can live for 800 years, and deity realm practitioners should belong to a similar echelon. Martial saints possess domains, likely akin to the legendary Yuanian cultivators. However, the pathways of cultivation differ, leading to varied manifestations of power. Immortal cultivators may wield a broader range of abilities, while martial practitioners tend to specialize. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. Lin Che believed that Lin Yutan, as a senior, must understand this principle as well. The irresistible urge to manipulate the storage artifact likely stemmed from the deep-seated desire for immortality ingrained in the genes of the Huaxia people. After Lin Yutan successfully attempted twice, he passed the clam to Ma Xianxin for his turn, yielding the same results. Witnessing Lin Yutan and Ma Xianxin both successfully manipulate the storage artifact, Qin Yufeng could no longer contain himself. It seems my aspirations for immortality are in vain. This truly is a tale of sorrow. Qin Yufeng feigned melancholy. Li Yin waved his hand dismissively. No worries, my comrades. In the future, as I ascend to immortality, I shall surely look after you. Ao Xian observed the crowd's unrelenting merriment and felt a surge of superiority within. Merely allowing a glimpse of his abilities was sufficient to elicit such joy from these mortals. The sensation of embodying a figure of authority was indeed exhilarating. Once he transformed into a dragon of water, perhaps he would behold a broader expanse of the universe. Should fortune smile upon him one day, he might even stroll through the heavenly realm and savor the feeling of being revered as a divine being. Such an experience would render his life complete. To all, join me in this toast. Ao Xian raised his cup once more in invitation. As the banquet concluded, the water yiksha escorted everyone back to the shore. Upon returning to the tent, Lin Che took a jade token from his multifunctional belt and activated the storage spell, causing a gourd to materialize in his hand. He had sensed a reaction from the jade token the moment he mastered the storage spell. It should have been anticipated. A jade token symbolizing the identity of the divine farmer could hardly be an ordinary piece of jade. Chapter 131. You are quite intriguing. Your words flow so eloquently. During their time in the water mansion, Lin Che had refrained from attempting to manipulate the jade token in front of others due to the circumstances. Suppressing his curiosity, he waited until the banquet was over and he was alone on the shore before experimenting with the storage technique on the token. The token housed several hundred cubic meters of storage space, containing merely a few gourds, several bamboo slips, and a small cauldron. Lin Che opened one gourd to find a few unknown elixirs inside. Upon unfolding the bamboo slips, he found ancient characters he could not decipher. At that moment, the wristband he wore proved invaluable. He scanned the contents of the bamboo slips, quickly translating them into modern script. The compendium of herbs? Lin Che shook his head in resignation. What a pity. I do not wish to pursue a career in medicine. Wait, elixirs, the compendium of herbs, and a cauldron? Lin Che hesitated slightly, retrieving the small cauldron from the jade token and rubbing it thoughtfully. So, this is an alchemical furnace? It seemed quite normal for a jade token representing the identity of the divine farmer to contain an alchemical furnace. Lin Che promptly used his wristband to translate all the scrolls of the compendium of herbs and studied them carefully. Unsurprisingly, this so-called compendium of herbs turned out to be a treatise on alchemy. However, it primarily focused on healing rather than enhancing one's cultivation. Even so, Lin Che found himself quite intrigued. Learning alchemy was certainly more engaging than studying medicine, as the latter could not save Huaxia. Regrettably, he possessed no alchemical materials. Otherwise, he would have been eager to experiment immediately. Referring to the records within the compendium of herbs, Lin Che identified two types of elixirs contained within the jade token. 6 of the gourds held detoxification elixirs, each containing 12 pills capable of counteracting all poisons in the world, a staple of the divine farmer. Another gourd contained 3 healing elixirs, capable of treating any internal or external injuries, regardless of the severity of the wounds. As long as the internal organs remained intact and the individual had not died on the spot, consuming one healing elixir would ensure their survival. Truly, a must-have remedy for both domestic life and travel. At dawn the following day, Lin Che and his companions prepared to depart for Ani. Lin Yutan and Ma Xiansen, whom they had met the previous night in the water mansion, approached them, eager to join the journey. Wang Zheng did not outright refuse but remained silent until they had left the Huayin territory, at which point he addressed the two candidly. Gentlemen, we are agents of the Special Affairs Bureau of Huaxia, and we have entered the temporal rift with a mission, not in search of any opportunities. Although he did not state it explicitly, the implication was clear: they were not kindred spirits. Upon hearing this, the two men did not seem perturbed. No worries. We have no other business. Why not accompany you to Ani and see the capital of the Xia dynasty? Lin Yutan smiled cheerfully. Wang Zheng felt somewhat exasperated. He had been quite clear, yet they feigned ignorance. Haha. In truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable about the capital of this era. However, seeing it with one's own eyes is undeniably meaningful. Lin Yutan insisted. Wang Zheng wished to say more, but Lin Che interjected at the opportune moment. Since the two seniors wish to join, then let us proceed together. Seniors? The agents of the Special Affairs Bureau exchanged puzzled glances. How did you discern that? Lin Yutan inquired, equally astonished. Lin Che replied with composure. Since the senior can be on familiar terms with Lord Water of Hongzhe, it stands to reason that Lord Water acknowledges your prowess. He certainly would not admit that he could perceive everyone's cultivation levels, thus opting for this evasive explanation. Nevertheless, this reasoning garnered the approval of the group. Given Ao Xian's previously haughty demeanor, it was evident that Lin Yutan must possess some ability. or else he would not be addressed as Brother Lin by Ao Xian. In other words, Lin Yutan was at least stronger than the water yiksha in the water mansion, qualifying him to be on equal footing with Ao Xian. The water yiksha could utilize the water division technique, which was at least comparable to a martial artist of the divine realm. Consequently, Lin Yutan's standing was self-evident. Ah, so you are two esteemed seniors. My earlier lack of respect was unintentional. Please forgive me. Wang Zheng promptly altered his demeanor. You are quite amusing. Your words are so eloquent. Lin Yutan remarked with a wry smile. Enough of this unnecessary formality. Such customs are not in vogue on our blue star. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. You speak wisely. We shall heed your words. Ha ha ha. Lin Yutan shook his head. Let us proceed to Ani and assess the situation. Thus, the group continued on their journey. As they walked along, Lin Yutan and Ma Xiansun exhibited no peculiar behaviors. However, Lin Che occasionally heard snippets of thought from his two pets, suggesting that these two individuals were already acquainted with him. Ma Xiansun's thoughts occasionally referred to him as young Master Lin, while Lin Yutan directly thought of him as this kid, indicating a certain familiarity. The longer they traveled, the more perplexed Lin Che became. Just as he was considering how to test the two, the city of Ani came into view. After 5 days of travel over a distance exceeding 1,000 miles, they finally reached their destination. Looking up, they beheld the imposing city walls, constructed from clay and massive stones, adorned with intricate beast motifs on the two heavy bronze gates. The guards at the entrance appeared far more reliable than the ruffians at Tushan City. They conducted a thorough inspection without resorting to extortion. Upon learning that Lin Che and his companions had come to pay tribute, they instructed them to wait while a soldier reported to the city. Shortly thereafter, an official, accompanied by a soldier, approached them. Are you the envoy sent by Lord Water of Hengze? Wang Zheng stepped forward to respond. Indeed. May I inquire the name of this esteemed gentleman? I dare not presume. I am Meng He, merely a humble servant of the ceremonial court, not worthy of such titles. Meng He waved his hands dismissively. Ah, so it is Meng Si Yin in person. My apologies for the oversight. Wang Zheng bowed again. Ha ha ha, the envoy is too courteous. Why not allow us to rest within the city first? Tomorrow morning, we can proceed to the palace to meet with the king of Xia. Meng He, noting Wang Zheng's polite demeanor, overlooked the group's somewhat inappropriate attire. They acquiesced to Meng Si Yan's arrangements. Wang Zheng readily accepted. The group followed Meng He into the city. Arriving at an inn where Meng He summoned the staff to assign them rooms and arranged for Wang Zheng to accompany him to the palace the following day before taking his leave. I did not expect the audience with the king of Xia to be so straightforward, Qin Yufeng remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao chuckled. If it were exceedingly difficult to pay homage to King Xia, there would be no tales of Jing Ke's assassination of the Qin king in later generations. Indeed, during this era, interpersonal relationships are relatively straightforward, far less convoluted than in the ages to come. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Qin Yufeng added with a thoughtful nod. There seems to be some truth to that. Tomorrow, Xiaoxiao and Lu Xinyue should refrain from entering the palace. Wang Zheng directed his gaze toward the two. Why is that? Lu Xinyue clearly expressed her discontent, as she was eager to visit the royal palace of the Xia dynasty. It was rumored that Xia Qi had two passions in life, warfare and indulgence in pleasures. Wang Zheng replied earnestly, if you both go to the palace, do you intend to remain there as consorts? One must admit, Wang Zheng's concerns were not unfounded. Although Lu Xinyue and Zhou Xiaoxiao were not exceptionally stunning, they were certainly remarkable beauties. Coupled with their unique demeanor, which diverged from the women of this era, they could easily attract Xia Qi's attention. Should matters not unfold as planned, it could lead Xia Qi to develop unwarranted affections, resulting in a regrettable outcome. Lu Xinyue feigned contemplation before slowly responding, well, that would depend on whether Xia Qi is handsome enough. This remark left everyone looking bemused. What on earth are you thinking? Wang Zheng couldn't help but retort. Chapter 132. Just a self-proclaimed wild god. I'm being serious. Lu Xinyue remained unfazed. If Xia Qi possesses even 7/10 of Lin Che's handsomeness, no, just 3/10, I would gladly accept him. Li Yin interjected. You might as well just settle for Lin Che. At least that way, the good fortune wouldn't flow to outsiders. Lu Xinyue turned her gaze to Lin Che, feigning sorrow. Ah, the fallen flowers have intentions, but the flowing water remains indifferent. I would indeed like to be with Lin Che, but alas, he is unwilling. What can I do? Lin Che crossed his arms. No? As someone already engaged. I am a man you can never have. Oh, and what of being engaged? It's not like I said I would marry you. Lu Xinyue shot Lin Che a flirtatious glance. Indeed, Lin Che, why not just accept her? Look at how smitten she is. Zhou Xiaoxiao joined in the teasing. Lu Xinyue draped her arm over Zhou Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Sister, I absolutely will not let you suffer any loss. I'll throw in Xiaoxiao as well. What do you say? What kind of talk is that? Am I merely an accessory? Zhou Xiaoxiao feigned displeasure. Lu Xingyue shrugged. If I am an accessory, so be it. Ha ha ha. After a bout of playful banter, they ultimately decided to heed Wang Zheng's advice. And Lu Xingyue and Zhou Xiaoxiao would not accompany the others into the palace the following day. Additionally, Lin Che could not bring Bai Xiaobai into the palace either. So Bai Xiaobai would remain behind to keep company with Lu Xingyue and Zhou Xiaoxiao. After reaching an agreement, everyone retired for the night, awaiting the morrow. The royal palace was situated at the center of Ani City, predominantly constructed of wood, with stone and earth being rare. The flying eaves and bracketed roofs exuded an air of solemn elegance. While not overwhelmingly grand, they already hinted at the architectural prototypes of future palaces. The 6 members of the Special Affairs Bureau, along with Lin Yutan, followed Meng He to the entrance of the main hall. After being announced, they were soon ushered inside. On the throne sat Xia Qi, tall and imposing, his expression grave, adorned in resplendent robes that commanded respect without a word. The courtiers stood in silence on either side, their postures correct and expressions respectful. Your Majesty, the envoy of the Lord of Hongzhou Water is here. Meng He bowed as he reported. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Che discreetly cast a glance, immediately discerning Xia Qi's prowess and potential. Unknown realm warrior, abilities, thought steel stamp, strength enhancement, extremely high threat level. Another unknown realm. Superior to the martial saint, yet inferior to the void-breaking realm. Lin Che did not believe Xia Qi's martial prowess exceeded that of Xing Tian. Thus this unknown realm likely did not surpass the void-breaking realm. A new realm situated between the martial saint and the void-breaking. Lin Che deemed it appropriate to name it the martial emperor realm, as Xia Qi was indeed the reigning emperor of the present age. The martial realm denoted by the crown coincidentally aligned with this emperor's identity. As for his abilities, while strength enhancement was rather common, the thought steel stamp was something Lin Che encountered for the first time. Perhaps it was due to Xia Qi inheriting the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox that he awakened such a mental ability. It resembled mental control, yet diverged from it. More akin to manipulating the subconscious. At that moment, Xia Qi's gaze swept over the assembly, and he slowly inquired, esteemed envoys, what brings you here? His voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the heart. Wang Zheng stepped forward, clasping his hands. Your Majesty, we come at the behest of Lord Hongzhou Water to present you with a tribute of 1,000 clam pearls. Instantly, the hall erupted in murmurs, as if the courtiers had heard a joke, shattering the previous silence. 1,000 clam pearls require a special tribute? Uncultured savages, unaware of proper etiquette. Your Majesty holds dominion over the 9 provinces. If you desire clam pearls, simply declare it, and the surrounding tribes will flock to you, far exceeding a mere 1,000. What Lord Hongzhou Water? Just a self-proclaimed wild god. Voices of dissent rose among the courtiers, yet Lin Che and his companions remained unfazed. Silence. Xia Qi's voice cut through the clamor, and the courtiers promptly hushed. The Water Lord is indeed thoughtful. I am greatly appreciative. Your Majesty, please take a look. Wang Zheng summoned the river clams, producing 2 chests of pearls and placing them in the center of the grand hall. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance illuminated the room, casting radiant light in all directions. How can these clam pearls be so enormous? Treasures, pure treasures. Such colossal pearls, each worthy of being deemed rare in this world. I have never seen anything like them before. Realizing their earlier haste, Xia Qi's lips quirked slightly before he quickly regained his composure. What prompts such a grand tribute from the Water Lord? Reporting to your Majesty, the Water Lord's true form is that of a black flood dragon. Having resided in Hongzhou for over a millennium, he seeks to traverse the Huai River and transform into a dragon. We humbly request your Majesty's gracious approval. Wang Zheng mentioned the black flood dragon's desire to transform without mentioning the matter of overseeing Wu Zhiqi, cleverly avoiding the crucial point. Hiss. The courtiers collectively inhaled sharply. It dawned upon them that they had indeed acted hastily. Should those disparaging words reach the ears of a soon-to-be dragon, one could only imagine the repercussions. Although the great Xia was not intimidated by a mere black flood dragon, not every courtier possessed the courage to confront one. The transformation into a dragon would likely disturb the populace along the banks of the Huai River. Xia Qi pondered momentarily, since the Water Lord has achieved enlightenment. I cannot hinder his path. However, before that, I must first ensure the safety of the people along the banks. Your Majesty is wise. The courtiers echoed in unison. Wang Zheng chimed in, Your Majesty is wise. It is only fitting. Excellent. Let it be known. Xia Qi waved his hand. Bestow upon Lord Hongzhou Water a pair of bronze goblets, a jade disc, 100 bolts of silk, and 1,000 large shells. And choose a day for his transformation into a dragon. In truth, the items being bestowed were merely symbolic gestures. far inferior in value to the 2 chests of clam pearls. The bronze goblets and jade disc could serve as keepsakes, while the silk held little significance for Ao Xian. As for the 1,000 large shells, as the Water Lord, Ao Xian had no need for terrestrial currency. The only truly valuable aspect was the decree for him to transform on a chosen day. With Xiaqi's proclamation, Ao Xian was officially sanctioned. Henceforth, he could traverse the waters as per decree, and none could use this matter to trouble him. Subsequently, the assembly partook in Xiaqi's banquet, only returning to the relay station after midday. At that moment, the relay station was surrounded by a throng of people. A young man clad in resplendent garments stood outside, shouting, "You foul wenches! It is a blessing for you that I, the young master, am interested in you. I will count to 3, and if you do not come out, I shall set this relay station ablaze." 1, 2. At that moment, Meng He, accompanied by the crowd, stepped forward and, upon recognizing the young man, inwardly cursed his misfortune. "What is the meaning of this, young Master Huaiwen? Why have you brought your entourage to besiege the courier station? How dare you meddle in my affairs, you cur? Step aside, or you shall face the consequences along with them." The individual addressed as young Master Huaiwen showed no respect for Meng He, even though Meng He held the minor position of a banquet official. In the eyes of this young master, he was merely akin to a mangy dog. Such audacity revealed the formidable power that lay behind him. Lin Yutan and Ma Xiansun stood quietly to one side, eager to observe how this group of young men would navigate the unfolding situation. "Young Master Huaiwen, you must not disturb the guests of the king within this courier station. Do you intend to leverage the king against me? That throne was relinquished to him by my grandfather. What can he do to me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che immediately deduced the identity of this individual. The Great Yu had ceded power to Bo Yi, who was subsequently usurped by Xiaqi. Of course, it was nominally said that Bo Yi had abdicated to Xiaqi. This person claimed that his grandfather had bestowed the throne upon Xiaqi, clearly identifying him as the grandson of Bo Yi. Nonetheless, it was audacious for an ordinary man to block the path of 2 grandmasters. It would be wise for young Master Huaiwen to refrain from such remarks in the future. After all, your grandfather is your grandfather, and you are you. Lin Che had previously entertained the heirs of the Zheng, Qi, and Zhou families in Xinhai, making him somewhat of an expert in this matter. "What are you, that you presume to speak to me?" Young Master Huaiwen scoffed dismissively. "I wonder, if I were to eliminate him, would the king express gratitude for my service to the people?" Lin Che mused, glancing at Meng He. "Do not act impulsively, envoys." Meng He hastily intervened. Upon hearing this, young Master Huaiwen's rage boiled over as he bellowed, "How dare you? Bring it on." Boom. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a fist the size of a sandbag struck his face. Staggering back, he coughed up blood, along with a few teeth. Chen Yufeng declared loudly, "Why waste words? Even if we kill him, we can merely escape back." Lin Che finally understood why Chen Yufeng was nicknamed Madman, for he truly exhibited a hint of madness. He sprang forth with a punch, exhibiting no martial ethics and catching everyone off guard. Yet, he was not entirely reckless, otherwise. With his innate grandmaster strength, young Master Huaiwen's skull would likely have shattered upon impact. "You are finished. How dare you lay a hand on me? I will ensure you have no place to rest in death." Young Master Huaiwen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted with malice. As the grandson of Bo Yi, the young lord of the Eastern Yi, when had he ever suffered such shame? If word spread that young Master Huaiwen had been attacked and failed to reclaim his honor, how could he ever navigate the noble circles again? "What are you all waiting for? Attack." At this point, Meng He had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. "Young Master Huaiwen, you would do well to depart swiftly. Otherwise, I shall report this matter truthfully to the king. Are you blind? I am the one being attacked. You will report? I have my own report to make." Young Master Huaiwen urged his subordinates again, "Attack. If that Meng interferes, strike him down as well." Dozens of thugs surged forward, launching an assault on Chen Yufeng. Typically, Lin Che preferred to deal with adversaries discreetly. Engaging in a public brawl was somewhat disconcerting for him. However, given the circumstances, there was no room for hesitation. As Chen Yufeng had said, at worst they would simply flee. As the 2 sides clashed, the tide quickly turned. The sycophants surrounding the young master were, in truth, devoid of substantial skill. They might intimidate ordinary folk, but against martial artists, they were utterly ineffectual. Thus, the attacking thugs were swiftly subdued by a few skilled individuals. Only young Master Huaiwen remained, frozen in place. Chen Yufeng stepped forward. "You think you can threaten me with such empty words?" Young Master Huaiwen instinctively retreated a few steps. "Stay back. I warn you, my father is Lord Chonglian. If anything happens to me, you shall not escape Oni City." Lin Che nearly burst into laughter at this proclamation. The words were all too familiar to him. Back on Blue Star, Lu Quan had said the same, as had Lu Kuan, and just days ago, The guards of Tushan City had uttered similar threats. There was nothing novel in this. What was this Lord Changlian? He had never even heard of him. Chen Yufeng pressed forward relentlessly. You have two choices. Either you apologize immediately, or I shall strike you again, and then you will apologize. You knocked out my teeth and still expect me to apologize? Do I lack dignity? Young Master Huaiwen's bravado was merely a facade. To be made to apologize after being beaten was a humiliation he had never endured. Oh, you value your face? Very well, I shall refrain from slapping you. With a powerful kick, Chen Yufeng sent young Master Huaiwen flying several meters away, rendering him unconscious. Oh dear, you envoys have caused a great calamity. Meng He lamented, his expression filled with dismay. What shall we do now? Fear not, he is not dead. How grave could this possibly be? Just report the facts to Meng Si Yan. Chen Yufeng dismissed the concern nonchalantly. Sighing, Meng He glanced at the sprawled thugs on the ground. Those who can still move, rise quickly and take your young master home to recuperate. Upon hearing this, the thugs hurriedly scrambled to their feet, hoisting young Master Huaiwen and assisting the more severely injured thugs as they swiftly exited the courier station. Watching the group depart, Meng He clasped his hands in salute to Wang Zheng. Envoy, please forgive me. I must report this matter to the king without delay. I beg your pardon. Not at all. Meng Si Yan, please proceed. Wang Zheng returned the gesture courteously. Sighing once more, Meng He appeared conflicted, yet he turned and left. Following this, the others stepped into the courier station. In the courtyard, around the stone table, the group gathered. Chen Yufeng, you are to write a 3,000-word reflection on your behavior. Wang Zheng's expression was grave. Wait, boss, do we really have to write a reflection for this? Chen Yufeng wore a look of despair. Humph. Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, you exhibit none of the decorum of a special agent. Wang Zheng shot Chen Yufeng a sidelong glance, continuing. We came here on a mission, yet you suggest we simply kill him and flee? Is that acceptable? He had already commanded his people to attack. We couldn't just stand there and let him hit us, could we? Chen Yufeng retorted, pouting. But he only issued the command. He hadn't acted yet. Couldn't I have attempted to negotiate first? Wang Zheng remained vexed. Before Chen Yufeng could respond, Lu Xinhua interjected. All right, enough arguing. This is my fault. Had I not dragged Xiao Xiao out for a stroll, we wouldn't have encountered this mess. Wang Zheng shook his head. You two should have discarded them upon first encounter. How did they end up at the courier station? We had already shaken them off. Who could have anticipated they would find us here? Lu Xinhua replied, equally helpless. Had I known, I would have dealt with them right then and there, avoiding all this trouble. Naive. If you had dealt with him then, how would the situation differ now? Wang Zheng shook his head, a worried expression crossing his face. I wonder how Xia Qi will handle this matter. Hearing this, Lin Che chuckled. Fear not. At worst, it will result in a mutual punishment of 50 strikes. The identity of the young Master Huaiwen is inherently awkward. Even if his grandfather genuinely abdicated in favor of Xia Qi, his family would still not be favored by him. The descendants of Boi, at best, are remnants of a fallen dynasty. At worst, they are seen as thorns in Xia Qi's side. Had it not been for considerations of his own reputation, Xia Qi would have long since dealt with this family, possibly even arranging for an elaborate funeral. As it stands, the conflict between the two parties has not escalated to the point of bloodshed, and Xia Qi cannot be seen to favor either side, at least, not overtly. That makes sense. Wang Zheng nodded. However, that Master Huaiwen is not one to easily concede defeat. He may very well seek trouble again. So we must remain vigilant and be prepared to depart at any moment. Understood. The group replied in unison. The following day, Meng He returned to the inn, bearing a few reprimands from Xia Qi, along with the promised rewards. It turned out that Lin Che was correct in his predictions. According to Meng He, the king was exceedingly angry upon hearing of the incident. His displeasure was not only directed at the envoys, but also at Lord Changlian. Hence, on the surface, the matter seemed to have reached a conclusion. With Xia Qi's rewards and the edict permitting Lord Hengzi to navigate the waters, they departed from Ani. Once outside the city, Lin Yutan and Ma Xiansun bid farewell to the others. Their shared journey had been merely to observe the city of Ani. Now that Wang Zheng and Lin Che were returning to Huayin, it was only natural for Lin Yutan and Ma Xiansun to part ways with them, lest it appear contrived. Watching the two depart, Wang Zheng decided to split the group. He would lead a small team, bearing the edict to Huayin, while he assigned Li Yan to lead another small team to the time-space rift, to seek assistance from Blue Star. Chapter 134. Not only we can traverse the time-space rift. To retrieve the demon locking chain from the lake's depths, at least one water element awakener of the divine connection realm is required. Otherwise, even if they manage to use the edict to drive Aoxian away, their current party would likely be unable to reach the lake's bottom, let alone retrieve the chain. As the two teams prepared to part ways, Lu Xinhua began to tease Lin Che once more. Oh dear, having spent just a few days together. And now I must part from you. Dear Brother Lin, my heart feels a tad reluctant. Zhou Xiaoxiao chimed in. Why don't we switch places? You can lead this team, and I'll join Li Yan's. Lu Xingyue quickly shook her head. No, let's not. I fear the leader might not look kindly upon me. So let us just leave it as is. Wang Zheng chuckled. Oh, you mustn't accuse me unjustly. I have always treated everyone equally. When have I ever looked askance at you? Before Lu Xingyue could respond, the sound of galloping hooves interrupted them. Turning to look, they saw a cavalry of over 30 riders charging toward them. It was evident that this was yet another act orchestrated by Master Huaiwen. The spoiled youth, having suffered a beating, was not one to let bygones be bygones. Spare the women, kill the men on the spot. The cavalry leader commanded loudly. These riders were all at the level of the Qi realm, and, combined with their steeds, could unleash combat prowess close to that of the transcendent realm warriors. However, they were unaware that they were about to confront a group of innate martial artists. Not to mention the combat strength near the transcendent realm. Even a true transcendent would find themselves easily dispatched in the presence of innate warriors. After just one charge, over a dozen cavalrymen lay dead. This was merely the result of the group not fighting seriously. Otherwise, those 30-odd riders would have been wiped out in a single round. The cavalry leader sensed something amiss and contemplated retreat. Withdraw, he ordered, leading the remaining riders to flee. Humph, you think you can escape? Li Yan dashed forward, faster than the galloping horses. Since these riders were aiding Master Huaiwen, allowing them to escape could lead to further complications. It was better to eliminate them all to prevent future troubles. With a code name of Songlong, Li Yan's strikes were indeed ruthless. Initially, when the cavalry charged, they might have caused some trouble, but now, in their attempt to flee, they were merely offering themselves up for slaughter. In just a few minutes, Li Yan had dispatched all the cavalrymen, and the others had not even had a chance to intervene. Thus, the issue of mounts for the group was resolved. Let us go, we must leave this place swiftly. The group mounted their horses and departed quickly. Traveling by steed was certainly more convenient than on foot. Even though innate warriors could match the speed of horses, no one preferred to run. Approaching Huaiyin, the team split into two. Wang Zheng, Chen Yufeng, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Lin Che, bearing Xia Qi's rewards and edict, headed toward the shores of Hongze Lake. Meanwhile, Li Yan, Wang Meng, Zhang Hao, and Lu Xingyue quickly made their way to the time-space rift to summon help from Blue Star. The dragon traversing the waters would inevitably bring thunder and torrential rain. If they encountered any obstructions along the waterways, it could easily lead to flooding. Ao Xian's intention to navigate via the Huai River would likely affect the people on both banks. Therefore, while issuing the edict to Ao Xian, Xia Qi also sent out evacuation notifications to the officials along the Huai River. In truth, during this era, the aristocracy did not place great importance on the lives of common folk. It was quite rare for Xia Qi to consider the well-being of the people along the Huai River. The edict allowed for a period of half a month for the evacuation of the populace. This meant that the Special Operations Bureau needed to arrive within this time frame. Otherwise, once Ao Xian successfully transformed into a dragon, the opportunity to obtain the demon locking chain would be lost. Conservatively estimating, a successfully transformed Ao Xian would be no weaker than the mountain god. When Lin Che had encountered the mountain god, it was only thanks to Xing Tian wielding the divine axe that he had been spared. If they were to face Ao Xian after his transformation, the Special Operations Bureau would not possess a master like Xing Tian. According to Wang Zheng, to close a time-space rift, they must retrieve the majority of the star fragments within it. The fragment capable of sealing Waziki, used to craft the demon locking chain, would undoubtedly be significant in size. If they could not obtain the demon locking chain, it was likely the rift would remain forever open. Leader, why must we close the time-space rift? Lin Che inquired. Voicing his confusion, Wang Zheng pondered for a moment before replying. It's not just us who can traverse the time-space rift. At these words, Lin Che was struck with an overwhelming sense of alarm. He had always believed that the time-space rift functioned like a fragment of time and space, allowing people from Blue Star to come and go, while those within the rift could not pass through. This had created an illusion that Blue Star was unique, the very center of the universe. Wang Zheng's statement revealed to him that Blue Star was no more special than any other time and space. Why had I never heard of this before? Lin Che asked, puzzled. The Day of Awakening and the emergence of aberrant beings had already dealt humanity a significant blow. To avoid causing widespread panic among the common people, the higher-ups had classified this information as confidential. Wang Zheng's expression grew serious. You are now part of the Special Operations personnel and have the right to know, but you must not disclose this information to anyone else. Lin Che nodded, then pressed further, but if higher-level life forms were to enter Blue Star, it would be difficult to keep it under wraps, wouldn't it? Just look at those I have encountered. Xing Tian, Tu Shan-Yao, and Ao Xian. Once beings of such caliber enter Blue Star, what means do the higher-ups have to restrain them? So far, There has been no precedent of advanced life forms traversing through the rifts in time and space. The most severe instance of temporal infiltration involved a powerful mutated beast. Wang Zheng found himself lost in reminiscence. That mutated creature resembled a leopard. Its entire body of vivid crimson, adorned with a singular horn atop its head, and 5 tails trailing behind. Wherever it passed, flames roared high into the sky. In our efforts to confront it, we lost 3 formidable warriors of the divine realm. Lin Che furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the image Wang Zheng had described. Bai Xiaobai offered a hint. Little Red? Ah, yes. Lin Che inquired. Is this mutated beast you speak of not strikingly similar to that Little Red in the base? Although Little Red possesses only 3 tails, the rest of its features align perfectly. Could it be that Little Red is a product of genetic manipulation? Indeed, Little Red is the offspring of that mutated beast. Wang Zheng nodded. When that beast invaded Blue Star, causing catastrophic forest fires, it was merely in the throes of giving birth. Yet, it was immensely powerful. Its inadvertent actions could wreak immeasurable havoc upon Blue Star. After eliminating it, we discovered Little Red, a hint of helplessness crossing Wang Zheng's face. According to the directive from our superior, we should eradicate any potential threats, but the instructor believed that the cub was innocent, and thus he took Little Red under his wing. Ah, it turns out Little Red has such a legendary backstory. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Does that mean it now considers a thief as its father? Upon hearing this, a wave of dark lines crossed the foreheads of the others. Zhou Xiaoxiao retorted with exasperation. Now that's a hellish joke. Wang Zheng shook his head. Ahem, thus. Our primary aim in closing the rift in time and space is to prevent further incursions. Lin Che's brow knitted slightly. Since Xing Tian and Wu Zhiqi could communicate with him through dreams, it confirmed that these advanced life forms were indeed aware of the rifts. Moreover, Xing Tian had previously returned Lin Che to Blue Star personally, suggesting it was merely a trivial task for him. If Xing Tian and Wu Zhiqi are cognizant of the rifts, then it stands to reason that similar beings might also be aware. In this light, the absence of these advanced life forms on Blue Star might be due to some inherent limitations of the rift's capacity. Chapter 135. Such kindness from Lord Water. We shall surely cherish it. Based on the information Lin Che had gathered and the circumstances Wang Zheng had described, he reached a conclusion. The reason Blue Star has yet to be infiltrated by these advanced life forms is likely due to the rift's inadequacy to accommodate their passage. Just as higher dimensional deities cannot directly enter lower dimensional planes, lower life forms may traverse through the rifts, while these higher beings and various deities are repelled due to their overwhelming power. This is a plausible hypothesis, yet the current situation does not guarantee future occurrences. Wang Zheng's expression darkened with concern. If we do not close the rift promptly, should an unforeseen event occur, allowing these advanced life forms to pass freely through the rift, Blue Star might face an even greater calamity. Lin Che grimaced. One can never be certain. As they spoke, the 4 arrived once more at the banks of Hongzhe Lake. Just dismounting, they were greeted by the waterfolk. Esteemed guests, Lord Water has been awaiting your arrival. Shui Yacha bowed to the group and gestured for them to enter. Thus, the 4 followed Shui Yacha into the water palace, where Ao Xian personally welcomed them. Did your journey go smoothly? Why do I see only 4 of you returning? Without the others? They had other matters to attend to, so only we 4 came to deliver the edict to Lord Water. Wang Zheng quickly diverted the topic. An edict? Ao Xian's face brightened with joy. Indeed, King Xia has consented. In 10 days, Lord Water may traverse the Huai River to transform into a dragon. It has been 5 days since King Xia's agreement in the palace, meaning Ao Xian must now wait for another 10 days. Is this truly the case? Ao Xian was overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. Wang Zheng produced the wooden edict and presented it to Ao Xian. Please take a look, Lord Water. As a member of the Mo Jiao, Ao Xian's hands trembled slightly at that moment. He carefully accepted the edict, scrutinizing its contents, and his joy became impossible to contain. Today, I have fulfilled my wish. Subsequently, Wang Zheng took out other items bestowed by Xia Qi. Lord Water, here is a pair of bronze goblets, a jade disc, several bolts of silk, and 1,000 shells, which might be considered King Xia's return gift to you. Ao Xian accepted the goblets and jade disc, examining them briefly before waving his hand. These fabrics and treasures from the Xia kingdom are of no use to me. I would prefer to bestow them upon you esteemed guests. In truth, the silks and shells held little value for Wang Zheng and his companions as they did not intend to reside in this time and space permanently. Once back in Blue Star, the silks might serve to craft garments, while the shells would merely become decorative artifacts. However, since they were gifts, it would be somewhat impolite to refuse. The group contemplated how to maintain Ao Xian's favor, intending to execute their plan once he transformed into a dragon. ensuring no animosity arose. Thus, we thank you, Lord Water. Wang Zheng once again placed the silks and shells into the river clam. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. Ao Xian turned to Shui Yacha beside him. Prepare a banquet. I wish to enjoy a few drinks with these esteemed guests. It seems Lord Water leads a rather comfortable life. Otherwise, he would not so readily indulge in festivities. The last time they visited, there were 10 of them, including Lin Yutan and Ma Xianxin, while this time only 4 were present, lacking the previous liveliness. Previously, I promised you all that should you assist me in this matter, there would be ample rewards. Ao Xian raised his hand, and 10 wooden boxes of various shapes appeared in the hall. Within these boxes lie several magical artifacts that I do not have much use for, and I can gift them all to you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing the 10 boxes to open automatically. The group beheld an array of knives, swords, mysterious pearls, and precious mirrors, 10 magical artifacts gleaming enticingly. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Zheng feigned reluctance. We could not possibly accept such a grand gift. We are merely delivering a message for Lord Water. Ao Xian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing of great significance. Once I transform into a dragon, these magical artifacts will no longer serve me, and I shall need to forge new treasures for my use. Treasures? Lin Che immediately latched onto the keyword in Ao Xian's words. Indeed, Ao Xian nodded, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. He extended his right hand, lifting it slightly. Amidst a flicker of light, an ancient seal suddenly appeared in his palm. The seal was intricately carved with waves, subtly emanating moisture, truly mystical. This sea-covering seal in my possession can enhance my control over water, granting me the power to turn rivers and seas asunder, a feat not comparable to ordinary magical artifacts. Although they had never witnessed what turning rivers and seas truly entailed, the group quickly grasped the disparity between magical artifacts and treasures. Now, upon looking at the box of magical artifacts, they seemed less dazzling than before. After showing off the treasure to the group, Ao Xian once again stored the sea-covering seal away. Hence, these magical artifacts, remaining here in my water palace, hold little significance. It would be better to gift them to you for your protection. Such generosity from Lord Water, we shall forever remember in our hearts. Wang Zheng, having no further objections, expressed his gratitude once more and accepted all 10 magical artifacts into the river clam. The group had received multiple favors from Ao Xian, yet they still contemplated executing their plan once he transformed, which felt somewhat unethical. Regrettably, few had any choice but to obtain the fallen star fragments. Closing the rift in space and time was of paramount importance. After all, personal relationships must not supersede the mission, otherwise, the Special Operations Bureau would likely find it difficult to endure. Following the banquet, the water Yasha escorted several individuals back to the shore. After selecting a temporary campsite and erecting tents, Wang Zheng gathered everyone together. Everyone will receive a share. Choose one item. He presented 10 magical artifacts before them. Chen Yufeng felt an inexplicable sadness. Alas, I have no means to wield these artifacts. They would be of no use to me. Previously, everyone had manipulated the river clams with remarkable ease, but Chen Yufeng found himself unable to activate the clam, leading him to believe he might also be unable to use the artifacts. One can never be certain. It's worth a try. At the very least, I could select a sword or blade as a weapon. Surely a magical artifact would be superior to a composite long sword, Lin Che suggested wisely. Indeed, with 10 artifacts available, there are enough for everyone, so utilizing them would not be wasteful, echoed Zhou Xiaoxiao. Chen Yufeng nodded and decisively chose a long sword. I'll take this sword. At least it can serve as a weapon. As he spoke, he effortlessly performed a flourish with the sword, standing upright with it resting against his back. What do you think? Dashing, isn't it? Zhou Xiaoxiao offered a polite yet dismissive smile. Hee, if you hadn't asked that, it might have been better. Now, you choose something too. Wang Zheng gestured for Zhou Xiaoxiao to step forward. After a careful examination, Zhou Xiaoxiao selected a precious mirror. I'll take this. If it's unusable, it can still serve as a makeup mirror. The 3 gentlemen present couldn't help but twitch their lips at her choice. You truly are extravagant, Chen Yufeng exclaimed. He felt it was already excessive to use magical artifacts as conventional weapons, yet Zhou Xiaoxiao aspired to utilize one as a makeup mirror, which was indeed a curious leap of thought. Let us test its effectiveness. It might prove useful. Lin Che remained curious about the artifact's capabilities. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao attempted to channel her vital energy into the precious mirror. In an instant, the mirror radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping Zhou Xiaoxiao within. So it's a protective charm, she murmured. Let me test the mirror's defensive strength. Chen Yufeng exclaimed eagerly. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. Go ahead, give it a try. Chapter 136. Have you killed men and taken their horses, believing there is no one left in my army? Bang! Chen Yufeng threw a punch, and Zhou Xiaoxiao remained unperturbed amidst the golden light. This is impressive. Try again. Bang. The second punch was even more forceful, yet the golden light remained steadfast. While Qin Yufeng's fist tingled slightly, shaking his arm, he expressed his astonishment. It's clear that a practitioner of innate realms cannot break through this. I wonder if an extraordinary attack could. Infuse your vital energy into that sword and strike it to see. Zhou Xiaoxiao encouraged enthusiastically. As an experimental enthusiast, she was keen on collecting data. Are we really going that far? Qin Yufeng hesitated slightly. Just try it. If you control your strength, it should pose no danger. Zhou Xiaoxiao insisted. Qin Yufeng lifted his long sword. All right, I'll give it a shot. Clang. The long sword struck the golden light, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. This is promising. I'm serious now. With that, Qin Yufeng infused his vital energy into the sword and lunged forward. Creak. A jarring metallic screech ensued as the sword tip grazed the golden light, but ultimately failed to pierce through. Incredible. Perhaps it can indeed withstand an extraordinary warrior's attack. Qin Yufeng couldn't help but express his admiration once more. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, with this golden mirror, Xiaoxiao's safety is assured. He then turned to Lin Che. Now, it's your turn to choose. Following his lead, Lin Che approached and selected the mysterious pearl. Perhaps he felt a certain affinity for the pearl, or perhaps it reminded him of the demon core he had once gifted. Upon channeling his vital energy into the pearl, a layer of energy film enveloped him. An anti-water pearl? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. How fortuitous. Ao Xian must have feared we would be unable to seize the opportunity to infiltrate, thus gifting us this anti-water pearl. An anti-water pearl? Wang Zheng's face lit up with excitement. With this, even if our support doesn't arrive in time, we might still dare to take a risk. Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head in response. The demon binding chain likely cannot be easily unraveled, with innate realm strength. It's improbable to break the star-forged blade made from fallen star fragments, and thus it's highly unlikely to break the demon binding chain. It must be said that as a talent from the research department, Zhou Xiaoxiao indeed possessed some insight. Lin Che concurred. Yes, indeed. Given the strength of the star-forged blade, breaking the demon binding chain would certainly require a practitioner of the divine realm. However, unlike Zhou Xiaoxiao, he derived this conclusion from what Wu Zhiqi had explicitly stated. Since Wu Zhiqi had advised him to return with a practitioner of the divine realm, it was clear that he would not be able to break the demon binding chain before reaching that level. Wang Zheng nodded. Rest assured, we have ample time. No unexpected events should arise. In the following days, the residents along the banks of the Huai River were gradually evacuated. Most of them, hearing that the water lord of Hengze intended to harness the Huai River to transform into a dragon, obediently followed the officials away. Yet, a small portion remained steadfast, declaring they would rather die in their homes. In response, officials were unyielding, having individuals bound and taken away, even administering slight punishment to set an example. The populace of this era was largely ignorant of concepts like human rights. After a thorough reprimand, they generally complied. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner as time swiftly passed. On the 9th day, a troop of soldiers hurriedly approached, seeking out Lin Che and the others. After confirming the identities of the four, the cavalry commander directly inquired. On the day you departed from Ani, did you encounter a troop of soldiers along the way? We did not, the four responded in unison. Lin Che scrutinized the commander who had come to investigate, surprised to find he was a master of the innate realm. It seemed the deaths of over 30 cavalrymen had indeed drawn the attention of Xia Qi and the court officials. Unfortunately, that young master Huaiwen would not reveal the truth. Thus, this case remained without leads. After a round of questioning yielded no results, Lin Che noted that such a crude interrogation method was likely ineffective even against ordinary people, let alone trained personnel from the Special Operations Bureau. Of course, Lin Che was an exception. Even without specialized training, he was quite the cunning individual. Having once managed to deceive Zhao Yi with ease, there was no way he would divulge anything to these clumsy soldiers. A group devoid of professionalism interrogating a few specialists was akin to a farce, just as it seemed the matter would conclude. The commander prepared to return to Ani, but suddenly noticed several horses tethered in the forest. No matter how he viewed them, these horses resembled the war horses of their army. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Gentlemen, have you killed men and taken their horses, believing there is no one left in my army? The commander glared ominously. Alas, is living not preferable? Lin Che sighed. He was inherently averse to senseless slaughter and instinctively rejected such unrestrained conduct. Yet, if he did not strike first, he would be the one to perish. He had no choice. As Lin Che's words fell, he unleashed his innate warrior aura, and the other three promptly followed suit. Releasing their own presences, the commander's expression momentarily faltered, his brows furrowing tightly. He discerned the implications behind Lin Che's words. He was utterly incapable of contending with the four masters before him. However, with his life at stake, he could not refrain from investigating and thus steeled himself to press on with his inquiries. I require a reason, a justification for why they must perish. The matter had already been exposed, and Wang Zheng did not hesitate to divulge the truth. On the day we departed from Ani, they suddenly charged at us from behind without offering any explanation. We had no choice but to retaliate. At this point, Wang Zheng paused briefly during our stay in Ani. We only offended one individual. I trust this general is aware of whom I speak. The commander fell silent once more, fully cognizant of the identity of those who had incurred offense. Young Master Huaiwen, the eldest son of Duke Chonglian, a veritable wastrel. He found himself incapable of dealing with the individuals before him, nor could he return to expose young Master Huaiwen. The situation seemed to have reached an impasse. Humans are truly troublesome, remarked Huang Jinbao. Why not act decisively, strike directly, and make death a swift affair? Retorted by Xiaobai. The world is so beautiful. Yet you are so violent, replied Huang Jinbao. Beautiful? You must have never faced death, Bai Xiaobai shot back, speaking as if he had experienced it firsthand. Lin Che perceived the hesitation within his adversary's heart and casually retrieved a fox mask, donning it upon his visage. Return and inform King Xia that I am from Tushan Yao. This matter ends here. Unexpectedly, his first use of the illusory mask was not to alter his appearance, but to leverage a situation. Fortunately, the commander was not a fool. He promptly responded to Lin Che. So it is the envoy from Tushan. Since those ruffians have offended an envoy, they are indeed deserving of death. We shall not inconvenience you any further. With that, he waved his hand at the remaining soldiers. Withdraw. In truth, the commander could not ascertain the veracity of Lin Che's claims, yet he was certain he could not handle the four masters, and these soldiers were of no use. Given this, with the adversary providing him a reason to retreat, there was no need for him to persist, even if the king were to question him later. As long as he invoked Tushan Yao, he would likely avoid severe punishment. It is well known that during the 13 years of the Great Yu's flood control, Tushan Jiao transformed into the husband stone, and Xiaoqi was essentially raised by Tushan Yao. In comparison to his biological mother, the current king might be closer to his aunt, let alone merely killing a few cavalrymen. Even if Tushan Yao were to go on a rampage and slaughter a city, the king might still assist in silencing witnesses. How did you come up with this approach? Zhou Xiaoxiao was eager to pry open Lin Che's mind to see what was contained within. She presumed Lin Che was merely speaking off the cuff, unaware that he might actually be telling the truth. Chapter 137. The Raven's Tongue. Spit, spit, spit. I merely attempted this casually. After all, no one wishes to die. Since there is a way out, they surely wish to live. Lin Che decided to indulge Zhou Xiaoxiao's speculation, dismissing it lightly. Indeed, adapting to circumstances and minimizing unnecessary conflict is the hallmark of a competent special operations agent. Wang Zheng expressed his full approval of Lin Che's performance. Why does it sound off to me? Is the boss hinting at me? Chen Yufeng feigned confusion. No, you heard correctly. Zhou Xiaoxiao replied with an expression of calm. In the deep of night, support had yet to arrive. With Ao Xian's transformation into a dragon imminent the following day, if reinforcements failed to arrive, the temporal rift here would likely become exceedingly difficult to close. Once Ao Xian successfully transformed, he would probably not easily depart from Hangzhou again. The group could hardly contend with Ao Xian, even before his transformation. Once he became a dragon, it was likely that no warrior in the entire Blue Star could rival him. Currently, Ao Xian appeared quite amicable, for he remained oblivious to the true motives of the group. Should he learn that they had come for the demon locking chain, he would likely turn hostile on the spot. Thus, Ao Xian's transformation into water represented the group's only opportunity. That night, the group passed in anxious contemplation, while Lin Che slept soundly, for he regarded the situation as merely a matter of time. Even if this endeavor failed, he would return personally once he ascended to the realm of divine communication. At dawn, a dragon's roar pierced the air. Huo, a black jiao surged from the lake's surface, letting out a fierce bellow towards the sky before swiftly heading towards the Huai River. As the jiao leapt from the water's surface, it caused tremendous waves, raising the entire Hangzhou Lake by 3 meters before crashing back down. The black jiao, nearly 100 meters long, glided over the water like a colossal vessel, cutting through the waves. With each flick of its tail, it stirred up towering waves that surged towards the shores. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, swiftly obscuring the sunlight and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Thunder cracked and lightning flashed in quick succession. Boom! Thick bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, descending upon the black jiao, while the roaring thunder echoed deafeningly. A tempest of wind and rain enveloped the already tumultuous lake, rendering everything indistinct. Amidst the falling lightning, The black Jiao continued onward, its aura steadily rising. Its dark scales gradually transformed into a resplendent, iridescent hue, shimmering with brilliant light. Huo! The Jiao's body expanded continuously, its limbs growing more robust, its claws glinting coldly, appearing intermittently amidst the surging waves. Lin Che and the others observed this spectacle from a distance, all profoundly astonished. Wang Zheng watched the black Jiao drift further away, a grave expression on his face. At this rate, Ao Xian would likely reach the sea within an hour. Once he successfully transformed, all their previous efforts would be in vain. I wonder what has happened to Li Yin and the others. It has been 10 days, and they have yet to return. Could they have encountered some misfortune along the way? Qin Yufeng voiced his concerns. In his view, the safety of Li Yin and his companions was far more critical than the current predicament. The raven's tongue, spit, spit, spit. Zhou Xiaoxiao displayed her displeasure. Qin Yufeng immediately complied, spit, spit, spit. I was merely speaking carelessly. It doesn't count. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Such a high-tech talent as Miss Xiaoxiao still believes in these superstitions? What can I say? Mythical beings have appeared. Disbelief is not an option. Zhou Xiaoxiao expressed her helplessness. That makes sense. Lin Che concurred wholeheartedly. Wang Zheng sighed and shook his head. Worrying now is futile. We can only hope they are safe. In truth, the one most unwilling to face an unfortunate event was Wang Zheng, for his younger brother remained in Li Yan's group. Just as they were at a loss, two figures strode across the waves. Have you all encountered some trouble? Lin Yutan and Ma Xiansun floated effortlessly in the air. We have met the two esteemed seniors. The four greeted Lin Yutan and Ma Xiansun with respectful bows. Previously, upon hearing Lin Che speak of these two as eminent predecessors, the others had only half believed it. Now, witnessing their ability to manipulate the air with their qi, it was evident they were beings beyond the extraordinary, and only then did they truly believe Lin Che's earlier claims. No need for formality. I see you all look troubled. Is there something you cannot resolve? Lin Yutan inquired further. Wang Zheng evaded the question, instead asking, after parting with you two esteemed seniors outside Ani, I did not expect your return. Haha. Knowing that the Water Lord is transforming today, we naturally wish to witness it. Lin Yutan replied with an air of nonchalance. Thus, we took a detour and returned. Ma Xiansun chimed in. The Jiao Dragon's transformation into water is indeed a rare spectacle. Its grandeur dazzles the eye. This trip was well worth it. Their statements seemed reasonable, and Wang Zheng found it difficult to raise further objections. Yet for reasons unknown, he could not shake the feeling that these two individuals were exceedingly peculiar, though he could not articulate the source of his disquiet. Time was of the essence. The two of us must attend to certain matters at the lake's bottom before the Water Lord returns, so we shall not engage in prolonged conversation with you. Lin Yutan, perceiving Wang Zheng's reluctance to speak plainly, decided to be forthright. Are you heading to the lake's depths, esteemed elder? Wang Zheng inquired eagerly. I have heard that the water god of the Huai whirlpool is imprisoned at the lake's bottom, and naturally, I am intrigued to witness it for myself. Do you possess a means to access the lake's depths? Are you, perchance, an awakened water elemental? Not quite, Lin Yutan replied, shaking his head. As Wang Zheng pondered this, Lin Yutan continued, a few days ago, I visited the North Sea and caught 2 dragon fish, fortuitously acquiring 2 water-evading pearls. At this revelation, the others twitched their lips in disbelief. Catching fish and receiving 2 water-evading pearls? Was there a more implausible excuse? It dawned on Wang Zheng that the 2 elders' intentions mirrored their own, both aiming for the demon-locking chain. Moreover, it was evident that these 2 elders intended to offer their assistance. No wonder he had felt an odd sense of unwarranted attentiveness. It was their presence that instilled this feeling in him. Thus, Wang Zheng ceased to be circumspect. Do the 2 esteemed elders have any conditions? You are already aware of my status as an elder. What conditions could I possibly propose to you? Lin Yudan retorted with disdain. Wang Zheng, slightly embarrassed, coughed. Ahem. Then I shall trouble you, esteemed elder. Lin Yutan nodded. Very well, you may rest assured. We shall be back shortly. With that, Lin Yutan turned and prepared to plunge into the water. Lin Che attempted to communicate with Waziki, but received no response. He wondered if Ao Xian had made some arrangements prior to his departure, rendering communication with Lin Che impossible. Esteemed elders, allow me to accompany you into the depths. Lin Che produced a water-evading pearl, activating it with his true energy. You little scamp, why didn't you mention you had a water-evading pearl earlier? You nearly cost us our lives up in the North Sea. Lin Yutan blurted out, then realizing his impropriety, hastily added, ahem. The dragon clan in the North Sea is quite protective. Dragonfish fall within their purview. What you might not know is that this water-evading pearl was a token of gratitude from the Water Lord upon our return to this place. Lin Che explained candidly. You needn't come along. We do not know what lies below, and my brother and I lack the capacity to look after you. Lin Yutan dismissed him casually. Lin Che turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Might I borrow your golden light mirror? Of course, Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, pausing briefly. Or perhaps you could lend me the water-evading pearl, so that I may accompany the two esteemed elders into the depths. Lin Che shook his head. I should go. I believe I can communicate with Waziki. The others. Upon hearing this, assumed Lin Che's notion of communication stemmed from his beast-controlling abilities. Surely you do not intend to control Waziki using your beast-controlling powers? Chen Yufeng speculated wildly. Lin Che raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, you are a madman. Your thoughts are indeed unconventional. Despite his appearance resembling a white ape, he was, after all, the water god of the Huai whirlpool, not an ordinary aberrant beast. Chapter 138. Am I, Li Liang, one to cower in fear? Hee. I find that highly improbable, ha. Chen Yufeng scratched his head, revealing a broad grin. Be careful, and watch your safety. Zhou Xiaoxiao handed the golden light mirror to Lin Che. Rest assured, Lin Che replied, taking the mirror and channeling his true energy into it, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light. He then glanced at Lin Yutan. What do you think? With this protective artifact, I should not hinder the esteemed elders, should I? Observing this, Lin Yutan stepped forward, tapping the golden shield with his knuckles. Thud, thud. Seemingly satisfied with its sturdiness, Lin Yutan nodded. Let us proceed swiftly. We must avoid running afoul of any dangers. With that, Lin Yutan turned and leaped into the water, with Ma Xianxin following closely behind. Wang Jing's expression turned serious. Be cautious and prioritize your safety. Rest assured, Lin Che nodded, giving Bai Xiaobai a parting reminder before plunging into the depths. Why is it always me left behind? Bai Xiaobai lamented. If you have the ability, you might also transform into a smaller form. Huang Jinbao retorted from the water. Let's discuss it once you emerge. Bai Xiaobai shot back. Are you afraid of me? With my diminutive size, you couldn't possibly catch me. Huang Jinbao boasted. But I could accidentally step on you. Bai Xiaobai countered. Master, did you hear that? If one day I am trampled to death by it, know that it was intentional. At the foot of Turtle Mountain, beneath Hengze Lake, the waters stirred by the passing Mo Jiao had yet to settle. The water yiksha led a host of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, guarding a barrier. Prior to leaving, Ao Xian had employed a treasure to erect a barrier, isolating Waziki's confinement from the outside world. He had also instructed the water yiksha to maintain stringent oversight over this area. As the second in command of this water domain, the water yiksha was always diligent in his duties. Envisioning that after the water lord transformed into a dragon, he too would rise in stature, becoming a formidable general beneath a water deity. Naturally, he wished to avoid any untoward incidents at this critical juncture. However, contrary to his wishes, the very events he sought to avert were destined to unfold. Lin Yutan and Ma Xianxin, accompanied by Lin Che, delved into the depths, swiftly approaching the barrier. The water yiksha sensed the disturbance and hurriedly advanced to investigate. Who approaches? Brotherly, we meet again. Lin Yutan landed at the bottom of the water, steadying himself, and offered a respectful gesture to the water yiksha. It is you? The water yiksha's expression turned suspicious. This is not a place for you to trespass. Depart at once. Ha. Brotherly, you are mistaken. We have come precisely for this place. Lin Yutan stepped forward, refusing to retreat. The water yiksha, recognizing the implication in Lin Yutan's words, felt a surge of anger. How audacious! Given the water lord's hospitality, you show no gratitude and instead seek to incite trouble. Brotherly, you err. The water lord's hospitality was merely a request for our assistance. Now that our task is accomplished, we owe no further debts to the water lord. Lin Yutan bowed once more. With the water lord absent, I fear you alone cannot deter us. It would be better for you to grant us passage, would it not? The water yiksha was at the 6th realm, on par with Lin Yutan. However, his primary power lay in water manipulation, and now that all three bore water-evading pearls, his abilities were significantly diminished. In a direct confrontation, he feared he could not even contend with the extraordinary Ma Xianxin. Ridiculous. Am I, Li Liang, one to cower in fear? The water yiksha waved his hand, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forward, encircling Lin Che and his companions. Are you truly unwilling to yield? Lin Yutan's brow furrowed slightly. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us see what your skills truly entail. With that, the water yiksha launched the first assault. To him, the opponents were merely 3 individuals, while he commanded hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, presenting an overwhelmingly favorable situation. What was there to fear? Bang! The water yiksha thrust his steel fork towards Lin Yutan, only to be kicked aside. Immediately, the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals launched their assault on Lin Che and Ma Xianxin. Lin Che drew the star skeleton battle blade, his form like lightning as he charged at the multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Ma Xianxin conjured a long sword from thin air, closely following Lin Che. It seemed that in the span of just over 10 days, Lin Yutan and Ma Xiansun had also gained some opportunities, acquiring more than just 2 water-evading pearls. As the light of blades and swords flashed, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals fell one after another, staining the waters crimson. Confronted with the assault of the water Yasha, Lin Yutan remained unperturbed. As they engaged in combat, he did not forget to offer a word of persuasion. Brotherly, I have no intention of taking your life. Would it not be wiser for you to withdraw? Such foolishness. I will never allow you to release Wu Zhiqi. The water Yasha retorted, refusing to yield. Lin Yutan shook his head and sighed. Alas, cultivation is no easy path. Why must you recklessly throw away your life? Feeling belittled by Lin Yutan's demeanor, the water Yasha roared, his steel fork thrusting with even greater ferocity towards Lin Yutan's throat. Yet, Lin Yutan stood fearless. At the very moment the fork was about to pierce him, he deftly pivoted, evading the attack with remarkable skill. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful whip kick towards the water Yasha's arm. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the water Yasha felt excruciating pain radiate from his arm, nearly losing his grip on the steel fork. Shocked and dismayed, he could hardly believe that Lin Yutan, equally of the 6th realm, possessed such formidable prowess. Before he could regain his composure, Lin Yutan launched a relentless barrage of strikes, his fists and feet transforming into a tempest that battered the water Yasha. Under such fierce onslaught, the water Yasha was forced to retreat repeatedly. He desperately swung his fork, attempting to parry Lin Yutan's relentless assault. Yet Lin Yutan offered him no respite, each strike faster than the last. In a mere blink, the water Yasha bore multiple injuries, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Che and Ma Xiansun navigated through the ranks of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, cutting a swath of destruction. Lin Che observed that whenever an opponent aimed to strike him, Ma Xiansun would timely intercept, showing him considerable care. Why do you take such care of your junior? Lin Che could not help but inquire. Haha, it merely happens that those fellows inadvertently met my sword. Ma Xiansun vehemently denied. Huang Jinbao, he lies. He is merely worried about revealing his true intentions. Lin Che, I am well aware he is lying, but why? Huang Jinbao, he has not pondered it deeply. Lin Che shook his head in resignation. In any case, I must express my gratitude to my senior. As the shrimp soldiers and crab generals began to fall in droves, the water Yasha finally entertained thoughts of retreat. His initial bravado stemmed from a belief in his victory. Now that the tides had turned, he suddenly felt that survival was preferable. With great effort, he swung his steel fork, attempting to push Lin Yutan back, only to have Lin Yutan seize the fork and deliver a swift kick. Boom! Clang! The water Yasha was sent flying several meters, his fork clattering to the ground. You will regret this, he shouted before turning to flee, his legion of shrimp soldiers and crab generals scattering in panic. The 3 regrouped, and Lin Yutan scrutinized Lin Che. How are you? Are you injured? Lin Che furrowed his brows, feeling increasingly uneasy. The attentiveness of these 2 was rather excessive. It's nothing, just a trivial matter, Lin Che feigned nonchalance. Lin Yutan nodded. Indeed, well done, quite spirited. Royal translator. Ah, good lad. You possess a semblance of my former vigor. Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. Haha, you flatter me, senior. Let us proceed to behold the legendary Wu Zhiqi. With that, Lin Yutan took the lead, advancing ahead. The water below was murky, and the trio could barely see. Not long after, they discerned a colossal figure bound by thick chains. Chapter 139. Senior, watch closely, this strike will be formidable. As they approached, they could see runes glowing faintly on the chains. Whenever that figure attempted to struggle, the runes would flicker in response. Just as they were about to behold Wu Zhiqi's full form, an invisible barrier obstructed their path, rendering further advancement impossible. At that moment, Wu Zhiqi also became aware of the 3 outside the barrier, his golden eyes fixing upon them. He spoke, but alas, the barrier muffled his voice, leaving Lin Che unable to hear. Lin Yutan extended his right hand, attempting to exert force, but the barrier remained unmoved. He turned to Lin Che. May I borrow your blade? Lin Che unsheathed his long knife from his waist and handed it to Lin Yutan, unable to resist cautioning. Senior, be careful, do not damage it, it is quite valuable, and I cannot afford to replace it. Haha, rest assured, I will not harm your blade. Lin Yutan took the Starfall battle blade, swinging it with ease, a fine weapon. You 2 step back. Upon hearing this, Lin Che and Ma Xiansun hurriedly retreated. After they had distanced themselves by more than 10 paces, Lin Yutan nodded and began to infuse the Starfall battle blade with true energy. As the blade radiated a dark red glow, Lin Yutan swung it with a mighty force. Crack! The barrier shattered under the blow. However, before he could display any satisfaction, the cracks in the barrier began to mend themselves. Lin Yutan hesitated momentarily before swinging the blade again. Crack! Crack! After dozens of strikes, the barrier finally shattered completely. Even as a warrior of the divine spirit realm, Lin Yutan found himself slightly winded. At that moment, Lin Che could not help but recall the sky-breaking blade technique. If Lin Yutan had mastered the 1,000 blades breaking sky, he would not have needed to exert himself over and over again. With just one strike of the 1,000 blades breaking sky, he could have unleashed numerous energy blades, easily shattering the barrier. Is this the assistance you summoned? Wu Zhiqi directed his gaze at Lin Che. With the barrier down, he could now communicate directly with Lin Che through his consciousness. Haha, well, sort of, not quite. The two seniors happened to wish to retrieve the demon binding chain from you. Lin Che refrained from taking credit for the accomplishment, as it would be too easy to expose the truth. Quite impressive. Wu Zhiqi commended Lin Yutan's strength. He should be able to sever the demon binding chain, right? Lin Che pondered. With that blade forged from meteorite, he should have no trouble. Wu Zhiqi seemed to lack complete confidence. Lin Yutan returned the Starfall battle blade to Lin Che. Here is your blade. Lin Che did not extend his hand to receive it. Senior, please keep it for now. The demon binding chain will likely require this blade to sever it. Very well. Lin Yutan nodded and approached Wu Zhiqi. From a distance, they could not see clearly. Upon nearing, they discovered that Wu Zhiqi sat at a height exceeding 10 meters, resembling a small mountain. Hui Vortex Water God, abilities, mastery of water elements, insightful eye, swift speed. Great strength, extremely high threat level. The distinction between mastery and control of water elements was vast, and the use of the term mastery underscored Wu Zhiqi's formidable nature. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, examining the demon binding chain on Wu Zhiqi. One could not help but admire to use generosity toward Wu Zhiqi, as the chain was as thick as an adult's arm, given freely. Yet, it appeared that severing this demon binding chain would prove to be a considerable challenge. A troublesome endeavor indeed. TSK. Lin Yutan gasped. Such a thick chain must have consumed an enormous piece of meteorite. It is a waste to leave it here. Ma Xiansun wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the Lord should take this chain back for proper utilization. Yes, quite so. Lin Yutan replied earnestly, then turned to Wu Zhiqi. Esteemed water god, I wish to take this chain. You have no objections, I hope? Wu Zhiqi looked puzzled, clearly unsure of Lin Yutan's intentions. Lin Che discreetly informed him. He does not want you to feel indebted to him, only to later repay kindness with malice. I, the illustrious Hui Vortex Water God, would never be that kind of person. Wu Zhiqi retorted indignantly. Forgive my candor, but your reputation is less than stellar, and moreover, you are not human. With that, Lin Che abruptly halted his words. After all, he still hoped that Waziki could offer him more benefits. It was best not to offend the monkey too much. Waziki directed his gaze towards Lin Yutan. Feel free to try. Do not mind me. Although his divine power was restricted by the demon binding chains, it did not diminish his formidable resilience. There were certainly ways to kill him, but none of them involved the knife before them. All right. Lin Yutan nodded solemnly and turned to Lin Che, saying, Kid, watch closely. This strike will be quite impressive. He then channeled his entire true energy into the long knife, reversing his grip and striking down fiercely at the demon binding chains. With a thunderous crash, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Although it was somewhat impressive, ultimately, that strike did not sever the chains. The chains were forged from meteorite fragments, possessing the properties of memory metal. Without being cut, they would gradually restore themselves. Therefore, Lin Yutan's strike was, in essence, akin to having not struck at all. However, Lin Che discerned some clues from Lin Yutan's technique. This reverse strike already bore a semblance of the form known as reverse severing the abyss. If he possessed Lin Yutan's cultivation, executing a true reverse severing the abyss would likely break the demon binding chains. With time pressing and tasks heavy, Lin Che did not hesitate, stepping forward to take the Starbone blade from Lin Yutan's hand, demonstrating reverse severing the abyss. Senior, watch closely. This strike will be formidable. The same words from Lin Che's lips left Lin Yutan, and Ma Xiansun slightly taken aback. Ma Xiansun thought Lin Che was jesting with Lin Yutan and couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, the next moment, he realized his shallowness. Lin Che executed a reverse severing the abyss, and though he wielded only the strength of an innate master, the effect was comparable to Lin Yutan's earlier strike. Of course, it also failed to sever the demon binding chains, and the exact difference was indiscernible. In any case, the momentum of Lin Che's strike was not inferior to that of the divine realm Lin Yutan. How is this possible? Ma Xiansun gaped in astonishment. Lin Yutan, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the point where Lin Che had struck. Senior? Lin Che called out in confusion. Do not disturb him. Waziki interjected. He is in the midst of comprehension. Lin Che was astonished. He had not expected this senior to possess such extraordinary insight. Initially, He had merely resorted to a desperate measure. After all, the Lin sisters had presented him with the techniques he had written and observed him demonstrate several times without gaining even a hint of understanding. Xiao Changtian had studied the martial saint breaking the sky technique Lin Che authored for several months without any breakthroughs. Yet, Lin Yutan, having merely witnessed Lin Che execute a strike, immediately grasped some comprehension. Such insight was nothing short of miraculous. His previous strike had already approached the level of technique merging with Tao. Having seen Lin Che's demonstration, he could likely unravel the mysteries within that technique. Waziki expressed high praise for Lin Yutan once more. This was probably the legendary affinity of the enlightened. Please, it was merely a dream I had during a nap. I learned it quite casually. Lin Che feigned indifference. Comprehending the Tao is for ordinary folks. As a genius, I merely need to leverage my advantages. Utter nonsense. Waziki retorted dismissively. If you were left to practice on your own, it might take you a decade or more to achieve any results. So what? Lin Che countered. The techniques learned through divine revelation are no less effective. They do not make me weaker than anyone else. Meanwhile, the Mo Jiao, having endured hardships and the ravages of lightning, finally broke free from the Huai River and submerged into the East Sea. Chapter 140. Dayu, Gengchen surprised? Here I am again. With a resounding roar, the Mo Jiao burst forth from the sea, its dragon's cry reverberating across the land. Surrounding birds took flight, and beasts fled in panic. The Mo Jiao's form gradually diminished, its foreclaws transforming into 5, branches sprouting from its double horns, and hair emerging from its tail. As the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and auspicious clouds gathered, the Mo Jiao soared into the air, ascending into the clouds. As the metamorphosis approached its final moments, a furious voice thundered from above. Bold Mo Jiao, how dare you neglect your duties? Do you not know your crimes? A golden-armored celestial deity, accompanied by 2 celestial soldiers, descended slowly from the clouds, landing before Ao Xian. Ao Xian's heart trembled, just as he was on the verge of completing the final step. An unexpected turn of events occurred. May I ask, O Divine One, what fault has the little dragon committed? He transformed into human form, respectfully bowing. Though he had not yet completed his transformation, he had already acquired a dragon's body, and thus referred to himself as the little dragon. Humph. Gengchen commanded you to guard Waziki. How can you recklessly abandon the Hongza? O Divine One, is there a misunderstanding? The little dragon has informed the Summer King and received his permission to leave Hongza. What evidence do you have? I possess an edict as proof. Ao Xian produced the edict and presented it respectfully. The golden-armored celestial deity glanced at the edict, his brow furrowing slightly. Though there is evidence, it is of no use. You are tasked by Gengchen. Without his permission, how can you bypass the Divine One and seek an edict from the Summer King? At this point, the golden-armored celestial deity's expression turned cold. Do you think the command of a Divine One is inferior to the edict of the Summer King? This was evidently a deadly dilemma. No matter how Ao Xian responded, it would lead to his doom. Which of the Summer King and Gengchen was he capable of offending? The crux of the matter was that he could not comprehend why the Summer King had issued an edict without Gengchen's knowledge. He had clearly stated that he was under Gengchen's orders to guard the Hongza. Why had the Summer King concealed this from Gengchen and directly issued an edict? What had gone awry? A flash of insight struck Ao Xian, and he shouted, "Not good." Turning, he hastened towards the direction of Hongza. Bold One, defying the Divine One. Unrepentant, and daring to flee. You shall die? The golden-armored celestial deity, uninterested in further inquiries, raised his hand and struck with a sword. In an instant, the 3-foot-long sword transformed into numerous illusory shadows, descending directly towards Ao Xian. Ao Xian hurriedly summoned the sea-covering seal to deflect the massive sword shadow. Boom. The clash of sword and seal produced a deafening sound, sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding auspicious clouds. O Divine One, please quell your anger. The Hongza is in turmoil. I beseech you to allow me to return and resolve the disturbance before coming to plead for forgiveness. However, the golden-armored celestial deity had no intention of hearing Ao Xian's explanation. Persisting in stubbornness will earn you another strike. Boom. This strike was even more ferocious than the last. Yet Ao Xian managed to block it once more. In Waziki's eyes, Ao Xian was merely a mottled loach, far inferior to Gengchen. While this may sound disparaging, it was, in fact, a form of praise. With the sea-covering seal, Ao Xian, even if not comparable to Gengchen, should at least surpass this golden-armored celestial deity. In the current situation, however, Ao Xian could only defend himself. Otherwise, matters would worsen. O Divine One, there are malicious individuals who have deliberately led the little dragon astray, intending something nefarious. I implore you to allow me to return to Hongza and address this matter. Ao Xian was genuinely urgent and helpless. once the situation is resolved. The little dragon is willing to bind his own hands and accompany the Divine One to plead for forgiveness. Humph. I have come to question you on behalf of the command. I have no time to listen to your prattling. The golden-armored celestial deity remained unyielding. If you surrender immediately and accompany me to meet Gengchen, perhaps you may yet keep your life. If you remain obstinate, you shall meet a certain death. Ao Xian wished to argue further, but he saw two beams of golden light shooting from the direction of Hengze, followed by a change in the heavens and the earth. Oh no! Ao Xian grew even more anxious. Oh Divine One, something has happened in Hengze. Please accompany me to suppress it. The golden-armored celestial deity hesitated for a moment, thinking this fellow was indeed jesting. Sending him to confront Waziki was akin to delivering provisions to Waziki, was it not? I, the esteemed one, am commanded to hold you accountable. The rest of the matters hold no significance to me. With the situation arriving at this juncture, Ao Xian has come to discern that the celestial being before him is merely a bully of the weak. There is no way he will accompany the golden-armored deity to meet Gengchen, unless the issue of Wu Zhiqi is resolved. He is bound to face dire consequences. Now, he can only hope that after being imprisoned for such a long duration, Wu Zhiqi, upon his recent release, has not immediately regained his full strength. Otherwise, it would leave no room for negotiation. My apologies. Ao Xian immediately summoned the ocean cover seal, conjuring forth colossal waves. How outrageous. The golden-armored deity barely had time to struggle before being engulfed in water along with two heavenly soldiers. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As the golden-armored deity submerged, he continued to berate Ao Xian, yet Ao Xian had neither the time nor the inclination to heed his words, swiftly retreating towards Hengze. Previously, Lin Yuten had contemplated profoundly and finally delivered a splendid strike. This time, it was indeed magnificent. With a single slash, the demon binding chain shattered, and Wu Zhiqi was instantly liberated. One must commend Wu Zhiqi for his remarkable resilience. Even the edge of the blade capable of severing the chain left him unscathed. Freed from the chain, Wu Zhiqi gazed skyward, his eyes igniting with golden brilliance, piercing through the water's surface and penetrating the clouds above. Without pausing to express gratitude to Lin Yuten, he leaped with fervor, landing at the lake's edge. Subsequently, he let out a triumphant roar. Roar. Immediately, Wu Zhiqi's form began to shrink gradually until he stood around 2 meters tall. Ha ha ha. Do you, Gengchen? Did you ever anticipate this? I have returned. Yet, in a twist of fate, a voice echoed from above. Oh, and what of it? Wu Zhiqi's heart sank upon recognizing the newcomer. Gengchen, now even Diyu's offspring has ascended to the throne of Xia. Surely you do not intend to hold a grudge against me? Sometimes, one must avoid becoming too elated in the face of fortune, lest it invites misfortune anew. In this regard, Wu Zhiqi serves as the most compelling evidence. It has been a while since we last met, and your temperament remains unchanged. Gengchen's lips curled into a slight smile as he descended gracefully. It is not that I necessarily seek to confront you. It was your earlier provocations that compelled Emperor Yu to act. If you refrain from causing further troubles, we may let bygones be bygones. How benevolent of you. Wu Zhiqi regarded him with skepticism. Gengchen shook his head. Let us speak of the matter at hand. After all, you did indeed render service back then. Is this matter truly settled? Wu Zhiqi could not help but inquire further. Having enlisted Lin Che's assistance, he felt he owed a significant debt of gratitude. Yet, just as he emerged from his predicament, Gengchen informed him that the past was behind them, leaving him feeling as though he had struck a pillow with his fist, far from satisfying. Your past issues may be settled, however. The transgressions of these three must still be addressed. Gengchen's gaze shifted to Lin Che and the others, emerging from the water, his expression inscrutable. Yinglong. Abilities, mastery of water, fire, earth, and wind elements, extremely high threat level. Encountering such a display of elemental mastery, Lin Che felt as though he had encountered a deity of creation. Wu Zhiqi moved to shield Lin Che and the others behind him. What logic dictates this? Since we have chosen not to pursue past grievances, why would their release pose any issue? One must distinguish between matters. These three have unlawfully released a sinner, violating heavenly decrees, and thus must be met with severe punishment. Gengchen stated with unwavering resolve. Preposterous. Since I am no longer a sinner, how can the act of releasing a sinner be spoken of? Wu Zhiqi's anger flared. Both sides held steadfast to their arguments, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. You cannot conflate the fact that they released you first with the absolution of your guilt afterward. Absurd. Were it not for their intervention, would you have come specifically to release me? Where, then, does this absolution emerge from? Regardless of your rebuttals, rules are rules. If everyone acted with such recklessness, what would become of the heavenly authority? I care not for your heavenly authority. Today, I stand resolute in protecting these three. Even should Du himself arrive, he would be unable to take them away. Chapter 141. None of you shall leave. Gung Chen's lips curled in disdain. Why would Du need to personally intervene to take them? As he spoke, he gazed toward the horizon, where Ao Xian happened to arrive. The little dragon has encountered the divine. This time, being deceived, he has committed a grave error. I implore the divine to enact punishment. Without hesitation, Ao Xian knelt. I grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Shortly, I will hold Wu Zhiqi at bay, and you shall seize his 3 companions. Life or death is of no concern. To Gung Chen, these 3 mortals were as insignificant as weeds. Were it not for the heavenly laws, he would hardly spare them a glance. Ao Xian promptly agreed. The little dragon shall not fail in the divine's trust. Gung Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of déjà vu regarding Ao Xian's previous assurances. However, he quickly dismissed the disquieting sensation. After all, this time, he merely tasked Ao Xian with dealing with 3 mortals. If such a minor affair were to go awry, Ao Xian would be laughably incompetent. Little eel, if you wish to avoid death, best to keep your distance and refrain from meddling. Wu Zhiqi glared, attempting to drive Ao Xian away. At that moment, he still felt somewhat weakened, finding it daunting to confront Gung Chen alone, leaving him no strength to attend to Lin Che and the others. I'm afraid I cannot comply. Ao Xian firmly positioned himself behind Gung Chen. Wu Zhiqi discreetly transmitted a message to Lin Che. I shall do my utmost to hold them off. You should seize the opportunity to escape. No. After all the effort I expended to free you, if they were to imprison you again, would my efforts have been in vain? Lin Che expressed his frustration. Without the demon binding chain, they cannot restrain me. You should depart without worry. Wu Zhiqi replied confidently. At that moment, Lin Yuten suddenly interjected. I shall distract Ao Xian. You two should leave first. Before Lin Che could respond, Ao Xian interjected. None of you shall leave. Why must you act so? Lin Yuten sighed, shaking his head. I sincerely wished to befriend you, yet you harbored ill intentions. Taking advantage of my absence to release a sinner, truly despicable. With that, Ao Xian was the first to strike, launching an attack at the 3. Wu Zhiqi attempted to intercept Ao Xian, but Gung Chen swiftly brandished his spear. The spear tip unleashed a colossal phantom, aimed directly at Wu Zhiqi's face, forcing him to pivot and block. Boom! The spear's phantom collided with the force of his fist, unleashing a wave of energy. Nearby trees shed their leaves, and the lake began to churn. Despite his imposing physique, Wu Zhiqi's movements were not hindered in the least. After all, with his extraordinary speed, even in a weakened state, he remained as swift as lightning. Unfortunately, his opponent was Gung Chen, whose spear danced like a galaxy in disarray, leaving Wu Zhiqi struggling to defend himself. Meanwhile, Ao Xian transformed into a streak of black light, blocking the retreat of Lin Che and the others. Do not entertain the notion of escape. If you surrender now, your lives may yet be spared. As Ao Xian spoke, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity. Bring the blade. Lin Yuten extended his hand toward Lin Che. Lin Che's lips twitched slightly. Ultimately, he refrained from speaking, silently handing the star skeleton battle blade to Lin Yuten. Seeing this, Ao Xian understood that they were not willing to concede and summoned 2 columns of water, crashing them toward Lin Che and Ma Xian Senator. Though merely 2 columns, the 2 dared not confront them head-on, swiftly dodging to the sides. Lin Yuten swung his blade toward Ao Xian, the tip slicing through the air, producing a shrill whistle. Whoosh! The energy blade surged toward Ao Xian's vital points. Yet he effortlessly deflected it. Clang! The energy blade grazed Ao Xian's arm, producing a sound akin to scraping. Ao Xuan remained unscathed, instantly charging towards Lin Yuten. Lin Yuten raised his hand to deflect Ao Xuan's strike, being pushed back several steps. He shouted again to Lin Che, "You must flee," before Lin Che could refuse. Ao Xuan interjected, "I have declared that no one is permitted to leave." As he spoke, he raised his hand once more, summoning countless blades of water that slashed towards Ma Xiansun and Lin Che. Ma Xiansun wielded his sword to block, while Lin Che utilized the golden light mirror. Seizing the opportunity during Ao Xuan's conjuring of the water blades, Lin Yuten swung his sword again, aiming for Ao Xuan's face. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Ao Xuan's eyes, an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly deluded. This time, he did not even raise his hand. A seal suddenly appeared before him, intercepting the air blade Lin Yuten had unleashed. With merely the 3 of you, you stand no chance against me. Why deceive yourselves? As he spoke, Ao Xuan lifted both hands, and towering waves of water surged behind him, continuously roiling. Meanwhile, Waziki fought valiantly, delivering a punch that sent Gung Chen's spear flying. Just as he intended to assist Lin Che, he noticed Gung Chen surrounded by flickering light, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind suddenly becoming agitated. Rocks erupted from the ground, torrents morphed into dragon-like forms, flames ignited from thin air, all accompanied by fierce winds. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air. Flames swept forth, and mist billowed, all converging upon Waziki. Still relying on the same old tactics, lacking any innovation, Waziki remained unperturbed. Allowing the chaotic elements to wreak havoc around him, he simply summoned a curtain of water, isolating himself from the onslaught. Gongchun remained unfazed, whether old or new tactics. As long as they prove effective, they are valuable. His objective was merely to stall Waziki, achieving his goal by creating obstacles. The three were engulfed by the waves summoned by Aoshuan, yet each bore a water avoidance pearl. Once the waves receded, the trio emerged unscathed. Not even a corner of their garments dampened. Observing this, Aoshuan's gaze turned icy as he struck again, conjuring several black water arrows aimed at the three. Lin Yutan's expression suddenly shifted. Be cautious, they are poisoned. In that moment, Lin Yutan and Ma Xianxin fervently wielded their swords, drawing closer to Lin Che. Simultaneously, Lin Che exerted all his strength to activate the golden light mirror, barely managing to fend off several poisoned arrows. Sizzle! The branches and leaves of the surrounding trees, along with the grass beneath, were swiftly corroded by the venom. Aoshuan snorted coldly and manipulated the toxic water, forming a massive water python that lunged towards the trio. They dared not confront it head-on, having no choice but to evade. With their targets dispersed, Aoshuan directed the water python to assault one of them. In Aoshuan's eyes, Lin Che and Ma Xianxin were of little concern. His primary target was Lin Yutan. Although the water python was merely a construct of Aoshuan's control, its form was remarkably agile. Under relentless assault, even Lin Yutan, who had reached the divine realm, struggled to evade, narrowly escaping the python's maw on several occasions. Ma Xianxin, witnessing this, grew anxious and swung his sword towards Aoshuan to alleviate Lin Yutan's burden. Clang! Aoshuan effortlessly parried Ma Xianxin's strike with his fingers, his eyes narrowing slightly. Seeking death, he advanced, delivering a palm strike that struck Ma Xianxin squarely in the chest. Thud! Ma Xianxin was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was evident that his vitality was waning, his life hanging by a thread. This was not due to Ma Xianxin's weakness, but rather Aoshuan's overwhelming strength. In terms of power, the dragon and the flood dragon were classified as level 9 and level 10 beings, respectively. Aoshuan had nearly achieved the transformation into a dragon, standing at the pinnacle of level 9, on the verge of becoming a level 10 entity. In contrast, Ma Xianxin, a transcendent being, was merely at the 5th realm of martial arts. The only reason Ma Xianxin had not been crushed by Aoshuan's palm was likely because Aoshuan had to divide his attention to control the water python. Old Ma. Lin Yutan's eyes widened in despair. Elder, focus on dealing with Aoshuan. Lin Che, holding the golden light mirror, rushed towards Ma Xianxin. He possessed Shinong's healing elixir, which might save Ma Xianxin's life. Upon noticing Lin Che's movement, Aoshuan immediately intervened. Though he was unaware of Lin Che's intentions, it was prudent to obstruct him. Whoosh! Bang! A flurry of poisoned arrows shot towards Lin Che, the golden light mirror teetering dangerously. Resolute, Lin Che took out an antidote pill and swallowed it without hesitation, continuing his charge towards Ma Xianxin. Seeing this, Lin Yutan felt a surge of urgency, deciding to take a risk. He deftly dodged the water python's assault and charged towards Aoshuan. Since the air blades could not harm him, he had no choice but to engage in close combat. Chapter 142. Do you truly believe that an ant can bring down an elephant by sheer numbers? Lin Che, braving the poisoned arrows, reached Ma Xianxin's side, sustaining several hits in the process. Fortunately, after the golden light mirror was shattered, the water avoidance pearl provided a buffer. The poisoned arrows formed from the gathered toxic water inflicted no severe injuries. As for the toxins within the water, they were effectively neutralized by the antidote pill he had taken earlier. Young master, Ma Xianxin struggled to speak, but Lin Che interrupted him. First, take this healing elixir. It may yet save your life. Without waiting for Ma Xianxin's response, Lin Che promptly forced a pill into his mouth. Lin Yutan, having evaded the water python strikes, dashed before Aoshuan and swung his sword in a reverse arc clang. The blade struck Aoshuan's palm, producing the sound of metal clashing. Brother Lin, with such meager strength, you cannot hope to trouble me. Aoshuan remained unfazed, parrying while casually attempting to persuade Lin Yutan. I do not wish to exterminate you entirely. It would be wiser for you to surrender. Humph, at this point, further words are pointless. Be wary, Aoshuan. Lin Yutan discarded his long sword and launched a punch at Aoshuan. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, each blow landing with forceful impact. Initially, Aoshuan had not taken the encounter seriously. at the pinnacle of level 9. Facing Lin Yutan at the peak of the 6th realm was akin to a cat playing with a mouse. However, after exchanging blows for over a dozen rounds, Aoxuan began to sense his body growing increasingly sluggish. Conversely, Lin Yutan's momentum surged, subtly exhibiting the prowess of a 7th realm martial artist. What have you done? Aoxuan's eyes widened in alarm as he carefully assessed himself, suddenly realizing that his impending transformation into a dragon seemed to have grown distant. If I lacked any ability, would I dare to call you brother, Aoxuan? Lin Yutan's lips curled into a faint smile. You have destroyed my foundation. I shall see you perish. Aoxuan, driven nearly to madness by the prospect of millennia of hard work obliterated in an instant, lunged forward with a claw aimed directly at Lin Yutan's chest. Despite Lin Yutan's desperate attempt to evade, he suffered significant injury from the strike. Thud! Lin Yutan coughed up blood, yet a smile graced his lips. Fear not, Aoxuan. It is merely a loss of some vitality. I shall replenish it in due time. At that moment, Lin Yutan's appearance seemed to have matured significantly, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Meanwhile, the wound on his chest rapidly healed, indicative of his life force manipulation talent, which evidently encompassed self-healing capabilities. It turned out that Lin Yutan had intentionally discarded his long sword to incite Aoxuan's underestimation. Engaging Aoxuan in close combat, he seized the opportunity to manipulate Aoxuan's life, force, and vitality. After a series of combination punches, the pinnacle level 9 Aoxuan was nearly forced back to level 8. Alas, even as a level 8 being, he was not something an ordinary divine realm martial artist could contend with. Even when he exhausted his own vitality to forcibly enhance his blood energy and barely unleash the power of a martial saint, he still fell short against Aoxian. At this moment, Aoxian had already sensed the precariousness of the situation. Should he attempt to employ the same trick again, it seemed highly improbable. On another front, Wu Zhiqi had been entangled with Geng Chun for quite some time and was beginning to lose patience. Geng Chun, withdraw now, and perhaps we may meet again in the future with some semblance of dignity. As he spoke, he unleashed a punch that surged towards Geng Chun's chest. Bang! Geng Chun managed to block with his spear, but was still sent flying back several yards by the force of the impact. As he twisted in midair, he thrust his spear towards Wu Zhiqi. Having momentarily diverted his focus, the 4 elemental powers he commanded faltered, allowing Wu Zhiqi a chance to escape. Ignoring Geng Chen's thrust, Wu Zhiqi turned and charged towards Aoxian. Observing this, Aoxian summoned a water python to shield himself. How laughable! Playing with water? I am your forebear. Wu Zhiqi delivered a direct punch, and before the water python could even meet the force of his fist, it disintegrated. Bang! Utilizing the ocean seal, Aoxian managed to defend, yet he was still sent hurtling back several yards, carving a deep trench into the ground. With a single punch, Wu Zhiqi had nearly extinguished half of Aoxian's life force. At that moment, Geng Chen's spear was already upon him, and Wu Zhiqi hurriedly defended. Bang! A wave of energy surged forth. Your adversary is me, Geng Chen declared, pointing his spear at Wu Zhiqi. I will strike whomever I choose. It is none of your concern. Wu Zhiqi attempted to press forward towards Aoxian once more, only to see Geng Chen thrust his spear towards Lin Che. Realizing the situation, Wu Zhiqi had no choice but to return to aid. Although Wu Zhiqi excelled in speed, he was only marginally faster than Geng Chen, and thus could not create a significant gap. As Geng Chen attacked others, Wu Zhiqi barely managed to fend him off, which was already pushing him to his limits. Consequently, Wu Zhiqi was once again forced into a struggle with Geng Chen, unable to turn his attention back to Aoxian. Lin Che and the others regrouped, facing Aoxian once more. At this juncture, Aoxian's realm had declined, and he bore grave injuries, making the odds seem slightly more favorable for Lin Che and his companions, though not by much. Even in his weakened state, Aoxian, when fully exerting himself, retained a combat prowess equivalent to level 9. Ma Xianxin was able to preserve his life only due to the healing elixir provided by Lin Che, and now he was devoid of any combat capability. Just then, Wang Zheng arrived with a group, which included Li Yin and 2 other unfamiliar youths. It turned out that Li Yin and his companions had returned to Blue Star within 2 days. Upon emerging from the spatial rift, they immediately sought assistance from the Special Affairs Bureau. Unfortunately, the only water element transcendent warrior available was on a mission at that time. Consequently, the Special Affairs Bureau had to request aid from the military. Initially, the process went smoothly. The military promptly dispatched a transcendent warrior to assist. However, this warrior, upon receiving the notification, did not immediately rush to the new sea spatial rift. It was not until yesterday that the water element transcendent returned, allowing the military warrior to finally arrive. Li Yin, having no time for complaints, brought the 2 new allies into the spatial rift with him. Regrettably, they were still a step too late. Thankfully, with the efforts of Lin Yutan and Ma Xiansen, they ultimately secured the demon locking chain. However, in the current situation, having a few more masters seemed of little consequence. The two transcendent warriors were unlikely to contend with Ao Xian either. A water element transcendent warrior against the water element Mo Jiao would be akin to offering oneself as a meal. Wang Zheng stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. We apologize for the intrusion today, Water Lord. We do not wish to be adversaries, and we hope you can show some leniency. Humph, a rabble of misfits. Ao Xian scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant? We have no confidence in our victory, yet given the current circumstances, why must you press so hard, Water Lord? Wang Zheng attempted to persuade Ao Xian further, but in the present situation, Ao Xian was not in a position to make decisions. This attempt at diplomacy only served to frustrate Ao Xian further, igniting his ire. Enough. If you wish to live, then stay far from me. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, realizing that this matter would not conclude amicably. Nevertheless, they could not simply depart and allow Ao Xian to deal with Lin Che and his companions. Perhaps by joining forces, they could secure a slim chance for the trio. Wang Zheng nodded slightly, and the group drew their weapons. Previously, they had observed Ao Xian's prowess from a distance and were acutely aware of his strength. Thus, they no longer considered any notions of martial ethics and simultaneously launched their attacks on Ao Xian. In an instant, dozens of energy blades struck Ao Xian. Bang bang bang. After a series of collisions, Ao Xian remained unscathed. Alas, the cultivator's abilities were still somewhat lacking. Even the energy blades unleashed by the transcendent warriors failed to inflict any substantial harm on Ao Xian. How ridiculous. With such meager skills, you dare to contend with me. Ao Xian waved his hand, summoning a massive water python that surged towards the group. Be careful. It's poisonous. Lin Che tossed a gourd to Lin Yutan. Inside is an antidote. Without delay, he raced towards the others, fearing that if he delayed even for a moment, they might not have a chance to use the antidote. Chapter 143. What is your connection to the Tushan clan? The two transcendent warriors quickly raised a water barrier, while Lu Xinyue summoned countless vines, intertwining them into a wall of greenery to shield the group. Even so, when Ao Xian's water python broke through the two layers of water barriers, it swiftly corroded the vine wall. As the water python shattered, a torrent of water splashed forth, leaving the group to rely on their own true energy and weapons to defend themselves. Lu Xinyue, preoccupied with controlling the vines, failed to adequately protect herself. Her wrist was splashed by the water and instantly turned to pitch black. Fortunately, Lin Che rushed forward in time, hastily producing an antidote for her to consume. Observing this, Ao Xian prepared to strike again, but Lin Yutan seized the opportunity to advance, and the two exchanged a powerful punch. Bang! Uffed! Lin Yutan spat blood and was sent flying, but Ao Xian's expression darkened further, for he sensed his own realm slipping once more, and his body had grown even weaker. At that moment, the golden-armored celestial deity arrived with two celestial soldiers in haste. Impudent Mo Jiao, attacking a celestial deity shall lead to your demise. Previously, he had been swept into the depths of the sea by Ao Xian's waves and had emerged in a most disheveled state. Now, fueled by rage, he had little regard for Geng Chun, who was engaged with Wu Zhiqi. As the golden-armored celestial deity prepared to strike, Ao Xian quickly interjected, Divine One, please hold. Geng Chun has already permitted me to redeem myself through merit. He had no choice. He could not afford to provoke the golden-armored celestial deity, who, in his current state of continuous weakening and injury, could not withstand a single strike from the deity. Upon hearing this, the golden-armored celestial deity found himself in a state of frustration, caught between a rock and a hard place, and ultimately refrained from attacking. He turned to face Geng Chun, who was still embroiled in combat with Wu Zhiqi, and bowed from a distance. May I inquire, Geng Chun, is this true? Indeed. You are to assist him in subduing these mortals. If they resist, their lives are forfeit. Geng Chun responded while engaging Wu Zhiqi, taking time to answer the question. Unlike his previous ease, you mortals should surrender without resistance. The golden-armored celestial deity was quite rigid in his approach, regardless of the chaos around him. He insisted on following protocol. While a fierce battle raged on, his demand for surrender seemed rather absurd. However, Lin Che found no humor in the situation. For upon seeing this golden-armored celestial deity, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This golden-armored celestial deity was none other than the low-ranking mountain deity who had been cleaved in two by Xing Tian's axe. To everyone's astonishment, the fellow not only evaded punishment upon his return to the heavens, but actually ascended further, becoming a high-ranking celestial deity. Seizing the opportunity while the golden-armored celestial had yet to notice him, Lin Che discreetly turned away and donned a white fox mask. Bai Xiaobai remarked, "What use is that? Regardless, he intends to capture you all. Whether or not you wear a mask makes no difference." Lin Che replied, "If he recognizes me, I fear he might forego the entire capture process." Huang Jinbao inquired, "What do you mean?" Bai Xiaobai retorted, "He would simply kill you outright." Huang Jinbao exclaimed, "How brutal." Bai Xiaobai answered, "What do you expect? There are even more ruthless fates awaiting. Would you care to experience one?" Huang Jinbao quickly replied, "I would rather not." Lin Che tossed Huang Jinbao towards Bai Xiaobai, saying, "You two should keep your distance to avoid being swept away by the aftermath." Huang Jinbao questioned, "Who is this aftermath? Why would it take us away?" Bai Xiaobai explained, "The aftermath refers to the residual force of battle. Being taken away means you might inadvertently be killed." Huang Jinbao conceded, "Then we ought to stay far away." The two young ones exhibited a commendable awareness of their limitations, recognizing that, given their current levels, they were ill-suited for such a tumultuous scene. When Lin Che turned back, he had transformed into a visage resembling that of Xia Qi, with hints of Tu Shan Yao. In the current predicament, victory was entirely out of reach. A collective assault on Ao Xian was already a formidable challenge, let alone with the presence of a golden-armored celestial and two celestial soldiers. Thus, Lin Che resolved to adopt a more strategic approach. "May I have a word with the celestial god Gengchen?" He stepped forward, confronting Gengchen directly. After assuming a countenance akin to Xia Qi, Lin Che's courage seemed to swell as well. "Humph, a mere mortal dares to engage in conversation with the celestial god Gengchen? How utterly ludicrous." The golden-armored celestial scoffed. Unexpectedly, Gengchen, after exchanging blows with Wu Zhiqi, retreated and responded to Lin Che from a distance. "What relation do you bear to the Tushan clan?" Of course, Gengchen was not swayed by Lin Che's white fox mask. Rather, he recognized it, prompting his question. During the time of Diyu's flood control, Gengchen had often been at Diyu's side and had some familiarity with Tu Shan Yao. If Lin Che was indeed connected to her, Gengchen would hesitate to take action against him. The golden-armored celestial, who had just mocked Lin Che, felt his face flush with embarrassment at this turn of events, though his golden glow concealed it well, leaving others unaware. Seeing an opportunity, Lin Che stepped forward, boldly declaring, "Madame Tu Shan is indeed my elder. But that is of little consequence. Regardless of the reason, since you have misunderstood my connection to Tu Shan Yao, I shall not hesitate to invoke her name once more." He reasoned that with Tu Shan Yao's influence, Gengchen would be somewhat inclined to listen to his words. In truth, today's situation need not have escalated to this level. Although we were wrong to release the water deity of Huaiwa, it was merely a procedural misstep, Lin Che asserted with feigned seriousness. The celestial god has acknowledged that the Huaiwa water deity once rendered service, now that the 9 provinces have returned to the Xia. Releasing him would not disrupt the greater scheme. Although we may have overstepped our bounds, we merely undertook an action that should have been the celestial god's responsibility, yet was left unaddressed. Why can't the celestial god show leniency? The same words, when spoken by Wu Zhiqi earlier, were met with a swift and stern rejection from Gengchen. Yet, when Lin Che, obscured by the white fox mask, articulated them, Gengchen's expression shifted to one of contemplation. There was no denying it. Wu Zhiqi lacked a powerful backing, while Tu Shan Yao possessed one. In the realm of human affairs, even a celestial god like Gengchen could not escape the intricacies of such dynamics. Indeed, upon reflection, there is some merit to your argument, Gengchen conceded. Wu Zhiqi felt insulted, yet lacked the evidence to support his indignation. If it weren't for the white hair adorning Wu Zhiqi's head, the gathered crowd would have surely discerned the darkening of his countenance. What did it mean that there was merit? How could that be true? Was it not in contradiction to what he had previously stated? After engaging in battle for so long, was it all for naught? Did he, as the esteemed water deity of Huaiwa, not deserve some respect? Just then, Gengchen shifted his focus, redirecting his ire toward Ao Xian. "Mo Jiao, I command you to oversee Wu Zhiqi, yet you dare to abandon your post, showing such blatant disrespect." Ao Xian was bewildered. He had just been aiding the celestial god, and now he had become the scapegoat? "Forgive me, celestial god. The young dragon was deceived by treacherous individuals, leading to this grave error. I beseech your forgiveness." What a farce. If you refuse to depart, do you really think this group of mere mortals could force you from Hengzhe? Gengchen maintained an even tone, betraying no hint of agitation. Ao Xian felt the oppressive darkness of the heavens close in around him, as if ensnared by an immense net, rendering him powerless to escape. His expression shifted through a myriad of emotions, and ultimately, he could not conceive of a means to safeguard himself. A mere mishmash of colors, a water serpent without backing. Could he truly assert himself against the will of others? With a derisive laugh, Ao Xian mocked the situation. "Ah, how delightful. After enduring a millennium of arduous cultivation, With utmost caution and diligence, I was on the cusp of transformation into a dragon. Fixing his gaze upon Gung Chun, Ao Xian declared, "It is you, celestial god. You instructed me to guard Wu Zhiqi, and with a mere word, you left me paralyzed with fear. Decades passed like a single day, and in the eyes of you celestial gods, I am deemed inferior to a mere mortal." Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, a blade of water shot forth from his fingertips. Lin Che, sensing Ao Xian's intent, attempted to defend himself. Yet what appeared to be a feeble strike was, in fact, a blow delivered with full force. Crack! Lin Che's head fell, severed from his body. In that instant, Lin Che glimpsed his own retreating figure. Chapter 144. Perhaps I should first reattach your head? Ao Xian had discerned the truth. Gung Chun intended to use him as a scapegoat. As long as someone bore the blame, these lofty celestial gods would remain indifferent to the actual truth. No one would concern themselves with whether this colorful, wild water serpent was truly aggrieved. All that mattered was capturing him, the supposed instigator. Allowing the golden-armored celestial and Gung Chun to absolve themselves of responsibility without incurring the wrath of the Tushan clan. But Ao Xian was unwilling to accept this fate. He was meant to transform into a dragon. He was so close. If only the golden-armored celestial had arrived a moment later. Allowing him to receive the nurturing waters and cleanse his spirit, he could have become a true black dragon. Cursed be the golden-armored celestial. Cursed be Wu Zhiqi. Cursed be Gung Chun. And this accursed group of mortals. All should perish. Alas, with his diminished powers, he could do nothing against the golden-armored celestial. And he certainly could not contend with Wu Zhiqi or Gung Chun. Thus, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Che. Since Wu Zhiqi and Gung Chun cared so deeply for this mortal, let him pay the price. Without warning, he struck with blinding speed, delivering a fatal blow. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Che found himself unable to resist, while others were too late to intervene. Lin Che? The crowd gasped in unison. None had anticipated that Ao Xian would launch a sudden attack on Lin Che. Young master. Ma Xianxin's eyes widened in horror. Lin Yutan stood frozen in shock, failing to react at all. However, what went unnoticed by everyone was that not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound on Lin Che's neck. Audacious. Insolent. Die. The three deities unleashed their furious shouts. Ao Xian's actions were a blatant affront, trampling their dignity, while Gung Chun and the golden-armored celestial merely shouted in anger. Wu Zhiqi was already taking action. Ha! You mortals shall perish. In an instant, Ao Xian transformed into his dragon form, adorned with resplendent, multicolored scales that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Roar! As Ao Xian swung his dragon tail, a multitude of onlookers was sent flying, and the lake erupted into towering waves. Humph! With a cold snort, Wu Zhiqi restored tranquility to the lake's surface in an instant. Following this, he swiftly reverted to his true form and launched a powerful punch towards the dragon's head. Despite Wu Zhiqi's impressive height of over 20 meters, he appeared somewhat diminutive when contrasted with Ao Xian's nearly 100-meter stature. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Ao Xian landed heavily on the ground. Roar! Ao Xian let out a furious roar, rising once more to engage in fierce combat with Wu Zhiqi. The crowd steadily regained their footing, though several innate masters were severely injured, and 3 transcendent beings bore varying degrees of internal damage. In contrast, Ma Xianxin, who had been gravely wounded and on the brink of death, found himself in a slightly better condition than others, thanks to the lingering effects of a healing elixir. He staggered to Lin Che's side, cradling Lin Che's head in his hands. "Young master," he exclaimed. "What young master? Am I that small?" Lin Che suddenly spoke, startling Ma Xianxin to the point where he nearly dropped Lin Che's head. Cough, cough. "Young master, you are not dead?" Ma Xianxin exclaimed in surprise and joy. "I am not ready to die just yet, but I am quite curious as to why you refer to me as young master." In this tense atmosphere, Lin Che engaged in a peculiar conversation with Ma Xianxin. "Perhaps I should first reattach your head?" Ma Xianxin diverted the topic. "No rush. You should answer my question first." As he spoke, Lin Che silently communicated with his 2 pets. "What is he thinking?" Golden Treasure replied, "The young master has great poise, even with his head severed. He remains so composed." White Little White added, "The master forbids me from speaking. Should I tell the young master?" Golden Treasure suggested, "Perhaps I should just sew his head back on." White Little White quipped, "That would indeed be quite fitting." Lin Che's lips twitched. "What a ridiculous notion. I'm truly at my wit's end. I should find a safe place to help you reattach your head." Ma Xianxin, one hand holding Lin Che's head and the other lifting his body, made his way into the woods. The crowd helped one another to their feet, casting their gazes towards the entangled struggle of Ao Xian and Wu Zhiqi. Lin Yutan's eyes blazed with fury, as if he wished to slay Ao Xian with his gaze alone. Boom! Wu Zhiqi landed another punch on the dragon's head, and Ao Xian was no longer as steadfast as before. He desperately swung his dragon tail, attempting to strike Wu Zhiqi. Boom. Wu Zhiqi neither blocked nor dodged, remaining utterly unmoving as he absorbed the blow. Though Ao Xian exerted all his strength, he ultimately failed to inflict any harm upon Wu Zhiqi. Nevertheless, Ao Xian remained undeterred, seizing the opportunity to twist his dragon body and ensnare Wu Zhiqi within his coils. Creak. Ao Xian tightened his grip, attempting to constrict Wu Zhiqi as a serpent would its prey. Of course, all efforts were in vain. With Wu Zhiqi's ironclad physique, even the divine spear of Geng Chun could be met head-on, let alone the mere Ao Xian. Die. Wu Zhiqi grasped Ao Xian's dragon horn, intent on snapping his neck. Hold. Geng Chun interjected. This creature shall be brought back to the heavenly court for judgment by me. What say you? Why go through such trouble? I could simply slay him, and you can return with the corpse as proof. Wu Zhiqi tightened his grip, and it seemed he was about to twist Ao Xian's neck completely around. Faced with imminent death, Ao Xian finally regained a modicum of rationality, promptly releasing his hold on Wu Zhiqi and alleviating the pressure on his neck. He then expelled a cloud of toxic black mist, obscuring everyone's vision. In a desperate struggle, Ao Xian even tore off one of his dragon horns to break free from Wu Zhiqi's grasp, swiftly diving into the water. Wretched beast, dare you flee? Geng Chun thrust his spear, sending enormous splashes of water into the air. Blood stained the lake's surface, yet Ao Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Upon witnessing this, Wu Zhiqi hastily entered the water to search, ultimately returning empty-handed. With his keen perceptive eyes, Wu Zhiqi should have been able to locate Ao Xian's whereabouts in an instant. Yet, it was as if Ao Xian had vanished into thin air, leaving Wu Zhiqi at a loss. I told you to let me kill him outright, and you insisted on leaving him alive. Now look what has happened. He has escaped. How strange. This little ink dragon possesses some remarkable abilities to evade your watchful gaze. Geng Chun remarked in bewilderment. You asked me? I wish to ask you the same. Wu Zhiqi retorted, visibly disgruntled. Where did you find such a formidable ink dragon? It possesses remarkable capabilities. No matter, my spear has already wounded its essence. Even if it escapes, it will not stir up any future troubles. Geng Chun regained his haughty demeanor. In truth, Geng Chun had merely sought an inconspicuous water dragon as a mere facade. He had not anticipated that this ink dragon would possess such prowess, enabling it to slip away from him and Wu Zhiqi. Regardless, he had to maintain his facade, assuring that everything was under control. Wu Zhiqi chuckled. Meanwhile, upstream on the Huai River, the Water Knight demon dragged the gravely injured Ao Xian ashore. Previously defeated by Lin Che, he had been forced to retreat. Upon stealthily returning, he beheld a fierce battle unfolding on the bank. Unsure whether to assist, he observed the situation take a dire turn, with their water lord becoming a casualty. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he witnessed Wu Zhiqi mercilessly pummel Ao Xian, nearly to death. As Ao Xian narrowly escaped the clutches of danger, he was struck by Geng Chun's spear as he re-entered the water, landing perilously close to him. How could he not come to the rescue? He genuinely hesitated, yet his heart would not allow him to abandon Ao Xian. Fortunately, though he lacked significant power, he possessed a skill in water escape techniques, combined with his innate water manipulation talent, allowing him to navigate the situation adeptly. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly took Ao Xian and vanished into the depths, unnoticed even by the hastily descending Wu Zhiqi. Returning to the Huai River is no longer an option. We must seek refuge in another water domain. The Water Knight demon sighed in resignation. Wu Zhiqi, Geng Chun, I, Ao Xian, shall repay this grudge. Though Ao Xian was fading into unconsciousness, he continued to curse vehemently. Chapter 145, What Ma Jin Tao Maho Wang? I know not what you speak of. At the moment his head was severed, Lin Che felt the fragility of life. Just moments prior, they had been conversing, and suddenly his head was gone. Who could he turn to for justice? Without the immortal soul execution technique and the soul hosting art, would he not have ceased to exist? After a brief internal lament, Lin Che gradually composed himself. He discovered that his perspective could shift back and forth between his head and body, as a pair of eyes had grown beneath his ribs. However, he was still clad in protective gear, and the eyes beneath could only see darkness. Moreover, when he switched his perspective to the eyes beneath his ribs, an inexplicable bloodlust surged within him. This sensation was intensely powerful, and Lin Che realized that if he remained in such a state for too long, he might gradually lose his sanity. Thus, he redirected his focus to his head. Abandoning the attempt to view through the underrib eyes, Ma Xiansen carried Lin Che's body deep into the woods, finding a clearing to set him down. He then retrieved drinking water and strong alcohol from a recently acquired storage artifact to cleanse Lin Che's wounds. What sort of talent does the young master possess? How can he survive decapitation? Ma Xiansen inquired. unable to contain his curiosity as he busied himself. No, senior, can we focus a bit? Please sew my head back on before we talk. Lin Che replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Oh, very well, leave this matter to me. You may rest assured. With that, Ma Xianxin adjusted Lin Che's neck, took out a transparent thread and an embroidery needle, threading the needle with precision. He then soaked the thread in strong liquor before employing his breath to commence the delicate suturing process. Senior, what kind of thread is this? Lin Che inquired, a hint of worry lacing his tone. Ma Xianxin dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. Fear not. With my skills, there shall be no scars left behind. However, Lin Che found himself even more anxious. He had intended to inquire about the stitching thread, yet Ma Xianxin seemed to be talking about his craftsmanship, which felt like a diversion from the topic. Was there something amiss with the thread? Before Lin Che could ponder further, Ma Xianxin supported him, helping him to sit upright, and proceeded with his meticulous work behind Lin Che, finishing the procedure with a flourish. At that moment, Lin Che realized that worrying was perhaps unwarranted, for the stitching was already complete. It was not as if he could request it to be undone. Afterward, Ma Xianxin helped Lin Che to his feet, offering a final admonition. Now, do refrain from vigorous activities for a while. Allow the wound to heal first. This advice struck Lin Che as almost humorous, yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Having experienced a severed neck, it was reasonable to wait for healing before engaging in any strenuous movements. A tingling sensation coursed through Lin Che's neck, prompting him to reach up and touch it. Indeed, it felt as smooth as ever, devoid of any trace. Senior, your skills are remarkable, he exclaimed, giving Ma Xianxin a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, it's the craft that puts food on the table. It must never be neglected, Ma Xianxin replied, evidently pleased with himself. Lin Che then shifted the conversation. So, you are indeed the esteemed Ma Jintao, correct? The moment hung in silence, and before receiving a response, Lin Che had already gleaned the truth through his two pets. What Ma Jintao, what Ma Holong? I know not of what you speak. Ma Jintao feigned ignorance. Oh, since you are Ma Jintao, could it be that the venerable Lin Yutan is a certain elder of the Lin family? Lin Che continued his inquiry. Having witnessed Lin Yuan's cremation firsthand, he could never have fathomed that Lin Yutan was Lin Yuan himself. Even if Lin Yutan were to acknowledge it, Lin Che would likely harbor skepticism. Thus, at this moment, Lin Che surmised that since Ma Jintao had connections to the Lin family, this Lin Yutan must likely be a hidden elder of the Lin lineage. This would also explain why Lin Yutan had taken such particular care of Lin Che. After all, it was only natural for an elder to look after a junior. Cough, cough, cough. The Lord forbids me from speaking. Therefore, young master, do not inquire further. In this manner, Ma Jintao indirectly confirmed his identity. Lin Che immediately turned to his two pets. What is he thinking? Bai Xiaobai replied. The Lord has forbidden me to speak. I am powerless. Huang Jinbao added. I hope young master does not hold it against me. Bai Xiaobai sighed up. Hiding one's identity is truly arduous. Huang Jinbao echoed. I wonder how the Lord manages it. Ultimately, Lin Che did not glean any useful information. Yet he felt he was close enough to the truth and decided to leave it at that. Upon witnessing Ma Jintao supporting Lin Che as they emerged from the thicket, astonishment spread among the onlookers. Could one truly survive a severed head? Was this still considered normal? Surely, even a mutant would not endure such a fate. Who could argue otherwise? A mutant without a head would still perish. Yet this fellow has lost his head and can still reattach it. The key point was that he could reattach it and still function. What brand of head is this? I want one. You must be out of your mind. As conversations erupted, the crowd gathered around Lin Che, inquiring about his injuries. How are you? Will it regrow? Lin Yutan's expression turned grave. Am I being underestimated? Ma Jintao felt belittled. Even if it does not regrow, with my skill, what difference does it make if it is stitched back together? That is not the same. Having it regrow is certainly preferable, lest it falls off again someday. Lin Yutan stated earnestly. Both Ma Jintao and Lin Che felt a sense of offense. Cough, cough. Cough. Rest assured, senior, it should not fall off again, unless someone decides to sever it once more. Lin Che replied with an awkward yet courteous smile. He could sense that once his head was reattached, it was already in the slow process of healing. Though it would not restore itself immediately like Xing Tian, the recovery should not take an excessive amount of time. Come, let me take a look. Without hesitation, Lin Yutan reached out to touch Lin Che's neck. Initially, Lin Che instinctively wanted to recoil, but recalling the other's life force manipulation talent, he refrained. At the moment Lin Yutan's hand made contact with his neck, the initial tingling sensation intensified dramatically. In mere moments, Lin Che felt as though he had completely recovered, as if nothing had transpired. Thank you, esteemed seniors. Lin Che expressed earnestly. The onlookers commenced a flurry of chatter. Will there be any aftereffects? They marveled at the peculiarity of the situation, deeming it a rarity in their lives. What is so wondrous about it? I have seen dragons and deities. You ought to broaden your horizons. Can a dragon survive a severed head? That is truly debatable. To assuage the crowd's concerns, Lin Che deliberately performed a cervical spine exercise. See, I am perfectly fine. He shrugged. Ha ha ha, it is a relief to hear. We owe it all to your detoxifying pill. Otherwise, we would have all perished. Wang Zheng could not help but exclaim. Indeed, your detoxifying pill is remarkably effective. Otherwise, my sister's arm would have been rendered useless. Lu Xinyue raised her arm, revealing that her previously darkened wrist had returned to its natural fairness. However, her casual remark belied the truth. Without the detoxifying pill, she likely would have faced consequences far more dire than just a useless arm, perhaps even her very life. Surviving a severed head. What connection do you have with the Headless Clan? An abrupt voice interjected, interrupting the discourse. Turning to the source, the golden-armored deity fixed an unfriendly gaze upon Lin Che. The Headless Clan? Is it the same Headless Clan as Xingtian's? Lin Che feigned confusion. Indeed, you are but a mere mortal. How could you survive a severed head? Are you not a remnant of the Headless Clan? The golden-armored deity raised a valid inquiry. Chapter 146, with my blood as a guide. I shall assist you in awakening your spiritual veins. The deity has misunderstood. I merely learned a technique of soul anchoring, which allows for temporary preservation of life. It does not enable one to persist indefinitely after losing a head. Lin Che spun a tale, half-truths and half-fictions. The soul anchoring technique was genuine. Yet the notion of temporary preservation was false. The true reason lay in the indestructible soul-slaying art imparted by Xingtian and the demon core within him. Otherwise, relying solely on the soul anchoring technique would have left his body in ruins. Moreover, after Lin Che's head was reattached, the eyes that had sprouted from his sides remained intact, showing no signs of fading. It seemed he would possess 4 eyes henceforth, one more than Yang Jian, which caused him a modicum of concern. If an unsuspecting individual were to catch sight of the extra pair of eyes sprouting from his ribs, they would likely be stricken with terror. Oh, so that is the case. The golden-armored deity appeared skeptical, yet contemplative. He recalled that Lin Che had indeed remained motionless after losing his head, seemingly having lost the ability to act, which was inconsistent with the traits of the Headless Clan. In truth, Lin Che simply had not experienced the sensation of decapitation and had momentarily failed to react. Indeed, in principle, I am a descendant of the Tushan clan. How could I possibly be associated with the Headless tribe? Lin Che spoke with utmost seriousness, primarily to remind the other party that he too had backing, that he was no mere commoner, urging them to exercise restraint. Humph, it better be so. The golden-armored celestial felt the veiled threat in Lin Che's words and was somewhat displeased. It was only due to Geng Chen's presence that he refrained from dismissing the Tushan descendant without a second thought. After all, should there be any suspicion, it would be the simplest course to extinguish them without hesitation. This matter concluded, I must return to report. Young man, please convey my regards to Tushan Yao. Geng Chen nodded at Lin Che. Rest assured, my lord, I shall deliver it. Lin Che clasped his hands in respect. Subsequently, Geng Chen turned his gaze towards Wu Zhiqi. You must accompany me to the heavenly court. Firstly, to complete the necessary procedures for your release, and secondly, to petition the heavenly emperor to reinstate your divine office. I refuse. I have no desire to remain a water deity. It is too troublesome. Wu Zhiqi resolutely rejected. Geng Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor still placid. Even if you do not wish to continue as a water deity, you must still go through the necessary procedures at the heavenly court. How bothersome. You are all truly a nuisance. Wu Zhiqi raised his palms, raking through his hair in frustration. After a bout of complaints, he sighed helplessly. Fine. Wait for me a moment. With that, Wu Zhiqi turned to Lin Che. Follow me. Thus, Lin Che silently trailed Wu Zhiqi as they stepped into the water. They proceeded to the very place where Wu Zhiqi had been previously imprisoned. The demon-binding chains that had been severed were now but a pile of rubble, the remnants of which remained. Wu Zhiqi surveyed his surroundings, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. I never anticipated that leaving this place so suddenly would evoke a sense of reluctance. Lin Che's lips twitched. Is this what they call post-traumatic stress? What is post-traumatic stress? Wu Zhiqi inquired, puzzled. Lin Che shook his head. That is unimportant. You are now free. Humph. Free? In the vastness of the 9 provinces, who can truly claim to be free? Even the heavenly emperor is bound by countless constraints. Wu Zhiqi abruptly transformed from a ferocious white ape into a philosopher, leaving Lin Che somewhat disoriented. Ahem, at least you are freer now than you were before. Lin Che raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. That is a valid point. Wu Zhiqi conceded. As we part today, uncertain of when we shall meet again, allow me to bestow upon you one last gift. As he spoke, Wu Zhiqi's form gradually diminished to about 2 meters in height. He then raised his hand to trace his brow, a droplet of golden blood oozing from his forehead, coalescing at his fingertip and slowly swirling. With my essence as your guide, may it aid you in unlocking your spiritual veins, cleansing your vision, and reshaping your sinews. As Wu Zhiqi pressed that drop of essence into Lin Che's brow, Lin Che felt the world spin around him. Immediately afterward, his body crackled with sounds, the bones audibly grinding against one another, a sensation he had previously experienced while wielding the Wheel of Fate. However, this time, the pain was far more pronounced. Moreover, he was unable to faint. He could only endure. Of course, the process was swifter than that of consuming the Wheel of Fate. In roughly 10 minutes, the golden essence was nearly expended, and Lin Che's taut body gradually relaxed. He sensed a significant surge in his strength, while his realm remained unchanged. The intensity of his physical form had been greatly enhanced. Additionally, he discovered an unprecedented affinity with the surrounding water elements. After some experimentation, he confirmed that he could now move freely in the water without the need for the water avoidance pearl. This sensation seemed to indicate that Wu Zhiqi's innate abilities had been directly integrated into his own. Had Lin Che the means to inspect himself, he would see that he now possessed 6 innate talents: slaughter, telepathy, eye of insight, water element manipulation, speed enhancement, and strength enhancement. Such a splendid array of abilities was rarely seen, even among deities. Excellent. Your innate talent exhibits remarkable compatibility with other abilities. I was initially concerned that you might not withstand it, fearing you would perish from the exertion. Wu Zhiqi expressed his approval. Really? You went this far? Lin Che was astonished, yet somewhat helpless. At the very least, you could have warned me. What if I had truly perished? You conduct experiments on me without any consideration for my feelings? Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Wu Zhiqi saw no issue with his actions, and even appeared somewhat pleased with himself. Besides, look at you now. You are unscathed. In fact, you have even gained 3 additional talents. You should be thanking me. Heh, very well. You are strong. You make the calls. Lin Che smiled sheepishly. I genuinely appreciate it. He felt he could comprehend the mindset of Bai Xiaobai after consuming the Wheel of Fate. As for the matter of stealing the Kunlun mirror, I still find it somewhat dubious. You should consider it carefully. Wu Zhiqi's expression turned grave. Lin Che dismissed the concern. There's still time. In 10 years. I may very well catch up to you. Humph, such lofty aspirations. We shall see how formidable you become by then. Although the Huai water god is not a supreme deity, he does not encompass the entirety of Wu Zhiqi's strength. Gengchun was able to capture Wu Zhiqi back in the day with the aid of Kuei Niu. At the very least, the golden-armored celestial on shore is certainly no match for Wu Zhiqi. Speaking of which, since Gengchun and Ao Xian can transform into human forms, why do you always present yourself as a white ape? Lin Che noticed a blind spot. My true form is the most powerful representation of myself. The human guise merely affects the force behind my strikes. Wu Zhiqi raised his arm, showcasing his biceps, then brought his fists together to flex his pectorals. Just as he was about to turn around to display his back muscles, Lin Che felt a few beads of sweat trickle down his forehead and hastily interjected. All right, Mr. Bodybuilder, I understand. No need to continue. TSK, truly lacking in taste. You must understand that only a majestic physique such as mine is a true testament to strength. Wu Zhiqi was not yet satisfied, feeling displeased with Lin Che's dismissive behavior. Subsequently, Lin Che seized the opportunity to visit Ao Xian's water palace and emptied Ao Xian's treasury. Regrettably, Ao Xian was ultimately just a wild water dragon, lacking the genuine pedigree of a dragon clan, and his treasury contained no remarkable assets. There were no magical artifacts or tools, though there were plenty of pearls and gemstones. These items likely held little value for Ao Xian, who, as a water dragon, seemed to have a peculiar penchant for collecting shiny objects. It was truly unfortunate that Ao Xian, who treated everyone sincerely, even gifting away magical artifacts he no longer required, ultimately fell victim to Lin Che's plundering. However, one must consider that Lin Che had already lost his head to Ao Xian. Thus, raiding a water palace was hardly excessive. Chapter 147. Such a significant treasure cannot be entrusted to you. While Lin Che was looting underwater, Lin Yutan utilized her life force to manipulate her abilities, providing preliminary treatment to numerous injured individuals. Though she did not restore everyone to peak condition, at least they could move freely, prompting many expressions of gratitude towards her. Just as Lin Che and Wu Zhiqi returned to the shore, Wu Zhiqi recalled that Lin Yutan and Ma Jintao had previously aided him in escaping, and he had yet to express his gratitude. Therefore, he solemnly declared that all rewards had been entrusted to Lin Che, instructing them to seek their benefits from him. Lin Che was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this fellow would dig a pit for him just as they were parting, pondering what twisted enjoyment he derived from it. As he watched Wu Zhiqi transform into a rainbow alongside the celestial, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Had it not been for Lin Che's cleverness in fabricating his lineage as a descendant of the Tushan clan, the situation might not have been resolved so easily. Remarkably, Lin Che, in such a brief span of time, appeared even more invigorated than before. Lu Xingyue placed her hand on Lin Che's shoulder, exclaiming, "You have no idea how distressed I was when I saw your head severed from your body." As she spoke, she reached to touch Lin Che's chest, only to have him subtly evade her advance. "I must express my gratitude to the two esteemed seniors. Otherwise, I would not have been able to recover so swiftly," Lin Che remarked, omitting any mention of the gift he received from Wu Zhiqi, as it was prudent for him to keep his possession of 6 talents a secret. Haha, no need for such modesty. It is precisely because you have your own means of survival that we had the opportunity to assist you. Lin Yutan waved his hand, exuding an air of superiority. Just as the group reflected on this, an ill-timed voice shattered the harmonious atmosphere. "So you are Lin Che? The soul-binding technique you employ is exceptionally suitable for promotion within the military. Should you be willing to share it, the military department would certainly reward you handsomely." "What is your name, esteemed senior?" Lin Che replied with a knowing smile. "I am Sun Ruxu, of the illustrious Sun family in the capital," Sun Ruxu declared, hands clasped behind his back, feigning profundity. This man, a practitioner of the divine realm, could have restored his youthful appearance but chose to maintain his elderly visage. Clearly valuing his status, Lin Che raised an eyebrow. "Ah, so you hail from the Sun family in the capital. That explains your demeanor." At this moment, his eye of insight had become his own extraordinary ability, allowing him to perceive others with newfound clarity. He could now discern not only their cultivation and talents, but also their physical condition. For instance, he could immediately identify that the gentleman before him was suffering from a depletion of vital energy, evidently a result of excessive indulgence. Of course, for a practitioner of the divine realm, such a slight deficiency would not pose significant problems. It merely indicated a lack of stamina. "What do you mean by that?" Sun Ruxu furrowed his brow. "I merely meant that the techniques I have mastered are not for casual sharing." In truth, Lin Che did not mind sharing the soul-binding technique. He simply preferred not to do so under duress. It was his prerogative to decide whom to share his knowledge with, and requests from others could easily come across as impolite. How can you be so selfish? As a citizen of Huaxia, should you not contribute to the preservation of our nation? Sun Ruxu, seeing Lin Che's reticence, began to extol the value of his perspective. "And what of my work in the Special Affairs Bureau? Is that not service to Huaxia?" Lin Che gestured towards Wang Zheng. "Chief, our Special Affairs Bureau is indeed a part of Huaxia, is it not?" Wang Zheng quickly denied this assertion. "Nonsense. The Special Affairs Bureau is undoubtedly a part of Huaxia. Every ancestor of the Bureau has shed blood and fought for our nation." Lin Che then turned to Sun Ruxu, shrugging. "You see, even if I choose not to share my techniques, I can still contribute to Huaxia." Sun Ruxu's expression darkened further. "You ignorant youth. How can your solitary efforts compare to the might of millions of soldiers?" No. I only need to compare myself to one soldier. Why should I strive to match millions? That would be exhausting." Lin Che deftly sidestepped the gravity of Sun Ruxu's words, intentionally misinterpreting his meaning. "You, how can you be so unreasonable?" Sun Ruxu found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Wang Zheng interjected to mediate. "All right, both of you. Let us discuss these matters further once we return to Blue Star. Have you acquired the demon lock chain?" Sun Ruxu turned his gaze back to Lin Che. "Of course. I shall personally submit it, so there is no need to trouble the esteemed elder." Lin Che replied nonchalantly. The demon lock chain had been divided into 2 sections. One part resided within his jade token, while the other was with Ma Jintao's storage artifact. He intended to submit his portion, while the part in Ma Jintao's possession would rightfully belong to him and Lin Yutan as their spoils. The release of Wu Zhiqi had primarily been due to Lin Yutan's efforts. With the matter resolved, Lin Che could not merely focus on his own gains while leaving others empty-handed. Such an important item cannot rest in your hands." Sun Ruxu feigned a haughty demeanor, implying that such a critical object should be entrusted to someone of his caliber. Lin Che, however, pretended not to understand, inquiring, "So, esteemed elder, whose hands should this demon lock chain be placed in?" "Naturally, it should be entrusted to someone of higher cultivation to ensure its safety." Sun Ruxu, a mid-stage practitioner of the divine realm, considered himself the highest-ranking individual present, unaware that Lin Yutan was a late-stage practitioner of the same realm. "Oh, that makes some sense," Lin Che replied, retrieving the enormous demon lock chain from his storage jade token, preparing to hand it over to Lin Yutan. "In that case, I shall leave the demon lock chain in your care, esteemed elder." "Wait," Sun Ruxu interjected hastily. "He is neither a member of the Special Affairs Bureau nor of the military. How can such a vital item be entrusted to him?" No, you see. I share the surname Lin, as does he. We are both from Xinhai. Surely you understand? Lin Che shrugged. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruxu furrowed his brows. So, he is an elder in your family? Lin Che nodded earnestly. Indeed, he is my family elder. It is far more reassuring to have a family member safeguard such important items. With this, Sun Ruxu found himself speechless. Lin Yutan glanced at Ma Jintao. His unvoiced inquiry unmistakable. He sought to ascertain whether their identities had been exposed. Ma Jintao responded with a reassuring glance, conveying that their cover remained intact for now. Their silent exchange, unbeknownst to them, was fully grasped by Lin Che. Esteemed elder, might you please hold on to this demon lock chain for me? Lin Che proffered the chain once more to Lin Yutan. The chain, thick as an adult's arm and measuring several meters in length, felt almost weightless in Lin Che's grasp. With his strength-enhancing talent, his physical power had surpassed 2,000 kilograms. Previously, he had always claimed to be a speed-type ability user. And with the recent awakening of his second ability in strength, his assertions were now affirmed. There is no need for such trouble. Simply carry it with you. And rest assured that I will protect you. Lin Yutan spoke with an air of superiority. Very well, thank you for your protection, esteemed elder. With that, Lin Che stowed the demon lock chain away, casting a subtly mocking glance at Sun Ruxu. Humph. Sun Ruxu snorted disdainfully, his expression darkening further. On their return journey, 8 innate masters rode forth on horseback. 1 extraordinary and 3 divine realm practitioners soared through the air, their speed rivaling that of the steeds. Lin Che suddenly called out to the 4 in the sky, esteemed seniors, why not transform your chi into steeds? The 4 nearly lost their balance, almost plummeting from the air at his words. Chapter 148, a mere 10th level demon core, easily within reach. Ha ha ha, to transform chi into steeds. You've made my day. What nonsense fills your mind? Lu Xinyue burst into laughter. Indeed, Lin Che, you are quite the jester. Zhou Xiaoxiao chimed in, unable to contain her mirth. Lin Che maintained a calm demeanor, waving his hand dismissively, just basic maneuvers. By the way, is that soul-binding technique of yours learnable by others? Lu Xinyue couldn't help but ask with curiosity. Does my dear sister wish to learn? Lin Che teased, playing coy. Lu Xinyue nodded repeatedly, of course. Who wouldn't he want to learn the art of defying death? Well, it's not entirely impossible to learn, but Lin Che paused momentarily. This technique is not so easily mastered, and it requires certain special conditions. What conditions? Zhou Xiaoxiao inquired with keen interest. The demon core of a level 10 beast. Lin Che stated with grave seriousness. When Lin Che defeated the Ro Owl, the vitality he obtained was equivalent to vanquishing over 1,000 first-level mutated creatures. Thus, it could be inferred that the Ro Owl was at least comparable to a level 10 mutated entity. Ao Xian, with a mere flick of his wrist, severed Lin Che's head with a water blade. Such mightiness belied the fact he was merely at level 9. Previously, Ao Xian had been schemed against by Lin Yutan, causing his vitality and blood essence to diminish, rendering everyone unable to withstand his prowess, let alone acquire a level 10 demon core. Impossible. You think you can fool me? Sister Yaya? I'm not that gullible. Lu Xinyue declared emphatically. By your logic, if you can master this technique, doesn't that imply you possess a level 10 demon core? Where did you acquire such a treasure? Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, evidently skeptical as well. Huh. A mere level 10 demon core is but a trifle for me, Lin Che declared, lifting his head proudly, though his unsteady balance nearly caused him to tumble from his mount. Golden treasure. Alas, my master has begun to show off again. Bai Xiaobai, since I've known him. He is either showing off or on the path to doing so. Golden treasure. He wasn't like this before. Bai Xiaobai, how was he before? Golden treasure. He was somewhat more cautious back then, only showing off occasionally. Bai Xiaobai, when did he become like this? Golden treasure. Ever since he met you. Bai Xiaobai, what do you mean by that? Lin Che interjected. Are you both under the impression I can't hear you? Golden treasure. Master, you are wise and unparalleled. Bai Xiaobai, Master, may your blessings endure eternally, living as long as the heavens. Lin Che scoffed. For now, I shall spare you. Should you err again, I'll have you run back on your own. In truth, since Lin Che departed from Xinhai City, his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Particularly after successfully showcasing his prowess before Song Yu and Sun Jia, he embarked irrevocably on the path of ostentation. Upon returning to Xinhai, he even revealed his master-level status, choosing to abandon pretense altogether. Is it truly necessary to possess a level 10 demon beast core to learn that technique? Lu Xinyue remained unconvinced. Lin Che pondered briefly before responding. It need not be a level 10 beast, but at the very least, a high-level beast core is required. Anything lower might prove ineffective. The demon core Lin Che had gifted to Jingwei was likely of a grade slightly inferior to the level 10 core. certainly not as refined as that of the Royal. However, being carried by a master as an important item likely indicated it was not lower than level 6. For level 5 beasts fell within the hunting range of masters, and thus, their cores were not worth a master's attention. No concrete data? Zhou Xiaoxiao expressed renewed curiosity. Such unverified matters always stirred her inquisitiveness. Lin Che nodded. Currently, I am the only one who has utilized a level 10 demon core. There are no other reference cases. Once we return, please allow me to conduct tests on this project. Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with eagerness, her intuition suggesting that this technique could indeed alter the landscape of Blue Star. Haha, of course. Lin Che felt somewhat uncomfortable under Zhou Xiaoxiao's fervent gaze. Although he understood her interest was in the technique rather than in him personally, it nonetheless imparted a sensation of being scrutinized by an infatuated admirer. 2 days later, the group arrived at the entrance of the spatial rift. Dismounting, they released their horses. Creatures from the spatial rift, if brought directly back to Blue Star, had a high likelihood of mutating. Having endured some hardship along the journey, the group decided to grant these horses a chance at survival. As they stepped out of the rift, Lin Che's mind conjured the visage of Tu Shan Yao, whose beauty could bring nations to ruin. Remember, you have but 10 years. Should you fail to honor our appointment at Tu Shan within that time, the consequences will be most unpleasant. A glimmer of danger flashed in Tu Shan Yao's eyes, quickly transforming into a delicate laugh. Hee, Lin Che? Wang Zheng patted Lin Che's shoulder. Oh, I'm fine. Just felt a bit disoriented returning to Blue Star from the rift. Lin Che casually fabricated an excuse. Wang Zheng regarded him with faint suspicion, but ultimately nodded. Well, as long as you're fine. Lin Che nodded in return, turning to see the previous spatial rift had vanished without a trace. This left him somewhat exasperated, as he could not effortlessly slice open a rift like Xing Tian. How would he meet Tu Shan Yao next time when the appointed hour arrived? Esteemed friends, our paths have crossed in this vast world. It is time to part ways. Lin Yutan clasped his hands in farewell. Wang Zheng urged, why the hurry, esteemed seniors? Why not stay for a cup of tea in the camp before departing? Ha ha ha, we have already returned to Blue Star. Your manner of speaking remains quite theatrical. Lin Yutan shook his head. No need, there will be future opportunities. With that, he exchanged a glance with Ma Jintao, and the two leapt away, disappearing into the woods. With such esteemed predecessors in the Lin family, you should be mingling among the 5th-tier families. Wang Zheng turned to Lin Che. Chen Yufeng chimed in. Indeed. This elder from the Lin family could contend with a dragon, so it's likely a breakthrough to martial saint is not far off. Haha, in truth, I am not very familiar with the Lin family. This elder is somewhat enigmatic, and the Lin family has not mentioned him. Lin Che shrugged, expressing his helplessness. As for the notion of the 5th-tier family, that was a position that Chu Jingchuan ardently aspired to. Lin Che had little interest in it. In fact, his sense of belonging to the Lin family was not particularly strong. Whether the Lin family was a 5th-tier family seemed to have little bearing on him. Nonetheless, this elder, being at the late stage of the divine connection realm and able to match Ao Xian in combat, was indeed formidable. Lin Che mused that when he reached the late stage of the divine connection realm, he might not achieve such prowess. The manipulation of vitality and blood essence, causing enemies to unknowingly diminish in rank and even lose their combat abilities, was truly a formidable adversary. Let us go, we should convene in the camp. Wang Zheng led the group toward the main tent of the city defense army. This time, the two squads had accomplished what seemed an impossible task. With the threat of the Mo Jiao behind them and the Ying Long ahead, merely returning alive was already a stroke of fortune. Previously, Wang Zheng had led teams on missions, merely navigating among mortals. Performing before divine beings was a first for him. It was only Lin Che's fortuitous circumstances. Otherwise, it would have been akin to joining the Special Operations Bureau and perishing on the very first mission. Utilizing the remote meeting equipment in the command tent of the City Defense Army, the group reported their mission to the headquarters of the Special Operations Bureau. After Wang Zheng closed the communication and was about to dismiss everyone to return to their respective homes, he noticed an unexpected stir among the City Defense Army. Captain Wang, what does this mean? Wang Zheng looked at Lu Ming, who had just entered. I am merely executing orders from above. I hope Captain Wang can understand. Lu Ming's expression bore a hint of difficulty. Chapter 149. You asked for 10 billion at the outset. Do you think you're selling divine arts? What are you planning? Are you surrounding us here to wage war against the Special Operations Bureau? Liang Huanxing, a martial artist of the Divine Connection realm within the Special Operations Bureau, had remained completely uninvolved throughout the mission, essentially serving as a transparent presence. However, during the task report, Wang Zheng took the opportunity to commend him, which helped to salvage some of his dignity, just as he was beginning to feel a flicker of good humor. The commotion caused by the City Defense Army immediately darkened his expression to that of a soot-laden pot. At that moment, Sun Ruxu strode into the tent. Oh, must you speak so gravely? My intentions are merely to have Mr. Lin Che answer a few questions. Sun Ruxu, feeling confident of his victory, donned an air of arrogance. As a formidable figure from the Sun family in the capital, he wielded considerable influence within the military. After being repeatedly rebuffed by Lin Che, he was unwilling to accept defeat and was determined to reclaim his standing. How dare you openly besiege the personnel of the Special Operations Bureau? Such behavior is clearly detrimental to unity. Liang Huanqing furrowed his brow, aware that he was no match for Sun Ruxu. He felt the sting of being coerced and could only attempt to reason with him. However, given that the deed had already been done, how could Sun Ruxu possibly be dissuaded by mere words? No, we are not besieging anyone from the Special Operations Bureau. We merely require a short moment to ask a few questions. Sun Ruxu turned his gaze toward Lin Che, adopting a facade of righteous indignation. We are all working for the greater good of Huaxia. Just hand over the soul-binding technique, and I assure you, the military will not neglect those who have rendered service. In truth, Lin Che had already intended to pass the soul-binding technique to Zhou Xiaoxiao for testing. If necessary, he might even share the method of refining demon cores with her. Once the results were obtained, he would not mind making the technique public. Yet, Sun Ruxu insisted on coercing Lin Che into surrendering his technique in this manner, even going so far as to have the City Defense Army encircle the Special Operations Bureau, adopting a posture of intimidation. It seemed that individuals from these prominent families believed they could eschew other tactics, perhaps considering it more convenient to exert pressure, or perhaps deeming Lin Che unworthy of their efforts. In any case, their demeanor reflected a deep-seated contempt for the weak, a common occurrence. As being weak is indeed a fundamental sin. To earn respect, the only path is to grow stronger. How ludicrous it is that they resort to moral coercion, only to resort to brute force. Does Sun's family possess 3 divine beings like the Zhou family? Lin Che's words struck at the heart of the matter. He did not believe that Sun Ruxu would dare to take any action against him, especially upon learning that the Lin family had a late-stage divine warrior. Sun Ruxu would certainly be cautious. The insight gleaned through the voices of his 2 pets confirmed his suspicions. Sun Ruxu's bluster was merely a facade. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Che's words, Sun Ruxu's expression soured rapidly. You are but a mere innate warrior. How dare you threaten me? No, I am not threatening you. I merely remind you of the facts. Lin Che replied in a tone that mirrored Sun Ruxu's. After much hesitation, Sun Ruxu ultimately refrained from resorting to violence. What are your terms? What must I do to obtain the soul-binding technique? Are you truly asking me to set the terms? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Sun Ruxu responded without hesitation, just hand over the soul-binding technique. With someone so eager to pay, Lin Che had no reason to decline. After all, he intended to share the technique with Zhou Xiaoxiao. If he could also benefit in the process, why not? 1 billion. Lin Che mentioned casually. His perspective had broadened, and he felt it would be a disservice to the generous offering not to take advantage. Impossible. Do you have any idea how much 10 billion is? To ask for such an amount, do you think you're selling a divine technique? Sun Ruxu adamantly refused. Lin Che shook his head. You cannot deny that the soul-binding technique is indeed akin to a divine method. Otherwise, have you ever seen an ordinary person survive decapitation? At this, Sun Ruxu hesitated slightly. 10 billion is excessive. I can offer you at most 1 billion. Then this is a deadlock. Lin Che shrugged, feigning indifference. He was confident that Sun Ruxu could indeed produce 10 billion, given that the entire Sun family was at his disposal. 10 billion was hardly a significant sum in that context. If you insist on the 10 billion, I have no objections. Lin Che spread his hands. Sun Ruxu realized that Lin Che was resolutely demanding 10 billion. Suppressing his rage, he pondered for a long moment before finally conceding. Fine, 990 million. Provide me with the account number. Truly, he was a member of the prestigious Sun family, displaying great magnanimity. Lin Che recalled how Zheng Jingyin once promised him 10 billion to abandon Chu Yao, only to attempt to ensnare him. Now, Sun Ruxu was genuinely willing to pay 990 million for the soul-binding technique. Just transfer it to this account. Once the funds are received, I shall promptly transcribe the soul-binding technique for you. As he spoke, Lin Che produced a bank card. Sun Ruxu took the card without hesitation and proceeded with the transaction. Soon, Lin Che received a notification confirming the deposit, officially entering the ranks of the 10 billion club. Very well, can we begin writing now? Sun Ruxu returned the card to Lin Che, immediately urging him. Of course, just a moment. Lin Che fetched paper and pen. Swiftly writing. Since the content of the technique would eventually be made public, he harbored no ulterior motives. Once finished, he casually handed the paper to Sun Ruxu, adding a reminder. Oh, by the way, to effectively use this technique, it is best to pair it with a level 10 demon core. A level 10 demon core? You dare to mock me. Sun Ruxu, merely a divine being, might stand a chance against a level 7 demon beast. But to slay a level 10 beast was sheer folly. Be patient. I merely stated that a level 10 demon core is optimal. I never claimed that lower level cores would be ineffective, Lin Che replied with a calm demeanor. If a level 10 demon core is unavailable, perhaps an 8 or 9 would suffice. If all else fails, a level 6 or 7 could be attempted, as one must test to know. Although Jingwei did not explicitly state the need for a high-level demon core when imparting the soul binding technique to Lin Che, it was evident that the higher the level of the demon core used, the better. After all, both demon beasts and aberrant entities possess greater intelligence at higher levels. Should the demon core used for the soul binding technique be too low in level, it could result in the soul losing its consciousness upon transfer, effectively turning oneself into an aberrant entity. Lin Che could foresee these implications, and Sun Ruxu certainly could as well. Yet, having reached this point, he could not retract his agreement. A clever tactic. We shall see how this unfolds. Sun Ruxu huffed, turning away in anger. Hee, Leader Wang, Elder Liang. I am truly left with no choice. I hope you can both forgive me. Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly as he apologized to the two. If there is nothing else, may we take our leave? Wang Zheng grew weary of engaging in further conversation with Lu Ming. The spatial rift here had been eradicated, and whether their paths would cross again in the future remained uncertain. Of course, please proceed. Lu Ming hastily stepped aside. Liang Huanqing approached the entrance of the tent, still feeling aggrieved, and let out a cold snort, much like Sun Ruxu had done. Humph, the city defense forces, splendid work. Chapter 150. Can an innate grandmaster casually point fingers at others? As they parted ways, Lin Che handed the demon sealing chain to Wang Zheng. His earlier declaration of personally delivering it was merely to avoid witnessing Sun Ruxu's smugness. Lin Che had no intention of making another trip back to headquarters just for the sake of a personal delivery. Subsequently, he pinned the soul binding technique for Zhou Xiaoxiao. After much contemplation, he refrained from revealing the method for refining demon cores, feeling it prudent to first stabilize his position. Should the two techniques inadvertently combine and result in a mutated entity, the situation would be rather awkward. After all, following his own refinement of the Ro Deer demon core, he had experienced significant side effects, with eyes now sprouting beneath his ribs. At this rate, if he carelessly lost his head, would another mouth sprout from his abdomen? Returning to the matter at hand, one ought to avoid such occurrences altogether. Bai Xiaobai remarked, it would be quite cool. Huang Jinbao replied, I believe it would be quite painful. Bai Xiaobai retorted, you lack ambition. Huang Jinbao countered, and who was it that became obedient after just one beating? Bai Xiaobai shot back, no need to air dirty laundry. Huang Jinbao insisted, I never speak ill of others. Upon returning to Xinhai City, Lin Che first visited the cemetery to report safety to Lin Yuan, then hurried to school, eager to surprise Chu Yao. For the sake of ceremony, Lin Che made a special trip to a nearby gift shop to procure a suitably sized present. He replaced the exquisite item within the gift box with a pearl, approximately the size of an egg, of exceptional quality. The school gatekeeper, familiar with Lin Che, made no attempts to obstruct his entry and allowed him into the campus without hesitation. Approaching the training ground, he arrived just as classes were dismissing. From a distance, he spotted Chu Yao making her way out, but his brow furrowed upon noticing a handsome young man sauntering alongside her. Chu Yao, how about dinner together tonight? I'm busy. Also, Sunnymo, please keep your distance to avoid any misunderstandings. Chu Yao's face bore an expression of disdain. Why must you be so distant, Chu Yao? I harbor no ill intentions, Sun Imo said nonchalantly, continuing to trail her. Before Chu Yao could respond, Lin Che stepped forward and wrapped an arm around her. No ill intentions are best, of course. Good intentions are unnecessary. Being a passerby suffices to avoid trouble. A delighted expression graced Chu Yao's face. When did you return? Just got back and rushed to see you. I was worried that if I arrived late, my wife might run off with someone else. Lin Che said with a teasing smile. Stop joking. Chu Yao's cheeks flushed as she playfully hit Lin Che on the chest. Lin Che feigned injury, exclaiming, treacherous woman. You conspired to murder your husband. Keep talking like that, and I shall strangle you. Chu Yao retorted, visibly annoyed. Having watched the exchange for some time, Sun Imo felt increasingly sidelined and could no longer maintain his indifferent demeanor. You are Lin Che? You know me? Lin Che raised an eyebrow, his expression turning icy. Since you are aware of my identity, yet dare to pursue my wife, do you wish to die? Who is your wife? Chu Yao playfully chided. Under Lin Che's piercing gaze, Sun Imo took a couple of steps back, seemingly realizing his misstep, his expression darkening. I advise you not to be too arrogant. I am from the Sun family in the capital, not to be compared with your humble Lin family of Xinhai. Lin Che shook his head. I initially thought you possessed some depth, but it appears you are merely another superficial character. The four great families of the capital truly leave much to be desired. What do you mean by that? Sun Imo asked, perplexed by Lin Che's implications. First, it was the Zheng family, then the Qi family, followed by the Zhou family, and now the Sun family. None of you are exempt. Compared to them, you are quite unique. Attempting a roundabout approach. If you could endure a bit longer, I might have considered how to deal with you. Regrettably, you have disappointed me. Why should you feel disappointed in me? What qualifications do you have to critique me? Sun Imo's blood pressure surged. You see, you are acting out of impulse again. Lin Che feigned disdain, gesturing to himself. I am now an innate grandmaster. Do you understand? Sun Imo's heart skipped a beat, his bravado faltering. So what? Can an innate grandmaster just point fingers at others? No. What I mean is, if you dislike verbal guidance, I can offer you practical instruction instead. Lin Che maintained a serious facade. Having recently concluded a transaction with the ancestor of the Sun family, acquiring 990 million, he felt somewhat hesitant to engage the younger generation of the Sun family. However, if it came to guidance, that was an entirely different matter. After all, practical instruction inevitably involved minor scrapes and bruises, which would be quite reasonable. I do not require your guidance. Sun Imo discerned Lin Che's underlying meaning and retreated repeatedly. This was absurd. He was merely at the initial stage of transcending the mundane. Would he voluntarily become a punching bag for Lin Che? He preferred to act with caution and deliberation, unlike the brash individuals from the other three families. Such a splendid opportunity, others would beg for it. Yet you fail to appreciate it. At this juncture, Lin Che's expression abruptly turned cold. Should I discover you pursuing my wife again, I will ensure to provide you with thorough guidance, and refusal will not be tolerated. With that, Lin Che took Chu Yao's hand and began to walk toward the school exit. Their intimate figures, hands intertwined, deeply pierced Sun Imo's eyes. Lin Che, I shall remember you. Sun Imo thought to himself. Not far from the exit, Lin Che suddenly turned back. While I may easily leave an impression on others, there's no need for a man to linger on my name. This single statement caused Sun Imo to question his own existence. He had not uttered a word. Yet how could the other party discern his thoughts? Thus, he concluded, this person can effortlessly perceive my innermost thoughts. His intellect borders on the supernatural, and his strategic prowess far surpasses my own. Unbeknownst to him, the root of this entire situation lay in two invisible pets that he could not see. While men need not dwell on you, can women not do so? Chu Yao seethed from the side. Of course, my lady, Lin Che thought to himself with trepidation. Hastily clarifying, no, my lady, please hear me out. This is merely a misunderstanding. However, Chu Yao ignored him, relentlessly pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch, my lady, spare me. In truth, the pain was not unbearable, but in the face of such torture, Lin Che decided to temporarily evade her wrath. The two settled at a beverage shop adjacent to the school, where Lin Che produced the prepared gift box. Here, take a look at the local specialties I brought back from the spatial rift. You're lying. This gift box is obviously a modern creation. You didn't tea just by something randomly after emerging, did you? Chu Yao assumed she had seen through Lin Che's ruse. Alas, in this day and age, nobody believes the truth. It is truly challenging. Lin Che feigned sorrow. Chu Yao, slightly skeptical, opened the gift box and gasped in astonishment. Wow, such a large pearl. How about it? Is this gift not filled with sincerity? Lin Che flashed a bright smile. He painstakingly selected a pearl from a heap, even going so far as to change its packaging, which indeed exuded sincerity. If Chu Yao were to discover that he possessed thousands of such pearls, one could only wonder how she would react to him at that moment. A peculiar feeling enveloped her, as if she had received a pearl of this magnitude before. Chu Yao pondered softly. Could it be? This pearl must be the largest in the entirety of Hongzhe Lake. Subsequently, Lin Che feigned realization. Well, it is only natural, considering you are the eldest daughter of the Chu family, to have received such gifts. Chapter 151. It is best if it is never needed, should it ever be required. It could be a matter of life and death. Chu Yao gradually snapped back to reality and hastily explained to Lin Che. That's not it. I simply have a strange feeling. It's not as if I have genuinely received such a large pearl before. Moreover, anything you gift me, I cherish. Upon saying this, a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. Lin Che recounted his experiences in the rift of time and space to Chu Yao. Yet he deliberately concealed the perilous moments he faced, as it would only tarnish his dignity and incite worry. Thus, it was better left unsaid. The duo exchanged amusing anecdotes and revisited earlier events. So, that fellow with the surname Sun transferred here intentionally? Lin Che furrowed his brow slightly. Rest assured, I shall maintain my distance from him, Chu Yao promptly declared. As if to alleviate Lin Che's concerns, she added, we are already engaged, and besides, I could never develop feelings for anyone else. Naive. Lin Che shook his head. I know you will keep your distance from others. No boy in class dared approach you back then. However, having a persistent fly buzzing in your ear daily is uncomfortable for anyone, is it not? Without waiting for Chu Yao's response, he shifted the conversation. You still underestimate others. If he resorts to unscrupulous tactics, how would you defend against that? Should he force a situation upon you? Even if Lin Che were to storm the Sun family later, it would be of no avail. Some matters must be preemptively guarded against, or else regret comes too late. Surely not. Chu Yao expressed her disbelief. What could be impossible? For the sake of the multi-billion-dollar Chu pharmaceutical, what lengths would these people not go to? As he spoke, Lin Che casually retrieved a gourd and handed it to Chu Yao. Inside are detoxification pills. It would be prudent for you to carry one with you at all times, as they can neutralize most toxins. Chu Yao promptly accepted, pouring out one pill to examine. Is it really that potent? Of course. Products from Shinnong are always of the highest quality. Lin Che replied, somewhat smugly. Oh, then I shall keep one on me. You can keep the rest. Chu Yao pretended to return the gourd to Lin Che. No need. I have plenty. Take them all and store them carefully, Lin Che insisted earnestly. It's best if they are never needed. Should they be required, it could be a matter of life and death. Previously, when confronted with the venomous water python controlled by Ao Xian, nearly everyone was injured. Had Lin Che not promptly produced the detoxification pills, few would have returned alive. Ironically, this storage technique was imparted to them by Ao Xian, yet it was this very method, which Ao Xian deemed insignificant, that saved their lives. Truly, life is unpredictable, and the affairs of the world are hard to foresee. If Ao Xian were to learn the truth, would his resolve shatter? Seeing Lin Che's resolute attitude, Chu Yao nodded, carefully storing the gourd and pearl in her handbag. However, despite her fondness for Lin Che's gift, she found herself unable to smile. What troubles you? Lin Che inquired with concern. You must ensure your safety during future missions. Chu Yao's eyes reflected her worry. It seemed she believed Lin Che's caution stemmed from past hardships. Fear not. I have a strong constitution. I survived being abandoned in a trash bin at birth. I shall not perish easily. Lin Che attempted to comfort Chu Yao, yet found himself spiraling into absurdity. Pooh, what do you mean by life and death? Chu Yao quickly interrupted. In any case, just prioritize your safety. I will strive to grow stronger, aiming to fight alongside you as soon as possible. Quite the ambition, aren't you? You best work diligently. Lin Che replied with an air of superiority. What do you mean? I possess an S-grade talent. Do not underestimate me. Chu Yao retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. Oh, by the way, prepare 200 source vessels for me. Lin Che suddenly recalled a pressing matter. Why do you need so many source vessels? Chu Yao asked, puzzled. While source vessels could enhance cultivation, they required a 10-day interval between doses to be effective. Lin Che's request for 200 would last him 5 to 6 years. She did not mind the value of the vessels, considering she could readily gift Lin Che a wheel of fate. For what else, but to nurture my 2 gold-eating beasts. Lin Che spread his hands in feigned exasperation. You mean by Xiaobai and Huang Jinbao? Chu Yao suddenly understood. Why haven't I seen you with them? They have been here all along. I merely keep by Xiaobai invisible most of the time to avoid drawing attention, Lin Che explained, pulling out Huang Jinbao and placing it on the table. Huang Jinbao promptly bowed to Chu Yao, eliciting a bright smile from her. Lin Che felt a sense of satisfaction. Such a good understanding. I shall reward you with a ton of nuts later. Huang Jinbao, master is brilliant. Bai Xiaobai, I want a reward too. Huang Jinbao, but you don't like nuts, do you? Bai Xiaobai, I never said I wanted nuts. I can eat meat, including, but not limited to, squirrel meat. Huang Jinbao, master, save me. Bai Xiaobai, look at your pathetic self. Is it true that Bai Xiaobai has really awakened its invisibility ability? Chu Yao asked, intrigued. It's not exactly invisibility. It's more of a sensory blocking ability that diminishes its presence, Lin Che candidly explained. Is it really that impressive? Chu Yao's curiosity deepened. Seeing this, Lin Che sighed. All right, let me show you. He pretended to lift Bai Xiaobai from the ground, momentarily obscuring it to reveal its form. Wow. Chu Yao's eyes lit up. It seems to have grown quite a bit. Indeed, animals have a relatively short growth cycle. They mature in just a year or two. Lin Che remarked, recalling how Bai Xiaobai had appeared when they first met, just weaned. Now, 2 months later, it seemed to possess a certain majesty. Bai Xiaobai, naturally. My aura is extraordinary. Huang Jinbao, please, it's just a mount. Bai Xiaobai, you better not sleep tonight. Huang Jinbao, I refuse to associate with underworld forces. Bai Xiaobai, I can only be classified as a white evil force. Chu Yao activated her wristband, summoning a call interface to contact Chu Jingchuan. Yao. What is the matter? Dad is in a meeting, Chu Jingchuan replied, his smile strained. It was evident that his meeting was likely more complicated than it appeared. Chu Yao furrowed her brow, but refrained from probing further. I need 200 source vessels. Why do you need so many source vessels? Chu Jingchuan asked, concern etching his features. These potions lose effectiveness if taken more than 3 consecutively and may also have side effects. Yao Yao, I understand your eagerness to progress. But source vessels must be taken with intervals to be effective. I am well aware. I am not using them for myself, but rather for Lin Che. He has other purposes for them, Chu Yao stated candidly. Upon hearing these words, Chu Jingchuan momentarily faltered, his expression darkening further. He mused to himself that indeed, with his extroverted daughter, entrusting the Chu family affairs to Chu Yao was akin to handing them over to Lin Che without distinction. After a brief hesitation, Chu Jingchuan ultimately acquiesced. Very well, let him come directly to Chu Pharmaceutical tomorrow to collect them. Great. Dad, make sure to come home early tonight. Chu Yao could no longer refrain from offering a reminder. She had already surmised that Chu Jingchuan was likely at his mistress's abode, and her heart ached for her mother's plight. I'll return right after the meeting, Chu Jingchuan promptly assured. After disconnecting the call, a lingering sorrow clouded Chu Yao's brow. Chapter 152. Heed my advice, the Special Affairs Bureau is not suited for you. Humanity is a rather contradictory species. Had Chu Yao been oblivious to Chu Jingchuan's secret, she might have enjoyed a period of carefree existence. Yet, upon learning of her father's infidelity, the familial atmosphere took a sharp downturn. The warmth that once enveloped their home dissipated, replaced by an air of estrangement and tension. Although the three of them shared an unspoken understanding, it left her feeling as if everything was imbued with discomfort. Thus, she often contemplated how much better it would be if she remained unaware of such truths. She also pondered how her mother previously managed to maintain an oblivious facade. Lin Che, will you eventually harbor feelings for someone else behind my back? Chu Yao could no longer suppress the turmoil within her, voicing a question that held no real significance. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I pursue someone else secretly? Wouldn't that just tire me out? Lin Che flashed a bright smile. You're infuriating me. Chu Yao reached across the table, extending her hand in playful menace. Seeing this, Lin Che quickly raised both hands in surrender. Stop. I admit my fault. Shall I proceed to do so behind your back? Chu Yao rolled her eyes, retorting. If I were to meet an untimely demise, it would surely be from your vexation. Heaven is my witness. I would never irritate anyone. You cannot defame me. Lin Che vehemently denied. As twilight descended, Lin Che returned to the Lin residence, waving farewell to Chu Yao from the vehicle. Remember to visit Chu Pharmaceutical tomorrow to collect your 200 source vessels. Chu Yao reminded him. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, I will not forget a good opportunity. Shall I take my leave now? Chu Yao hesitated slightly, as if awaiting something. Yes, go on. See you later. Lin Che feigned ignorance. Chu Yao pouted, crossing her arms. Come here. Lin Che complied, stepping closer. Observing this, Chu Yao grasped his collar, leaned out of the car window, and abruptly pressed her lips against the corner of his mouth. Humph, that'll teach you to play the fool. Lin Che's lips curled into a slight smile as he cupped her face, returning the kiss deeply. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a smile. After a prolonged farewell ritual, Chu Yao returned to the car, still lingering in the moment. Miss, shall we depart? Yes, let us go, replied Chu Yao, her cheeks flushed like a boiled shrimp as she buried her head in her chest. As she watched the vehicle recede, Lin Che strode through the gates of the Lin family home. Brother, you're back. Lin Zishuan greeted, though his smile did not reach his eyes. Lin Che found the scene oddly familiar. Surprised? Unexpected? Happy? Happy indeed, ha ha ha. Although Lin Zishuan was making an effort to mask his expression, Lin Che could still detect the disappointment in his gaze. Little Che, you're back. Have you eaten dinner? Su Qianqian approached. Lin Che nodded. Yes, I had a meal outside. He couldn't help but recall the impressively memorable breakfast he had just experienced upon returning home, and he quickly shook his head to dispel the less than pleasant memories. Lin Hai sat on the couch, perusing the current affairs news. Was the mission successful? He glanced at Lin Che, then slowly withdrew his gaze, feigning indifference. Not particularly smooth, but I did encounter an intriguing senior who goes by the name Lin Yutan. He seems quite supportive of me. Lin Che took a seat beside him, fixing his gaze on Lin Hai. Does our Lin family have such a predecessor? At this, a flicker of confusion crossed Lin Hai's eyes. Lin Yutan? I have not heard of him. The royal translation team promptly sprang into action. Golden treasure. The old man isn't going to expose himself, is he? Bai Xiaobai. Can this act still go on? Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile forming. Oh, perhaps he is using an alias? I wouldn't know. Our Lin family doesn't have any formidable predecessors. Lin Hai adamantly refuted. Golden treasure. What a tragedy. The old man is ruining me. Bai Xiaobai. This should count as his own blunder. It's not my fault, right? At this point, Lin Che had confirmed his earlier suspicions. That Lin Yutan must indeed be a member of the Lin family. He might even be Lin Hai's father, his own biological grandfather. However, for reasons unknown, this figure behind the scenes had deliberately concealed his identity, vanishing from the public eye. Perhaps only Lin Che knew the truth and was keeping it tightly under wraps. Having obtained the answers he sought, Lin Che refrained from saying more and ascended the stairs. He held little interest in why Lin Yutan chose to hide his identity. Everyone has their secrets. He himself also enjoyed keeping a low profile. To this day, the three individuals in the marketing department of Chu Pharmaceuticals still believed Lin Che's name to be Li Feiyu. The following morning, upon seeing Lin Che descend the stairs, the Lin sisters greeted him warmly, appearing quite amiable. I heard that the spatial rift outside the city has closed. Is it related to your mission? Lin Yuro inquired with curiosity. You hold me in such high regard? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Haha, you've already become a master. How could I possibly look down on you? Lin Yuro pouted. All right then, Lin Che nodded. However, matters concerning the mission are confidential. I cannot disclose anything. How impressive. Once I become a master, I will join the Special Affairs Bureau, and then we'll see how you keep secrets from me. Lin Yuro shot him a disdainful glance, pouting as she poked at the fried egg on her plate. Oh you. Lin Wanting shook her head. Since little Che hasn't he denied that the matter is related to him, doesn't he that prove that the closure of the spatial rift is indeed connected to him? Oh, that seems to be the case. Lin Yuro exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Seriously, second sister, heed my advice. The Special Affairs Bureau is not suited for you. Lin Che spoke earnestly. Why not? Lin Yuro looked puzzled. Lin Che shrugged. Because the Special Affairs Bureau requires intelligence in its recruits. Oh, how dare you call me foolish? I'll take you on. As she spoke, Lin Yuro pretended to rise from her seat. All right, enough of the antics. You'll be late for school. Lin Wanting hurriedly intervened. Why do I still have to go to school? Lin Yuro lamented. Lin Che inquired with a smile. Don't want to go to school? Lin Yuro nodded vigorously. Simple. Lin Che said earnestly. As long as you break through to the innate realm, you can quit school immediately. I'd better focus on breaking through the transformation realm first. Lin Yuro fell into complete despondency. After breakfast, everyone departed. Lin Che called for the driver to take him straight to Chu Pharmaceutical. Half an hour later, Lin Che arrived at the foot of Chu Pharmaceutical. Looking up, he observed that the building possessed an irregular, flowing design, reminiscent of a future bird poised to take flight. The exterior of the edifice was wrapped in a special transparent composite material that could automatically adjust its transparency and color in response to light and temperature. The two immense, arched glass doors were intricately etched with molecular structure diagrams, exuding a profound sense of technology. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The receptionist greeted with a humble smile. Lin Che hesitated for a moment before responding. I am here to collect 200 source vessels. Arrangements should have been made yesterday. The receptionist's expression turned to one of confusion. It was evident that she was unaware of this matter. Lin Che's brow furrowed slightly, and then a look of realization crossed his face. It appeared that his dear father-in-law had intended to create some obstacles for him, failing to inform the staff about this arrangement. With this thought in mind, Lin Che promptly activated his holographic wristband and sent a call request to Chu Jingchuan. Moments later, the call was connected, and before Lin Che could speak, Chu Jingchuan began to perform. Lin Che, I completely forgot. Your uncle was so busy yesterday that he neglected to arrange the source vessels you requested. Such a memory I have. Chu Jingchuan feigned a look of embarrassment. Just a moment. I will have someone prepare them for you. No problem. However, I believe 200 may still be insufficient. Could you prepare 2,000 for me instead? Lin Che boldly stated. Chapter 153. Since uncle is so generous, I shall humbly comply. Lin Che was not in the mood to indulge in theatrics with Chu Jingchuan, for he detested the feeling of being manipulated. Thus, he decided to increase the order from 200 to 2,000 source vessels, feeling financially secure and confident in his demands. With these 2,000 source vessels, he would not need to worry about the potions for his two pets for the next 2 to 3 decades. 2,000. Lin Che, it's not that your uncle is unwilling to assist. It's just that 2,000 source vessels may prove to be quite challenging, Chu Jingchuan remarked, feigning difficulty. In reality, the entire Chu Pharmaceutical Company was under Chu Jingchuan's authority. He could easily provide Lin Che with 2,000 or even 20,000 source vessels, should he choose to. The pretense was merely an attempt to exert pressure on Lin Che. Now that Lin Che had become a congenital master, there was no avenue for physical confrontation. So he resorted to financial leverage. To his knowledge, Lin Che had not received substantial resources from the Lin family. 2,000 source vessels, valued at 200 million, were beyond what he believed Lin Che could afford. Yet, he was destined to miscalculate. Do not worry, uncle. I can purchase them at market price. Indeed, money could resolve most troubles. If it could not, it simply meant there wasn't enough of it. At this moment, Lin Che, whose worth was 1 billion, had no qualms about spending 200 million on source vessels. My dear nephew, you misunderstand. That was not my intention, Chu Jingchuan replied, slightly suspicious. How could Lin Che possibly possess 200 million? Had the Lin family changed their ways? Was uncle planning to gift me 2,000 source vessels directly? How would that be appropriate? Lin Che feigned ignorance. Chu Jingchuan hesitated. Ahem, gifting 2,000 source vessels to my dear nephew wouldn't be an issue, but... He paused before continuing. 2,000 source vessels is simply too many. I fear it may not be possible to gather them in a short time. Lin Che did not believe a word of Chu Jingchuan's claims. The source vessels were products of Chu Pharmaceutical, and the notion that 2,000 would be too many was likely a ruse to deceive someone like Lin Euro. Is uncle trying to make things difficult for me? Lin Che confronted directly. If the other party could not communicate properly, he, as a congenital master, would not hesitate to overturn the table. That is not the case. Chu Jingchuan vehemently denied. After a brief pause, he added, please wait a moment. I will inquire on your behalf. After ending the call, Chu Jingchuan felt exceedingly irritable. What should have been a 2 million issue had escalated into 200 million, leaving him somewhat vexed. It was not the amount of money that bothered him, but rather the feeling of having shot himself in the foot. He could not direct his frustrations at Lin Che, even if Lin Che was unaware of Chu Zhuaran's situation. It would be unwise to openly target Lin Che. Engaging in back-and-forth maneuvering would yield no fruitful outcome. Reluctantly, he resolved to prepare 2,000 source vessels and personally deliver them to Lin Che as a gesture of goodwill. You are Miss Chu Yao's fiancé? The receptionist hesitated for a long moment, unable to suppress her curiosity, and finally inquired of Lin Che. Does it not seem so? Lin Che replied with a playful smile. No, that is not what I meant. Please, have a seat. I will fetch you a glass of water. With that, the receptionist hurried off to pour Lin Che a drink. She silently rejoiced that she had refrained from saying anything inappropriate. Otherwise, she might find it difficult to remain at Chu Pharmaceutical in the future. Lin Che settled into a chair, casually surveying the surroundings. The reception hall featured a cafe-like design, with greenery artfully arranged to create a relaxing atmosphere. Before long, the receptionist returned with a tray carrying 2 cups. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I forgot to ask whether you prefer coffee or tea, so I prepared both. Haha. Actually, I prefer plain water, but it's no matter. I shall sample the coffee here. Lin Che replied. Influenced by the ambience, he felt that a cup of coffee was indeed fitting. However, before he could finish his coffee, Chu Jingchuan arrived in haste, accompanied by several burly men pushing carts stacked neatly with boxes of potions. Dear nephew, you've been waiting long. Though it had not been too long, his coffee was still warm. Lin Che's gaze swept over the boxes of potions. However, uncle mentioned that it would be challenging to gather the potions in a short time. Yet they seemed to have been assembled quite swiftly. Chu Jingchuan had not anticipated Lin Che's audacity in confronting him about his earlier fib. Oh, it just so happens that a batch of orders was ready for delivery, so I intercepted this batch of potions to prioritize your needs. The orders will simply have to be postponed. Fortunately, he had prepared a plausible excuse, allowing him to save face. Oh, then I am most grateful to uncle. Lin Che flashed a bright smile. You see, why are you being so polite with your uncle? Such formalities are unnecessary. Chu Jingchuan feigned displeasure. Yes. You are absolutely right, uncle. How shall I settle the payment? Lin Che pretended to pull out his bank card. I've already said it's unnecessary to be so formal. Do you think your uncle would charge you? Chu Jingchuan became genuinely irritated. In his view, Lin Che was clearly taking advantage while pretending to be polite. Noticing that Chu Jingchuan was about to lose his temper, Lin Che refrained from continuing the act, casually putting away the bank card while maintaining his pleasant demeanor. Since uncle is so generous, I shall humbly comply. Ha, now that is more like it. Between us, there is no need for such formality. We haven't married yet, so the title of in-law is still premature. It's only a matter of time. As he spoke, Chu Jingchuan glanced towards the door. Is the vehicle parked outside? Come, let us proceed and load these potions into the car. In that moment, Lin Che, in a moment of impulsiveness, had increased his order from 200 to 2,000 without considering whether they would fit in the vehicle. Fortunately, he now possessed a storage artifact, so there was no need for Chu Jingchuan to arrange for another delivery. No need. I can take them directly. Lin Che stepped forward, activating the storage technique as he approached the boxes of potions. In an instant, all 2,000 source vessels were absorbed into his jade pendant. Hiss. Witnessing dozens of boxes vanish into thin air, those present could not help but gasp in astonishment. Is this some kind of magic trick? It must be the legendary spatial abilities. How is that possible? Spatial abilities only allow for spatial compression and displacement. I have never heard of spatial storage. Chu Jingchuan could not help but inquire, my dear nephew, has some company developed spatial storage technology? Knowing that Lin Che did not possess spatial abilities, Chu Jingchuan's first thought was of spatial equipment. However, he was ultimately mistaken. Not at all. It merely so happened that I acquired a storage artifact from within a temporal rift, Lin Che replied with an air of calm. Given that Wang Zheng had obtained the river clam, the Special Affairs Bureau would soon update their database, and everyone would come to know of the existence of storage artifacts within the temporal rifts. Thus, Lin Che felt no need for secrecy. However, upon hearing the term storage artifact, the crowd appeared even more astounded than when witnessing Lin Che collect dozens of boxes. An artifact? Is that something used by deities within the temporal rift? It seems even more impressive than spatial abilities. It has been stated that spatial abilities do not encompass spatial storage. How can you be so sure? Because no one has ever awakened the ability of spatial storage. Just because it does not exist now does not imply it will not in the future. Although Chu Pharmaceuticals primarily focused on the pharmaceutical industry, they had also ventured into various equipment research and development following the day of revelation. The spatial storage technology discussed by the crowd was one of the research directions of the equipment development company under the Chu Group. While this technology might not rival the Wheel of Fate in value, it would undoubtedly surpass the Source Voyage. After all, possessing spatial storage technology would mean that once a certain piece of equipment was crafted and donned, it would be akin to having a personal small warehouse. With such equipment, one would essentially possess an auxiliary ability. This greatly intrigued Chu Jingchuan. My dear nephew, might I have a glimpse of this storage artifact? Chapter 154. I am a man who has confronted deities head-on. That may not be feasible, as it contains numerous important items that cannot be left unattended. Lin Che decisively declined, feeling no obligation despite having recently received 2,000 source voyages from Chu Jingchuan. If I acquire another storage artifact next time, I shall certainly present it to you first. Cough, cough. Well then, we shall speak of it next time. At this moment, the smile on Chu Jingchuan's face had become increasingly strained. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Lin Che took his leave. As Chu Jingchuan watched Lin Che's figure disappear at the company entrance, his expression darkened further. He had a premonition that unless he separated Lin Che and Chu Yao, Chu Pharmaceuticals would inevitably fall into Lin Che's grasp. The Special Affairs Bureau operated without attendants. They assembled for missions and disbanded when there were none, creating a rather casual atmosphere. Yet, ironically, the Bureau had an abundance of tasks, leaving little room for idleness. With 12 members in Team 9, Lin Che had already met 7, while the remaining 4 were engaged in another mission, preventing their introduction. A month passed, and Lin Che, as a newly inducted member, had completed a challenging mission, while the other 4 members had yet to return. As the team leader, Wang Zheng was compelled to consider venturing into the temporal rift where the 4 were located to effect a rescue. When he received the notification, Lin Che was out shopping with Chu Yao. The urgency of the mission forced him to terminate their outing. It's all right. The mission is paramount. Chu Yao managed a faint smile. Alas, with great power comes great responsibility. As a genius, I must strive for the rejuvenation of Huaxia. Lin Che feigned pride. Chu Yao shook her head in resignation. All right, enough boasting. After much deliberation, Lin Che made a decision that aligned with Bai Xiaobai's wishes. How about you help me take care of Bai Xiaobai? It's growing larger, and I can no longer carry it around conveniently. Lin Che lifted Bai Xiaobai from the ground, allowing it to reveal its form. It could become invisible on its own and would not be detected even if it followed her. Chu Yao's face lit up with joy as she reached out to take Bai Xiaobai into her arms. Really? Can I take care of it? What does it usually eat? Meat will suffice. It's not particularly picky. Lin Che glanced at Bai Xiaobai and mentally urged, take good care of her. Although Bai Xiaobai appeared to be underage, it was already a pinnacle level 4th tier mutant beast. Just days prior, it had consumed a source voyage, and based on its own sensations, it could potentially break through at any moment. A 5th tier mutant could rival a master, and Bai Xiaobai was destined to grow even stronger. It possessed the ability to eavesdrop on others' thoughts, shield others' perceptions, and could cause dizziness through its intimidation talent. Once it surpassed level 5, it might even overpower innate masters. Chu Yao had become the center of attention. Without proper precautions, unexpected incidents could easily occur. While Bai Xiaobai could possess master-level combat power, the enhancement it provided to Lin Che was not particularly significant. Moreover, its increasing size made it increasingly inconvenient for Lin Che to carry. For instance, when riding a horse, he could previously fit Bai Xiaobai into his backpack, but if it grew any larger, it would no longer fit. As is well known, tigers have tremendous explosive power, but they cannot compete with horses over long distances. Forcing it to run behind a horse during long treks would feel somewhat like animal cruelty. Bai Xiaobai understood Lin Che's intentions and immediately declared, rest assured, Master, I will protect my new owner. As it responded to Lin Che, Bai Xiaobai deliberately snuggled closer to Chu Yao. Lin Che's mouth twitched. He was tempted to discipline the creature. Golden treasure, so easily swayed. You truly are heartless. Bai Xiaobai, do you understand humor? Well, given your intellect, I suppose there's little hope. Golden treasure, do not underestimate me. Once I advance to level 5, I shall surely be as clever as you. By Xiaobai. By then, I might already be at level 6. Golden treasure, impossible. Level 6 is not so easily attained. By Xiaobai. Let me put it this way. Even without consuming a source voyage, I can grow into a 6th-tier mutant tiger. Golden treasure. This, at least. By Xiaobai did not exaggerate. As a 4th-tier mutant tiger barely a month old, it would undoubtedly reach level 6 if it matures smoothly. It has a solid foundation. There's no denying that. Conversely, Golden Treasure's ascension to level 2 was thanks to the golden pine nuts. Its level 3 advancement was achieved after consuming double the golden pine nuts in addition to a source voyage, devoid of any innate talent. For it to become a 5th-tier mutant, it would take at least 20 to 30 years, assuming it consumes a source voyage every 10 days. By then, Bai Xiaobai would have matured and would certainly become a 6th-tier mutant tiger. Chu Yao nodded. All right, do not worry. I shall take good care of it. One could only say that Chu Yao and Bai Xiaobai shared a remarkable affinity. Even their responses to Lin Che were quite similar. Yes. Do take care of yourself as well. You are now in the spotlight, unlike before. Lin Che said earnestly. At school, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot be more dangerous than when you are on a mission. You should be the one to be cautious. Chu Yao expressed concern. Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. I am a man who has confronted deities head-on. Although he did not emerge victorious, it was still a direct confrontation. Chu Yao rolled her eyes. That's exactly what I fear, your head-on confrontations. You usually appear so cautious, seemingly cherishing your life. Yet whenever faced with a challenge, you charge to the front. I hope that when you act impulsively in the future, you will think of me and remember that I am always waiting for you. Indeed, sincerity is a formidable weapon. Upon hearing Chu Yao's heartfelt words, Lin Che felt that the next time he rushed into action, he might genuinely hesitate. Indeed, women merely influence the speed at which I draw my sword. Lin Che pondered. All right, I must take my leave. Lin Che opened his arms towards Chu Yao. I'm holding Bai Xiaobai. It's somewhat inconvenient. Chu Yao glanced at the white creature in her arms, feigning hesitation. She recalled how Lin Che had intentionally provoked her last time, and this was an opportunity for sweet revenge. To her surprise, Lin Che casually replied, Oh, never mind then. He then turned to leave. You scoundrel. Chu Yao, infuriated, stamped her foot, hastily setting Bai Xiaobai down. In a flurry, she dashed forward and wrapped her arms around Lin Che's waist from behind. Why must you be so insufferable? Always bullying others. Lin Che slowly turned around, adopting a look of helplessness. How have I bullied anyone? Can't you take the initiative to embrace me? Chu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. Fine then. Lin Che pulled Chu Yao tightly into his embrace. After a long moment, Chu Yao looked up. Are you trying to suffocate me? Ha ha ha. Lin Che gradually loosened his hold, gazing at Chu Yao's charming face. Being scrutinized so closely by Lin Che, Chu Yao couldn't help but gently close her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering. Observing this, Lin Che instinctively lowered his head. Bai Xiaobai, am I not deserving of dignity? Do you not regard me as a being? Huang Jinbao, you were never human to begin with. After what felt like an eternity, the two gradually separated. All right, I truly must leave this time. Take care of yourself. Lin Che reminded her once more. Chu Yao nodded, the blush on her face still lingering. I will miss you. With that, she turned to depart. Just after taking 2 steps, she remembered Bai Xiaobai and hurriedly stepped back, bending down to scoop him up before dashing away. Upon Lin Che's return to the Lin family villa, an off-road vehicle was already parked at the entrance. After explaining the situation to Su Qianqian, Lin Che climbed into Wang Zheng's car, speeding away. Where to this time? Putuo Mountain. No way. Has Guanyin Bodhisattva manifested? Lin Che was greatly astonished. Hee. You have quite the imagination. Wang Zheng shook his head in exasperation. Chapter 155. Survival of the fittest, where the weak are devoured by the strong. All in the name of existence. The vehicle sped along, swiftly arriving at the Putuo Mountain dock. As Lin Che and Wang Zheng disembarked, they spotted Wang Meng and Lu Xinyue already waiting by the dock. Xiao Xiao intends to study the Soul Realm technique, and Chun Yufeng has gone to be his guinea pig. Noticing Lin Che's puzzled expression, Wang Zheng casually remarked, Oh, I see. Lin Che nodded in understanding. Lu Xinyue stepped forward, feigning a melancholic expression. What's the matter? Not happy to be on a mission with your sister? He delighted. Lin Che forced a smile. Humph, whether you're happy or not is irrelevant. You cannot escape your sister's grasp. Lu Xinyue pretended to tug at Lin Che's chin, but he sidestepped her. Yeah, please have some decorum. Do not flirt with a married man. If you weren't married, it would be less amusing. Lu Xinyue's smile was alluring, her words increasingly brazen. What a predatory remark. Lin Che was taken aback. Just as Lu Xinyue was about to say something more, she was interrupted by Wang Zheng. Ahem. Let us tone it down and board the ship. A military vessel slowly approached the shore, and the four boarded in succession. After the day of revelation, marine fisheries became a relic of the past. Even close-range maritime transport could only be accomplished by supersized ships. There was no alternative. Ordinary civilian cruise liners would likely succumb to the chaos wrought by sea beasts. In reality, even military vessels depended on luck during prolonged maritime journeys. Encountering a large sea beast would result in a 99% chance of total annihilation. For when a ship encounters a sea beast, it's unlikely to be a solitary encounter. The 1% survival chance would only be if the ship were to meet a dolphin. As a relatively rare marine mammal, dolphins are exceptionally intelligent. Post-day of revelation, dolphins have evolved further, approaching human levels of intellect. Moreover, dolphins maintain a friendly disposition towards highly intelligent beings. In other words, in today's oceans, only dolphins refrain from attacking humans without provocation. Putuan Mountain, being an island, though devoid of the common threats posed by mutated beasts, could still face assaults from sea creatures. Consequently, local inhabitants endeared themselves to dolphins by utilizing music and food to attract a resident pod, establishing a form of deterrence over the surrounding waters. While dolphins may appear amiable and generally exhibit a gentle nature, they are not to be trifled with. Strictly speaking, dolphins are akin to terrestrial predators, residing at the apex of the food chain. Thus, in waters inhabited by dolphins, other large sea beasts typically steer clear. With Putuan Mountain free from sea beast disturbances, it is comparatively safer than inland cities. However, this safety is merely relative. Travel to and from the island still necessitates military vessels. After all, life is paramount, and dolphins are not professional bodyguards. It is inevitable that other sea beasts may infiltrate these waters. A mere encounter with an ordinary cruise liner could spell the end of one's life. While military vessels may not be significantly stronger, they do provide a greater sense of security. Standing on the deck, Lin Che gazed at the dolphins occasionally leaping from the water, feeling a sense of wonder. Observing a group of adorable creatures frolicking in the water is indeed quite delightful. Wang Zheng shook his head. If you were to witness them hunting, you would likely abandon such notions. Survival of the fittest, where the weak are devoured by the strong, is all in the pursuit of existence, Lin Che replied with a calm demeanor. He indeed. Wang Zheng's gaze shifted to the horizon, his voice growing somber. If sea beasts were to come ashore, I wonder if humanity could withstand it. Sea beast ashore? Godzilla, perhaps? Lin Che responded with utmost seriousness. Godzilla? Wang Zheng's expression reflected confusion. Clearly, he was unfamiliar with the term. Sea beasts, you know, those towering over 50 meters, capable of emitting radioactive breath. Unperturbed even by nuclear weapons. Lin Che gestured to illustrate Godzilla's visage. Does such a creature exist? Wang Zheng furrowed his brow. The Wujichi Lin he had encountered in the dimensional rift was barely 20 meters long. A 50-meter sea beast would surpass 2 Wujichis in height. Of course, combat prowess cannot merely be gauged by size. Ao Xian, in his true form, approached 100 meters, yet was still subdued by Wujichi. Had he not escaped swiftly, Wujichi might have bestowed Lin Che with a dragon pearl. As for the claim of being unafraid of nuclear weapons, martial saints, upon acquiring their domains, no longer fear nuclear arms. The radioactive breath likely equates to the level of a nuclear weapon. Considering all this, the Godzilla Lin Che spoke of likely possesses the combat capability of a martial saint, corresponding to an 8th-level mutant. However, Wang Zheng had never encountered such a being and was unaware of Lin Che's source of information. Oh, I once saw it in a niche science fiction film. An antiquated cinematic work, it's inconsequential. Lin Che chose to end the topic. Niche film? Such an iconic figure should have substantial appeal. How could it be a niche film? Wang Zheng questioned, baffled. Lin Che shrugged. Who knows? Perceiving Lin Che's disinterest in further discussion, Wang Zheng did not press on. We have arrived. It's time to disembark. Wang Zheng gestured for Lin Che to look towards the shore. Amidst a throng of officers, a naval colonel awaited their arrival. Captain Huang, sorry to keep you waiting. Wang Zheng greeted warmly and stepped forward to shake hands with Captain Huang. Ha. It has been quite some time since we last met. Captain Huang responded with equal enthusiasm. Wang Zheng then turned to Lin Che and the others, saying, Come, let me introduce you. This is Colonel Huang Wei, our esteemed captain from the East Sea Fleet. All right, no need to flatter me. We are all brothers here. Let us head to the command center. Huang Wei appeared to share a close camaraderie with Wang Zheng, treating everyone with familiarity. Ha, indeed. Guests are to be treated as the host wishes. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement as the group made their way to the base command post. It turned out that Wang Zheng had previously served in the military alongside Huang Wei, both having been comrades in arms. The director of the Special Intelligence Bureau, Lin Che, was their former superior. Subsequently, Wang Zheng awakened his fire-based talents and was transferred to the Special Intelligence Bureau by Lin Che, while Huang Wei, having awakened water-based abilities, was assigned to the East Sea Fleet. Presently, Wang Zheng held the position of a team leader within the Bureau, while Huang Wei commanded thousands as a naval captain. However, the 11 individuals under Wang Zheng's command were all innate masters, far surpassing the soldiers in the mundane realm. In fact, in terms of actual power, Wang Zheng might hold the upper hand, as the Special Intelligence Bureau possessed a higher level of temporary authority. I find this place rather tranquil. Especially with these pods of dolphins surrounding us, there are seldom any other sea beasts around, making this island safer than the city itself. Huang Wei shook his head in resignation. Ironically, a temporal rift has emerged here, causing quite a stir. After our personnel entered, they did not return, which suggests it may not be an issue of force. Otherwise, someone would have surely managed to escape and send word. Wang Zheng had considerable confidence in his subordinates. Indeed. Huang Wei nodded in agreement. Logically speaking, the pure Yang Sword Immortal is not a malevolent figure. Surely he wouldn't resort to taking lives merely because someone attempted to steal his sword. The pure Yang Sword Immortal? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. In his recollections, there was only one such figure, Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals. If we were to encounter Lu Dongbin within this temporal rift, could we also come across the other 8 immortals? Indeed, our objective this time is to acquire the pure Yang sword wielded by the pure Yang Sword Immortal. Wang Zheng affirmed with a nod. Within this temporal rift, there were no other legendary weapons or tales of meteor showers. The only renowned artifact was the pure Yang sword. Without the pure Yang sword, how could he still be called the pure Yang Sword Immortal? Lin Che questioned with a puzzled expression. To Wang Zheng's surprise, the mission of the Special Intelligence Bureau was to steal the pure Yang sword, which was indeed unexpected. Chapter 156. You do this first, then that, and finally this. And it will be done. Ha ha ha. Indeed, if the pure Yang sword were to be stolen, the pure Yang Sword Immortal would surely be quite distressed. Wang Zheng's tone shifted. However, for the safety of Blue Star, we may have to sacrifice this Sword Immortal. Lin Che was inclined to express that this was an utterly impossible task. Although the pure Yang Sword Immortal was not an ancient deity, his skills were not inferior to many divine beings. Lu Dongbin, originally named Lu Yan, with the title of Pure Yangzi, ranked among the 8 immortals. He hailed from an official family and was exceptionally gifted, well-versed in literature, with aspirations to pursue a career in government. However, his path was fraught with obstacles, often failing the imperial examinations. It was not until he encountered Zhongli Quan in Chang'an that he attained enlightenment. Renouncing the mundane world to embark on a quest for the Tao, he dedicated himself to cultivation in the Zhongnan Mountains, diligently seeking the path of wisdom, ultimately mastering the essence of pure Yang and developing extraordinary swordsmanship, capable of vanquishing demons and evil spirits. From then on, Lu Dongbin traversed the world with his sword, using elixirs to heal the sick and employing profound Taoist principles to avert disasters, embodying the spirit of chivalry to aid those in need. His exploits spanned the vast expanse of the land, leaving behind numerous legendary tales, and he became a celebrated figure known as the pure Yang Sword Immortal among the people. Such a character could effortlessly slay a creature like Ao Xian, a black dragon. Moreover, the pure Yang sword was Lu Dongbin's life treasure, always by his side. How could it be easily stolen? Even if, hypothetically, the pure Yang sword were to be stolen, the moment the Sword Immortal called for his sword, would it not obediently return to him? Having witnessed the divine acts of Xing Tian, Lin Che understood that certain weapons were intrinsically linked to their owner's consciousness. Thus, the notion that a few masters could steal an immortal sword was nothing short of delusional. Consequently, Lin Che began to comprehend why the 4 team members who had previously entered had not returned. It was likely not due to some peril, but rather because they had failed to find an opportunity to act. Lin Che shook his head internally. Given the circumstances, overthinking was futile. Whether they could succeed ultimately depended on their entry into the rift. Wang Zheng then turned to Huang Wei. We may require a speedboat. An island is not like the mainland. While one can traverse the land on foot without mounts, one cannot swim across the sea without a vessel. Not a problem. But how do you plan to get the speedboat into the temporal rift? Huang Wei inquired with a hint of confusion. We obtained a valuable item during our last mission. Wang Zheng replied mysteriously. The storage artifact he had acquired from Ao Xian would prove useful once more. Huang Wei's confusion deepened. What does that have to do with bringing a speedboat into the temporal rift? You'll understand once you prepare the speedboat, Wang Zheng teased, keeping him in suspense. You. Huang Wei pointed at Wang Zheng. All right, there's no need to wait. We'll head to the dock now. I can assure you, this base has an abundance of speedboats. Thus, the group exited the command center and made their way to the dock. Huang Wei gestured towards the several military speedboats moored nearby, waving his hand grandly. Choose. We have torpedo boats, missile boats, stealth missile boats, and even unmanned speedboats. Which one do you prefer? Wang Zheng felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. Wait, are you really giving me this array of choices? Huang Wei wore a proud expression. What? Are your standards so high? Are none of these to your liking? All right, you win. Wang Zheng acknowledged Huang Wei with a thumbs up. I require 2 small civilian speedboats. What use do I have for these military vessels? Huang Wei shrugged. See? You did not specify clearly. How was I to know? Now that I have clarified, can we go take a look? Wang Zheng opted to play it cool and exercise some patience. None. Huang Wei replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. What do you mean, none? Are you jesting? Wang Zheng exclaimed in frustration. Huang Wei feigned innocence. All we have here are military equipment. Where would we find civilian speedboats? Momentarily speechless, Wang Zheng took a deep breath and asked again, Surely you have rescue boats? Oh, rescue boats. Huang Wei pretended to realize. We do have those. Then lead me to see the rescue boats. No. What now? Well, you see. Huang Wei adopted a serious demeanor. Each warship is required to carry a fixed number of rescue boats. If I were to give you 2, what would my ship use? Wang Zheng rubbed his temples in annoyance. All right, just let me have a look. As he spoke, Wang Zheng produced a river clam and held it up before Huang Wei. This? Huang Wei looked utterly perplexed. Do you think I've never seen a river clam before? As a naval captain who had spent his life by the water, it was impossible for him not to have encountered one. He had expected Wang Zheng to present some rare treasure, only to be met with a river clam, which left him utterly bewildered. This is no ordinary river clam, Wang Zheng exclaimed, a proud expression on his face. Could it be? Huang Wei mused. Is this the river clam mentioned in a poem by Wang Wei? Wang Zheng took a deep breath, desperately suppressing the primordial power surging within his chest. Subsequently, he raised his hand and retrieved the star skeleton battle blade from the river clam. With another wave of his hand, he returned the blade to its clam-like sanctuary. Huang Wei, rendered speechless and bewildered, was astounded by the spectacle before him. After successfully impressing Huang Wei, Wang Zheng secured 2 lifeboats. The storage artifact gifted by Ao Xian could accommodate items up to 10 cubic zhang, although it paled in comparison to the Shinnong jade plate in Lin Che's possession. It was more than adequate for stowing away 2 lifeboats. As he watched the 2 7 to 8 meter long lifeboats abruptly vanish before his eyes, tears of emotion welled at the corners of Huang Wei's mouth. Is there any more of this? Could you spare one for me? He thought, incredulous. Wang Zheng, with his chin held high, retorted, so far, this is the only one in the entire Special Operations Bureau. Had Huang Wei known that Lin Che possessed a storage treasure capable of holding 100 cubic zhang, he could only imagine his reaction. You certainly have it good, Huang Wei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Come, let me have a go. Do you even understand how to use it? Wang Zheng replied, increasingly smug. What do you mean? Just because I'm the younger brother, does that mean the elder brother doesn't understand either? Just teach me, and I'll grasp it. Huang Wei nearly blurted out. If you don't abandon me, then fine, come closer. Wang Zheng feigned a serious expression. Following his instructions, Huang Wei leaned in. You start like this, then do this. And finally, it ends up like that. Wang Zheng earnestly rambled nonsense. Enough already. Huang Wei snapped, flipping his demeanor. Look at you, don't rush. Allow your master to impart the technique. Really, master? Huang Wei inquired. What do you mean by that? Has your master ever deceived you? Though Huang Wei wanted to argue that Wang Zheng had just misled him, he swallowed his words for the sake of the technique. I implore you for your guidance, master. Ah, a teachable child indeed, Wang Zheng said as he passed the technique to Huang Wei. After Huang Wei attempted to manipulate it a few times, he quickly changed his tone. It's nothing special. As he spoke, Huang Wei returned the clam to Wang Zheng. This item pales in comparison to my colossal warship. Hardly worth mentioning, Wang Zheng retorted. All right, you're so high and mighty, aren't you? Oh, I wouldn't dare. Huang Wei quickly waved his hands. But speaking of which, if you encounter such trifles again, you'd best bring one back for your brother to play with. I thought you were tough, Wang Zheng scoffed. Look at you, spouting nonsense again. Huang Wei feigned displeasure. In front of others, I certainly act tough, but what is there to be tough about with my brother? You've said everything already, what more can I add? Words need not be spoken. As brothers, it's all in the heart. Huang Wei pretended to pound his chest. After a playful exchange, Wang Zheng finally set off with Lin Che and the others. Chapter 157. Not bad. Your talents are exceptional. All have the chance to ascend. As they ascended the mountain, Wang Zheng recounted some information he had previously gathered to Lin Che. During the era of Emperor Yao, when 10 suns hung in the sky, the fierce beast Jiuying wreaked havoc in the fierce waters, possessing 9 heads and the ability to control both water and fire. Emperor Yao commanded Yi to slay it. Yi, upon receiving the order, arrived at the banks of the fierce waters, drawing his bow to shoot 9 arrows, each striking one of Jiuying's heads. Jiuying perished, its corpse swept away by the river. What does this have to do with our current mission? Lin Che asked, his expression one of hesitation. It has everything to do with it, for within this temporal rift, Jiuying did not die. Wang Zheng's countenance grew serious. It was said that of the 9 arrows he shot, only 8 struck Jiuying's heads, while 1 was blocked by Jiuying's tail. Subsequently, the remaining head of Jiuying fled along the Yellow River into the Northern Sea. Lin Che appeared puzzled. If it escaped into the Northern Sea, what does that have to do with Putuan Mountain? Putuan Mountain is in the Eastern Sea, right? In ancient legends, the so-called fierce waters referred to the tributaries of the Yellow River, while the Northern Sea denoted the collective of the Bohai Sea and the Yellow Sea. Wang Zheng pointed toward the distant sea. The Northern Sea is adjacent to the Eastern Sea. It is entirely reasonable for this creature to drift downstream and blend into the Eastern Sea. That makes sense. We aren't going to face a 9-headed monster, are we? Lin Che winced. If 1 head of Ao Xian is so difficult to deal with, wouldn't 9 heads of Jiuying be akin to a mouthful of little friends? Not quite. Wang Zheng shook his head. Previously, we learned of a sea monster with 8 heads that has been preying on coastal dwellers, capable of spewing both water and fire, closely resembling Jiuying. Oh, 8 heads. I thought. Lin Che hesitated slightly. 8 heads are no better. How can we contend with it? If Jiuying with 9 heads is level 9 or 10, then the 8-headed variant is not far from its peak state. At least level 8, possibly even level 9. Among the 9 members, the highest cultivation level is merely mid-stage and 8. They might manage to take on a level 5 beast. And perhaps with combined effort, they could barely surround a level 6 beast. However, facing an level 8 or 9 fierce beast would be tantamount to courting death. Haha. Our target isn't Jiuying. It's merely the pure yang sword of the pure yang true person, Wang Zheng said, his embarrassment evident. Under normal circumstances, Jiuying should have perished beneath the pure yang sword. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's face contorted in confusion. So, are we the villains now? Last time, we released a guilty deity like Wu Zhiqi for the sake of the demon locking chain, which could be somewhat justified. This time, if we allow Jiuying to continue its rampage for the sake of a sword, wouldn't that be aiding evil? Wang Zheng sighed. The situation is rather complicated, and I'm uncertain of their current condition. Why can't we simply wait for the pure yang sword immortal to slay Jiuying before we steal the sword? Lin Che queried. Because once Jiuying is dead, the pure yang sword immortal will depart. We can't just follow along to steal it, as that would make it easier to be exposed. Wang Zheng expressed his helplessness regarding this. It was a choice between allowing the fierce beast to wreak havoc within the temporal rift or abandoning the task of sealing the rift, disregarding the safety of Blue Star. Faced with such a dilemma, what choice could he make? Moreover, Putuan Mountain was a nearshore island. The consequences of temporal seepage were even more unimaginable. Before the day of the apocalypse, Putuan Mountain was a renowned scenic spot, its island adorned with picturesque landscapes and towering ancient trees. The 4 ascended the steps, passing by the Zen temple, traversing the bamboo groves, and finally reaching the mountain summit. Gazing out, the sea of clouds surged, islands scattered like stars, and the sky and ocean melded into one, a sight that was truly breathtaking. In fact, residing on this island would be quite delightful. Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim. How about this? I'll accompany you, sister. Lu Xinyue chimed in at the perfect moment. Lin Che quickly declined. Let us not. I fear the sea beasts may come ashore. What is there to fear? Sister will protect you. Lu Xinyue inched closer. Before Lin Che could respond, Wang Zheng chuckled. Hee. Are you looking to protect him, or to devour him? Oh, I'm no ferocious beast. How could I possibly eat him? In the midst of their banter, the 4 had arrived at the entrance of the temporal rift. Let us first complete this mission before discussing whether you'll eat him or not. With that, Wang Zheng stepped forward, followed closely by the 3. Jiuying believed that devouring humans was not a crime, just as humans hunted other animals. Survival of the fittest was a natural order. At that time, there were 10 suns in the sky, and the waters of the Yellow River were nearly boiling. Jiuying merely emerged to catch its breath, and happened to spot many humans on the shore. To Jiuying, those humans inhabiting the Yellow River basin were a gift from nature. Thus, it could not resist the temptation to devour a few more. Later, the leader of humanity dispatched a formidable warrior named Yi to eliminate it. Originally, the 9 infants regarded Yi with disdain, considering him merely a robust meal. With 9 lives to spare, how could it possibly concern itself with the defiance of mere sustenance? However, it was soon enlightened. The human, known as Yi, drew his bow once, unleashing 9 arrows that precisely targeted its 9 heads. In a moment of peril, it deflected one of the arrows with its tail, feigning death to escape. It fled along the Yellow River into the North Sea, then traversed the North Sea into the East Sea. The 9 infants felt an incessant need to evade further. fearing that one day it might awaken to find he once again drawing his bow against it. Thus, over 3 millennia passed, and the creature, having lost 8 of its heads, regrew 7. Considering the human lifespan, he should not have lived beyond 3,000 years, so the 9 infants, now with 7 heads, felt emboldened. It made landfall from the East Sea and commenced its tempestuous rampage, devouring humans. In its own twisted logic, the 9 infants justified its consumption of humans as mere sustenance and deemed its chaos as a natural part of existence. Unbeknownst to the self-righteous 9 infants, a celestial being, no less formidable than E, had taken notice of its deeds. Master Immortal, are you saying we can all cultivate? Wu Yin inquired, his eyes gleaming with hope as he gazed upon the Taoist before him. Behind him stood 3 other personnel clad in nano-battle suits. The Taoist stroked his beard and replied nonchalantly, indeed, your talents are exceptional. Each of you possesses the potential for immortality. We beseech you, Master Immortal, grant us your teachings. Upon hearing this, the Taoist shook his head. Though you share a bond with me, the teachings cannot be imparted lightly. He pondered for a moment before continuing. If you wish to receive the celestial teachings, you must first pass a test. Please, Master Immortal, elaborate. Wu Yin responded earnestly. I have observed the celestial signs and seen the 7 stars shift. The comet looms ominously, foretelling a disaster may soon befall this place. The Taoist surveyed the 4 of them. If you can avert this disaster, I shall open the gates of opportunity for you. Wu Yin felt a chill. The disaster the Taoist spoke of was likely the re-emergence of the confident 9 infants. He was acutely aware of his own abilities and those of his 3 companions. While they could handle a lesser beast, confronting the 9 infants directly would merely serve as a feast for it. Thus, Wu Yin hastily declined. Master Immortal, you overestimate us. How could we possibly contend with such a calamity? What may seem insurmountable to others is but a trifling matter for you 4. The Taoist asserted with unwavering confidence. The 4 exchanged puzzled glances. We implore you for clarity, Master Immortal. The Taoist smiled slightly. As long as you do not obstruct the pure young true man, this calamity will resolve itself. The 4 were taken aback and quickly retreated, drawing their stardust blades in a defensive posture. The Master Immortal knows our identities. Wu Yin furrowed his brow. I possess no remarkable abilities. I merely foresee future events. The beast's malevolence must be eliminated. So it would be wise for you not to act rashly, the Taoist replied, maintaining a calm demeanor in the face of their sharpened blades. The 4 had lingered in this place for over a month, waiting for the pure young true man, only to encounter another legendary immortal. This individual, resembling an elderly man, cradled a fishing drum and rode a donkey backward, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. If not Zhang Guolao, then who could it be? The 4 speculated that since they had encountered Zhang Guolao, Lu Dongbin could not be far behind. They approached Zhang Guolao, hoping to engage him in conversation, but were met with clever banter from the old immortal. Why do such ferocious beasts remain unrelocated? Zhang Guolao, whose given name was Zhang Gua and was one of the 8 immortals, had appeared in this elderly guise through the ages. It was said he could make withered trees blossom, foretell the past and future, and enjoyed riding a donkey backward while mingling with mortals. Upon seeing Zhang Guolao, Wu Yin and his companions hoped to stay close to him, believing they would eventually encounter Lu Dongbin. Consequently, they feigned ignorance in their dialogue with the old immortal. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Guolao had already discerned their origins from the future and, after a moment of calculation, understood their purpose. Thus, he indulged their pretense with playful banter. Wu Yin and his companions believed they were performing well, unaware that the old immortal was merely humoring them. However, Zhang Guolao's assertion that they possessed the talent for cultivation was not entirely untrue. Those who awakened their innate abilities often had the potential for immortality. Conversely, individuals like Chun Yufeng, who awakened supernatural powers yet could not wield spells, were rather rare. Shall we pretend we have not been here? Wu Yin expressed his exasperation. It was indeed a case of losing more than they gained. They had failed to ensnare their target and instead found themselves ensnared. Zhang Guolao chuckled. Not quite. Not quite. You should leave with me for now. Once the pure young true man has vanquished the beast, I shall allow your departure. Does the Master Immortal believe he has us under his thumb? Wu Yan's expression grew serious. You are welcome to attempt an escape, should you elude my grasp. I shall cease my pursuit, Zhang Guolao replied with an unwavering smile. The 4 exchanged glances and immediately fled. Zhang Guolao, unhurried, mounted his donkey and proceeded slowly. Yet, despite their frantic sprint, Wu Yin and his companions could not shake the sluggishly following donkey. Split up, Wu Yin commanded, and the 4 dispersed in different directions. To their astonishment, Zhang Guolao did not pursue any one of them individually, but instead transformed into 4 old Taoists, each chasing after a different companion. Consequently, the 4 had no choice but to halt, panting heavily. How is it? In this instance, I have triumphed. The four old Taoists merged back into one, leisurely riding the donkey as they approached. Wu Yin respectfully replied, Master Immortal, your magical prowess is unparalleled. We are indeed no match for you. What could they do? They were not so reckless as to engage in a confrontation with an immortal. In that case, you may follow me, Zhang Guolao urged, spurring his donkey onward. And the group had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Lin Che and his companions found themselves entering a temporal rift, witnessing the diverse landscapes of Mount Putois. The sea of clouds and the water surface bore a striking resemblance to Blue Star, yet the flora and fauna were vastly different. In this era, Mount Putois had not yet undergone development, and even temples were non-existent. It seemed that the manifestation of Guanyin Bodhisattva on Mount Putois would occur only after the 8 immortals had traversed the sea. Without temples, there were no steps to ascend. The four could only navigate laboriously through the dense woods. The forest echoed with the calls of birds and beasts, and occasionally startled creatures darted past their feet, starkly contrasting with the mutated ecosystems of the future. As they leaped and dashed, the four swiftly broke free of the thicket. They could faintly see several earthen and thatched houses scattered at the foot of the mountain, with wisps of smoke curling upwards. The four made their way towards the village. At the entrance stood an ancient locust tree, under which several elders were weaving fishing nets. The sea breeze carried a hint of moist saltiness. Wang Zheng approached. Good sirs, are you busy? Upon hearing this, the elders raised their heads, sizing up the four. Are you guests come to help us rid ourselves of the beast? One elder spoke slowly. Wang Zheng paused for a moment, then donned a smile. Indeed, we heard that things have been rather unsettled here lately. So we came to see if we could assist. Alas, what a calamity! The elder lamented. The ferocious beast emerges monthly to the shore, preying on villagers, leaving the young and strong nearly devoured. If this continues, how shall we survive? With such brutality displayed by the beast, why do we not relocate? Lu Xinyue could not restrain her curiosity. An elder shook his head with a sigh. Ah, relocate? To where? The ocean surrounds us. Before we even escape, we would fall prey to that beast. There is nowhere to go. Hearing this, Lu Xinyue fell silent. Wang Zheng shook his head, attempting to change the subject. Elder, have you seen anyone dressed like us before? We have been here for some time. The elder nodded, indeed. There were 2 young men and 2 maidens who claimed to help us eliminate the beast. They have been frequenting the seaside for over a month now. Oddly enough, I have not seen them today. The elder appeared somewhat perplexed. Wang Zheng exchanged glances with the others, their worries deepening. Thank you for the information, elder. We shall not intrude further. The elder waved his hand. Not at all. With guests coming to assist us in our plight, we ought to express our gratitude. The elder's demeanor only weighed heavier on their hearts. After departing the village, the four made their way toward the sea. I believe we should wait until the pure young master slays the 9 infants before we attempt to steal the sword, Wang Meng said, his mood sour, his voice heavy. Wang Zheng furrowed his brow and sighed. Sometimes, we must make sacrifices. Why should we be the ones to take while they bear the cost? Wang Meng countered. We too have countless ordinary citizens behind us. With our mission at hand, we have no choice. Wang Zheng spoke as if addressing Wang Meng, yet also persuading himself. As they approached the shore, the air thickened with the briny scent, and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks became audible. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from ahead, raspy and frenzied, as if multiple beasts were howling in unison. The four exchanged glances and quickened their pace. At the coastline, towering waves surged. A massive creature with 8 heads emerged from the water. Each head bore a different visage: wolf, tiger, lion, dragon, resembling sheep, rhinoceros, snake, and kite, each emitting distinct roars. Another neck, previously injured, had healed, seemingly ready to sprout new heads. Indeed, it was the 9 infants. Lin Che exclaimed softly. Wang Zheng nodded, affirming, the military's intelligence holds true. The 9 infants exuded an overwhelming ferocity, stirring even the clouds overhead. At that moment, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air, icy and menacing, targeting the 9 infants. Where the light landed, a figure clad in white stood upon the waves. It was the pure yang sword immortal, Lu Dongbin. Vile beast, you have clung to life for over 3,000 years without remorse, and now you stir trouble again. Today, I shall end your tyranny and restore peace to these waters. Lu Dongbin's voice resounded like a thunderclap. Before his words faded, his sword transformed into a streak of rainbow light, slicing toward one of the 9 infants' heads. Well, there's no need to discuss when to steal the sword now. The battle has commenced, Lin Che shrugged. The 9 infants, having lurked for 2 millennia, faced human resistance for the 3rd time, igniting its fury. It stirred the waters, summoning a towering wave to crash upon the shore. Petty skills. Daring to show off before me. Lu Dongbin scoffed, pointing his finger as if wielding a sword. casting a talisman in the air. Taishang Laojun's command. With a swift motion of Lu Dongbin's sword, the surging waves rapidly froze, forming a colossal wall of ice. Roar! The 9 infants howled in rage, four of its heads spewing flames in an attempt to melt the ice wall. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Dongbin soared into the air, forming a sword gesture, commanding his flying sword to attack the 9 infants. With a clang, the sword turned, and one of the flaming heads fell, splashing into the water. Splash! Roar! The severed head plunged into the sea, provoking a thunderous roar from the 9 infants, which had not anticipated that after thousands of years, while he had become a mere legend, a formidable human had emerged. After only a few landings, it had consumed but a few humans. Did it now face the prospect of retreating? Chapter 159. Who can tell me what sort of sword this is? The 9 infants, unwilling to concede, felt a surge of pain and irritation. It perceived the human wielding the sword as inferior to E. Perhaps it could simply devour this interloper. It raised its remaining 4 heads, targeting Lu Dongbin with a frigid blast. Observing this, Lu Dongbin raised his sword finger, positioning it at his brow. And with a simple flick, the tempestuous cold was divided, passing harmlessly by him without causing any disturbance. Should we lend assistance? Lu Xinyue could not restrain herself from asking. Assist whom? Lin Che inquired, puzzled. Of course, to help the pure young master. Lu Xinyue rolled her eyes playfully at Lin Che. Do you think he needs help? Lin Che dismissed the notion. As their conversation unfolded, Lu Dongbin once more directed his flying sword, severing another head from the 9 infants. Roar! Black blood gushed from the severed neck. The beast grew more frenzied, its remaining 6 heads turning toward Lu Dongbin, eyes glinting with vengeful malice. While beast, prepare to meet your end. Lu Dongbin unleashed another strike, but the 9 infants defended with its serpentine tail. Clang! The sword met the tail with a metallic clash. Lu Dongbin frowned slightly and struck again. Clang! 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 The flying sword repeatedly failed to penetrate, while the 9 infants became increasingly adept. At that moment, Lin Che distinctly heard the remaining 6 heads of the 9 infants in a hushed conference. Had I known it was so easy to defeat him, Old 3 and Old 5 would not have perished. Had I known, they should never have come ashore. What are you afraid of? Now he cannot kill us. Yet he shall still be devoured. He does not appear appetizing. I am not particularly fond of him. What makes you think he is unappetizing? He seems to be a man of integrity, a tough nut to crack. If you don't eat him, I shall. You all cover for me, like this. And then like this, I will swallow him whole. Lin Che thought to himself, how amusing. With additional heads, there is indeed a likelihood of heightened intelligence. Unlike the ancient beast, the owl, which was solely fixated on consuming. Of course, it could also be due to its debilitating hunger. Be careful, master. That creature intends to launch a surprise attack. Lin Che could not help but shout a warning to Lu Dongbin. Thank you, young friend. Lu Dongbin replied from a distance. The 9 infants, furious, glared at Lin Che with its 12 eyes, and stirred the waters once more, conjuring a massive wave. As the colossal wall of water surged toward the shore, Lu Dongbin attempted his previous tactic, crafting another talisman, expecting a smooth execution like before. He was unprepared for the 9 infants to suddenly lash out with its tail, striking toward Lu Dongbin's back. Distracted by the tail, Lu Dongbin hesitated slightly in his talisman crafting, allowing the giant wave to sweep toward them. Fortunately, Lin Che, now endowed with water-based abilities, summoned all his strength to erect a water barrier. The massive wave surged past the 4, failing to touch them even slightly. Boom! As the wave receded, several trees along the shore were uprooted by the force. Lu Dongbin bellowed, "Val Beast, do not harm the innocent." With his sword in hand, radiating brilliance, he launched a dazzling beam of sword light aimed at the 7 inches of the 9 infants. Roar! The 9 infants writhed in agony, rolling about in the water. Despite being an ancient and fearsome beast, it remained within the confines of serpentine nature, with its heart residing in its 7-inch mark, a fatal vulnerability. However, its regenerative abilities were astonishing. The wounds inflicted by the sword light were healing at an alarming rate. Lu Dongbin furrowed his brow, seemingly finding this ferocious creature somewhat troublesome. A strike to its heart had failed to slay it, and its recovery was remarkable, unless he could sever the remaining 6 heads. It seemed improbable that he could bring about its demise. The critical issue was that the creature's serpentine tail appeared to be composed of an extraordinary material, capable of withstanding the pure yang sword, which was indeed remarkable. If it could withstand one of my strikes, could it endure 10, 100, or even 1,000? With this thought, Lu Dongbin raised his sword once more, invoking a spell. In an instant, the pure yang sword split into 2, then 4, rapidly multiplying into a myriad of sword lights. Beast, prepare to taste my blade once more. Boom! The remaining 6 heads of the 9 infants let out a collective wail. A howl echoed through the water, and Lin Che clearly heard the creature's unwilling heart cry out. Is this truly what one would call a strike? Can anyone tell me how this can be considered a single blow? In truth, Lin Che was also curious if this could indeed be classified as a singular strike. The 9 infants were bombarded by the myriad sword lights, plunging into the depths of the sea, dyeing the water a vivid crimson. The turbulent surface of the ocean gradually calmed, and the pure yang sword circled once before returning to the scabbard upon Lu Dongbin's back. Subsequently, Lu Dongbin gently descended, casting a glance toward Lin Che, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. I am grateful for your timely reminder, young friend. There is no need for gratitude. It was entirely reliant on the might of your celestial sword. Lin Che hastily clasped his hands in respect. Lu Dongbin smiled slightly. Are you all here for this ferocious beast? Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, slightly embarrassed. To speak candidly, we came for the celestial sword in your possession. Lin Che opted for honesty. Stealing it was out of the question. Perhaps speaking the truth might yield some negotiation. Oh, you came for my pure yang sword? Lu Dongbin retrieved the celestial sword, displaying it before them. Contrary to the extraordinary tales circulating in the outside world, this sword appeared as nothing more than a wooden blade, imbued with a semblance of spirit merely due to its long companionship with the practitioner. Does this resemble a wooden sword? Lin Che expressed his confusion. The pure yang sword, which had previously manifested an endless sharpness, now appeared as a peachwood sword. Who could believe such a transformation? Indeed, this sword is crafted from peach wood. Lu Dongbin confirmed with a nod. The pure yang sword is, in fact, a wooden sword? Wang Zheng remarked in astonishment. Lin Che shrugged. It seems the military's intelligence may not always be accurate. Yet, there appear to be no other legends of divine weapons in this timeline. Lu Xinyue echoed, equally perplexed. If we speak of divine weapons, then the tailbone of that ferocious beast is not inferior to my wooden sword, Lu Dongbin mused, recalling how the 9 infants had withstood the pure yang sword with its tail. At that moment, the 4 realized and promptly activated their wristband's detection function, clearly observing blinking markers in the direction of the sea surface. I shall investigate, Lin Che declared, plunging into the water without waiting for a response from the others. After descending several dozen meters, he finally beheld the mangled corpse of the 9 infants. He drew forth the star-bone battle blade and severed the creature's tail, discovering an arrowhead embedded within. An arrowhead from the sun-shooting divine bow. Lin Che pondered. Given that the 9 infants had previously used its tail to block an arrow shot by Ho Yi, it was reasonable that the arrowhead had remained lodged within. As Lin Che turned to leave, he noticed several of the 9 infants' heads. The demon cores are quite valuable, he thought, and he began to collect each head, ensuring not to overlook the 2 that had fallen elsewhere. After amassing 8 demon cores, Lin Che felt quite pleased. Unfortunately, among them, only one was relatively large, close to the size of the Ro Owl's demon core, while the other 7 were comparable to the one he had gifted to Jingwei. Nonetheless, 8 demon cores were a considerable harvest. After storing his spoils in a jade plate, Lin Che turned to depart. Following his exit, the 9 infants' body was devoured by creatures lurking in the depths. The neck, devoid of a head, was consumed by a sea serpent. As the neck was swallowed, the sea serpent began to thrash violently in the water, its body rapidly undergoing a transformation, sprouting a second head in mere moments. A glimmer of hatred flickered in its eyes, which it quickly suppressed. It then swam deeper into the East Sea, intent on distancing itself from this sorrowful place and seeking a new refuge. Perhaps on the other side of the ocean, another legend awaited its creation. Upon returning to the shore, Lin Che distinctly sensed a fierce killing intent behind him, accompanied by a resonating voice. Damnable humans, they shall perish. Chapter 160. The wind is strong above, so I shall not invite you all to share my flying sword. Lin Che carefully attuned his senses. The voice appeared abruptly, then vanished as if it had never existed. He shook his head, withdrawing his thoughts, and approached the shore, presenting the arrowhead to Wang Zheng. Perhaps this is the true culprit. Could this be the arrowhead used by Ho Yi back in the day? Wang Zheng mused, quickly arriving at the same conclusion as Lin Che. It seems unlikely to be mistaken. Lin Che nodded in agreement. Esteemed practitioner, may we be granted this item? Wang Zheng inquired of Lu Dongbin. Strictly speaking, the 9 infants had been slain by Lu Dongbin. Thus the arrowhead should rightfully belong to him. Lu Dongbin waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha ha. Do not mention it. This item holds no value for me. If you find it useful, take it. This pure yang immortal was indeed of a carefree nature, unconcerned with worldly possessions. Thank you, esteemed practitioner. Wang Zheng clasped his hands respectfully. No need for thanks. Now that this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave, Lu Dongbin declared, preparing to depart. Please wait, esteemed practitioner. Wang Zheng quickly interjected. Might you have seen 4 individuals dressed similarly to us? Having secured the arrowhead, They should have accomplished their mission, yet 4 members of their group remained unaccounted for. And it was necessary to inquire for peace of mind. Similar to you? Lu Dongbin paused. I only arrived here today and have not encountered anyone else. Wang Zheng felt a twinge of helplessness. His fellow members had also come with intentions of stealing the sword, yet they had not even seen the main figure, nor any sign of their companions, which was truly disheartening. Is that not who you seek? Lu Dongbin pointed ahead, where an old Taoist and 4 special personnel were approaching slowly. Team leader Wu Yin hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. The pure young immortal has already slain the ferocious beast. The matter is resolved, so there is no need for concern. Wang Zheng first relayed the current situation to Wu Yin and the others, then turned to Zhang Guolao. It is an honor to meet you, Master Tongxian. Wang Zheng clasped his hands in respect. Zhang Guolao returned the gesture with a smile. It seems you have all achieved your desires. Before Wang Zheng could respond, Lu Dongbin interjected. How is it that you arrived here so fortuitously? Zhang Guolao's smile remained. I was aware of the changes in this place and knew you would come, so I hurried here to invite you for a drink. Is this truly the case? Lu Dongbin feigned skepticism. Could it be that, like last time, I ended up paying for the drinks? Who pays and what difference does it make? Zhang Guolao waved his hand. Regardless, I must invite you for a drink. If that is the case, then I shall forego the drink. Lu Dongbin shook his head. Lately, I find myself financially constrained and cannot afford your hospitality. Their playful banter revealed the personalities of both men, one free-spirited and boisterous, the other carefree and unconcerned, neither being particularly serious. At this moment, the 4 of Wu Yin suddenly realized that even without the intervention of Zhang Guolao, they would likely have achieved little. Conversely, it was precisely by following Zhang Guolao that they managed to meet up with Wang Zheng and his companions in a timely manner. This entire situation seemed to have been anticipated by Zhang Guolao. If the 2 immortals wish to indulge in some wine, the younger generation shall graciously extend the invitation. Lin Che took the opportunity to ingratiate himself, having secretly acquired 8 demon beast essence pills earlier. It was only fitting for him to treat others to a meal and drinks. Is this young friend speaking truthfully? Lu Dongbin inquired with a playful smile. We too possess an insatiable capacity for drink. Lin Che nodded earnestly. Let it not be said that it is just the 2 of you. Even if the 8 immortals were present, I would gladly cover the cost. No sooner had he spoken than a hearty laughter erupted. Ha ha, since someone is treating Old Li shall never be absent. A burly man with a thick beard appeared, reclining upon a wooden boat as he crossed the sea. We too have come to join the merriment. Shortly thereafter, another person arrived on a fan, another on a lotus flower, yet another on a flower basket, one on a jade flute, and another treading upon jade boards, all converging together. Goodness gracious, Lin Che thought to himself, I merely mentioned it in passing. Yet it has truly attracted them all. Greetings to all esteemed immortals. The 8 martial artists collectively bowed to the 8 immortals. Zhongli Quan fanned himself and laughed heartily. We are but carefree clouds and wild cranes, disliking constraints. There is no need for you all to be overly formal. After a round of pleasantries, Lin Che seized the moment to inquire, might there be any taverns on this island? Tai Guili waved his hand dismissively. No. What good wine could there be on this island? I say we should head to Linen City for a taste of immortal delight instead. What a splendid idea. Young friend, you can surely afford the cost of the wine? Lu Dongbin turned his gaze to Lin Che. Lu Dongbin himself was an aficionado of fine wines, and upon hearing the term immortal delight, he became quite intrigued. However, given the exorbitant price of such a drink, he felt compelled to inquire whether the host was amenable to the expense. In truth, as immortals, the 8 immortals were not particularly concerned with mundane wealth. Even Zhongli Quan possessed the ability to transform stone into gold, making them far from financially constrained. However, since this was a treat from another, it was only courteous to allow the host to save face, an essential aspect of etiquette. It would be rather impolite for them to indulge recklessly and leave Lin Che unable to cover the bill. Rest assured, even if you were to drink all the wine in linen, I would still be able to pay. Lin Che boasted once more. He possessed thousands of pearls, each worth a considerable sum, making it a trivial matter to treat others to drinks. Excellent. In that case, let us set forth immediately. Tai Guili was eager, promptly placing his iron crutch in the water, which transformed into a single wooden boat for crossing the sea. Does anyone have a means to traverse the sea? Lu Dongbin inquired of the group. In response, Wang Zheng retrieved 2 rescue boats from a river clam and placed them in the sea. We can sail across the sea with these, Wang Zheng said, quite pleased with himself. Boss, do you possess a storage artifact now? Wu Yin quickly stepped forward to inquire, while the other 3 behind him displayed expressions of curiosity. Just a fortunate find, Wang Zheng replied with pride. That works, the winds are strong above, so I shall not invite you all to share my flying sword. With that, Lu Dongbin took flight on his sword and swiftly departed. Huh. The others suddenly realized they seemed to have missed something. Wang Zheng expressed his own dismay, as he had merely intended to put on a slight show, yet inadvertently missed the chance to ride on the flying sword. Don't rush, let the elder pass. Zhang Guolao mounted his donkey and walked across the waves, followed closely by the other immortals. The 8 special agents boarded the 2 rescue boats, closely trailing the 8 immortals. Wu Yan, in the middle stage of the innate realm, possessed water-related talents and was the captain of the 4-person team. His code name, Mute, was derived from his name, though in reality, he was anything but silent. Often quite talkative. The 3 team members were siblings. The elder brother, Xia Wuyo, was in the early stage of the innate realm with gold-related talents. Going by the code name Xin Yao, the 2 younger sisters were identical twins, making it difficult for others to distinguish between them. The elder sister was named Xiekashuan, also in the early stage of the innate realm with wind-related talents, known by the code name Qing Wan. The younger sister was named Xiekaching, also in the early stage of the innate realm with the same wind-related talents, going by the code name Hong Wan. The 3 siblings chose avian names as their code names, clearly yearning for the skies. Regrettably, Wang Zheng's earlier display of bravado had caused them to miss out on a chance to experience flight. The speedboat reached over 200 kilometers per hour, and the journey from the Qiantang River estuary to Lin took merely an hour. The immortals greatly admired this mode of transportation, noting its lack of any magical fluctuations while achieving speeds rivaling the treasures of the immortals. Truly fascinating. The group of 16 disembarked at the Qiantang River crossing and entered a tavern named Drunken Immortal's Abode. The so-called Immortal S Delight was essentially a clearer type of rice wine. The alcohol content was merely in the low teens, yet its flavor was sweet and fragrant. Seeing this, Wang Zheng produced 2 bottles of Erguotu from the river clam for the immortals to sample. Upon tasting, even the most gluttonous Tai Guili found himself quite inebriated by this potent spirit. As the spirits lifted, the 8 immortals insisted on taking Lin Che and his companions as their disciples. Coincidentally, with 8 immortals and 2 teams of 8 from the Special Operations Bureau, each could take 1 disciple, creating a perfect match. However, the immortals began to quarrel over who would claim Lin Che as a disciple, for he possessed exceptional talent amongst the group, prompting each immortal to desire him as their student. The dispute escalated, with each offering their own arguments, refusing to yield. Chapter 161. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. My ability to turn stone into gold can aid the needy and support the troubled. It is most practical, Zhongli Quan declared, flicking his fingertip, causing an unremarkable stone to instantly transform into a glimmering gold ingot, capturing everyone's attention. Tai Guili, with a deep voice, countered. Practical? My method of borrowing a corpse to return a soul can extend a person's life and reverse death. Is that not superior? Lu Dongbin, his garments billowing, executed a flourish with his sword. Flying with a sword can cover vast distances in an instant. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is a true path for the sword. Zhang Guolao patted his donkey, which brayed in response, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. My paper-cutting technique can bring inanimate objects to life, transforming them at will. Seemingly simple, yet rich with the mysteries of creation. He Xingu, holding a lotus flower, spoke gently. The withered tree meets spring, birthing vitality through the understanding of life in the cosmos. This is the path to longevity. As she spoke, the lotus in her hand bloomed and withered, withering and blooming again. In an endless cycle, Lan Saiha, carrying a flower basket, chuckled merrily, dispelling evil and treating ailments. Safety is paramount while traversing the world. Han Xiangzi played a haunting melody on his jade flute, the ethereal sound resonating in the hearts of all present, and after a moment, he slowly spoke. The wondrous sound protects the body, calms the soul, and can ward off foes. The music connects with the universe, holding deep mysteries. Zhao Guijiao, holding a jade board, wore a solemn expression, nurturing righteousness within. One can quell demons and subdue evil. Only by aligning one's heart with the righteous path can one stand firm in the world. With each immortal presenting their unique talents, the debate continued unresolved, ultimately leaving Lin Che to make his choice. Lu Dongbin's swordsmanship was indeed captivating. Yet Lin Che already possessed the breaking the sky technique from Xing Tian and did not feel that swordsmanship would surpass it. As for flying with a sword, once he broke through to the extraordinary realm, he would be able to fly directly, rendering it less urgent. After careful consideration, Lin Che ultimately chose the paper-cutting technique. It was well known that Zhang Guolao's white donkey was, in fact, a paper donkey. On the surface, it seemed that transforming paper into a donkey might be easier than turning it into a person. However, the truth was that Zhang Guolao's paper-cutting technique had reached a sublime level, allowing him to effortlessly cut various living beings. Moreover, This technique resonated deeply with Lin Che's own inclinations. The delicate art of paper cutting, when paired with a white fox mask, is undoubtedly the quintessential choice for concealing one's whereabouts. As for the notion of wanting everything, that is utterly impossible. The 8 immortals have decreed that each shall impart a single lesson, and thus, it must be so. Should Lin Che exhibit any semblance of greed, it would likely result in the opposite of his intentions. After Lin Che selected Zhang Guolao as his mentor, Zhongli Quan's gaze turned towards Wang Ming. He has always placed great emphasis on the character of his disciples, and although Wang Ming appears fierce, his eyes reveal a certain naivety, possessing a heart of sincerity and integrity. Are you willing to learn my art of transmuting stone into gold? Wang Ming scratched his head and replied, I'll listen to my brother. This response left Wang Zheng feeling somewhat awkward, prompting him to playfully smack the back of Wang Ming's head. It is a privilege for you to be accepted as a disciple by the immortal master. You should simply accept without hesitation. Oh, then I am willing. Wang Ming nodded earnestly. Zhongli Quan smiled warmly. Excellent. Tai Guili then turned to Wang Zheng. Though my method of reincarnation is rather enigmatic, it can offer a glimmer of hope in dire situations. Are you willing to learn? In truth, Wang Zheng was not fond of the art of reincarnation, as no one wishes to flirt with death. Nevertheless, he recognized it as a potent means of self-preservation, an opportunity not to be squandered. Thus, he readily acquiesced. Master, I beseech you to accept my bow. Xie Wuyo, endowed with a golden affinity and a heart that yearns for the sky, naturally became an excellent candidate for Lu Dongbin's discipleship. He Xingu discerned that Lu Xinyue possessed a wood affinity and invited her to delve into the mysteries of life together. Subsequently, Han Xiangzi chose Xie Keshuan, while Lan Caihe selected Xie Keqing, and the two sisters gladly complied. At this point, only Wu Yin and Chao Guijiao remained. Wu Yin, spirited and lively, had just been engaging with others in an insightful critique of the 8 immortals' techniques, speaking with great eloquence. Conversely, Chao Guijiao, who generally preferred silence, found himself with no choice but to adopt a stern expression as he turned to Wu Yin. The path of subduing demons and vanquishing evil requires one to temper pride and impatience. If you can amend your loquacious tendencies, you may study under me. Wu Yin hastily covered his mouth and nodded fervently. Henceforth, the group solidified their master-disciple bonds. We shall remain on Mount Putuo for 10 days, and how much we learn shall depend on fate and effort. Zhongli Quan set a time limit, to which all agreed without dissent. The 8 immortals could not linger indefinitely in the mortal realm, and similarly, Lin Che and his companions could not remain in the rift of time and space forever. Thus, a time constraint was only reasonable. On Mount Putuo, Zhang Guolao taught Lin Che to craft various forms each day, and these seemingly simple sheets of paper would transform into diverse life forms in his skilled hands. Should he cut a bird, it would soar high, and if a fierce tiger, it would roar defiantly in the mountains. Lin Che devoted himself to learning, gradually grasping the profound rhythms within, and the paper in his hands began to acquire a spirit of its own. In their spare time, the immortals and the group occasionally indulged in wine and merriment, enjoying leisure in abundance. The 10 days swiftly passed, and each individual had gleaned insights from their respective teachings. The 8 immortals observed the rapid progress of their disciples with satisfaction. The pursuit of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or regress. Zhongli Quan solemnly cautioned, as of now, you have merely scratched the surface. You must toil diligently in the future and never grow complacent. The group promptly bowed in respect. The road ahead is long. Take care, everyone. As he spoke, Lu Dongbin summoned his flying sword. Ha! The 8 immortals exchanged knowing glances, transforming into 8 streams of light, vanishing into the clouds of Mount Putuo, their laughter echoing through the mountains. Lin Che and the others watched the 8 immortals depart, each feeling a whirlwind of emotions. All right, we should return now. Wang Zheng surveyed the group. Although the task had unfolded unusually smoothly, their gains far surpassed previous experiences. Merely acquiring a single celestial technique from the 8 immortals constituted a tremendous fortune. Even the magical artifacts previously obtained from Ao Xian paled in comparison to the celestial arts learned by the group. After all, those artifacts were only useful prior to reaching the divine realm. In contrast, these celestial techniques would remain a formidable trump card, even if someone among the 8 were to ascend to the martial saint level in the future. Moreover, having received teachings from several immortals, the group had also made notable advancements in their cultivation, particularly for Wang Zheng, who had been stagnating in the mid-stage of the master realm. He now sensed the imminent prospect of breaking through to the late stage. However, once fortune runs dry, calamity may soon follow. Just as they returned to Blue Star, the group discovered that Mount Putuo was under siege by sea beasts. The surface of the ocean was filled with cannon fire, yet the results were minimal. The fleet surrounding Mount Putah was exerting itself to fend off the attack. But the sea beasts were far too powerful for even the mightiest of ships and cannons to contend with. "Quick, support the fleet," Wang Zheng commanded, prompting the 8 to spring into action. A few kilometers distance was merely a fleeting moment for the masters. Upon reaching the shoreline, the group beheld the endless sea beasts and the intense battle. The once peaceful dolphins that inhabited the area now suffered heavy casualties, and the water was stained crimson. The charming creatures they had seen days prior had transformed into lifeless corpses, with the dolphins no longer impeding them. Massive sea beasts began to assault the fleet along the shore. Some had even submerged to the coastline, attacking military installations. Despite the relentless barrage of torpedoes and shells, they could hardly inflict significant damage on these colossal beasts. Lin Che's gaze fell upon a gigantic octopus that was bombarded by missiles, though it bore many wounds. Not a single tentacle had been severed. This creature inherently possessed tenacious vitality, and after its mutation, it had become even more resilient, swiftly healing the visible injuries inflicted by the missiles. The firepower is insufficient. Lin Che could not help but murmur.